The cultivation of the core disciple he was going to impersonate had to be around 5th order heavenly god realm, just like him. This way, there was less risk of being exposed. Due to Guin City's close proximity to Golden Dragon City, the Golden Dragon Gate disciples commonly frequented Guin City, thus many core disciples were present. Finding an early 5th order heavenly god realm wasn't difficult. 5 days later, Huang Xiaolong finally locked onto an early 5th order heavenly god realm core disciple. This person's name was Tang Hong and his godhead grade wasn't low, a high-grade rank 10 godhead. However, his personality was arrogant to the extreme and sinister as well. Huang Xiaolong first encountered this Tang Hong at a shop, where he noticed Huang Xiaolong's extravagance with money, spending several million purchasing a batch of medicinal herbs and divine pellets, and the notion of killing Huang Xiaolong was birthed in Tang Hong's mind. There was only one ending to his attempting to kill and rob Huang Xiaolong. After killing him, Huang Xiaolong altered his physical features to Tang Hong's and removed his identity token. However, he did not expect to find piles and piles of Shinbi higher than a mountain when he opened and peeked inside Tang Hong's spatial ring. There was at least 1 billion inside. Other than Shinbi, there were a few 10 million years old herbs and a batch of divine stones. It was a batch of grade 3 divine stones. Based on the current market condition, grade 1 and 2 divine stones were common, while divine stones from grade 3 onwards were exceptionally scarce. A grade 3 divine stone could be used to activate a divine formation, to cultivate, and even support a small-scale auxiliary divine formation. This core disciple named Tang Hong actually possessed such a staggering amount of wealth, greatly exceeding Huang Xiaolong's estimation. It was almost on par with a barbarian god sect elder's wealth. Then again, an unexpected windfall put Huang Xiaolong in a good mood. In his current situation, he naturally didn't mind some extra allowance. Although he was capable of condensing divine stones, the highest grade he could condense at his current level was just mid-grade 2 divine stones. Having taken over Tang Hong's identity, Huang Xiaolong would be able to enter and leave the Golden Dragon Gate with ease. But he didn't feel at ease leaving the little cow alone in Guin City, so he decided to bring it into the Golden Dragon Gate as well. Of course, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't brazenly do so right in front of everyone. Instead, he had the little cow stay inside the godly empty shumi space like the 2 green ice hail devils. Leaving Guin City, Huang Xiaolong swaggered into the Golden Dragon Gate's headquarters. Before killing Tang Hong, Huang Xiaolong scoured his memories. From there, he discovered that the Golden Dragon Gate's spiritual herb cliff was located behind the headquarters' main temple. However, the spiritual herb cliff was a land specifically built for planting herbs by the Golden Dragon Gate, considered as a restricted area. Even though Tang Hong was a core disciple, he was far from being allowed to enter that place as he pleased. But this point didn't bother Huang Xiaolong. Stepping into the Golden Dragon Gate headquarters, the first thing he did was to confirm whether the 9-petal spiritual lightning lotus was really at the spiritual herb cliff or not. As long as that was confirmed, the rest was easy. Half a month later, inside Tang Hong's cultivation dwelling, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged inside the Shumi Temple, a grade 4 spiritual vein hovering in front of him. It was one of the spiritual veins he had obtained from the primordial celestial shrine. Ever since he broke through to 5th order heavenly god realm, Huang Xiaolong would seize the time to cultivate by absorbing the spiritual energy from a grade 4 spiritual vein. In recent days, he felt his cultivation inching closer to peak early 5th order heavenly god realm. In a month, his strength would truly reach peak early 5th order heavenly god realm. The night passed quietly in cultivation. Huang Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes, then exited the Shumi Temple. From there, he stepped out from Tang Hong's cultivation dwelling, arriving at the Grand Dragon Hall. This hall was the place where the Golden Dragon Gate disciples came to receive tasks, and also one of the places disciples liked to gather around. In this half a month, Huang Xiaolong would take a stroll around the Grand Dragon Hall, hoping to hear some useful information from the gathering disciples' conversations. When Huang Xiaolong reached the Grand Dragon Hall, there was already a large crowd of core disciples in the vicinity. Tang Hong had always been someone arrogant, condescending, and sinister despite his high talent. Within the Golden Dragon Gate, he didn't have people that he could call friends, which was why no one greeted Huang Xiaolong when he appeared at the Grand Dragon Hall. Huang Xiaolong, on the other hand, enjoyed the calmness. Lamont 2 months have passed. Yet there is still no news of the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast. An ancient god realm green ice hail devil. How can we even dream of locking such a master down? I think that person's most likely 100,000 li away from Dralian Island. From time to time, similar conversations entered Huang Xiaolong's ears. For the past 2 weeks, the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast was the topic most talked about. As for that Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast, since it was snatched away by Huang Xiaolong, under Bing Jiui and the Little Cow's suppression, it finally surrendered. At the moment, it was inside the Shumi Temple together with Bing Jiui and the Little Cow. If these conversing disciples knew that the ancient god realm Green Ice Hail Devil and Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast was right under their eyes, what would they think? All of a sudden, the crowd of disciples became excited. Senior sister Hu Dan is here. Huang Xiaolong turned, following the direction of everyone's gaze. A beauty came into sight, with oval-shaped face, bright spirited eyes, tall and slender. The Berserk Lion sect had the 3 swords, while the Golden Dragon Gates had their twin dragons. This Hu Dan was precisely one of the golden twin dragons. Not only was Hu Dan beautiful, she also possessed a top-grade king-rank godhead, lauded as the Golden Dragon Gate's most monstrous genius since the founding of the sect. Above all that, her cultivation had reached peak mid-10th order heavenly god realm, granting her the position of chief disciple. With Hu Dan's excellent qualifications, she was naturally a goddess in the majority of Golden Dragon Gate male disciples' eyes. Thus it was understandable that the crowd would be so excited in her presence. But Huang Xiaolong was dubious as to why this Hu Dan would come to the Grand Dragon Hall. With her status and identity, there was no need to take on any tasks. The person who was at the center of attention, Hu Dan, walked into the inner hall of Grand Dragon Hall. However, soon, no more than 10 minutes later, she stepped out from the inner hall and left the Grand Dragon Hall before everyone's gazes. While the gathered disciples were guessing Hu Dan's purpose in coming to the Grand Dragon Hall, an elder named Zhang Peng stepped out, announcing to all, "Just now, Hu Dan came over to issue a new task request. Our gate chief is intending to refine the Lightning War Monarch pill, and will be selecting 6 core disciples with godheads of lightning and fire element to assist them." The moment Elder Zhang Peng's announcement finished, the core disciples were beyond excited. Zhang Peng added, "However, the selected disciples are required to possess a certain level of alchemy refining skills. Those selected, regardless of the final outcome, will be rewarded with 1 billion shinbi." 1 billion shinbi. The disciples' excitement rose further still. Huang Xiaolong's interest was piqued. The Golden Dragon Gate chief actually planned to refine the Lightning War Monarch pill? According to what he knew, an important ingredient in refining this pill was the 9 petals spiritual lightning lotus. In other words, the 9 petals spiritual lightning lotus wasn't on the spiritual herb cliff but in the gate chief's hands. Joining the gate chief's pill concocting this time around was a chance for Huang Xiaolong. The 9 petals spiritual lightning lotus was the most important ingredient in refining the Lightning War Monarch pill and would be added into the pill cauldron at the very end. At that time, Huang Xiaolong would try to catch the gate chief off guard by having the Green Ice Hail Devil Bing Jui snatch the chaos spiritual herb away. Elder Zhang Peng finished stating the conditions of registering for the task selection. There were numerous disciples with dual elements of lightning and fire in the divine world. Just the number of Golden Dragon Gate core disciples alone surpassed 60,000. Each and every core disciple that managed to reach this level was their own family's talented genius. Therefore, there were quite a few disciples with godheads of those elements. Immediately, core disciples that meet this requirement registered their names. So did Huang Xiaolong. The original Tang Hong's godhead coincidentally had both the required lightning and fire elements. A great convenience to Huang Xiaolong without raising any suspicion. After registering his name, Huang Xiaolong left the Grand Dragon Hall in light steps, returning to Tang Hong's cultivation dwelling. After all, this was a large-scale selection to determine the final 6 core disciples. There was ample time. With his alchemy skills, Huang Xiaolong believed there shouldn't be any problems arising. He was confident. Back in Tang Hong's cultivation dwelling, he took out the grade 4 spiritual vein again and started cultivating. The whole day passed in cultivation. At this time, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes. Over the last few days, he had been absorbing spiritual energy from the grade 4 spiritual vein through his heaven-splitting tenet technique. His true divine dragon physique, 3 supreme godheads, and Godsi all had distinctive improvements. This heaven-splitting tenet is indeed a powerful technique, but I feel like something is missing. Huang Xiaolong contemplated. In fact, Huang Xiaolong was beginning to see a flaw in all of the techniques he had learned in the past. The Azura sword skill, Great Void Divine Fist, Godly Shumi art, the 15 moves of the Dragon God, Earthen Buddha Palm, and so on. Lately, he had been trying to integrate his knowledge of all these skills together. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong also tried to merge the heaven-splitting tenet into it to create a unique divine battle art of his own. This thought grew stronger by the day. Despite his knowledge of various divine battle arts of the divine world, he was far from being capable of creating a technique that was truly unique to himself at this time. Huang Xiaolong needed to see and understand many more divine battle arts, then combine them. This way, he would be able to create his own unique and powerful divine battle art. Coming out from the godly MT Shumi, Huang Xiaolong headed straight to the library. With his identity as a core disciple, he was allowed to peruse the majority of the available divine battle arts. The Golden Dragon Gates library was located not far from Tang Hong's cultivation dwelling, but even so, Huang Xiaolong flew for 4 hours in order to reach the 7-story library. Other than the 2 highest floors, he could freely move around the first 5 floors. Huang Xiaolong went straight up to the 5th floor, then stood in front of a random bookshelf and picked up a palm technique. Golden Dragon Overturning Clouds Palm. Huang Xiaolong flipped through the pages of this technique manual, finishing it in the briefest time. This Golden Dragon Overturning Clouds Palm had a total of 6 moves. Every palm attack sent a great wave of force like an agile dragon, fierce and powerful. However, this Golden Dragon Overturning Clouds Palm had to be cultivated together with another technique, the somersaulting Golden Dragon art. After understanding the Golden Dragon Overturning Clouds Palm, Huang Xiaolong picked up the somersaulting Golden Dragon art beside it. One technique manual after another were read by him. Regardless what kind of divine art it was, Huang Xiaolong would pick them all up and flip through them. His comprehension ability has always been strong. Every time he finished reading a manual, he'd slightly recollect and go through them again in his mind, grasping 70 to 80% of the technique. In order to fully comprehend these techniques, Huang Xiaolong would need to return and physically try them out. The day quickly ended. When he stepped out from the library, the sky outside had darkened. Huang Xiaolong returned to Tang Hong's cultivation dwelling and once again took out the grade 4 spiritual vein, cultivating the heaven-splitting tenet to improve himself. The tranquil night gradually gave way to the dawn. On this day, Huang Xiaolong once again made his way to the Golden Dragon Gates library, picking up where he left off the day before. There were several core disciples that were also perusing these technique manuals, whispering aloud. Huang Xiaolong was surprised. He looked over his shoulder toward the 5th floor's entrance and saw a pretty girl clad in a core disciple robe walking in. She had long willowy brows, an exquisite nose, phoenix eyes. She was also exuding a cold yet noble aura. Tian Wanner, the other prominent half of the Golden Twin Dragons, Tian Wanner. Similar to Hu Dan, she had a king-rank godhead, but it was merely mid-grade king rank compared to Hu Dan's top-grade king-rank godhead. Then again, these 2 young geniuses were the only ones in the Golden Dragon Gate to have a king-rank godhead. While Hu Dan's cultivation had reached peak mid-10th order heavenly god realm, Tian Wanner's cultivation time was comparatively shorter, which explained her peak late 6th order heavenly god realm cultivation even though she was one of the core disciples. Tian Wanner was also the object of adoration of the Golden Dragon Gate's male disciples, including the original Tang Hong. From Tang Hong's past memories, he had once obsessively wooed this Tian Wanner but was publicly rejected by her at the Grand Dragon Hall, rebuked with severe and harsh words, and became the laughingstock of all core disciples for a good while. Coming onto the 5th floor after Tian Wanner was a good-looking young man which Huang Xiaolong recognized, named Sun Jinxiang, Grand Elder Lu Qingyang's grandson. It goes without saying that this Sun Jinxiang was one of Tian Wanner's many pursuers. Moreover, because of Tianwaner, Sun Jinxiang had one time gave Tang Hong an unforgettable beating. Sun Jinxiang was a peak mid-fifth order heavenly god realm. On top of that, he had Grand Elder Lu Qingyang backing him. Teaching a lesson to someone without any backing like Tang Hong was as simple as moving a finger. I heard Tianwaner has accepted Sun Jinxiang. I wonder if that's really true. At the time, the low mutterings of a core disciple nearby fell into Huang Xiaolong's ears. It's just a rumor. How could Sun Jinxiang enter Tianwaner's eyes? She's just giving face to Grand Elder Lu Qingyang, allowing Sun Jinxiang to be her follower. Oh right. I heard she also registered for the Gate Chief's alchemy refining task. For real. Senior Sister Tianwaner inherited an ancient pill concocting technique that we can only marvel about. She is the best alchemist among our Golden Dragon Gate's younger generation. It has been a very long time since she showed her skills. This time, we're in for a treat. Tianwaner is coming over. Someone whispered in a hush as she and Sun Jinxiang walked in their direction. Senior Sister Tian, if you want to peruse the Dark Dragon Divine Art, I can have someone send it over to your place. There is no need to make a trip here specifically for that. Sun Jinxiang fawned over Tianwaner as he walked behind her. Tianwaner was mostly indifferent. I don't like preferential treatment. In the future, without my permission, do not make decisions on my behalf. Having been reprimanded by Tianwaner in public, Sun Jinxiang's face naturally didn't look good. Right at this time, Tianwaner spotted Huang Xiaolong disguised as Tang Hong, and a disgusted frown formed on her face. Due to some of Tang Hong's actions in the past, she did not have any good impression of him. At this time, Sun Jinxiang also saw Huang Xiaolong. Tang Hong, what are you doing here? Sun Jinxiang glared fiercely, snapping. Did you forget what I've told you before? Anytime you see Senior Sister Tian, you're to scram as far away as possible. What are you still standing here for? Do I need to make you get out personally? Hitting a soft nail at Tianwaner's side, Sun Jinxiang was feeling angry at this time. It was a good thing this Tang Hong appeared. Understanding in a glance that Su Jinxiang was targeting Hong Xiaolong to vent his displeasure, the nearby core disciples inwardly gloated at Tang Hong's impending misfortune as they watched. A free show was always welcome. Even Tianwaner had an expression of schadenfreude while looking okay with anticipation. Ever since Tang Hong was brutally beaten up by Sun Jinxiang the last time, he looked as if he would piss his pants on the spot every time he saw Sun Jinxiang. Fleeing quickly. She could already see Tang Hong's unsightliness in her mind as he tried to escape a moment later. Although she disliked Sun Jinxiang just as much, it was entertaining to watch Tang Hong and Sun Jinxiang's dogfight. Right when everyone present was thinking that Tang Hong would plead for mercy from Sun Jinxiang and flee on the verge of pissing his pants, Tang Hong looked at Sun Jinxiang as if he was looking at an idiot. I really don't remember, but I am curious to see how you're going to make me scram. The atmosphere fell into a brief but strange silence for a moment at Huang Xiaolong's reply. Tianwaner and the nearby core disciples were stupefied, their gazes dazed as they looked at Huang Xiaolong. This Tang Hong, had he turned stupid or something? Or maybe, this Tang Hong, is he dying to keep up appearances because Senior Sister Tian is present? Is that why he said those words? One of the spectating disciples mused. Ha, that must be it. But he actually has the guts to talk back to Senior Brother Sun merely to keep a bit of face. I say he probably thinks he's lived long enough. He's gonna end up real miserable today. Last time, Senior Brother Sun pummeled Tang Hong into a pighead. While this time, I think not even his mother will recognize him by the end of the day. Several disciples chuckled softly, whereas Tianwaner was inwardly shaking her head in disdain. She had the same thoughts that Tang Hong talked back to Sun Jinxiang just to save some face in front of her. This Tang Hong was really an idiot to the point of being cute. Sun Jinxiang was stunned for a second. Then he snickered maliciously at Huang Xiaolong. Tang Hong, haven't seen you for a while. Looks like your guts have grown bigger. Hee hee. When you step out of this library, let's see if you're really so brave. The underlying meaning was that Tang Hong would better be ready to bear the consequences once he walked out of the library. Huang Xiaolong glanced coldly at Sun Jinxiang. then ignored him and Tianwaner as he turned around and picked up another divine battle art manual. He began reading as if there was no one around. Watching Huang Xiaolong, Sun Jinxiang's anger erupted. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. This Tang Hong actually dared smear his face in front of so many people, not to mention doing it right in front of Tianwaner. He had already decided, if he didn't teach Tang Hong a painful lesson he could feel down to the bone. His surname wasn't Sun. Tianwaner was slightly astonished as she took another look at Tang Hong, then shook her head silently before leaving in search of the dark dragon divine art. Doing this in front of her, was this Tang Hong trying to leave a good impression of himself in her eyes? But this Tang Hong still did it despite being well aware that she didn't have a shred of good feelings towards him. In fact, she hated him to the core, yet he still acted this way to the point of offending Sun Jinxiang. This was just plain stupid. Sun Jinxiang hurried after Tianwaner. When he passed by Huang Xiaolong's side, he coldly harumphed. The other core disciples were also shaking their heads at Huang Xiaolong's stubbornness. Each scattered off to find the technique manual they wanted. Tang Hong, I think you'd better run now, a core disciple whispered in a low voice as he came to Huang Xiaolong's side. Leave the Golden Dragon Gate for some time. Huang Xiaolong replied to that core disciple was, I cannot. Tomorrow, I need to take part in the alchemy refining competition to fight for one of the 6 spots that will be helping the Gate Chief in refining the Lightning War Monarch pill. That core disciple looked at Huang Xiaolong as if he was looking at a fool. Has this Tang Hong really turned stupid? Things had reached this level, yet this fellow was still in the mood to think about tomorrow's alchemy refining competition. That core disciple still wanted to say a few words of persuasion, but as his mouth opened and closed, no words would come. In the end, he left, shaking his head. He wasn't that familiar with this Tang Hong. What was he thinking? Sticking his nose into the matter. Huang Xiaolong continued going through the divine battle art manuals one after another, learning and comprehending. Unknowingly, the sky outside darkened. Huang Xiaolong put down the manual named Dragon God, flipping over, deciding it was time to leave. Not long after stepping out from the library, he could be seen flying back to Tang Hong's cultivation dwelling when, all of a sudden, a figure flickered before him, hindering his path. As expected, it was Sun Jinxiang. Other than Sun Jinxiang, there were a scattered few core disciples in the area, hiding in plain sight waiting to watch a good show. Sun Jinxiang scrutinized Huang Xiaolong with an expression slightly twisted with anger. Tang Hong, I'm giving you one more chance. Obediently kneel to me, kowtow 100 times and call grandfather 100 times, then break one arm. I'll forgive what happened at the library today, or else you know the consequences. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent. I'm returning this chance to you. Get on your knees, kowtow 1,000 times. Shout, I'm shameless 1,000 times. Then break your own 2 arms and I'll forgive what happened at the library today. What? Those core disciples lying in wait were rendered silly by Huang Xiaolong's words. Earlier at the library, they believed Tang Hong was just putting up a brave front because of Tianwaner's presence. But who can tell them what was happening now? Was this Tang Hong really tired of living? Sun Jinxiang was looking at Huang Xiaolong with disbelief. Hee, since it's like that, I'll first cripple your root, so that you can forget about being a real man in your lifetime. Sun Jinxiang laughed sinisterly. If he couldn't be a real man, Tang Hong's intentions toward Tianwaner would die completely. In the next moment, a long sword appeared in Sun Jinxiang's hand, slashing at Huang Xiaolong's lower body. Roaming dragon sword. The long sword rushed out like a dragon, arriving in an instant with its gleaming blade. Sun Jinxiang watched his long sword slash through Huang Xiaolong's lower body with a grim smile on his face. However, in the next moment, his smile froze, for Huang Xiaolong's figure gradually dissipated. This, an afterimage. Just now, what he pierced through was Huang Xiaolong's afterimage. Following this, Huang Xiaolong's afterimage recondensed, appearing in front of an alarmed Sun Jinxiang who was about to attack again. Huang Xiaolong's hand reached out, snapping the long sword in half. With a turn of Tang Hong's wrist, the other broken part of Sun Jinxiang's long sword pierced into his own lower part. The blood-curdling scream coming from Sun Jinxiang reverberated in the air. The turn of events happened so fast that the core disciples in the distance were rubbing their eyes after witnessing the scene. "I'm going to kill you!" Sun Jinxiang bellowed in rage. His other arm shot out with the intention to kill Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong sneered as his right fist punched out. As their attacks met, the sound of breaking bones traveled to the ears of the spectating core disciples. This sound actually came from Sun Jinxiang's body as his other arm was twisted at an odd angle, causing bones to pierce out from his flesh. Following this, Huang Xiaolong sent Sun Jinxiang smashing to the ground with a kick. "Remember, the next time you see me, run away as far as you can," Huang Xiaolong reminded, looking at Sun Jinxiang without any emotions, and left. While this was happening, Tianwaner was going through the Dark Dragon divine art she loaned from the library. A female disciple suddenly ran into the room from outside, panting as she spoke. "Senior Sister Tian, that Tang Hong he? I know. He must have been beaten miserably by Sun Jinxiang. What's so strange about that? You're making a mountain out of a molehill." Tianwaner smiled matter-of-factly. That female disciple only shook her head adamantly. Her voice sounded even more urgent. "It's Sun Jinxiang." Sun Jinxiang's arms were broken by Tang Hong. On top of that, her voice came to an abrupt stop as if the following words were unmentionable. "What?" Tianwaner thought she had misheard. "It was Tang Hong that broke Sun Jinxiang's arms? Are you sure?" That female disciple heavily nodded her head. "Absolutely. I have checked 3 times. It is Sun Jinxiang's arms that were broken." Tianwaner was momentarily dazed. Her widened eyes clearly showed her disbelief. "Tang Hong did it himself?" Tianwaner asked again. "Yes." The female disciple nodded. It took Tianwaner a long time to recover from her shock. "What else did you say just now?" The female disciple hesitated before speaking. "It is said that Sun Jinxiang wanted to cut off Tang Hong's lower part with a sword, but his weapon was snapped in 2 by Tang Hong, stabbing himself there in the process. I heard it is possible that Sun Jinxiang—" The female disciple's voice trailed off, her face already red, and no longer continue. Tianwaner's eyes widened a fraction more. She felt like laughing but somehow couldn't. Until the female disciple left, Tianwaner remained in the same posture. No one knew what thoughts were crossing her mind at this moment. Back in Tang Hong's cultivation dwelling, Huang Xiaolong took out the grade 4 spiritual vein and began cultivating as usual. There was a Lu Qingyang behind Sun Jinxiang, but Huang Xiaolong had never been concerned about this. Darkness covered the land, then it slowly receded again as the morning light appeared. Huang Xiaolong ended his night of cultivation before stepping outside and heading off in the direction of the sacred pill hall, where the alchemy refining competition would be held. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong appeared at the sacred pill hall. When he arrived, the square opposite the hall's main entrance was already filled with disciples. In the beginning, this was just a small-scale competition, rarely attracting this large a number of disciples to spectate. However, after knowing that Tianwaner also registered for this competition, all core disciples came out in droves, nearly achieving perfect attendance. Even inner disciples found their way here as well. When Tang Hong appeared, he became quite the center of attention, receiving more than a few strange glances. Clearly, the interlude last evening had reached these disciples' ears. There was pity, doubt, astonishment, ridicule, disdain, some even secretly gloating at Huang Xiaolong's impending doom. In most of these disciples' eyes, Tang Hong was no different than a dead person after injuring Sun Jinxiang. Within the Golden Dragon Gate, who wasn't aware that Grand Elder Lu Qingyang doted on this grandson the most? Even some of the elders would be more tolerant of Sun Jinxiang. Huang Xiaolong's expression and demeanor remained aloof, not bothered by the strange gazes directed at him as he stood there straight but relaxed, waiting for the competition to begin. Among the waiting crowd, Tianwaner shook her head as she observed Huang Xiaolong standing straight, looking as if he wasn't one bit concerned with the repercussions of yesterday's incident. Although the fact that Tang Hong managed to injure Sun Jinxiang came as a shock to her, this didn't change her impression of him. It was the opposite instead. She felt an even stronger dislike. because this Tang Hong had grown more arrogant than before. A short while later, the elder overseeing the alchemy competition, Missouri Jibai, arrived at the square. Standing at the center, he called for the registered disciples to gather in front of him. At Mo Jibai's words, Huang Xiaolong, Tian Wanner, and other registered core disciples made their way to the center of the square. Despite the large number of disciples filling the square, only 12 core disciples registered for the competition. With a quota of 6, selecting half of them made the chances of winning appear to be very high, but these 12 disciples were all highly talented individuals. On the surface, the other 11 core disciples' cultivation was higher than Tang Hong, at 6th order Heavenly God Realm. There was a degree of difficulty if Tang Hong wanted to stand out from the rest. However, this wasn't a big issue to Huang Xiaolong. Elder Mo Jibai's gaze swept over the 12 registered core disciples, lingering a second longer on Huang Xiaolong and Tian Wanner. He then proceeded to announce the competition rules. The rules were simple. Huang Xiaolong and the rest were required to concoct a divine pellet called 100 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pill, using the herb ingredients and pill furnace provided by the Sacred Pill Hall. The first 6 people to complete could proceed to accept the Gate Chief's task. This 100 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pill was at a level between high-grade and top-grade rank 2 divine pellet. To some Heavenly God Realm disciples, refining this pill had its own level of difficulty. Then again, for those with a good grasp of alchemy and at least a mid-level Heavenly God Realm strength, there was a high rate of success. Finishing with the competition rules, Mo Jibai ordered the prepared pill furnaces and herbs to be distributed, placed in front of the 12 disciples. Elder Mo, the age of my herb ingredients doesn't seem to be correct. Huang Xiaolong merely took a glance at the spread of herb ingredients in front of him and knew they were lacking in age. He continued to point out, and Tian Wanner's batch of herbs ingredients seems to exceed mine significantly. He did not forget to point at Tian Wanner's pile of herbs. The higher the age of the ingredients, the easier it was to refine them into pellets. The disciples at the front took a look at Huang Xiaolong's batch of herb ingredients and noticed they were indeed much lower in age compared to Tian Wanner's and the others. But they quickly understood what was going on with some thought. Mo Jibai's face sank, directing a stern gaze at Huang Xiaolong saying, "A slight difference in herb ingredients' age is very common. If you don't want to compete, you can get out now. Don't stay here and hinder other participants." The large crowd of disciples stirred with excitement watching Elder Mo Jibai reprimand Huang Xiaolong. Tian Wanner threw a mocking glance in Huang Xiaolong's direction. She wanted to see how this Tang Hong was going to handle the situation. It didn't take much for Huang Xiaolong to guess that this Mo Jibai must have received instructions from Lu Qingyang to make things difficult for him, deliberately changing his batch of herb ingredients to a lower age count. His question was just a chance in disguise to Mo Jibai. Since this Mo Jibai chose to disregard his kindness. 1 month later, when he got his hands on the 9-petal spiritual lightning lotus and left the Golden Dragon Gate would be the day this Mo Jibai disappears from this world. Tang Hong, with your alchemy refining skills, I think it'd be better if you don't make a fool out of yourself here. Even if you take part, you might not manage to refine anything. The participating disciple called Li Zhan, who was standing next to Huang Xiaolong, mocked. If you leave now, it would help our sect save some precious herbs. The crowd broke out in a whoop of laughter. Huang Xiaolong said nothing, as calm as he could be. Mo Jibai's brows wrinkled slightly. He did not expect this Tang Hong would be able to keep his composure. But with his early 5th order Heavenly God Realm strength and a batch of lower age herb ingredients, there was a 9 out of 10 chance he won't be able to complete the concoction of the divine pill. Thus, Mo Jibai wasn't worried at all. A moment later, he announced the beginning of the competition. In an instant, pillars of flame soared to the sky as Tian Wanner and the rest started refining. The moment Tian Wanner moved, she attracted the crowd's attention and admiration. That's the 10,000 divine beasts pill refining diagram. As Tian Wanner's hands danced spiritedly in the air, her ingredients flew up, taking the shape of 10,000 divine beasts. It was a rare sight for a Heavenly God Realm cultivator to be so well versed in the 10,000 divine beast pill refining diagram. Most of the time, this level of skill was seen on ancient God Realm masters. It was no wonder the spectating crowd was exclaiming with envy and admiration. Huang Xiaolong was still unaffected watching this. When he was still in the lower realm, merely God realm cultivator, he was already skilled in the 10,000 divine beasts pill refining diagram. Right now, he could probably try the 100,000 divine beasts pill refining diagram. Huang Xiaolong didn't begin refining immediately like the rest, for the 100,000 divine beasts pill refining diagram required extremely fine control. Before starting, he needed to adjust his mind and mood to peak condition. His divine sense slowly expanded outward, the tiniest changes in the airflow and energy, down to the trajectory of floating dust particles, the faces of each disciple in the crowd and their movements. Everything was clearly displayed in his mind. As seconds went by, he gradually entered an ethereal state of mind. Half an hour passed yet Huang Xiaolong stood still. Why is that kid standing there like a fool? Could it be that he's scared silly after seeing Senior Sister Tian's 10,000 divine beast pill refining diagram? A disciple in the crowd couldn't resist the chance to throw insults at Huang Xiaolong. Maybe he's a real hidden expert in alchemy that's higher than Senior Sister Tian. Right now he's only adjusting his condition. He hasn't made any move. But when he does, he'll frighten the lot of you to death. Another disciple chimed in. The ridicule in his tone was obvious to everyone present. The crowd laughed as if in agreement. Mo Jibai sneered inwardly looking at the unmoving Huang Xiaolong. Right at this moment, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes and moved. Two groups of radiant flames burst out, blinding the crowd's sight for a moment. His hands began moving in the air, and every movement seemed to contain a trace of heaven and earth's force. The pile of ingredients in front of Huang Xiaolong rose into the air, each of them adhering to unknown rules. Some herbs flew faster than the other, some slow, while a few herbs' speed was intermittent. Even the heights of these ingredients varied. The same disciple in the crowd spoke again. Look! Look! See that? Didn't I say that once that kid makes a move, it'll frighten the lot of you to death? How is it? His performance isn't too bad, right? His words turned Huang Xiaolong into a monkey that was performing various tricks to entertain them. His performance is indeed not bad. The way those herbs flew up is quite pretty to look at. Another disciple agreed enthusiastically. Some disciples in the crowd were already laughing loudly, unrestrained. Mo Jibai shook his head after sparing a glance in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Nothing could be made out of Huang Xiaolong's calm expression, as he was fully focused on controlling the herb's movements. Due to the difference in speed with which he was managing the herb's ascension into the air, it took Huang Xiaolong a full hour before all of his ingredients were floating. With several hundred herbs floating in midair, Huang Xiaolong began compiling and segregating them. Some herbs were already emitting a soft glimmer as they came together, taking the form of different divine beasts. By now, those with keen eyesight noticed that Huang Xiaolong's alchemy refining skills were not subpar. Hence the insults and ridicule gradually weakened before stopping altogether. Even Mo Jibai's face stiffened watching him. Finally, Huang Xiaolong's herbs formed 1,000 divine beasts. This Tang Hong has actually grasped the 1,000 divine beasts pill refining diagram. A disciple in the crowd exclaimed. So what if it's the 1,000 divine beasts pill refining diagram? Even I can do it. A disciple snorted. Then again, this disciple wasn't exaggerating. Among the Golden Dragon Gate's core disciples, the majority of them were quite skilled in executing the 1,000 divine beasts pill refining diagram. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong showing such skill wasn't really that shocking. Look! Senior Sister Tian's 10,000 divine beasts pill refining diagram is starting to integrate. A sudden loud shout directed everyone's attention onto Tian Wanner, completely forgetting about Huang Xiaolong. From the time the competition started until now, it hasn't even been 2 hours. Yet Senior Sister Tian's 10,000 divine beasts pill refining diagram is already starting to integrate. Senior Sister Tian's alchemy refining skills are truly brilliant. Not only brilliant, I dare say that even Wei Chao's alchemy skills pale in comparison to our Senior Sister Tian. Wei Chao was one of the Berserk Lion Sect's 3 swords, accepted as the disciple with the best alchemy skills among the younger generation disciples. Wei Chao. Huang Xiaolong heard this name being mentioned, but continued to focus as he controlled each of his 1,000 divine beasts to divide. This also followed a certain rhythm. At different points of time, there might only be a single kind of herb dividing or a few different kinds, up to a dozen different herbs at once. This time, it didn't take long for the herbs to finish dividing, but soon after the first division was completed, the second one started. Again and again. Finally, a disciple in the crowd noticed the situation on Huang Xiaolong's side and was stupefied with his mouth agape. Soon, more and more disciples' attention fell on him. Watching Huang Xiaolong control his herbs to divide again and again gave these disciples an inconceivable feeling. They're dividing again. After numerous division processes, Huang Xiaolong's herb divine beasts actually began to divide again, causing a disciple to exclaim out loud in shock. His soul force is too strained to control so many herbs, so these herbs are getting out of control. That should be the reason why they are dividing so many times. One of the disciples who ridiculed Huang Xiaolong in the beginning suggested with contempt. Having divided until now, all those herbs' medicinal properties have been completely destroyed. Even if an ancient god realm master were to come to his aid right now, his herbs still wouldn't condense into a pill. But Mo Jibai's expression had grown increasingly solemn in the last hour. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that those herbs did not get out of control. Instead, Huang Xiaolong's control over the division process was praiseworthy. More importantly, Mo Jibai discovered that the surrounding area's energy flow changed according to the movements of Huang Xiaolong's hand, but he could not explain the mysteriousness of these changes. At this time, Tianwaner, who noticed the atmosphere's subtle changes, was looking at Huang Xiaolong, astonished. After going through over an hour of numerous division processes, those herbs had finally stopped dividing and started to gather, rearranging themselves into a diagram. Soon, a great diagram was formed right in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at the divine beast's diagram high in the air, the spectating disciples were stupefied. There's 100,000. The number of divine beasts forming the great diagram was exactly 100,000. The legendary 100,000 divine beasts diagram. In the whole Golden Dragon Gate, only their ancestor and gate chief were known to able to execute this technique. The crowd was dumbstruck. Tianwaner had turned away earlier, but after hearing undulating exclamations all around, she turned to look in Huang Xiaolong's direction again and was stunned silly. All of a sudden, without any indication, the whole 100,000 divine beasts diagram lit up in a blazing fire. The divine beasts made from herbs burned as they slowly began to integrate. Notably, the rate of integration was 10 times faster than Tianwaner's 10,000 divine beasts diagram. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong's herbs left behind glistening liquid essence before merging into one. A refreshing herbal scent permeated the air, one of the early signs of pill condensation. The waves of ridicule and mockery from the beginning disappeared like a receding tide. Especially the disciple who claimed that even an ancient god realm master wouldn't be able to save Huang Xiaolong's herbs. He was feeling a burning pain in his face at the moment, which became redder than a super-ripe pepper. As waves of humming rang clear in the square, round pellets of glimmering golden color formed right before the crowd's eyes, the 100 scales of the golden dragon divine pills. On the surface of the round golden pellets were minuscule patterns that looked like dragon scales, extremely lifelike. They numbered exactly 100. No one spoke. A long time later, Mo Jibai regained his senses, but he was glaring coldly at Huang Xiaolong with an ugly expression on his face, questioning sharply, "Speak. How did you achieve this level in alchemy? How could you possibly execute the 100,000 divine beasts pill refining diagram?" The number intense gazes focused on Huang Xiaolong increased. They too wanted to know how this Tang Hong knew the 100,000 divine beasts diagram. Huang Xiaolong looked at Mo Jibai, a harsh sneer laced with ridicule on his face. "How can I execute it? Practice. As for where I learned it from, I have no obligation to tell you." Mo Jibai turned green with anger. It never crossed his mind that Tang Hong would dare to contradict him in public. "You insolent!" Mo Jibai's furious roar shook the square. Stomping on order and law, showing contempt toward a superior. Get on your knees and admit your crime. A piercing gleam of light flickered in the depth of Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Before the situation deteriorated further, several figures whistled through the air, arriving at the square. When Mo Jibai and the present crowd of disciples saw this group of people, everyone was surprised but were quick to salute in greeting. This newly arrived group of people was comprised of the Golden Dragon Gate's Grand Elders. When Huang Xiaolong was using the 100,000 Divine Beasts diagram, dense pill chi soared skyward, alerting them. As they weren't far away from the sacred pill hall square, they wanted to know what was going on, hence heading over. When the group of Grand Elders arrived, they were just in time to witness the pill condensation of Huang Xiaolong's 100 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pill, causing their eyes to immediately light up in surprise. Each have reached out, taking one divine pellet in their palms, carefully observing it in great detail. This is a Grade 3 divine pill. One of the Grand Elders, a short and round man, exclaimed in amazement. In general, the 100 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pill lied between high and top Grade 2. If it was refined by an ancient God Realm Master, the pellet could reach top Grade 2. But now they were actually holding a Grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pill in their palm. Although Grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pill did exist, they were extremely rare. For instance, the Grade 3 Divine Pill in their palms, if taken out to auction, could fetch a high price of 100 million Shinbi for a single pill. Indeed, it is a Grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pill, another Grand Elder affirmed, exclaiming in delight. Mo Jibai and the crowd were shocked beyond words hearing the words of these Grand Elders. The pellets Huang Xiaolong successfully refined were determined to be Grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pills. Mo Jibai, who refined this Grade 3 Divine Pill? The short and round Grand Elder excitedly asked Mo Jibai. Mo Jibai was extremely unwilling, but his gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong. Xiao Fei and the other Grand Elders followed Mo Jibai's gaze and saw Huang Xiaolong and the core disciple robe he was wearing, giving them another unexpected surprise. These Grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pills were refined by a core disciple of their sect. Xiao Fei turned to Mo Jibai again to determine he was not mistaken. These pills were refined by that core disciple? Yes, they were. Mo Jibai truly wanted to say these Grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pills were refined by him. But in front of so many pairs of eyes, he was at no liberty to lie. After confirming with Mo Jibai, Xiao Fei's group looked at Huang Xiaolong again. What is your name? Xiao Fei's fleshy face revealed a jovial smile. Tang Hong. Huang Xiaolong answered. Tang Hong. Xiao Fei repeated the name. The smile on his face widened. This is my tally. In the future, if there's anything you need, come find me. He gave Huang Xiaolong a small tally as he spoke. The spectating disciples watched this scene with envy pouring out from their eyes. Xiao Fei was the Grand Elder in charge of the Golden Dragon Gate's penalty hall. Amongst the ranks of Grand Elders, whether it was strength or authority, Xiao Fei was definitely one of the top characters. Being able to gain his appreciation was something all the core disciples dreamed of in their sleep. A while later, Xiao Fei's group left the square, leaving behind an extremely sullen-looking Mo Jibai. Who would have thought this Tang Hong could actually refine Grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pills, gaining Grand Elder Xiao Fei's appreciation. The competition continued. An hour after Huang Xiaolong Tianwaner successfully completed her refinement, however, her result was high-rank Grade 2 Divine Pills, infinitely close to reaching top Grade 2. Soon, the rest of the participating disciples also completed their refinement, most of them achieving high Grade 2 as well. Mo Jibai announced the selected 6 core disciples for the task, with Huang Xiaolong among them. Xiao Fei and several other Grand Elders already knew that Huang Xiaolong had refined Grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pills, so despite being 100,000 times unwilling, Mo Jibai found no valid excuse to disqualify Huang Xiaolong. After the final result was announced, Tianwaner haughtily approached Huang Xiaolong, demanding rather than requesting, Tang Hong, I want all your Grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pills. Name your price. According to common competition rules, the divine pellets were individual property. In Tianwanner's eyes, Tang Hong was her fervent admirer. Now that she had spoken personally, he should be beyond ecstatic and proceed to give all his grade 3 divine pills to her in a heartbeat, free of charge. He should feel honored that she was even asking something from him. However, there was no feeling of ecstasy on Tang Hong's face as Tianwanner imagined, but an unfamiliar aloofness as he stated, 10 billion, 10 billion. The instant the figure came out of Huang Xiaolong's mouth, Tianwanner and the nearby disciples were stunned. Tianwanner's eyes widened in disbelief. Her voice turned shrill and sharp. What did you say? 10 billion? The batch of grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pills that Huang Xiaolong refined had a dozen or so pellets. Even if they were all taken to an auction house, it still wouldn't fetch anywhere close to 10 billion. Yet Huang Xiaolong actually wanted 10 billion from her. If you don't have money, don't block my path, Huang Xiaolong stated, not even giving Tianwanner another look as he turned and left. Tianwanner reacted a moment later, stomping her feet in anger. You, Tang Hong, just you wait. Her chest rose and fell, her entire body shaking with anger. When Huang Xiaolong returned to Tang Hong's cultivation dwelling, Lu Qingyang was sitting in the main hall of his mansion with a gloomy expression. That disciple named Tang Hong actually knew the 100,000 divine beasts pill refining diagram. On top of that, he could refine grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon divine pills. Grandfather, you must get someone to kill that kid. In the seat below, Sun Jinxiang insisted through gritted teeth. I want to cut off his lower part, turn it into mincemeat and feed it to the dogs. Although his arms had healed properly without any adverse effects, his lower part, he was unlikely to touch a woman again for the rest of his life. Every time he thought of this, fury and hatred ate at his heart. Lu Qingyang spoke solemnly. He's included in the quota of 6 disciples, not to mention the fact that he's versed in the 100,000 divine beasts pill refining diagram and is capable of refining grade 3 divine pills. More likely than not, this news has already reached the Gate Chief's ears. If we make a move now and somehow cause the Gate Chief's Lightning War Monarch pill refinement to fail due to one person missing, even I won't be able to escape heavy punishment. Therefore, we must wait until the Gate Chief finishes with the Lightning War Monarch pill before making our move. Sun Jinxiang was unwilling, but he understood the gravity of the matter, agreeing hatefully, Fine. Let that kid live for another month. Back in Tang Hong's cultivation dwelling, Huang Xiaolong closed off the hot discussions taking place outside. As usual, he took out the grade 4 spiritual vein and focused on his cultivation. Perhaps the Golden Dragon Gate Chief would send someone to investigate him when the news of him knowing the 100,000 divine beasts pill refining diagram reached his ears. But Huang Xiaolong was unconcerned. Regardless of how they investigated, they wouldn't be able to find anything. The next morning, Huang Xiaolong ended his cultivation. Just as he was about to head to the library again to read more divine battle arts and techniques, he received a message from the 3 evils and Wei Chao's communication talismans. They could confirm with 90% certainty that the ancestral dragon fruit was indeed in the depths of the Blood Phoenix forest. The problem was, they had yet to determine a specific location. Even so, the message put Huang Xiaolong in a good mood. This was great news. Since they were 90% certain the ancestral dragon fruit was within the Blood Phoenix forest, finding it was only a matter of time. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was currently at early 5th order heavenly god realm, close to reaching peak early 5th order. If there was a chance of consuming the ancestral dragon fruit, he would be able to advance several times, reaching peak late 5th order, maybe even 6th order heavenly god realm. He immediately replied to the 3 evils and Wei Chao, urging them to locate the ancestral dragon fruit as soon as possible and report to him as soon as they narrowed their search down a certain area. After replying to their message, Huang Xiaolong breathed out loudly, as if that could calm his heart. According to his estimation, they would be able to locate the ancestral dragon fruit within 2 months. 1 month later, after he took the chance to snatch away the 9-petal spiritual lightning lotus from the Golden Dragon Gate Chief while he was refining the Lightning War Monarch pill, it would be time for him to leave the Golden Dragon Gate and rush back to Green Cloud Island. With a direction in mind, Huang Xiaolong stepped out from Tang Hong's dwelling and headed to the library. He came across others on the way, but these disciples would look at him in an inconceivable manner. Once he was far away from them, they would whisper secretly behind his back. Without exception, these disciples' topic of discussion centered around the alchemy refining competition that took place yesterday, where he executed the 100,000 divine beasts technique, producing grade 300 scales of the golden dragon divine pills. As usual, Huang Xiaolong went straight up to the 5th floor of the library, picking up the next divine battle arts manual where he previously left off. Regardless of what type of divine battle art or technique it was, Huang Xiaolong would go through it once, then organize the information in his mind according to his own comprehension before moving on to the next manual. Soon the morning was gone. I heard Senior Sister Hu Dan went to the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple yesterday. A core disciple's low whisper fell into Huang Xiaolong's ears at this time. How was it? Did Senior Sister Hu Dan awaken all 9 dragon souls inside the Golden Dragon's Pearl? The core disciple's companion urgently asked. No, they said she only awakened 6 dragon souls. Another core disciple lamented, shaking his head in pity. 6 dragon souls. 6 is already considered a good result. Most of us core disciples barely average at 3 dragon souls. It is said that if one can awaken all 9 dragon souls, they would be able to obtain the Golden Dragon divine art left behind by our Golden Dragon Gate's first ancestor, as well as the 9 dragon soul force that is sealed inside the Dragon Pearl. The lucky person's strength is sure to rise by leaps and bounds. If one can awaken all 9 dragon souls inside the Pearl, not to mention the Golden Dragon martial ancestor's successor, even our current ancestor and gate chief would need to salute to that person, but it is easier said than done. How could awakening all 9 dragon souls be so easy? The Dragon Pearl was left behind by our Golden Dragon martial ancestor more than 20 million years ago. Until now, how many generations of Golden Dragon Gate disciples had tried without success? Listening to the several disciples' conversation, Huang Xiaolong's interest was stoked. The Golden Dragon's Pearl. There was some information in Tang Hong's memories related to this Dragon Pearl, but not much. Tang Hong only knew that this Golden Dragon Pearl was inside the Golden Dragon's sacred temple, and supposedly there were 9 dragon souls sealed within. Now, listening to these disciples' conversation, it seemed like, as long as he could make the sealed 9 dragon souls light up, he'd be able to obtain their soul force? Huang Xiaolong wasn't very concerned about the Golden Dragon divine art. In his eyes, the 9 dragons' soul force was more attractive. Huang Xiaolong felt that his current strength was still too weak. He would not let go of any chance that could help him improve. His own unique physique was the true divine dragon physique, after all. Moreover, he was born with the black and blue twin dragons' martial spirit and had integrated with a dragon pearl while he was still in the lower realm. Huang Xiaolong believed he had at least 90% chance of awakening the 9 dragon souls. Following the Golden Dragon Gate rules, any core disciple was qualified to enter the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple to study the Golden Dragon's Pearl, provided they could afford the required price of 100,000 points. 100,000 points. Huang Xiaolong subconsciously frowned thinking of this. Tang Hong only had a little over 40,000 merit points. It looked like he needed to find a way to top up those 60,000 merit points. In the Golden Dragon Gate, there were a number of ways to earn points. One of the quickest methods was to accept high difficulty level tasks. As long as the task was completed, the disciples could earn several thousand points from a single task. Dusk fell as another day came to an end. Back in Tang Hong's cultivation dwelling, Huang Xiaolong decided to make a trip to the Grand Dragon Hall to see what kind of tasks he could accept to earn points. He then went through the different divine battle arts and techniques he perused during the day in the library and disappeared into the Shumi Temple in a flicker. Sitting cross-legged in the air above a grade 4 spiritual vein, Huang Xiaolong began to absorb its spiritual energy. Early next morning, just as the sun was peeking over the horizon, Huang Xiaolong ended his cultivation for the night, heading straight to the Grand Dragon Hall directly from Tang Hong's dwelling. When he arrived at the Grand Dragon Hall's side hall, he unexpectedly ran into Tianwaner. Obviously, she too was here to choose a task. When Tianwaner saw Huang Xiaolong, her body visibly stiffened for a second, but she recovered quickly and glared daggers at Huang Xiaolong, followed by a cold harumph before she turned her face to the side, leaving Huang Xiaolong with a view of her back. Admittedly, looking from the back, this Tianwanner's bottom was quite plump and round. Huang Xiaolong approached the counter and requested the core disciple handling that counter, Li Yaong, to give him the task ledger. After receiving the book, Huang Xiaolong flipped through the pages. Starting from the first page, the difficulty of the tasks increased when one reached the latter pages. Correspondingly, the higher the number of points allocated to those missions became. Hence, Huang Xiaolong went straight to the last 2 pages. Huang Xiaolong finished checking the available tasks, but there was a frown between his brows. There were only 8 tasks on the last 2 pages. Although each task gave 10,000 points, wanting to complete these tasks within 1 month was not possible. For example, one of the tasks he was interested in was harvesting nefarious devil gold cores from the nefarious devil tribe. Every gold core was worth 30,000 points, but more importantly, there was no accumulation limit. If Huang Xiaolong managed to acquire 10 nefarious devil gold cores and hand them to the Golden Dragon Gate, he would be able to turn them into 300,000 points. The problem was, the trip from Dralian Island to where the nefarious devil tribe lived, even with the green ice hail devil Bingjui's speed, would take more than a month. Then I can only wait until after the Golden Dragon Gate chief finishes refining the Lightning War Monarch pill before departing to the nefarious devil tribe. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself, but I can accept the task now. Huang Xiaolong looked up and said to core disciple Li Yaong, I want to take the nefarious devil gold core task. Li Yaong froze due to shock, then looked at Huang Xiaolong with a strange expression. You really want this task? The nefarious devil tribe looks heavily on their gold cores, keeping them within the tribe's ancestral burial ground. That ancestral burial ground is a place even high-level heavenly god realm masters would think twice before venturing in. Ever since this task was put up, only one person ever completed it successfully, and that person was Hudan. Some core disciples, and even a few elders who picked up the task, either died within the grounds of the nefarious devil tribe or returned to the Golden Dragon Gate gravely injured. Watching Huang Xiaolong insist on taking the nefarious devil gold core task, Tianwanner scoffed loudly in disdain. Seeking death. Huang Xiaolong confirmed with Li Yaong as if he did not hear a word Tianwanner had said. I'm sure. I'm taking this task. Seeing Huang Xiaolong insist, Li Yaong did not persuade him anymore and proceeded to record Tang Hong's name in the ledger, briefly explaining the requirements of the task, such as the fact that task had to be completed within a year's time. If Huang Xiaolong failed to do so within the stipulated time, 10,000 points would be deducted. On top of that, he would be prohibited from taking any other task for 10 years. Despite hearing that 10,000 points would be deducted if he failed to complete the task within the stipulated time, there were no changes to Huang Xiaolong's expression. Tang Hong actually chose the nefarious devil gold core task. He's really overestimating himself. Who does he think he is? Senior sister Hudan. A core disciple who was there to pick a task stared at Huang Xiaolong's back, mocking him. Who can say for certain? Didn't that kid refine some grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine pills a few days ago? Maybe he will give everyone another great shock, running into some super dog shit luck and find a nefarious devil gold core. I think he's trying to attract senior sister Tianwanner's attention. Otherwise, why would he accept this task that cannot be completed in front of her? The several disciples laughed and snickered as they gossiped. Some wanted to get into Tianwanner's favor while others were jealous because Huang Xiaolong refined grade 3 divine pills. In short, no one believed that Huang Xiaolong was capable of completing the task. I want the Linglong Hallow Jade task. Tianwanner turned back to Li Yaong and instructed. The Linglong Hallow Jade task also required the disciple to head to the sea region close to the nefarious devil tribe, but the level of difficulty and risks was much lower compared to Huang Xiaolong's task, something with only 8,000 points as reward. It's done, senior sister Tian. Li Yaong said with a courteous smile and proceeded to explain the requirements of the task in a subtle yet flattering manner. Following this, Tianwanner left the Grand Dragon Hall. Although she chose to take the Linglong Hallow Jade task, due to the impending pill refining, she also pushed back her departure to 1 month later. Not long after Huang Xiaolong left the Grand Dragon Hall, Lu Qingyang received news that he took the nefarious Devil Gold Core task. Inside Lu Qingyang's cultivation dwelling, Sun Jinxiang snickered maliciously. That kid was struck silly in the head by an earthworm beast. He actually dared to take the nefarious Devil Gold Core task. Contrary to Sun Jinxiang's thoughts, Lu Qingyang contemplated the matter. By taking that task, he'll most likely set off after the Gate Chief finishes refining the Lightning War Monarch pill. These past couple of days I've been thinking how to lure that kid out from the Golden Dragon Gate, but it seems like I don't have to waste time thinking about that now. As Lu Qingyang said this, a sharp light flashed in his eyes as his killing intent leaked out for a moment. Sun Jinxiang laughed happily. Grandfather, when we capture that Tang Hong, I want to finish him off personally. Lu Qingyang dotingly consented. Naturally. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye over 20 days had passed. During this time, Huang Xiaolong would routinely head to the library in the morning, while at night he would enter the Shumi Temple to refine the Grade 4 spiritual vein after reinforcing what he comprehended during the day. Silvery moonlight danced in the cold night air. Huang Xiaolong was completely enshrouded in a bright light while sitting cross-legged above the spiritual vein. His persistent effort in recent days had pushed his cultivation to peak early fifth-order heavenly god realm. Still, there were a few days to go until he could truly step into mid-fifth-order heavenly god realm. Having awakened from a night of cultivation, Huang Xiaolong exited the Shumi Temple. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. Standing in his yard, Huang Xiaolong deeply breathed in the Golden Dragon Mountain's rich spiritual energy, which contained a weak dragon qi within. He could feel this dragon qi flow out from the Golden Dragon's sacred temple. From this, he concluded that the weak dragon qi originated Dom the Dragon Pearl itself. This finding increased Huang Xiaolong's anticipation toward studying that Golden Dragon Pearl. Tomorrow was the day when the Golden Dragon Gate Chief wanted to refine the Lightning War Monarch pill. 9 petals spiritual lightning lotus. Huang Xiaolong whispered. Tomorrow, in order to snatch away the 9 petals spiritual lightning lotus, having the green ice hail devil Bing Jui act alone would be enough. The plan was for Bing Jui to instantly teleport away after snatching the lotus. This way, whatever suspicions may arise wouldn't fall upon his head. Thus Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried that his identity would be exposed. When the matter of the 9 petals spiritual lightning lotus was settled, it was time to set off to the nefarious devil tribe territory. After completing the task, he'd be able to enter the Golden Dragon's sacred temple and study the Dragon Pearl. The truth was, Huang Xiaolong had another motive in selecting the nefarious devil tribe task. The primordial divine dragon clan's divine dragons had a dragon pearl inside their bodies, and the nefarious devil tribe members, as one of the primordial races, would also condense a small bead referred to as a gold core inside their bodies when they broke through to the ancient god realm. This nefarious devil gold core slightly resembled a beast core, but within a gold core was the true essence of a nefarious devil ancient god realm master. Although it wasn't as precious as a godhead, if a cultivator could get their hands on a gold core and refine the origin essence within, not only would it improve their cultivation, it could also strengthen the physical body and godhead at the same time. Since tomorrow was the day of the pill refinement, Huang Xiaolong did not go to the library. Instead, he went down to the Golden Dragon City, casually walking around. Taking the name of the sect, the Golden Dragon City was the most important city under the sect's governance, slightly bigger than the Barbarian God sect's Barbarian God City. Huang Xiaolong noticed that the spiritual veins sealed under the Golden Dragon City were of higher quality compared to the ones under Barbarian God City. As one of the 2 hegemons of the Dralian Island, in terms of power and heritage, the Golden Dragon Gate left the Barbarian God sect in the dust. While Huang Xiaolong was strolling around the city, he passed by a restaurant that seemed to be a crowd favorite. Following his heart, Huang Xiaolong walked in and ordered some dishes and a flagon of their best wine. However, when he was leaving the restaurant, he ran into Sun Jinxiang, who was walking in with several core disciples. The instant Sun Jinxiang saw Huang Xiaolong, fury, hatred, and killing intent erupted in his heart. Tang Hong. Sun Jinxiang spat the name through gritted teeth. Huang Xiaolong coldly glanced at Sun Jinxiang and walked past him without a word. Watching Huang Xiaolong's attitude, The killing intent and hatred in Sun Jinxiang expanded several times. His gloomy, icy voice sounded behind Huang Xiaolong. "Punk, just you wait. I'll pulverize your dick into dust." Sun Jinxiang did not bother to control the volume of his voice. In fact, he said it for Huang Xiaolong to hear. Huang Xiaolong snorted in response and left. "Jinxiang, do you want me to help you cripple that punk?" One of the core disciples with Sun Jinxiang offered. This core disciple was a mid-sixth order heavenly god realm cultivator. "No need," Sun Jinxiang added. "Let him jump around for a few more days." Early morning the next day, the sky was clear, cloudless for 1,000 li. Huang Xiaolong stepped out from Tang Hong's place and headed toward the Golden Dragon Gate Chief's cultivation dwelling. This time, the pill refinement would be done inside the Gate Chief's personal chamber. Roughly 2 hours later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Gate Chief's cultivation dwelling. After showing his identity token to the guarding attendants, he was led inside. Walking into the front hall, Huang Xiaolong saw Tianwaner and the other 4 already waiting. Other than them, more than a dozen elders and grand elders with dual-element godheads containing lightning and fire were present as well. Clearly, they were here to assist the Gate Chief in refining the pill. Counting Huang Xiaolong and the Golden Dragon Gate Chief, a total of 18 people were involved. The Golden Dragon Gate Chief Luzhua was sitting on the main seat. When Huang Xiaolong walked in, a golden light flashed in Luzhua's eyes as his gaze fell on him. It was as if all of Huang Xiaolong's secrets were laid bare before him. Knowing this was the Golden Dragon Gate Chief probing him, Huang Xiaolong acted normal, as if he didn't notice the Gate Chief's action. At the end of the day, this Gate Chief Luzhua was just a peak late First Order ancient god realm, whereas Huang Xiaolong's green ice hail devil Bing Jui was a mid-second order ancient god realm. Since he was concealed within space, there was no danger in letting the Gate Chief probe as much as he liked. Huang Xiaolong stepped forward, saluting in greeting. The obscure golden light in Luzhua's eyes subsided before he lightly nodded with an amiable smile, as he said, "You're the disciple who refined grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pills, Tang Hong?" "Yes, Gate Chief." Huang Xiaolong looked greatly respectful and cautious when replying. "Rise." Luzhua's smile widened. "Looks like you have a good talent for alchemy. You must continue to work hard." These were considered words of encouragement. This caused the other 5 disciples to look at Huang Xiaolong with envy. Receiving a word of encouragement from their Gate Chief was something they could only dream of. Huang Xiaolong nodded and complied. "All right, since everyone is here, let's head to the pill refining chamber and prepare." Luzhua shifted his gaze to the group of grand elders. Led by the Golden Dragon Gate Chief at the front of the group, Huang Xiaolong, Tianwaner, and the rest made their way to the pill refining chamber. As expected, Luzhua's personal pill refining chamber was large and spacious, taking up several thousand square meters, resembling a large square. Placed right at the center of the chamber was a pill furnace supported by 5 feet. Lifelike carvings of god-fiends filled the surface of furnace, exuding a faint but ancient god-fiend aura. Just a glance and anyone could see that this pill furnace was extraordinary, most likely some high-grade ancient treasure. Other than this pill furnace, nothing else could be seen inside the large room. The furnace was over 10 meters tall. When Huang Xiaolong stood in front of it, he couldn't help feeling slightly dwarfed, while the others also had the same feeling. The Golden Dragon Gate Chief then explained the things they needed to pay attention to during the pill concoction and reiterated several times the important stages. Having made sure everyone fully understood what was required of them, the Gate Chief had Huang Xiaolong and the rest move into position around the 5-legged pill furnace, forming a small-scale ancient divine formation. When Huang Xiaolong and others sent their lightning and fire element god force into the pill furnace during the refining process, the small-scale divine formation would act as a moderator, balancing and circulating their god force. Not only would it reduce the depletion of their god force, it also increased the medicinal efficiency of the herbs inside the pill furnace. While the divine formation circulated their lightning and fire element god force, it would also temper their bodies. This indirectly benefited everyone involved, especially Huang Xiaolong, Tianwaner, and the other 4 core disciples. After the small-scale ancient divine formation was arranged, Gate Chief Wuxia gathered his ancient god realm god force and struck his palm onto the surface of the pill furnace. Dazzling rays of light broke out from the pill furnace, causing its cover to quiver and slowly rise into the air. Herbs in! The Golden Dragon Gate Chief's sonorous voice rang. A Grand Elder briskly stepped forward, waving his hands and sending more than a dozen kinds of medicinal herbs into the pill furnace. While refining an ancient divine pellet such as the Lighting War Monarch pill, the order of the herbs was extremely strict, as was the timing of adding them. The slightest error could cause any one of the herbs to explode. The moment the dozen herbs fell into the furnace, a different Grand Elder used his god force to activate the formation inscribed inside the pill furnace. His lightning fire element god force activated the flames, causing them to burn brighter, refining away the herbs' impurities. Following this, Huang Xiaolong and the others sent their god force into the pill furnace according to a predetermined order. 18 people's lightning and fire element god force merged into one, entering Huang Xiaolong and the others' bodies as it circulated through the divine formation. Tempered by this combined lightning and fire element god force, Huang Xiaolong felt his true divine dragon physique growing stronger still. This finding delighted Huang Xiaolong. Having his body tempered by the combination of 18 people's lightning and fire god force was slightly more effective than absorbing a grade 4 spiritual vein. Some time later, a few breaths before the first batch of herbs completely merged, Wuxia barked another order. Herbs in! A second Grand Elder waved his hands, sending out 8 kinds of herbs into the pill furnace. The moment these 8 herbs entered the furnace, they reacted with the first batch of herbs, causing the pill furnace to emit an even brighter light. Seeing this change, Huang Xiaolong and the others swiftly retracted a portion of their god force as instructed earlier. The muffled explosions and sparks inside the furnace gradually subsided. An hour into the refining, more than 400 kinds of herbs had been added. These herbs were placed into the pill furnace in varied batches. Sometimes there were as many as a dozen or more herbs in a batch, or even as little as 1 or 2 kinds. However, refining the Lightning War Monarch pill required over 1,200 kinds of herbs. Therefore, they had only gone through 1/3 of the herbs. At this point, Huang Xiaolong was beginning to see why the Golden Dragon Gate Chief gathered 18 people who possessed dual lightning and fire element god force to assist him. Having 18 people help would enhance the quality of the pill, but more importantly, the Gate Chief was incapable of refining this Lightning War Monarch pill alone. Soon, 10 hours had passed since the 18 of them entered the pill refining chamber. At this point, all the required 1,200+ medicinal herbs had already been added into the furnace, except for the more precious ones as well as the Chaos Spiritual Herb. This was the crucial moment. Most of everyone's god force had been exhausted. The Golden Dragon Gate Chief's hand movements increased in speed as he formed a series of seals. An extremely pure spiritual energy filled the chamber, coursing through all 18 people's bodies, replenishing their depleted god force. Huang Xiaolong's heart raced. This is a grade 5 spiritual vein. It's absolutely a grade 5 spiritual vein's energy. Only a grade 5 spiritual vein could have such an effect. Saying that the Golden Dragon Gate Chief owning a grade 5 spiritual vein surprised Huang Xiaolong was an understatement. When he and the others had their god force replenished by the influx of spiritual energy, the flames made by lightning and fire inside the pill furnace seemed to receive a second life. At this time, Gate Chief Wuxia once again reminded a Grand Elder to add the next herb. The remaining ingredients were the most important and precious ones, followed by the Chaos Spiritual Herb. Hence, these were added into the pill furnace one by one. Every time a new herb was added in, the dazzling light around the pill furnace became stronger, and so did the refreshing pill aroma, indicating they were close to condensing into pellets. Everyone grew more nervous. When only 3 Chaos Spiritual Herbs remained, the Golden Dragon Gate Chief ordered 9 petals Spiritual Lightning Lotus. One of the Grand Elders responded, taking out the 9 petals Spiritual Lightning Lotus. Almost exactly at the same time it appeared, flashes of lightning lit up the room, forming rays of crepuscular white light that spread out. However, just as the Grand Elder was about to throw the 9 petals Spiritual Lightning Lotus into the pill furnace, a giant ice hand appeared out of nowhere, slapping down on the Grand Elder. That Grand Elder turned into an ice statue in a split second before the giant ice hand scooped up the 9-petal spiritual lightning lotus into its palm. In the blink of an eye, the giant ice hand vanished from sight. The sequence of events happened so fast that everyone was still dazed where they stood. "Chase!" The Golden Dragon Gate Chief reacted, bellowing in rage. His voice thundered, resembling an enraged primordial fierce beast. In order to concoct the Lightning War Monarch pill, over 1,200 medicinal herbs and chaos spiritual herbs were required. Not a single one could be substituted or missing. Now that the 9-petal spiritual lightning lotus was stolen, the refinement was doomed to fail. His painstaking effort and all the precious herbs inside the pill furnace were wasted. Thinking of his years of painstaking effort in order to collect over 1,200 herbs only for someone to appear and take his 9-petal spiritual lightning lotus at the final stage made Luju's wrath and fury swirl like a catastrophic hurricane. Before his voice fell, his figure had already disappeared from view. He had obviously gone after the thief using teleportation. The Grand Elders on the scene, Tianwaner, and the other disciples were still in a daze, each secretly exchanging a glance. Lastly, their gazes fell on the Grand Elder that was turned into a green ice statue, afraid and angered at the same time. A peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm Grand Elder suddenly rose into the air, thundering in great anger, "Follow me and chase!" He was the first one to rush out from the pill refining chamber before flying up into the sky. Seeing this, everyone quickly followed suit, leaving the chamber. Huang Xiaolong rushed out with a grim expression as well. The group barely left the pill refining chamber when a booming explosion sounded high in the air above the Golden Dragon Mountain, akin to a lightning bolt of divine punishment. This booming explosion nearly ruptured the eardrums of the weaker disciples below, causing their minds to go blank. Some of the inner disciples were knocked to the ground and spat blood due to internal injuries. This was the terrifyingly destructive power of ancient God Realm Masters. Activate the Grand Formation. Lock down the entire mountain. The Golden Dragon Gate Chief roared from high above. In that split second, the green ice hail Devil Bingjui's palm had arrived in front of Lujua, who panicked for a moment. He raised his arms to protect himself but was knocked backward several hundred li. Below, lights rippled across the air and rushed skyward, covering the entire Golden Dragon Mountain. The Grand Elders had activated the Grand Formation. The Golden Dragon Mountain Grand Formation had been continuously reinforced by generations of ancient God Realm Masters, reaching a very high level of power. Waves of energy that made one apprehensive started breaking out from underground. "Haha, Lujua, the 9-petal spiritual lightning lotus is mine now. I don't have the time to play with you. I'll make sure to accompany you next time." Bingjui laughed loudly. With one turn, he teleported away in an instant, out of the range of the Grand Formation, vanishing into thin air faster than one could blink. Had the Golden Dragon Mountain Grand Formation completely activated, there might have been a chance of keeping Bingjui there, but the Golden Dragon Gate Grand Elders needed at least a few minutes to completely activate the entire Grand Formation. Watching the green ice hail devil run away with his 9-petal spiritual lightning lotus, Lujua was even more furious. A sharp pain came from his chest and while he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sound of thunder rumbled and a figure appeared next to Lujua. The new arrival was Song Qingli, the Golden Dragon Gate's ancestor. "What happened?" Song Qingli questioned in confusion, looking at the Lujua's blood-stained robe. Lujua briefly recounted what happened in his pill refining chamber to Song Qingli. Green ice hail devil. The Golden Dragon Gate ancestor's face tightened. Could it be? This reminded Lujua of one matter. That person could indeed be the same one who killed our Golden Dragon Gate elders and core disciples before snatching the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast. The same ancient God Realm Green Ice Hail Devil. Song Qingli's brows were scrunched up. "Based in your exchange just now, what is the other side's strength?" Lujua's voice sank. "Should be at peak early 2nd Order." In truth, the Green Ice Hail Devil Bingjui was a mid-2nd Order ancient God Realm Master. However, in his current condition, he was only able to display about 2/3 of his strength, which was why Lujua's estimation strayed slightly. Song Chungli's frown deepened. If it really was as Luge was said, then the green ice hail devil's strength was higher than he expected. He, Song Chengli, had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years, yet his cultivation was only at mid-second order ancient god realm. Ancestor, what should we do next? Lujua inquired. Have the Golden Dragon Mountain Grand Formation be active at all times. Also, lock down the entire Golden Dragon Gate. Investigate this matter carefully. A light glimmered in Song Qingli's eyes as he gave out several instructions in one breath. He had the feeling there was something strange about this incident, but couldn't put his finger on it. Yes, Lujua complied. However, even after a whole month of investigation, the Golden Dragon Gate failed to find anything out of the ordinary. In the end, they could only withdraw the lockdown. Their sect couldn't be cut off from the outside world for an indefinite period. The Golden Dragon Gate being on lockdown was a variable Huang Xiaolong missed in his calculation. But he could only wait, continuing with his previous routine of going to the library during the day and cultivating at night. During this month, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation improved further, bringing him a step closer to mid-fifth order heavenly god realm. The vexing matter was that no matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed from grade 4 spiritual vein for his heaven-splitting tenet, he was unable to break through to the third stage. It's time to set off to the nefarious devil tribe territory. I'll leave tomorrow, Huang Xiaolong planned in his head. Since the Golden Dragon Gate had withdrawn the lockdown, he decided to depart to the nefarious devil tribe territory tomorrow to look for the gold cores as soon as possible. He wanted to complete the task and get the points to enter the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple, so he could take a look at the Golden Dragon Pearl. Huang Xiaolong left the Golden Dragon Mountain early next morning as decided. Grandfather, that kid has left the Golden Dragon Mountain. Sun Jinxiang received report of Huang Xiaolong's departure in the shortest time. He quickly ran to see Lu Qingyang with a smile on his face, asking, "When are we making a move?" Lu Qingyang smiled faintly. "There's no hurry. Wait until he's off the Dralian Island shores. He's going to the nefarious devil tribe territory. After all, we'll have plenty of chances to deal with him." Yes, grandfather is right. Sun Jinxiang nodded his head in agreement. Huang Xiaolong boarded a flying ship from the Golden Dragon City, taking a little over 10 days to reach the Joyous Sea City. There was no flying ship that went straight to the Nefarious Devil Island where the Nefarious Devil tribe lived. Huang Xiaolong's best option was to take a flying ship to the nearest island, the Big Cloudy Island. The Big Cloudy Island was a small man-made island built by the Berserk Lion Sect and Golden Dragon Gate, where demonic beasts were allowed to roam free, the ideal training ground for both forces' disciples. Based on Huang Xiaolong's speed, he needed 10 more days of flying to reach the Nefarious Devil Island from Big Cloudy Island. Counting from the day he boarded 2-3 flying ship, 2 weeks had passed. Huang Xiaolong chose to fly straight to the Nefarious Devil Island instead of resting of the cities built by the two forces on the Big Cloudy Island. Once he was away from the island, Huang Xiaolong stopped worrying about exposing his identity, hence letting the little cow out from the godly empty shumi space. "Oh mama, I nearly died from suffocation." The moment the little cow was released from the godly empty shumi space, it dramatically sucked in the sea air, clamoring loudly. Huang Xiaolong slapped its cow head. "How can that suffocate you to death?" Then he grinned mischievously. "Your muscles must be stiff. I'll give you a chance to loosen them a bit." Since leaving the Dralian Island, Huang Xiaolong already discovered that Sun Jinxiang's group had been tailing him until now. The little cow scoffed. "Just that few flies? Does it need me and my mighty cow legs? It's considered good if you can kick something. Don't be so picky." Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Huang Xiaolong just finished persuading the little cow when a complacent sneer sounded. In the next second, several figures appeared in midair. Sun Jinxiang and his group of core disciples were flying straight at Huang Xiaolong. Although Sun Jinxiang was wondering when this Tang Hong took in a cow mount, he did not linger on the question. He looked at Huang Xiaolong and laughed sinisterly. "Tang Hong, are you surprised to see me?" The corner of Sun Jinxiang's lips rose in a condescending, spiteful sneer. "Well, do you have anything to say? I'll give you enough time. How about getting on your knees and beg? Or call me Granddaddy?" Sun Jinxiang's companions snickered, looking at Huang Xiaolong akin to hunters looking at prey. Punk, you might still have a chance if you kneel down now. Otherwise it'll be too late even if you want to kneel and beg later. One of them advised. Huang Xiaolong was unperturbed looking at Sun Jinxiang's group. If he was honest, he was a bit disappointed that Lu Qingyang didn't come. In front of him were just a few small early and mid-7th order heavenly god realm shrimps. Lu Qingyang didn't come? Huang Xiaolong asked, a little hopeful. Sun Jinxiang was taken aback. You bastard! Do you want to die that badly? How dare you call Grand Elder Lu by his full name? A core disciple bellowed. These core disciples accompanying Sun Jinxiang were part of a group that allied themselves to Lu Qingyang. As one of the more prestigious Grand Elder of the Golden Dragon Gate, his forces were quite expansive. Due to recent events, it was inconvenient for Lu Qingyang to leave the Golden Dragon Gate, so he sent several 7th Order Heavenly God Realm subordinate disciples to accompany Sun Jinxiang and deal with Tang Hong. In Lu Qingyang's opinion, a few 7th Order Heavenly God Realm disciples were more than sufficient to deal a mere 5th Order Tang Hong. Those subordinate disciples were about to make quick work of Tang Hong, but were stopped by Sun Jinxiang. Killing you doesn't require my grandfather to move even a finger. Sun Jinxiang clasped his hands behind his back with contempt in his eyes. Tang Hong, you're overestimating yourself too much. At the Golden Dragon City's restaurant, I've stated that I'm going to chop your dick into dust. Are you ready? Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned frosty. A palm lightly tapped the little cow's head. Xianxia responded by approaching Sun Jinxiang in a lazy trot. Watching Huang Xiaolong coming toward him on the little cow, Sun Jinxiang was inwardly confused. His brows subconsciously wrinkled. An inexplicable feeling of unease suddenly rose in his heart, rapidly growing stronger. All of you, quickly kill that kid, Sun Jinxiang shouted in panic to the disciples behind him. The group of disciples was dumbfounded. Kill? Earlier, on the way here, Sun Jinxiang had repeatedly told them to first capture this Tang Hong. Even though they were doubtful, they didn't think too much about it and lunged forward. Facing the group of disciples lunging at them, the little cow didn't even raise an eyelid. It directly lifted a front hoof and stretched a few times. Every time its front hoof extended, a figure would be sent flying. In the blink of an eye, other than Sun Jinxiang, the rest plummeted into the sea below. Sun Jinxiang's face lost all color watching the disciples his grandfather sent to him fall into the sea, filled with disbelief. In this brief moment, Huang Xiaolong, riding on the little cow, was already standing in front of Sun Jinxiang. Tang Hong. Sun Jinxiang spoke with much difficulty. This Tang Hong actually obtained such a powerful mount? No wonder he was fearless even after seeing them. At this moment, Sun Jinxiang regretted. He regretted his grandfather's absence. Otherwise, with his grandfather's 10th Order Heavenly God Realm strength, as powerful as Tang Hong's mount was, he would have nothing to fear. No, don't kill me, Sun Jinxiang blurted out, his eyes dilated in fear. Sun Jinxiang wanted to say more, but the little cow's front hoof kicked him without mercy, sending him into the sea below like the others. Sun Jinxiang felt great pain in his chest that gradually turned into numbness where the little cow's hoof landed. He could hear the sound of his ribs breaking reverberating in his ears. However, this was only the beginning. Sun Jinxiang got the air knocked out of him as his back struck the water. Due to his position, he saw the little cow descending toward him, with a sturdy cow leg stomping on his chest. Sun Jinxiang screamed in agonizing pain. The little cow's second kick pierced a hole through his chest, shattering his internal organs. Sun Jinxiang felt as if his eyeballs were going to burst from the intense pain. Tang Hong, don't dream of returning to the Golden Dragon Gate if you kill me. My grandfather will torture you to vent his wrath if I die. Sun Jinxiang tried his best to deter Huang Xiaolong. You should be glad your grandfather isn't here today. Huang Xiaolong finally spoke. Glad? Sun Jinxiang was confused. Before he understood what Huang Xiaolong meant, the little cows lifted its front hoof and stomped down hard on his lower body. This time, Sun Jinxiang's whole body screamed in silence. His complexion turned purple and his mouth wide open. "We should end this already," Huang Xiaolong said to the little cow. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, the little cow moved its raised hoof several centimeters up and stomped down Sun Jinxiang's head instead, instantly killing him. The little cow subsequently went to kill the rest of the group. Huang Xiaolong collected all the spatial rings and sped away with the little cow. Roughly an hour later, Golden Dragon Gate disciples from Big Cloudy Island found Sun Jinxiang's half-mutilated corpse. "You're so ruthless. Be careful or no one will want to marry you in the future." Above the endless sea, Huang Xiaolong suddenly uttered such a sentence to the little cow. "You're the one who told me to loosen my muscles," the little cow retorted, rolling its cow eyes. Huang Xiaolong was speechless, inwardly thinking, "I told you to loosen your muscles, but I did not say you should be so savage." Time flowed as the two traveled onward. 9 days came and went. The nefarious Devil Island is up ahead. Huang Xiaolong shifted his gaze from the map in his hands to the large island floating above the sea in the distance. In fact, there were several big and small mountains hovering around the nefarious Devil Island. These odd, almost grotesque-looking mountains, and the large cloud of black yin qi gathered above it gave the nefarious Devil Island a daunting image. Huang Xiaolong reminded the little cow to hide its aura as the two of them cautiously ventured close. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong opened his eye of hell and spread out his divine sense, always checking his surroundings. Though he had the protection of Bing Jui, according to the information he had gathered previously, the nefarious devil tribe was far stronger than the Golden Dragon Gate. Disregarding everything else, just the nefarious devil tribe having 4 ancient god realm masters was more than enough to keep Huang Xiaolong on his toes as he approached the island. It was a great relief to him when he passed through the several mountain peaks and safely stepped onto the island without suffering an attack from the locals. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow further converged their presence, venturing deeper while Huang Xiaolong maintained a vigil watch of his surroundings. They were most likely at the edge of the northern side, which was a wilderness. Most of the nefarious devil tribe population gathered at the center and the south side of the island. This nefarious devil island was much larger than Dralian Island. After contemplating his plans from here on, Huang Xiaolong decided to have Bing Jui take care of the flying. Else, with his and the little cow's speed, it would take them 2 to 3 months to even see a nefarious devil tribesman. Relying on the speed of Bing Jui's teleportation, 8 days later, they finally came upon a nefarious devil tribe settlement. The nefarious devil tribe had between 4 to 500 large and small settlements such as this, with 4 great settlements amongst them. The head of these 4 great settlements were all ancient god realm masters. After getting close to this settlement, Huang Xiaolong sent the little cow to the Shumi temple for safety, while he himself altered his physical appearance to that of a nefarious devil tribesman before entering the town. Appearance-wise, the nefarious devil tribe slightly resembled an ape, with a height of at least 10 meters. They were wicked by nature, thus all tribesmen exuded a sinister aura from head to toe, especially their eyes that glimmered like blood-red flames, because the nefarious devil gold core could only be found in their ancestral burial ground. Huang Xiaolong covertly inquired for related information. After a couple of days of information gathering, Huang Xiaolong finally determined the exact location of the nefarious devil tribe's ancestral burial ground. The nefarious devil tribe's ancestral burial ground wasn't too far from the current city he was in. It was in the southeast direction, on a plain named Yama Plains. Huang Xiaolong roughly estimated he'd be able to reach it after 3 days of travel. The other troubling point was that the burial ground was guarded by 12 guardians, and each one of them was peak late 10th order heavenly god realm. This complicates things. Even though Bing Jui could deal with the 12 guardians, the energy fluctuations caused by their battle would definitely alert the nefarious devil tribe's ancient god realm masters. As powerful as Bing Jui might be, it was silly to think he could fight alone against 4 ancient god realm masters. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered as he ran through various ways of sneaking into the ancestral burial ground, and lastly decided to hide within a space pocket, using his space concealment martial ability. It was naturally good if he could avoid alerting the 12 guardians while doing so. Hence, early next day, Huang Xiaolong left the city, flying toward the nefarious devil tribe's ancestral burial grounds. Upon stepping onto the Yama plains where the ancestral burial ground was located, Huang Xiaolong converged all traces of himself before hiding deep in the void with space concealment, carefully treading closer to the burial ground. High in the air above the Yama plains, a kind of death chi was floating around, nefarious and sinister. At the same time, there was also a gray-colored miasma, dull, desolate, and barren. These were the feelings the Yama plains evoked at first sight. There was no trace of life at all on the plains, not the faintest fluctuation of vitality, as if the whole Yama plains were cut off from the rest of the world. As Huang Xiaolong got closer to the burial ground entryway, the death chi and nefarious aura became heavier and stronger, pressing down on him. He quickly circulated his god force, feeling his palms turn sweaty from the oppressive force. The golden luminance from his innumerable Buddha, supreme godhead, wrapped Huang Xiaolong in a cocoon, causing golden light to expand outwards and disperse the death chi and nefarious energy. Several thousand li before the burial ground entryway, the death chi and nefarious energy were so dense that they existed in liquid form, mixed with the gray miasma in the air. Huang Xiaolong couldn't even see his own 5 fingers right in front of him. The range of his divine sense was significantly reduced over time, barely covering 100 li around him. Huang Xiaolong even resorted to opening his Eye of Hell. When he did so, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his Eye of Hell could easily see through the dense death chi and nefarious aura up to 1,000 li away, as clear as day. At the same time, he counted 12 vague shadows scattered around the entryway. No doubt, these 12 figures were the ancestral burial grounds guardians. A frown appeared between Huang Xiaolong's brows. These 12 guardians were hiding in close proximity to the entryway. If he made the slightest noise when flying past them, he was certain all 12 guardians would swarm him. What to do? Huang Xiaolong ran the possibilities through his head. Then he manipulated the darkness force from his Archdevil Supreme Godhead to wrap around himself like a second skin. His Archdevil Supreme Godhead's darkness force felt similar to the surroundings' death chi and nefarious aura. This way, the chances of the 12 guardians sensing something were greatly reduced. However, for safety's sake, Huang Xiaolong had Bing Jui perform short-distance teleportation while bringing him there, greatly reducing the ripples in the surrounding energy. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong somehow made it past the 12 guardians safely, entering the burial ground. The 12 guardians remained at their positions, hardly detecting anything abnormal. But Huang Xiaolong's problems didn't stop here. Another frown wrinkled his smooth forehead, looking at the end of the entryway. A restrictive formation was hindering his path. If he dared to rush through the entrance, he would trigger this formation. He was truly vexed. At this moment, he felt admiration toward Hu Dan. How did she get past the 12 guardians, successfully break into the burial ground, and obtain a nefarious devil gold core? More importantly, how did Hu Dan get into the burial grounds without triggering the restrictive formation? This is the Imperial Great Killing Formation. Huang Xiaolong heard the little cow's voice in his mind. Imperial Great Killing Formation? Huang Xiaolong dazed for a second before delight rose to his face. Xianxia, you recognize this formation? Then do you know how to pass through it? The golden horn's little cow puffed proudly. Do I need to spell it out? Even though this is a wicked old divine formation, it still can't stump me. Then quickly tell me how to break it, Huang Xiaolong urged. It's useless to rush, the little cow supplemented. I still have a lot of incomplete memories. Let me think some more. Huang Xiaolong couldn't resist rolling his eyes, but he tactfully kept silent. Some time later, the little cow opened its mouth, spitting out a small purple light that contained the method of passing through the formation, sending it into Huang Xiaolong's mind. Huang Xiaolong paid close attention to every detail as he studied the information. After determining he had understood everything, following the method the little cow provided, he flew into the Imperial Great Killing Formation. Huang Xiaolong's body turned and twisted, sometimes to the right, sometimes to the left, even crouching to the ground on occasions. Every movement and every step were made with twice the caution. Half an hour later, he finally made it through the sinister killing formation, entering the nefarious devil tribe's ancestral burial ground. After taking one step into the burial ground, giant waves of death qi and nefarious energy swallowed Huang Xiaolong, one stronger than the last. Overwhelmed for an instant, Huang Xiaolong hastened to circulate his god force to the limit as his supreme Buddhism god force wrapped his entire body in a protective cocoon while creating a layer of Vajra barrier in the outermost layer. Only then did he manage to keep out the death qi and nefarious energy. The Imperial Great Killing Formation at the burial ground's entrance isolated the inside and outside of the formation. Now that Huang Xiaolong had entered the burial ground, those on the outside weren't able to detect the energy fluctuations within, allowing Huang Xiaolong to slightly loosen his tense nerves. Following this, he surveyed his surroundings. Both the death qi and nefarious energy formed a sea of roiling clouds akin to waves. Listening carefully, one could hear howling noises from the depths, sending goosebumps down their back. This level of death qi and nefarious energy exceeded what Huang Xiaolong imagined. It was at least 10 times worse than outside. On top of this, it seemed to Huang Xiaolong that, because this death qi and nefarious energy had been here for so long, they had given birth to some kind of awareness. However, with Bing Jui here, Huang Xiaolong wasn't overly worried as he flew in. Needless to say, the burial ground was big, perhaps even bigger than the Golden Dragon Gate and Barbarian God Sect's headquarters. 10 minutes passed and the first lines of tall, thick tombstones higher than 100 zhang came into sight. They looked more like huge coffins that grew out from the earth. Although it was hard to tell at a glance how many tombstones there were, Huang Xiaolong believed there were at least 1,000 of them. All the nefarious devil tribesmen buried here had been ancient god realm masters. As Huang Xiaolong flew forward, the thick death qi and nefarious energy continued to attack him but were fended off by Bing Jui before they could come close to Huang Xiaolong. Parts of black roiling gas were now frozen into lumps of ice. Huang Xiaolong stopped in front of a particular tombstone's entrance. He had yet to enter, but the death qi and nefarious energy rushing out from the entrance were enough to send a cold shiver down his back despite the thick layer of supreme Buddhism God force protecting him. He had Bing Jui freeze the death qi and nefarious energy rushing out from the inner tomb before flying inside in a flicker. Upon entering the tomb, the large coffin within captured all of Huang Xiaolong's attention. When he found Bing Jui, he was sealed inside an enormous ice coffin, while the one in front of Huang Xiaolong now was a wooden coffin. However, this entirely black wooden coffin actually exuded an astonishing vitality. That's right, there was life force. That is undying black wood. The little cow's voice sounded in Huang Xiaolong's mind again. Although an ancient god realm is powerful, their physical body will rot one day. This coffin made from undying black wood can delay the decomposition of an ancient god realm body. Huang Xiaolong nodded after listening to the little cow's explanation. He leaped up into the air above the undying black wood coffin and ordered Bing Jui to push open the lid. The moment the coffin lid was gone, death qi and nefarious energy rushed out like an ancient fierce beast. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong was prepared. His Buddhism god force pressed downwards whereas Bing Jui's cold qi froze everything. With a swipe of his hand, broken ice shards fell to the ground. 15 minutes later, the death qi and nefarious energy billowing out from the coffin finally subsided until nothing was left. In the next second, Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. Laying inside the wooden coffin was a headless corpse of an ancient god realm nefarious devil master. A headless corpse. This was a blow to Huang Xiaolong. Clearly, this nefarious devil tribe ancient god realm master died instantly when his head was cut off. Even his godhead couldn't be found, much less the gold core in his body. Huang Xiaolong glanced around the hall that was empty of things except for the 4 stone pillars with ancient symbols carved on their surface. Huang Xiaolong's knowledge of ancient divine symbols was limited, and was at a loss for words as he checked the symbols carved onto one of the stone pillars. The symbols on this pillar say that the nefarious devil tribe expert's name is Xie Yuan, the previous head of the nefarious fire settlement. The little cow said to Huang Xiaolong, swaying its head left to right. Hearing the little cow's words, Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered wasting more time in this chamber. Flying out through the same entrance, Huang Xiaolong selected the second tomb. Employing the same trick, he had Bing Joey freeze the death chi and nefarious energy flowing out through the entrance, then flew into a second tomb chamber. However, Huang Xiaolong was disappointed again. The corpse inside the second tomb was missing the entire left side of its body. This one was also killed by someone? The second nefarious devil corpse was also missing its gold core. The third tombstone, the fourth tombstone, the fifth. The nefarious devil corpses in all 5 tombs were incomplete one way or another. If it wasn't the head missing, it would be half of the body, even the lower body part. Has this nefarious devil tribe offended a powerful enemy that killed all the tribe's ancient god realm masters? The little cow joked. The little cow might have been making a heartless joke, but such a probability was very high. However, who could it be? Who could be so powerful that they killed so many ancient god realm masters? Still, Huang Xiaolong refused to believe his luck was so bad, or all the nefarious devil corpses inside the burial ground were all incomplete. With that thought, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the 6th room. However, half an hour later, he exited from the 6th chamber with a crestfallen expression. In the subsequent 10 tombs or so, Huang Xiaolong still came out empty-handed. Huang Xiaolong arrived at his 19th tomb. When Bing Joey opened the coffin lid, he thought he'd be disappointed like the previous times, so he was momentarily dazed when he looked down into the coffin only to see a complete nefarious devil corpse laying at peace and looking very much alive, as if it was only sleeping. Delight rose to Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He could sense the energy fluctuations of a gold core coming from this complete nefarious devil corpse. Haha! This nefarious devil's gold core is still inside. Huang Xiaolong curled his fingers as if he was holding something, slowly moving his palm upward. A glistening gold core the size of half a man's fist flew out from the corpse's mouth. Huang Xiaolong grabbed it in his hand. Warm and pure energy spread out from the gold core. A moment later, Huang Xiaolong suppressed the elation in his heart and put away the gold core into his azure ring before turning his attention back to the nefarious devil corpse once more. This nefarious devil's corpse had a bigger use to Huang Xiaolong than the gold core. With his current knowledge and ability in the Grand Mist puppetry technique, he was confident in being able to refine this nefarious devil corpse into his own puppet within 5 to 6 days. I wonder what this nefarious devil master's cultivation was when he was alive. Light of anticipation burned in his eyes. Even though he currently had Bing Xingying and Bing Ji, 2 green ice hail devil puppets, Huang Xiaolong adhered to the concept of the more the better in having ancient god realm puppets. Without dallying further, he began circulating the Grand Mist puppetry technique and started refining the nefarious devil corpse inside the coffin. Huang Xiaolong's soul force entered the suspended consciousness of the corpse and met with great resistance. In the first attempt, Huang Xiaolong was surprised to find that this corpse's remnant will was far stronger than Bing Jui's many times over. Armed with previous experience, Huang Xiaolong did not give up. He attacked again and again while having Bing Jui assist him from the side. 8 days went by in a blink. Finally, the stubborn remnant will dispersed and Huang Xiaolong's soul brand imprinted on the nefarious devil master's godhead, merging into his god sea. At this time, the remnant will gathered again, falling into the god sea as well. Huang Xiaolong breathed out in relief, but the exhaustion on his face couldn't hide the delight in his eyes. This ancient god realm nefarious devil master was finally turned into a puppet. Furthermore, Huang Xiaolong was grinning from ear to ear after discovering that it was actually a late second-order ancient god realm master. Moreover, just like the green ice hail devils, the nefarious devil tribe was another ancient race. Therefore, a late second-order ancient god realm nefarious devil master possessed more than twice the attack power of Bing Jui. Xia Tu greets master. The late second-order ancient god realm nefarious devil puppet Xia Tu flew out from his coffin, respectfully saluted as he stood in front of Huang Xiaolong. Xia Tu was this puppet's name while he was still alive. From Xia Tu's broken memories, Huang Xiaolong came to know that he was the younger brother of the nefarious Heart Settlement's patriarch from 6 generations ago. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong's group came out from the 19th tomb, entering his 20th tomb. However, the corpse inside the 20th tomb was incomplete, just like the earlier ones with its gold core missing. The next 30 over tombs bore the same result, causing Huang Xiaolong to turn numb seeing the same result after opening the coffin lid. Despite the corpses being incomplete more often than not, Huang Xiaolong still managed to find 2 gold cores in between, which could be considered consolation. While Huang Xiaolong was raiding the tombs inside the burial ground, 15 days had passed since he went in. The deeper inside the burial ground he arrived, the stronger the death qi and nefarious energy became. Even though he had Bing Jui and Xia Tu at his side, flying had already become difficult, especially after the 60th tomb. When Huang Xiaolong entered the 65th tomb after Bing Jui and Xia Tu exerted strenuous effort, they finally found another complete nefarious devil corpse after opening the coffin lid, complete with his gold core. Huang Xiaolong was beyond himself at this point, for this meant that he would have an additional nefarious devil puppet. The remnant left behind in this corpse was far stronger than Huang Xiaolong had anticipated, taking him a month of slow grinding with help from Bing Jui and Xia Tu, expending tremendous strength in the process before he succeeded. This nefarious devil's name was Xia Du, an early Third-Order Ancient God Realm when he was still alive. An early Third-Order Ancient God Realm Master. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply. In the past, even with Bing Jui at his side, he needed to exercise caution when infiltrating the hegemon force of an island, like the Golden Dragon Gate, but now he was worry-free. An early Third-Order Ancient God Realm nefarious devil puppet could easily defeat both the Golden Dragon Gate chief and ancestor. Even if the Golden Dragon Mountain Grand Formation fully activated, Xia Du could still leave with ease. If he managed to refine a Fourth-Order Ancient God Realm puppet, Huang Xiaolong had the confidence to flatten the entire Golden Dragon Gate. It took Huang Xiaolong quite a while to calm down the surging excitement coursing through his blood. Leading the little cow, Bing Jui, Xia Tu, and Xia Du out from the tomb, their group headed to the next tomb. Having a Third-Order Ancient God Realm puppet made their time further into the burial ground much easier compared to the 65th tomb. But Huang Xiaolong was disappointed when they opened the coffin lid of the 66th tomb, revealing an incomplete corpse. Based on Xia Tu and Xia Du's broken memories, some of the ancient God Realm nefarious devil masters died in the extraterritorial devil battlefield and had their bodies brought back by other tribesmen, while others were killed by the Buddhist demon clan. The Buddhist demon clan was also one of the old ancient races, an archenemy of the nefarious devil tribe that transcended the generations. Not to mention the fact that nefarious devil's gold core was a beneficial supplement to the Buddhist demon clan members. This explained the reason why most of the buried nefarious devil masters here had incomplete corpses and missing gold cores. 100 million years back, the nefarious devil tribe ruled over millions of miles of the sea. Several hundred islands in the archipelago were under its dominion. Amongst the 10,000 island forces in the Vientiane world, the nefarious devil tribe was absolutely one of the top 10 powers. However, the tribe's momentum began to decline starting from the death of their ancestor, while generations of feuds with the Buddhist demon clan had accelerated the tribe's fall. Over time, the nefarious devil tribe's territory had massively shrunk, so much so that they now lived around the ancestral burial ground. Were it not for the powerful divine formation around the ancestral burial ground, the current nefarious devil tribe would have most likely been wiped off the map by the Buddhist demon clan. This powerful formation was left behind by their ancestor 100 million years back, then was strengthened many times over the years by the tribe's ancient God Realm masters. Once the divine formation was fully activated, it could easily kill a 7th-order ancient God Realm master and above. Within the ancestral burial ground, the biggest tomb belonged to the nefarious devil ancestor. At this point, despite knowing that the nefarious devil masters buried here had mostly incomplete corpses, Huang Xiaolong insisted on probing deeper into the burial ground. The 67th tomb, 68th, 69th. By the time Huang Xiaolong reached the 90th tomb, even with Xia Du's help, it had become too hard for him to venture deeper, for the death qi and nefarious energy at the entrance to the 90th tomb were simply too devastating, strong like a wall of unbreakable ancient God Realm masters. In the end, Huang Xiaolong could only give up here and turn back. Although disappointed, Huang Xiaolong gained a bountiful harvest coming to the nefarious devil tribe this time, more than he had imagined. 2 powerful ancient god realm nefarious devil puppets, and 8 gold cores. 2 cores were to be handed to the Golden Dragon Gate as completion of the task, while the remaining 6 gold cores would be used for Huang Xiaolong's cultivation. As for the other tombs in the far back of the burial ground, Huang Xiaolong planned to return here after his cultivation advanced to 10th Order Heavenly God Realm. At that time, if he could refine a few more ancient God Realm nefarious devil puppets, he would consider subjugating the entire nefarious devil tribe. This nefarious devil island was a good option as the first base to develop his own power. Although Huang Xiaolong was feeling quite triumphant after refining 2 nefarious devil puppets, Xie and Xie, he wasn't so silly as to put himself on display when exiting the burial ground. Similarly to how it was when he entered, Huang Xiaolong converged his aura and cautiously made his way out according to the method the little cow had provided earlier. After a day of rest in the same city, Huang Xiaolong rushed back to the Golden Dragon Gate. I wonder if the 3 evils and Wei Chao found the ancestral dragon fruit. On the way, Huang Xiaolong sent a message to the 3 evils and Wei Chao, asking them about the ancestral dragon fruit. He had been away from the Golden Dragon Gate for 3 months. Huang Xiaolong soon received a reply from them, reporting that they had determined the ancestral dragon fruit to be at the Hidden Dragon Mountain Range. However, finding the exact location still required time. His brows creased when he received the reply. The 3 evils and Wei Chao were taking more time to determine the location than he estimated. Then again, it wasn't like Huang Xiaolong had a better choice other than praying for them to find the ancestral dragon fruit as early as possible and report to him. It's not too bad like this. I can first return to the Golden Dragon Gate to hand in my task and enter the Golden Dragon's sacred temple. Huang Xiaolong thought himself. On the way back, Huang Xiaolong had no scruples about traveling on the 3rd Order Ancient God Realm puppet Xie. His speed was naturally much faster than Bingjui's. 3 days later, Huang Xiaolong reached the big cloudy island. But he didn't stop, having Xie fly straight toward Dralian Island. 5 nights later, moonlight rippled over the dark sky like the surface of a lake. On an uninhabited island close to Dralian Island, golden, rippling waves spread and expanded more than 100 li. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged on a small hill as a nefarious devil gold core floated in the air in front of him. The glistening gold core emitted waves of aureate light that rushed into Huang Xiaolong's body. All of a sudden, Huang Xiaolong's aura rose sharply, causing crepuscular rays of light to explode from his body as a small crackling noise was heard. Late 5th Order Heavenly God Realm. But Huang Xiaolong did not stop here, continuing to absorb the pure energy every coming from the gold core. Another 4 days passed. The nefarious devil gold core had finally lost its brilliant luster before it exploded and disappeared. Only then did Huang Xiaolong slowly open his eyes and stop cultivating. After these days of cultivation, with the help of a nefarious devil gold core, his true divine dragon physique had grown more powerful still. Even the god force within God Sea seemed more abundant. Lu Qingyang should already know that I'm on my way back to the Golden Dragon Gate. He would like nothing more than to chop me into mincemeat. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly gloating as he thought of this. He did not converge his aura when he was passing by the big cloudy island. Therefore he believed the Golden Dragon Gate disciples stationed there had sent back news of him returning to the sect to Lu Qingyang. 1 month passed and Huang Xiaolong finally made it back to the Golden Dragon Gate, going straight to the Grand Dragon Hall to hand in his completed task. Coincidentally, when he got there to turn in his task, Tianwaner was there as well. It looks like she was also there to hand in her task. Tang Hong, what are you doing at the Grand Dragon Hall again? Were you unable to complete the nefarious devil tribe task, hence returning to change it? Tianwaner immediately taunted seeing Huang Xiaolong. The disciple in charge of recording the task, Li Yarong, frowned hearing Tianwaner's words. Tang Hong, I have cautioned you at that time. If you cannot complete the nefarious devil gold core task, you are prohibited from changing or taking other tasks. The slight commotion here quickly drew the surrounding disciples' attention, all throwing strange looks at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong walked past Tianwaner, arriving at the counter. Right in front of everyone's eyes, he took out a glistening gold bead. When Tianwaner saw Tang Hong ignore her, she was prepared to continue ridiculing him. But in the next second her eyes were dazed looking at the glistening gold core in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Li Yaong and the few disciples watching from the sides were dumbfounded, staring dazedly at the glistening nefarious devil gold core sitting quietly on the countertop. Nefarious devil G gold core. Tianwaner muttered dumbly, an ugly expression on her delicate face. Li Yaong and other complicated gazes fell onto Huang Xiaolong. There was shock, confusion, doubt, and envy. Who would have thought this Tang Hong would run into such a big dogshit luck that he really found a nefarious devil gold core? So far, senior sister Hu Dan was the only disciple who successfully completed this task. But from now on, there was another person on that short list. Tang Hong, your luck is really good. Actually finding a nefarious devil gold core. Li Yaong exclaimed. I'll record it down for you and add in the 30,000 points. Li Yaong barely finished her sentence when her eyes widened in shock, once more looking at Huang Xiaolong's right hand in disbelief. In Huang Xiaolong's right palm was another nefarious devil gold core. A second gold core. Tianwaner and the spectating disciples' heads spun, hoping that what they saw wasn't real. Li Yaong was still dazed. You can record it now. Also, it's 60,000 points. Huang Xiaolong stressed his voice at 60,000 points before placing his identity token on the countertop. Li Yaong nodded, barely maintaining the awkward smile on her face as she recorded the completion of the task, then added 60,000 points into Huang Xiaolong's identity token. Huang Xiaolong picked up his identity token and nodded with satisfaction at the 120,000 points inside. He then left the Grand Dragon Hall with Tianwaner and a group of disciples' eyes following him. Tianwaner and Li Yaong both watched Huang Xiaolong's leaving figure. Neither spoke a word. His mother, what's he acting all snobby for? Didn't he just happen to catch a pie that fell from the sky? Getting two nefarious devil gold cores. When Huang Xiaolong was completely out of view, a core disciple snarled, his tone laden with jealousy. He must have gotten someone to help him to find them, no matter how big of a dogshit luck Tang Hong has bumped into. There's no way he entered the ancestral burial ground himself to find two nefarious devil gold cores and safely returned. A core disciple logically deduced. It isn't written in the task that disciples can't ask others for help. The only requirement to complete the task is finding the gold core. The disciples in the hall began discussing their own theories about how Tang Hong managed to find two gold cores to complete the task. From the Grand Dragon Hall, Huang Xiaolong did not return to Tang Hong's cultivation dwelling, but flew directly to the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple. While Huang Xiaolong was on his way to the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple, Lu Qingyang received news of his return and the fact that he even successfully handed in the nefarious devil gold core task. That damn kid found two nefarious devil gold cores. Lu Qingyang's gaze was frighteningly frosty. His hands clenched tightly into fists until the jade stone in his palm was crushed into dust. That jade stone was a rare steel kernel jade stone that his subordinate found in a perilous land. Each jade stone was worth a huge sum. Master, since that kid Tang Hong is back, shall we head over to kill him now? At the side, Lu Qingyang's personal disciple Zhu Haishan spoke. Where's Tang Hong now? Lu Qingyang turned to look at the core disciple who reported Huang Xiaolong's return. Replying Grand Elder Lu. From the Grand Dragon Hall, Tang Hong went to the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple. He did not return to his cultivation dwelling. That core disciple answered. The Golden Dragon Sacred Temple? This was a surprise to Lu Qingyang. That kid's deluded himself into thinking he's qualified to gain enlightenment from the Dragon Pearl? Lu Qingyang's personal disciple Zhu Haishan snickered harshly. In the last 20 million years, Hu Dan was the sole disciple who managed to awaken 6 dragon souls. That Tang Hong, whether he can awaken 2 or 3 dragon souls remains to be seen. Lu Qingyang stated in a sullen voice. Since he went to the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple, wait until he comes out before making a move. He once again reiterated to the core disciple, watch Tang Hong's every move. Report to me the moment he steps out from the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple. Yes, Grand Elder Lu. The core disciple respectfully complied. Lu Qingyang waved his hand, indicating the core disciple to retreat. Most disciples who entered the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple would normally stay inside for 5 to 6 days. Hu Dan held the longest record of 33 days, awakening 6 dragon souls. Thus, Lu Qingyang wasn't in a hurry. In his eyes, this Tang Hong would come out in less than 10 days. At this time, Huang Xiaolong reached the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple. The temple was 1,000 zhang tall, built in the shape of a giant pearl. The temple entrance was located at the pearl's abdomen instead of the bottom. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong stood in front of the temple entrance, took out his identity token, and showed it to the elder stationed at the entrance to deduct 100,000 points before flying inside. The elder shook his head, watching Huang Xiaolong's back. He has seen too many of this kind of disciples. They were always walking in full of confidence, but in a few days they would be stumbling out, their heads down in frustration. After entering the temple, Huang Xiaolong felt as if he had arrived in the vast outer space. All around him was boundless space. A glimmering golden dragon pearl floated at the center of this area. The pearl was enormous, 6 to 7 times the size of a human head. Upon closer inspection, Huang Xiaolong noticed 9 vague dragon soul shadows. However, it seemed like these 9 dragon souls were slumbering. Huang Xiaolong approached the dragon pearl in slow and steady steps. As the distance between them narrowed, Huang Xiaolong could feel the vibration of dragon qi becoming stronger. Moreover, as if the dragon qi resonated with Huang Xiaolong's true divine dragon physique, the dragon pearl actually emitted rings of aureate light. If this was in the past, other disciples would be shocked by this scene. For even a disciple who managed to awaken 3 dragon souls wouldn't cause the dragon pearl to release rings of shining dragon qi. Huang Xiaolong stopped approaching 10 meters from the dragon pearl, sitting cross-legged in the air and circulating his holy dragon supreme godhead's godforce. Abundant dragon qi surged around Huang Xiaolong's true, divine dragon physique. A low rumbling roar resounded from the golden dragon pearl. The slumbering 9 dragon souls all opened their eyes, awakened at the same time. Inside a cultivation dwelling, the Golden Dragon Gate ancestor Song Qingli was holding 2 nefarious devil gold cores in his palms, grinning from ear to ear and couldn't bear to put them down. The nefarious devil gold core task was issued by him. Song Qingli needed the nefarious devil gold cores to refine a kind of ancient divine pellet that was extremely important to himself. Unfortunately, in so many years, only Hu Dan managed to complete his task so far, bringing back 1 nefarious devil gold core. He had long given up hope on obtaining more, yet now, there was actually a disciple who succeeded. Moreover, that disciple brought back 2 gold cores. What is this disciple's name? Song Qingli asked Elder Guoxian in charge of handling disciple tasks. Guoxian promptly replied, "His name is Tang Hong." Tang Hong. Song Qingli pondered slightly, then turned to the Golden Dragon Gate chief Lu Zhua, the disciple who refined grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pills some time back. Lu Zhua nodded. That is so. I too did not expect him to be able to successfully complete the nefarious Devil Gold Core task. Song Qingli smiled, thinking of Tang Hong's potential, then instructed Guoxian, "Have this disciple come see me. I will increase his reward and personally hand it to him." Elder Guoxian was genuinely shocked when he heard the ancestor wanted to personally give an additional reward to Tang Hong. This Tang Hong really fell into a pile of dogshit luck to be able to meet the ancestor. If he entered the ancestor's eyes, he could even rise to become the ancestor's disciple. Ancestor, that Tang Hong went to the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple after leaving the Grand Dragon Hall. He's currently trying to comprehend the Dragon Pearl. Guoxian answered. Oh, he went to the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple? Both Song Qingli and Lu Zhua didn't expect to hear that. Song Qingli jokingly said, "If that little guy can awaken 5 dragon souls, I'll accept him as my personal disciple." Detecting Song Qingli's good mood, Lu Zhua joined smilingly. "If that kid finds out about this, he'll go jumping into the sea from happiness." The Golden Dragon Gate ancestor Song Qingli liked what he heard. His sonorous laughter echoed in the hall. A moment later, Song Qingli changed the subject. "Right. Have there been any news of the Green Ice Hail Devil?" This concerned the 9 petals spiritual lightning lotus and the black flame sea emperor beast. Luge was sounded vexed as he answered, "Nothing yet. There's no clue of that person's whereabouts. My guess is that he already left Dralian Island." He didn't sound very convinced. Song Chengli's expression turned serious. Snatching the 9 petals spiritual lightning lotus and the black flame sea emperor beast shows that he needed these 2 items and isn't specifically against our golden dragon gate. In that case, have our disciple stop inquiring about the green ice hail devil, else it triggers a reverse reaction, angering that person. It isn't worth it. Although the golden dragon gate didn't fear a peak early second order ancient god realm master, it would still cause a massive headache for them if they were being targeted by such a character. "Yes, ancestor, I understand." Luge nodded his head. Exactly at this moment, a flustered elder ran into the hall in panic, hurriedly making a clumsy salute at Song Qingli and Lujua before the words rushed out from his mouth. "Ancestor, Gate Chief, there's a situation at the Golden Dragon's sacred temple." This elder was the same elder overseeing the temple. "A situation?" Song Qingli and Lujua both exclaimed, exchanging a glance. "What happened?" Song Qingli demanded in a heavy tone. "It's as if the whole Golden Dragon's sacred temple is on fire. There are terrifying golden flames everywhere." The Golden Dragon's sacred temple elder Li Yongmin blurted out anxiously. Song Qingli and Lujua were clearly surprised. Yet at the same time, in the depths of their hearts, the thought of a certain possibility appeared. "Go to the Golden Dragon's sacred temple. You come as well, while you, Guoxian, issue an order saying that an area of 10,000 li around the temple is prohibited from now on. No one is allowed to enter." Song Qingli jumped to his feet, issuing orders to Li Yongmin and Guoxian. Even before his last syllable fell, Song Qingli and Lujua had already disappeared from the hall in a flicker, rushing to the Golden Dragon sacred temple. A beat later, Elder Li Yongmin recovered his senses, turning around, and hurried after them. Guoxian thought of a rumor that had been circulating around the Golden Dragon Gate for the last 20 million years when he saw Song Qingli and Lujua's expressions. There was bewilderment on his face as he thought of the possibility before a dignified seriousness showed itself as he hurried out of the hall. He needed to execute Song Qingli's order and lock down the Golden Dragon's sacred temple's surroundings. Using teleportation, both Song Qingli and Lujua reached the Golden Dragon's sacred temple almost instantaneously. When they saw the temple's condition that was just as Lu Yongmin described, engulfed in a sea of golden flames, amazement was obvious on their faces, followed by excitement that caused tears to start swimming in their eyes. They really are the Golden Dragon's divine flames. 20 million years. The Golden Dragon divine flames that have never appeared finally revealed themselves today. Both Song Qingli and Lujua were so moved and excited that they were clenching their hands to rein in their emotions. According to their sect's ancient records, the appearance of Golden Dragon divine flames meant that there was a disciple who managed to awaken all 9 dragon souls, slumbering inside the dragon pearl. This disciple would become the heritage successor chosen by their first ancestor. Generations of Golden Dragon Gate Masters had waited for this day to arrive over millions of years. And now, the successor to their Golden Dragon first ancestor's heritage was about to appear. "Ancestor, our Golden Dragon Gate is about to recover its ancient glory," Luge was said to Song Qingli with a wide smile, trembling slightly from head to toe as he tried to contain his excitement. It was written inside the ancient record that when the first ancestor's successor appears, it would be the time when their Golden Dragon Gate rises to the summit once more. Under the successor's leadership, they might even surpass their olden days' glory. Yes, this is the heavens blessing our Golden Dragon Gate. I, Song Qingli, did not expect I would live to see the first ancestor's successor appear. This is 10,000 lifetimes great fortune. Song Qingli too was beyond himself with joy and excitement. It was at this moment that Li Yongmin arrived and happened to hear Song Qingli's words. His legs gave out, nearly plummeting to the ground from midair. Ringing in his mind were the words, "First ancestor's successor." Although he had the same thought, it only was fleeting. After all, that rumored legend had been around for 20 million years. It was too far in the past to verify its truthfulness. At this time, the layer of golden flames enveloping the temple expanded further, causing terrifying waves of heat and flames sweep out in all directions. Even Song Qingli and Lu Zhua, who were watching from 1,000 li away, were pushed back further. The two of them and Li Yangmin retreated until they were 2,000 li away from the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple. The Golden Dragon divine flames truly are as terrifying as described in the legend. Recalling the danger moments ago, Song Qingli still felt apprehensive. Lu Zhua wiped off the sweat on his forehead. If it wasn't for his quick reaction just now, both of them would have suffered heavy injuries. The Golden Dragon First Ancestor was a perfection stage late 10th order ancient god realm existence, infinitely close to breaking into that legendary realm. His Golden Dragon divine flames were naturally not something we can withstand, Lu Zhua said. Then, Song Qingli remembered a very important question, hence looked over his shoulder at Li Yangmin. Who's the disciple inside the temple right now? Li Yangmin was stupefied for a moment, but soon understood what the ancestor was asking and quickly replied. A disciple named Tang Hong. Tang Hong, Song Qingli and Lu Zhua exclaimed. Earlier, they heard Elder Guixian report that Tang Hong had gone in the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple, and now that they received affirmation from Li Yangmin, both had a complicated expression on their faces. This disciple Tang Hong greatly exceeded my expectation. Looks like I don't have the fortune of taking him as my personal disciple. Song Qingli's tone sounded wry. When they were still joking in the hall, Song Qingli was saying he was willing to receive Tang Hong as his personal disciple if he could awaken 5 dragon souls. Despite saying so, Song Qingli himself actually did not believe Tang Hong had the ability to do so. Lu Zhua too felt awkward. At that time, he actually said that Tang Hong might jump into the sea from happiness. Another thing was, how should they address Tang Hong when he comes out? What is this Tang Hong's talent level? Song Qingli asked Lu Zhua. He has a high-grade rank 10 godhead. Lu Zhua replied. He had someone investigate him not long ago, so he was very sure. Song Qingli was confused and fell into contemplation. Ancestor, do you think this Tang Hong could really awaken all 9 dragon souls? Lu Zhua couldn't help asking. After all, even Hu Dan, who possessed a king-rank godhead, could only awaken 6. Song Qingli answered solemnly. Maybe he can. However, he wasn't so confident. The ancient records stated that whoever managed to light up the Golden Dragon divine flames could absolutely awaken the 9 dragon souls. But that was merely an old record, unproven so far. At this time, above the Golden Dragon's sacred temple, a giant shadow of a white dragon appeared. A majestic dragon might rolled outward the moment this white dragon appeared. The white dragon's soul. Song Qingli, Lu Zhua, and Li Yangmin screamed at the same time. The white dragon's soul was the first one among the 9 souls sealed inside the dragon pearl. Generally speaking, a core disciple would take at least a day to awaken the white dragon's soul. This Tang Hong, it had barely been 2 hours since he went inside. He actually awakened the white dragon's soul in such a short time, while Song Qingli, Lu Zhua, and Li Yangmin were still in shock at the speed Tang Hong awakened the white dragon soul. Another burst of bright light appeared above the Golden Dragon's sacred temple as the shadow of a fire dragon appeared. The fire dragon soul. Song Qingli, Lu Zhua, and Li Yangmin let out an incredulous shriek. Barely a minute had passed since the white dragon soul appeared. Yet this Tang Hong had already awakened the second one. His grandmother, this is really too damn. Song Qingli couldn't help swearing in his heart. Fortunately, this old man's heart is still strong. Just now, he almost pissed himself when the second dragon soul suddenly appeared. Lu Zhua and Li Yangmin were standing there stiffly, with their heads tilted toward the sky, looking at the 2 dragon souls. Obviously, they were overwhelmed as well. Song Qingli's neck craned slightly. The 3 of them were staring silently at the space above the Golden Dragon's sacred temple. Would the 3rd dragon soul appear as well? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 1 hour passed, but the sky above the Golden Dragon's sacred temple remained tranquil. This made the 3 high-strung individuals gradually relax. However, just when the 3 of them released a long exhale, Bright light rippled across the sky as the shadow of an azure dragon soared up from the temple right before their eyes. The azure dragon was the third sealed soul inside the dragon pearl. The three spectators were dumbstruck, a twitching pain pulling at their heartstrings. In less than a day, no, in less than 3 hours, 3 dragon souls had been awakened. Thinking of this, all three felt that what they witnessed today was surreal. Awakening 3 dragon souls was the achievement of most Golden Dragon Gate disciples after spending 5 days inside the temple, while Hudan spent a total of 33 days to awaken 6 dragon souls. Comparing 33 days with 3 hours, Song Qingli and Lu Zhua only had a feeling that this matter was completely absurd. In front of Tang Hong, Hudan was probably worse than shit. Subsequently, almost at an hour interval, the shadow of a new dragon soul would appear above the temple. The White Dragon, Fire Dragon, Azure Dragon, Giant Dragon, Hump Dragon, and Black Dragon. 6 dragon souls hovered above the Golden Dragon's sacred temple, forming a ring, exuding majestic dragon might. The layer of burning Golden Dragon divine flames doubled in size, resonating with the layer of golden glimmer around the 6 awakened souls. Song Qingli, Lu Zhua, and Li Yongmin were already speechless and numb, staring at the 6 dragon soul shadows high in the air. 6 dragon souls had awakened in a short 6 hours. Just one more dragon soul, and Hudan's record would be broken. The three stared fixedly at the sky above the temple, as if they were afraid they would miss one of the most important moments in their sect's history. Lu Qingyang sat on the main seat in the hall, with an astonished expression, looking at the core disciple who had just reported to him. "You're saying the ancestor himself issued an order to lock down an area of 10,000 li around the Golden Dragon's sacred temple?" "Yes, Grand Elder Lu. According to several nearby elders, not long after the ancestor issued the lockdown order, golden lights were seen shining from the Golden Dragon's sacred temple. There was even the fluctuation of dragon might." The core disciple elaborated. Lu Qingyang's personal disciple Zhu Haishan spoke. "Master, do you think this matter is related to that punk Tang Hong?" Deep creases appeared on Lu Qingyang's forehead. "It's only been 6 hours. Are you implying that Tang Hong kid has already awakened a dragon soul?" Zhu Haishan nodded. "Though it is very unlikely, this is the only logical explanation for the appearance of dragon might. Too bad the ancestor has ordered a lockdown. Otherwise, we could send someone to confirm it." Hearing that, Lu Qingyang looked at the core disciple again, saying, "You go back. Report to me any changes at the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple." The core disciple respectfully acknowledged and left. "That kid has once again attracted the gate chief and ancestors' attention. It looks like we need to quickly deal with him." Lu Qingyang's face darkened. First, it was grade 300 scales of the Golden Dragon Divine Pills, followed by the nefarious Devil Gold Core task, and now it was the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple. He had already decided to go all out as long as Tang Hong came out from the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple. Regardless of method, he must kill him. The day soon passed. On the second day, before Song Qingli, Lu Zhua, and Li Yongmin's eyes, the shadow of an ice dragon appeared. The 7th dragon soul. Barely 2 days' time passed. Yet Tang Hong had awakened 7 dragon souls. The 3 main spectators' heartbeats quickened. However, when the 3 of them thought that the 8th dragon soul would be awakened on the 3rd day, nothing happened when the day actually arrived. The 4th day, the 5th day, the 6th day, all the way to the 10th day when the Golden Dragon divine flames burning around the temple intensified and the 3 people were forced to retreat another 1,000 li away. 7 dragon souls' radiance had taken over half the sky above the temple. Although 10 days had passed and Huang Xiaolong was still unable to awaken the 8th dragon soul, the 3 people waiting outside did not feel the slightest hint of frustration, persistently staring at the sky above the temple. It was on the 15th day that a burst of light appeared above the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple as the 8th dragon soul awakened. The Buddha Dragon. The 8th one. The 8th dragon soul. Song Qingli and Lu Zhua both were quivering with excitement, muttering the same words. Li Yongmin was filled with an indescribable feeling. Inside the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple, Huang Xiaolong was still sitting cross-legged in front of the Dragon Pearl as he did 15 days ago. and shrouded in the rippling radiant light emitted from his three supreme godheads. Water, fire, metal, darkness, light, ice, and other myriad elements flowed around him. Above his head hovered a blue dragon. Every time Huang Xiaolong awakened a dragon soul, he would receive a portion of its soul force. Therefore, after awakening the white dragon, fire dragon, azure dragon, giant dragon, hump dragon, black dragon, ice dragon, and Buddha dragon, a total of 8 dragon soul force, Huang Xiaolong's strength rose at a terrifying rate. Although only 15th days had passed, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had risen from mid-5th order heavenly god realm to peak mid-5th order. He needed just a little bit more to advance to late 5th order heavenly god realm. This kind of speed was simply never heard of. If it was any other mid-5th order heavenly god realm disciple, after receiving 8 dragon souls force, they would have broken through all the way to late 6th order, maybe even 7th order heavenly god realm. Then again, a common 5th order heavenly god realm disciple would not be able to endure the influx of energy from 8 dragon souls in a mere 15 days. Huang Xiaolong sat quietly in front of the dragon pearl. He had long entered into a selfless state. Unknowingly, his soul has left his body, arriving at a golden shining world. Is this the world inside the dragon pearl? Huang Xiaolong thought as he saw 9 dragons hovering in the air above. Those 9 dragons had actual physical bodies instead of being mere pale shadows like the ones above the golden dragon sacred temple. All of a sudden, all 9 dragons flew toward Huang Xiaolong, entering his body one by one, including the last dragon soul. In an instant, Huang Xiaolong's soul left the dragon pearl world, returning to his body. Inside his mind, there was now a technique named Golden Dragon Divine Art. At the same time, popping noises could be heard from all over his body as he finally broke through to late 5th order heavenly god realm. Outside the golden dragon sacred temple, Song Qingli, Lu Zhua, and Li Yongmin looked with awe at the 9 dragon soul shadows hovering in place. After 20 million years, at last all 9 dragon souls had appeared. The 9 dragon souls connected like a ring in the sky, head to tail, exuding waves of overwhelming dragon chi like golden drops of rain fluttering down the golden dragon sacred temple below. Sitting cross-legged inside the temple, those golden raindrops made from dragon chi were spinning around Huang Xiaolong, as if he was the center of the universe. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. On the day, a full month passed since Huang Xiaolong had entered the golden dragon sacred temple. Some changes were finally appearing. The 9 dragon souls hovering above the temple began to shrink before returning to temple below, drilling into the dragon pearl and disappearing from sight. The radiant light occupying the sky above the golden dragon sacred temple retreated like a rapid low tide back into the temple. Huang Xiaolong's eyelids trembled and gradually opened. The first thing he did was to check his internal condition, and the result made him nod his head in satisfaction. This time, even after comprehending the golden dragon pearl, coupled with the infusion of soul force, he only made a small advancement from mid-5th order to late 5th order heavenly god realm, yet Huang Xiaolong was content. In comparison, the regular mid-5th order heavenly god realm cultivators still couldn't be certain they could break through to late 5th order even after 30 years of painstaking cultivation. Huang Xiaolong got up and walked toward the entrance. When he stepped out, he saw Song Qingli, Lu Zhua, and Li Yongmin who had been waiting outside for the past month. Song Qingli and Lu Zhua were pacing back and forth in the air, looking extremely anxious. The moment they saw Huang Xiaolong stepping out, the 3 of them were dazed for a second, but they quickly recovered their senses and hurried toward him. Song Qingli was the first one to speak. Song Qingli greets the martial ancestor. After awakening the 9 dragon souls, Huang Xiaolong had been recognized as the personal disciple of their Golden Dragon Gate's first ancestor. Thus Song Qingli greeting Huang Xiaolong as martial ancestor was nothing out of the ordinary. Martial ancestor. Hearing Song Qingli addressing Huang Xiaolong as martial ancestor, a shiver ran down Lu Zhua's back. When he remembered this disciple's current identity, he quickly took half a step forward, saluting. Lu Zhua greets the martial ancestor. Li Yongmin was quivering visibly when it was his turn. In front of Huang Xiaolong, he fell to his knees with utmost respect, head bowed as he greeted Huang Xiaolong. In a sect like the Golden Dragon Gate, the hierarchy of seniority was heavily emphasized. Addressing Huang Xiaolong that way was not perfunctory but was done with sincerity and respect from their hearts. Huang Xiaolong nodded, accepting their salute without feeling burdened. I'm sure all of you are very curious why I, Tang Hong, with a mere high-rank 10 godhead could awaken the 9 dragon souls. Huang Xiaolong's eyes were sharp as an eagle, sweeping over the 3 people's faces. Qingli dares not. Song Qingli tensed but quickly replied. It's understandable you would have this doubts. The truth is, I'm not the original Tang Hong who was a core disciple of your Golden Dragon Gate. Huang Xiaolong suddenly said. Song Qingli, Lu Zhua, and Li Yangmin stiffened. He was not, but they could see that this Tang Hong in front of them did not eat any pill that could change one's features. They still had the eyesight to determine this. Right in front of everyone. Huang Xiaolong's face muscles and bones slowly contorted and changed into an unfamiliar black-haired young man with deep bright eyes, tall nose, and sharp eyebrows, exuding a domineering air. This was Huang Xiaolong's own face. The 3 people were flabbergasted watching the way Huang Xiaolong's face changed before their eyes. There is such a level of disguise technique in this world? As far as they knew, even a peak late 10th order ancient god realm master couldn't change their physical features in this manner. Not even those ancient god realm legendary characters would be able to do it. Huang Xiaolong had long thought about revealing his real face. Backed by the fact that he had awakened the 9 dragon souls, not to mention having Bing Joey, Xie Tu, and Xie Du on his side, Huang Xiaolong saw no need to continue using Tang Hong's identity. I am Huang Xiaolong, a disciple of the Green Cloud Islands barbarian god sect. Huang Xiaolong paid close attention to 3 people's reactions as he spoke. The barbarian god sect's Huang Xiaolong, Song Qingli and Lu Zhua exclaimed in surprise. They had heard of this name more than a couple of times in recent days. Also, the green ice hail devil who snatched the 9 petals spiritual lightning lotus and the black flame sea emperor beast is my subordinate. He summoned Bing Jui out as he said this. The instant Bing Jui appeared, the surrounding airflow turned frigid cold like ice cavern. This? Song Qingli and Lu Zhua were at a loss for words due to shock. There was also an unknown feeling of excitement as their gazes fell on Bing Jui despite the ringing in their heads. That peak early 2nd order ancient god realm green ice hail devil was actually Huang Xiaolong's subordinate. Li Yangmin's brain had gone completely blank from the weight of the information he had heard. Huang Xiaolong carefully observed all 3 people's expressions. A few minutes later, when the 3 of them recovered slightly, he spoke directly to Song Qingli and Lu Zhua. I wish to refine a kind of ancient divine pill that needs the black flame sea emperor beast's blood and the 9 petals spiritual lightning lotus, which is why I asked Bing Jui to act. You won't mind, right? Song Qingli and Lu Zhua were jolted back to the present. Martial Ancestor is joking. Had we known that Martial Ancestor needed the 2 items to refine pills, we would have taken the initiative to offer the items up. How could we dare to blame Martial Ancestor? Song Qingli hastened to reassure. The awe and respect in his eyes when looking at Huang Xiaolong deepened further. Lu Zhua smiled helplessly in his heart while claiming he dared not blame Huang Xiaolong on the surface. Don't joke, even a peak early 2nd order ancient god realm master was Huang Xiaolong's subordinate. How would he have the courage to feel any dissatisfaction? Not to mention the fact that Huang Xiaolong was now the successor of their first ancestor. Whether it be his identity or status, both were higher than Lu Zhua's. Dare they blame Huang Xiaolong? That would be rebelling against the sect. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong's communication talisman inside the Azura ring shook. He took it out, sweeping it over with his divine sense. The message contained within was sent by Wei Chao and the 3 evils, saying that although they had yet to find the exact location of the ancestral dragon fruit, they were certain it was inside the 100 Beasts summit area of the Blood Phoenix Forest. Also, perhaps the Berserk Lion sect chief was suspicious, or maybe it was due to other reasons, but he had abruptly decided to make a trip to the Blood Phoenix Forest for the ancestral dragon fruit. Right now, the Berserk Lion sect chief had already reached the Blood Phoenix Forest. A frown appeared between Huang Xiaolong's brows. He didn't expect the Berserk Lion Sect chief would suddenly travel to the Blood Phoenix Forest at this point. He had no choice but to hurry back to the Green Cloud Island as fast as possible. I have an urgent matter right now and need to rush back to the Green Cloud Island. I hope the three of you will keep my identity hidden. I do not want others to know about me for the time being. Huang Xiaolong reminded Song Qingli and the other two, adding, I'll be back. Song Qingli, Lu Zhua, and Li Yongmin were quick to comply. However, before leaving, Huang Xiaolong inscribed the names of the remaining medicinal herbs and chaos spiritual herbs that he needed into a jade token so that Song Qingli and Lu Zhua could help him search for them. A while later, he was respectfully sent off by the three people. Sigh, I didn't expect that Green Ice Hail Devil to be Martial Ancestor's subordinate. Lu Zhua lamented. I wonder how Martial Ancestor managed to subdue it. Song Qingli glared fiercely at Lu Zhua. Do not arbitrarily discuss Martial Ancestor's matter. Lu Zhua and Li Yongmin immediately shut up. Song Qingli and Lu Zhua then sped off. But before that they once again reminded Li Yongmin not to speak a word of Huang Xiaolong's identity. The restriction around the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple has been taken down? The ancestor ordered it. Lu Qingyang sat on the main seat and his eyes flickered hearing the latest report. He questioned the disciple who came to report. Has Tang Hong come out? Replying to Grand Elder Lu, this disciple did not see Tang Hong come out. The disciple answered respectfully. When Huang Xiaolong left, he had restored his physical features to his own. So naturally, no one noticed that Tang Hong had disappeared. From then on, Tang Hong no longer existed in this world. You did not see him? Lu Qingyang's brows scrunched together in obvious displeasure. While Lu Qingyang was pondering the matter, his personal disciple Zhu Haishan walked into the hall. Master, there is nobody inside the Golden Dragon's sacred temple. Lu Qingyang's eyes narrowed. Nobody? This means that Kid Tang Hong has left the temple. There is no other explanation. Zhu Haishan nodded, adding in a solemn tone, Master, that Kid Tang Hong stayed inside the Golden Dragon's sacred temple for a month. Could he have achieved something like Hudan? Lu Qingyang snorted harshly. The duration of one's stay inside the temple isn't related to the number of dragon souls they can awaken. Tang Hong has a mere high-rank 10 godhead. How could he be compared to Hudan? He should be thanking his dead ancestors' good karma if he could awaken 4 dragon souls. Zhu Haishan laughed in agreement. What Master said is absolutely true. It is I who thought too much into it. A brief pause later, he added. The odd thing is, when I inquired about Tang Hong from Elder Li Yongmin, he seemed fearful, even reprimanding me severely, insisting he did not know. Bemused, Li Qingyang asked doubtfully, There is such a thing? Zhu Haishan nodded in affirmation. Lu Qingyang fell into contemplation. Maybe it was the ancestor or gate chief's order, prohibiting Li Yongmin from speaking about what happened in the temple. Thus, when he heard you asking questions about Tang Hong, he acted strangely. But what the reason is, we'll know once we capture Tang Hong. Go pass my order, have those below pay attention to that kid's whereabouts. Once they find him, report to me immediately. Yes, Master. Zhu Haishan saluted respectfully and went out to execute his master's order. From the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple, Huang Xiaolong directly left the mountain range. In order to reach the Green Cloud Island at the fastest possible, Huang Xiaolong had Bing Zhui, Xie and Xie take turns executing teleportation. 3 ancient god realm masters taking turns to execute teleportation was many times faster than the flying ship speed. As for Lu Qingyang, he could only tie up this loose end in the future when he returned to the Golden Dragon Gate. Lu Qingyang won't run anyways. The most crucial matter right now was finding the ancestral dragon fruit before the Berserk Lion Sect chief. If the fruit was found by the Berserk Lion Sect chief and consumed, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to recover it even if he split open the person's stomach. In less than 5 days, Huang Xiaolong made it back to the Green Cloud Island's South Hui City. Huang Xiaolong sped through the city without stopping, ordering Bing Zhui, Xie and Xie to continue teleporting all the way until they reached the Blood Phoenix Forest. Huang Xiaolong didn't even stop when they were close to the Barbarian God Sect headquarters. After a little less than 2 weeks' time, Huang Xiaolong's group finally reached the inner area of the Blood Phoenix Forest. Despite taking turns to teleport, Bing Jiui, Xie and Xie were dog-tired by the time they reached the Blood Phoenix Forest, so much that their tongues were almost hanging out from the side of their mouths. Once they reached the forest, Huang Xiaolong sped straight toward the 100 Beasts Summit. The 100 Beasts Summit was the mountain peak with the richest spiritual energy in the whole Blood Phoenix Forest. Concurrently, it was also the most dangerous place within the forest. Its distinctively richer spiritual energy inevitably made the powerful demonic beasts living inside the forest fight for a piece of land on the summit. Rumors have it that, every 100 years, the demonic beasts in the Blood Phoenix Forest would battle, and the 100 most powerful demonic beasts that came out on top would be the ones who could live on the summit. This was also the origin of the summit's name. As for why the 100 Beasts Summit had the richest spiritual energy in the Blood Phoenix Forest, an answer hadn't been found yet, but there were a lot of speculations and different versions going around for long. Some argued that there was a Grade 5 spiritual vein below the 100 Beasts Summit, a Grade 5 spiritual vein that was sealed by a 10th Order Ancient God Realm Master so that no one would be able to take it away. Another version claimed that when the ancient Blood Phoenix Divine Beast fell, its godhead shattered and all of its god force was somehow infused into this 100 Beasts Summit. Others claimed there was some kind of chaos-grade spiritual item within the 100 Beasts Summit. However, no one had ever verified the actual source of the rich spiritual energy there. The 100 Beasts Summit was guarded by 100 of the Blood Phoenix Forest's most powerful demonic beasts, deterring other demonic beasts and human cultivators from getting too close to it on normal days. On this day, as a subtle flash of light could be seen high in the air as a figure appeared above on the slope of the 100 Beasts Summit. This figure was none other than Huang Xiaolong. He paused for a moment looking at the enormous mountain in front of him that was at least 10,000 li wide before gradually converging his presence and flying toward the north side of the mountain. The three evils, Wei Chao, and the two Berserk Lion Sect elders had met up with the Berserk Lion Sect chief Chao Weiran. Chao Weiran made it to the 100 Beasts Summit yesterday. When Huang Xiaolong received the three evils and Wei Chao's report, he had instructed them to obey Chao Weiran's commands for the time being. Therefore, the six of them were currently moving in a group. A while later, Huang Xiaolong came to the north side's upper slope where he released the little cow from the Shumi temple. Xianxia, how is it? Do you sense anything coming from the ancestral dragon fruit? Huang Xiaolong asked. The little fella possessed a kind of ability. Within a certain range limit, Xianxia was able to sense whether there were items nearby similar to anything it had eaten before. The little cow did not answer immediately. It closed its eyes, trying to find the ancestral dragon fruit's aura. Roughly a minute later, the little cow opened its eyes, shaking its head saying, "Nothing." Huang Xiaolong couldn't help feeling disappointed hearing that. Did that mean the ancestral dragon fruit was not on the 100 Beasts Summit? Then again, if the ancestral dragon fruit were there, how could the demonic beasts that had been living on this mountain not discover its existence? On the other hand, the three evils and Wei Chao couldn't lie to him. Maybe the ancestral dragon fruit is here, but if it was sealed by an ancient god realm master with a special method, I won't be able to sense it. Noticing Huang Xiaolong's flickering expressions, the little cow said. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up with hope. You're saying? If the Berserk Lion Sect chief deduced that the ancestral dragon fruit is here in the Blood Phoenix Forest from ancient records, that may not be the only thing he knows. The little cow suggested. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in agreement. He understood what the little cow was implying. Capture the Berserk Lion Sect chief Chao Weiran. Although Chao Weiran was an early Second Order Ancient God Realm Master, Huang Xiaolong had Bing Jiui, Xie and Xie. Capturing Chao Weiran wouldn't be difficult. At this time, at a certain large open space on the 100 Beasts Summit, the Berserk Lion Sect chief was studying a fragile and incomplete piece of beast skin map while surveying his surroundings. The three evils, Wei Chao, and the two Berserk Lion Sect elders watched him from a distance not far away. It should be somewhere near here, Chao Weiran muttered as he stared intently at the spacious land around him that had nothing. His brows furrowed deeply. After some thought, Chao Weiran arrived at the center of the open land in a flicker. He carefully controlled his force and struck his palm downward at the ground. To everyone's astonishment, the ground merely quivered a little. Chao Weiran knew very well that the amount of force he used just now was enough to split a great mountain into two. Yet this land below him merely quivered. Chao Weiran refused to believe the ground wouldn't break and struck his palm down once more. This time, he exerted the full strength of his god force in this palm attack, doubling his attack power. Bang! A thunderous noise reverberated through the area. The ground shook briefly, but that was all. It quickly returned to calmness without any damage. Chao Weiran's eyes protruded in shock. How can this be? The 6 people who had been watching in the distance had shock written all over their faces. Huang Xiaolong, who arrived on the little cow, was astounded as well when he saw that Chao Weiran's full-force palm strike barely scratched the ground surface. There's no way this piece of open land was naturally formed. If the ground surface on this spot was so hard, then could what lied below it be? Who's there? Chao Weiran suddenly turned around, his eyes sharp as daggers looking in Huang Xiaolong's direction. When he saw a young man clad in the barbarian god sect's core disciple robe, Chao Weiran was caught off guard for a brief second. In this split second, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow entered the open space area. What happened next rendered Chao Weiran agape with disbelief. The 3 evils, his sect's 2 elders, and his personal disciple Wei Chao actually flew toward this barbarian god sect core disciple and respectfully greeted him, "Young Lord! Young Lord!" The group of 6, including the 3 evils, actually respectfully addressed a barbarian god sect core disciple as "Young Lord." Chao Weiran couldn't get his head around what was happening before him. But in the next moment, wrath erupted in the depth of his eyes, the whelming killing intent from his body soaring to the sky. "You lot dare to betray the Berserk Lion sect? Betray me!" Chao Weiran's chilling voice contained unspeakable wrath. Though in recent days he had a nagging suspicion that there was something wrong with the 6 of them, he didn't pay it too much attention. Who would have thought these people, his own personal disciple included, had turned their backs on him and the Berserk Lion sect? This barbarian god sect core disciple showing up here at this point of time must have been because these 6 people had messaged him about the ancestral dragon fruit. Thinking of this, Chao Weiran's wrath and killing intent rose exponentially. "So, you're Chao Weiran?" Huang Xiaolong spoke as if Chao Weiran's terrifying killing intent and rage were non-existent. His gaze swept over the beast skin map in Chao Weiran's hand and went on indifferently, "That's the ancestral dragon fruit treasure map? Will you give it to me voluntarily? Or shall I take it from you?" Chao Weiran blanked for a second hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, but he soon laughed. He laughed so hard that his face turned deep red. A mere core disciple of the barbarian god sect wanted to snatch the treasure map in his hand? On top of that, he had the guts to refer to him by name. Not even the barbarian god sect chief Gu Ling had the courage to call him by name. In front of him, Gu Ling had to courteously greet him as sect chief Chao. "Runt, you think you're qualified to speak to me?" Chao Weiran's icy gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong before sweeping over the surroundings. "Where's your sect's ancestor and sect chief? Tell Luzhua and Gu Ling to roll out here for me." Clearly, Chao Weiran assumed that Luzhua and Gu Ling were hiding in the vicinity. Apart from that, those 2 old farts must have given extremely tempting promises to the 3 evils, Wei Chao, and the rest, tempting enough for them to swear allegiance to the barbarian god sect. The truth was far from what Chao Weiran assumed, however, as the 3 evils, Wei Chao, and the 2 Berserk Lion sect elders changing allegiance had nothing to do with the barbarian god sect. It was Huang Xiaolong who was puzzled by Chao Weiran's words this time. A second later, he shook his head, reassuring with a faint smile. "Chao Weiran. Rest assured, Luzhua and Gu Ling aren't here." Chao Weiran was once again bemused by Huang Xiaolong. His sharp gaze fixed on him as if he could see something from Huang Xiaolong's eyes. This little core disciple even dared to speak the full names of his sect's ancestor and sect chief. What is going on here exactly? He had never heard of a sect's disciple being so disrespectful of their elders, and the reverence and awe on the faces of the 3 evils, Wei Chao, and the two elders stabbed Chao Weiran in all the wrong places. Going around spouting nonsensical riddles. Chao Weiran's stance changed all of a sudden. Runt. Let's see if Luzhua and Guling come out when I kill you. His palm already struck out before his sentence finished. The sky changed when Chao Weiran attacked. The air flowed in reverse, gathering in front of Chao Weiran and forming a transparent giant lion. A lion's roar echoed in the forest as if it came from the primordial times, transcending time and space. A horrifying pressure gathered toward Huang Xiaolong from all directions. Before Chao Weiran's palm attack arrived, Huang Xiaolong had a feeling he was on the verge of being pulverized into dust. He knew for certain that if he was hit by Chao Weiran's palm, as powerful as true divine dragon physique might be, there would be nothing left of him in the end. The cultivation gap between them was simply too big. He was just a late fifth-order heavenly god realm, whereas Chao Weiran was an ancient god realm master, an early second-order ancient god realm at that. Right when Chao Weiran was close to reducing Huang Xiaolong and the little cow to dust, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The figure lifted an arm, meeting Chao Weiran's attack. A cold giant green palm collided with Chao Weiran's palm force. Bang 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 bang. Numerous blasts rang in the air, causing space to distort from the power shockwaves sweeping out in all directions, raising a veil of dust. Chao Weiran's body swayed as he staggered back several steps, shock clearly written over his face, as he stared at Bing Jui standing between him and Huang Xiaolong. A peak early second-order ancient god realm green ice hail devil master. There was a peak early second-order ancient god realm master protecting him. Who are you exactly? Chao Weiran's earlier disdain had vanished. He was now staring at Huang Xiaolong with wariness. A barbarian god sect core disciple. Huang Xiaolong answered matter-of-factly. Bullshit. Chao Weiran swore in anger. Since when does a barbarian god sect core disciple have a peak early second-order ancient god realm guardian? How come I didn't hear of this? Beat him to death and Chao Weiran still wouldn't believe this young man was a mere barbarian god sect core disciple. The barbarian god sect ancestor Luzhua was still an early second-order ancient god realm. Tell it to anyone and none would believe this young man, a barbarian god sect core disciple, has a peak early second-order ancient god realm green ice hail devil guardian at his side. The ancestral dragon fruit treasure map. Are you going to give it to me? Or should I take it myself? Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered wasting any more time entertaining Chao Weiran. Repeating his question for the last time, Chao Weiran sneered. Runt, you really think I'll be afraid of you for merely having a peak early second-order ancient god realm green ice hail devil? Don't joke. I can come and go as I please. He turned to Wei Chao. You've greatly disappointed master. I'm giving you one chance. Kneel and confess your sins. For the sake of our many years of master-disciple feelings, I can spare your life. Wei Chao shook his head but did not speak. Seeing Wei Chao's response, a hidden killing intent flitted in the depth of Chao Weiran's eyes. Since you've decided, don't blame master for being ruthless in the future. His body blurred into a flicker, planning to leave. He couldn't do anything to that runt that had a peak early second-order ancient god realm master at his side. However, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave, not even the green ice hail devil. Chao Weiran had barely flown off when the space in front him warped. A hairy hand similar to a giant ape arm reached out from the void. The ape arm exuded thick nefarious energy, slamming down on Chao Weiran whose heart pounded sensing the power gathered at the ape palm. He paled considerably, hastily leaping backward several times before managing to avoid the attack. Before he could breathe in relief, the space behind him warped as a similar giant hairy ape arm appeared. This ape-like arm also slammed down on Chao Weiran the instant it appeared. To Chao Weiran's horror, the second ape arm was more terrifying than the first. A lot more. A horrifying destructive palm force exuding nefarious energy slammed onto his back. Chao Weiran had no time to think. Without even looking back, his palm struck at the attacker. Rumble. Resounding blasts rang like never-ending divine punishment lightning. The 100 beasts occupying the mountain were alerted. All of them looked fearfully in the direction of the mountain slope. Demonic beasts that were closer in proximity to the slope were spitting blood again and again, their bodies continuously trembling after being impacted by the overwhelming shockwaves. Even though these demonic beasts were strong, most of them were between late 10th order and peak late 10th order heavenly god realm. Even the three most powerful demonic beasts on this mountain were only between early and mid-first order ancient god realm. Chao Weiron's body shot forward, savagely crashed into the rocky mountain surface. The mountain shook, raising a thick curtain of dust and sand. Chao Weiran ignored his heavy injuries, staring at the two stalwart figures looming over him in the air. Ancient god realm, nefarious devil masters, he screamed. Furthermore, one could be a late second order ancient god realm master while the other, an early third order ancient god realm master. Impossible! How could two ancient god realm nefarious devil masters leave the nefarious devil island? High in the air, Xie Tu and Xie Du were respectfully saluting at Huang Xiaolong. Master! Master! Chao Weiron's head buzzed as if a thunderbolt struck him. This. 2 second order and above ancient god realm masters actually addressed a late 5th order heavenly god realm young man master? That means... Chao Weiron's gaze fell on the green ice hail devil Bing Jui standing beside Huang Xiaolong. That green ice hail devil is the same? When Bing Jui first appeared, Chao Weiran had assumed he was just a hired help to protect Huang Xiaolong, while Huang Xiaolong was just paying for a service. In the divine world, if the price offered was high enough, a person could indeed hire an ancient god realm master to protect them for a certain period of time. Huang Xiaolong looked at Chao Weiran, saying, "Chao Weiran, the treasure map." As his right hand extended out, enduring the pain from his injuries, Chao Weiran struggled to stand straight. When Huang Xiaolong first spoke his full name, he had thought this weak little kid wasn't qualified to speak to him. But now, he didn't think so anymore. However, "You want to take away my ancestral dragon fruit treasure map?" A gloomy light flickered in Chao Weiron's eyes as his gaze swept over Xie Tu, Xie Du, and Bing Jui. "Fine. I can give you the ancestral dragon fruit treasure map, but you must promise to let me go." Chao Weiran negotiated after struggling internally. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, stating matter-of-factly, "You aren't qualified to negotiate terms with me." Not qualified. Anger raged in Chao Weiron's heart. How many years had it been? This was the first time someone said to his face that he was not qualified. "What do you want then?" Chao Weiran forcefully suppressed the raging fire in his chest, half snarling, "Don't go overboard. If I destroy this treasure map, neither of us will get it. The map I want, and you also need to make a blood oath of 100 years of allegiance to me." Huang Xiaolong said coldly. "What? Blood oath?" Chao Weiron's angry bellow resounded. Once someone violated a blood oath they made, they would suffer divine punishment. Therefore Chao Weiran would be bound to Huang Xiaolong for 100 years. In fact, this was the only method Huang Xiaolong could think of in the lack of other options. Indeed, with Bing Jui, Xie Tu, and Xie Du's strength, they could capture Chao Weiran. However, Chao Weiran himself was a second-order ancient god realm master with a strong will. It was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to control him as he did with Bing Jui and the rest. Therefore, he could only attempt to control Chao Weiran through the blood oath. Although a blood oath couldn't ensure that Chao Weiran would be completely loyal to him, it was a method to control him to some extent and make him listen to his orders for 100 years. Huang Xiaolong was confident he would have already broken through to the ancient god realm 100 years later. Branding Chao Weiran's godhead at that time wouldn't be late. Huang Xiaolong calmly watched Chao Weiran seethe with anger, waiting for his reply. Between dying and a blood oath, Huang Xiaolong believed Chao Weiran would make the right decision. As Huang Xiaolong expected, the enraged Chao Weiran gradually calmed down, and after some thought, he nodded in the end. When he was finished, his blood oath formed 2 sigils that flew into Huang Xiaolong and Chao Weiran's own foreheads separately. Sensing the existence of the blood sigil inside his body, Chao Weiran sighed heavily in his heart. He then passed the ancestral dragon fruit treasure map over to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong took the treasure map, looked over it, then compared with the surrounding mountainous terrain. There was doubt in his eyes. According to the indication on the map, the ancestral dragon fruit should be somewhere in this open space. The ancestral dragon fruit is certain to be around here. The little cow suddenly spoke. Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. He moved to the center of the open space where two faint handprints could be seen on the ground, which was caused by Chao Weiran earlier. Looking at the two palm prints, Huang Xiaolong was inwardly shocked. For an early second-order ancient god realm to barely leave any marks on the ground surface, how hard was this ground? Huang Xiaolong pondered briefly, then instructed the little cow and the others to move further back, having Bing Joey, Xie Tu, and Xie Du simultaneously attack the same spot. Yet the ground merely quivered. Not even a small crack appeared. Huang Xiaolong subsequently thought of various methods and tried them one by one to no avail. This place must have been tampered with by some ancient master. Breaking the ground surface is unlikely unless you have a seventh-order ancient god realm strength. The little cow summarized, tiny purple sparks crackling on its two golden horns. Disappointment was written all over Huang Xiaolong's face at the little cow's words. Seventh-order ancient god realm. It seems he wouldn't be able to find the ancestral dragon fruit until then. Although he still wasn't absolutely certain that the ancestral dragon fruit was below this part of the mountain, there was a 90% chance it was. However, who arranged these formations around here? Could it be that ancient divine beast blood phoenix? Huang Xiaolong looked at his surroundings. Failing to find any clues, he could only leave the blood phoenix forest. Before leaving, though, he subjugated the most powerful demonic beast on the 100 Beasts Summit, the Nether Fire Sparrow. A month later, his group was out from the Blood Phoenix Forest territory. From here on, Huang Xiaolong decided to make a trip back to the barbarian god sect, whereas Chao Weiran, Wei Chao, the Three Evils, and the rest were allowed to return to the Berserk Lion sect. Huang Xiaolong did not forget to give them a list of the herbs he needed. Since he was in no hurry to rush back to the barbarian god sect, Huang Xiaolong trained as he traveled. By the time he reached the sect, 3 months had passed. During this period of training, his cultivation made a great leap toward peak late 5th order heavenly god realm. I heard senior brother Chun Hao went to the extraterritorial devil battlefield to train. In a short time, his strength improved by leaps and bounds, and now he's close to breaking through to 10th order heavenly god realm. I heard that too. Not only that, at the extraterritorial devil battlefield, senior brother Chun Hao received the appreciation of the giant tribe patriarch, who wanted to accept senior brother Chun Hao as his godson. The giant tribe patriarch is a third-order ancient god realm master. Huang Xiaolong had just returned to the barbarian god sect, and he already heard quite a few disciples discussing Chen Hao's latest adventure. The giant tribe. Huang Xiaolong frowned slightly at the unexpected connection. Just like the nefarious devil tribe and Buddhist demon clan, the giant tribe was one of those old heritage races. Although the giant tribe's strength was comparatively lacking compared to the nefarious devil tribe in the past, it was now the other way around instead. The current giant tribe was far more powerful than the nefarious devil tribe. As far as the outside world knew, the giant tribe currently had 10 ancient god realm masters. Between the few neighboring islands' forces, the giant tribe definitely ranked within the top 3. Even the Golden Dragon Gate and Berserk Lion Sect's forces combined could not match even half of the giant tribe's forces, not to mention an even weaker barbarian god sect. It was really surprising that Chun Hao had caught the giant tribe patriarch's eye to the point of accepting him as a godson. The giant tribe patriarch's personal disciple, Zhu Meng, is in our barbarian god sect's headquarters. Everyone take a guess. What could be the motive of the giant tribe to send someone to our sect? In the group of disciples up ahead, one of them deliberately lowered his voice as he asked his companions. Could it be related to Huang Xiaolong? A disciple took a shot. Bullseye. It really concerns Huang Xiaolong. I heard that Zhu Meng came here under the orders of the giant tribe patriarch. They practically told our ancestor and sect chief to strip Huang Xiaolong of his core disciple position. On top of that, they want to take Huang Xiaolong back to the giant tribe. Abrogate Huang Xiaolong's core disciple position? They even want to take him away? Huang Xiaolong is our barbarian god sect's greatest genius disciple in 100,000 years. The ancestor and sect chief couldn't possibly agree, right? What can they do then? The other party is the giant tribe. Do our ancestor and sect chief have the guts to say no? A sharp light gleamed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he listened on. Chun Hao actually exerted pressure on the barbarian god sect through the giant tribe, demanding the barbarian god sect to take away his core disciple identity. Looks like this Chun Hao had taken things for granted too much. Did he really think Huang Xiaolong was a soft persimmon to be squashed at will? With Huang Xiaolong's current strength and power, remaining in the barbarian god sect or otherwise was no longer important. The barbarian god sect had always been a stepping stone in his plans from the beginning, all in order to participate in the All Islands Great War on the Fortune mainland. Now, he could participate through the Golden Dragon Gate or the Berserk Lion Sex quota. However, he wanted to see what choice Luzhua and Guling made with the giant tribe putting pressure on them, whether they would give in to the giant tribe and abrogate his core disciple identity or refuse them, firm in their decision to protect him. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred away from the spot. At this time, almost all of the barbarian god sect's grand elders were assembled inside the main great hall, with Luzhua and Guling sitting at the top main seats. However, there was an additional seat in their row, occupied by a middle-aged man with a giant physique. This gigantic middle-aged man was none other than Zhu Meng, the giant tribe patriarch's personal disciple. In general, the giant tribe's height was 10 meters and above, hence, despite sitting down, Zhu Meng still towered over Luzhua and Guling. Senior Luzhua, Sect Chief Gu, have you reached a decision? Our patriarch already stated that as long as the barbarian god sect strips that Huang Xiaolong of position and permits me to take him away, Zhu Meng spoke without scruples. Our giant tribe is willing to compensate with a grade 5 spiritual vein. What? A grade 5 spiritual vein? Such a priceless treasure. In an instant, sounds of excited surprise came from the present grand elders, echoing in the great hall. Luzhua and Guling were inwardly astonished while maintaining a calm appearance on the surface. Both men were well aware what a grade 5 spiritual vein meant. A valuable resource to nurture more than a few high-level heavenly god realm disciples, used to refine a large number of powerful divine weapons, armors, and also various ancient divine pellets. The possibilities sped through their minds, the gains and probable losses. Should they abrogate Huang Xiaolong in return for a grade 5 spiritual vein or continue shielding him and risk offending the giant tribe? If they offended them, resulting in their sect being severely suppressed by them, the coming days of their barbarian god sect disciples would not be good. There was even the danger of sect annihilation. After all, the giant tribe was that powerful. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong was their barbarian god sect's greatest genius in 100,000 years, the hope of their sect to climb higher. Luzhua suddenly gritted his teeth as he came to a decision. He raised his head to look at Zhu Meng, saying, Huang Xiaolong is our sect's disciple. Wanting me to abrogate his core disciple identity for a grade 5 spiritual vein is impossible. What? Zhu Meng was shocked by Luzhua's words, his expression turning ugly. He was extremely confident that Luzhua would agree. Luzhua, is this your final decision? You'd better consider it again. If my master comes personally next time, you know very well what the consequences will be. At that time, not only will you have to hand Huang Xiaolong to us, you won't get a grade 5 spiritual vein as compensation anymore. Zhu Meng said solemnly. The threat in his voice was evident. Guling's lips parted as if there was something he wanted to say, but seeing Luzhua's expression, he kept his mouth shut. Ancestor, it is true that Huang Xiaolong is an outstanding talent, but we cannot force the entire sect toward damnation for him alone. Grand Elder Qiu Bihu stood up urgently, carefully dissuading Luzhua. When several elders backing Chun Hao wanted to stand up as well, Luzhua's sharp gaze swept over them. Everyone backed down and Luzhua's cold voice sounded. This matter ends here. See the guest off. Zhu Meng's giant body rose from his seat. Then he harumphed coldly and left with a flick of his sleeve. The group of grand elders was filled with a sense of foreboding watching Zhu Meng's figure disappearing from sight. Luzhua didn't look very well as he waved away the group of grand elders. Ancestor, are we really going to offend the giant tribe for Huang Xiaolong? Guling asked the question despite his hesitation. Luzhua sighed, asking in return, Guling, You won't blame me for making such a decision? In fact, Lu Zhuo was feeling a bit regretful for his stance earlier. When he refused the giant tribe's offer just now, was it in the spur of the moment, or was he hoping that Huang Xiaolong would produce a miracle? Whatever ancestor decides, I will support, said Gu Ling. Lu Zhuo nodded, inwardly praying that his decision today was the right one. Otherwise, he'd be the barbarian god sect's eternal sinner. A few hours later, Zhu Meng and several of the giant tribe's elders who came on this trip left the barbarian god sect's mountain range. Lu Zhuo, that old fart, really doesn't know what's good for him. While flying away, Zhu Meng snorted in anger. If it wasn't because Master is unable to leave the extraterritorial devil battlefield at the moment, our giant tribe would flatten the barbarian god sect this instant. I would make that old fart Lu Zhuo clean my toes with his tongue. The patriarch will surely be upset with us for failing to bring back Huang Xiaolong. However, does the patriarch really want to accept that Chun Hao as his godson? The giant tribe elder Zhu Ha frowned. Zhu Ha has always looked down on the human race. Never had he imagined there would be a day when their giant tribe patriarch would want to accept a human as his godson. Zhu Meng too was frowning. He had been baffled ever since his master made this decision. Right at this moment, the group of giants noticed there was a black-haired young man riding on a cow in their path, and he was clad in the barbarian god sect's core disciple robe. A barbarian god sect disciple? Elder Zhu Ha grinned with malice. Since we're leaving anyways, why don't we kill this little one to vent a little anger? Wait! Zhu Meng stopped him, his gaze fixed on Huang Xiaolong. He had a feeling that this barbarian god sect disciple seemed to be waiting for them. Startled by Zhu Meng's unexpected bark, the giant tribe elder Zhu Ha's steps halted. He then turned to look doubtfully at Zhu Meng before looking again at the black-haired barbarian god sect core disciple who seemed to be flying towards them. At this point, Zhu Ha and the rest of the giant tribe group could tell that barbarian god sect core disciple's purpose here was them. Now, the baffling question was why? Why was this person looking for them? During this brief lapse of time, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow came to a stop not far from the giant tribe group. Little runt, who are you? What business you have with us? Zhu Ha snapped. You'd better have a good reason, or else the consequences for blocking our path and wasting our time will be severe. Another giant tribe elder spoke with a hint of bloodthirst. Huang Xiaolong was unperturbed. Weren't you all under the orders of your patriarch to come and take me back to the giant tribe? Zhu Meng, Zhu Ha, and the rest were stunned. You're Huang Xiaolong? Several of them blurted out at the same time, feeling incredulous. Right, I am Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Zhu Meng and Zhu Ha exchanged a glance. The meaning in their gazes was clear. What is with this situation? Was this little runt truly Huang Xiaolong? Had he actually come looking for them? Zhu Meng secretly surveyed the surroundings, expanding his secret soul technique, and soon verified that there was no other barbarian god sect master at Huang Xiaolong's side. This deepened his suspicion. You really are Huang Xiaolong? Zhu Ha asked again. This Huang Xiaolong knew that their purpose for coming to the barbarian god sect was to seize him and drag him back to the giant tribe. They did not succeed, yet this Huang Xiaolong himself came looking for them instead. Did the barbarian god sect find a retard to pose as Huang Xiaolong and play a prank on them? Huang Xiaolong did not bother to answer the same question time and again, shaking his head as he said, Your patriarch really shouldn't have sent you all here to the barbarian god sect. Not only will all of you die here, but your giant tribe will also soon disappear from this world as well. Zhu Meng, Zhu Ha, and the others were rendered dazed by Huang Xiaolong's words, but they all erupted in thunderous laughter in the next second, clutching their bellies. Oh, merciful mother! Lu Zhuo, that old fart, actually released such a runt to frighten us? Zhu Meng guffawed. We're going to die here? Oh, I'm so scared. Zhu Meng pretended to be trembling in fear. Zhu Ha joined in. Did you guys hear that? This fool says that our giant tribe is going to disappear from this world. His aunt. I'm going to die from laughter. His sister. Thank God I haven't eaten today. A giant tribe elder began another wave of laughter. As one of the primordial races that had existed for 100 million years, even though the tribe had declined through the generations, they were still not extinct. They survived through several gods' and demons' great wars, yet still continued to exist. But now, a little barbarian god sect disciple claimed that he wanted the giant tribe to disappear from this world. Forget Wuxia, even the barbarian god sect's founding ancestor dared not utter such words. One couldn't blame the group of giants for guffawing as they were. Soon after they started laughing, a vast divine might descend upon them, accompanied by a terrifying cold chi. Affected by this cold chi, the airflow in their immediate surroundings froze. At the same time, thick layers of crystalline green ice appeared, covering the land at rapid speed. Zhu Meng, Zhu Ha, and the other sounds of laughter came to an abrupt stop. Their eyes widened in shock and terror, staring at the figure that appeared behind Huang Xiaolong. You! Zhu Ha's words stopped as if his tongue was frozen in his mouth. Who are you? How are you related to the green ice hail devil race? Zhu Meng did his best to appear calm, cautiously wording his question. His voice was much lower than previously, even sounding polite and fearful. Their group consisted only of heavenly god realm cultivators. In front of an ancient god realm master, they hadn't the slightest power to resist. Huang Xiaolong did not answer Zhu Meng. Instead, he indicated the green ice hail devil with a look. Bing Joey respectfully complied, and his body blurred as he teleported, immediately arriving in front of Zhu Meng's group. Senior, we're elders of the giant tribe. Fear rose to Zhu Meng's face as he blurted out anxiously at Bing Joey. In the old days, both our giant tribe and the green ice hail tribe had a tight bond of friendship. Zhu Ha loudly added. Bing Joey was indifferent as his palm reached out. Zhu Meng, Zhu Ha, and the rest became ashen, trying their best to escape. However, to their horror, they discovered they were unable to move an inch. Terrifying frigid cold chi invaded their bodies from all directions, flowing into their god-sea and godhead, obstructing them from circulating their god force. Bing Joey easily captured the group, dragging them in front of Huang Xiaolong. At this point, they had already turned into huge green ice statues. However, Huang Xiaolong only had Bing Joey freeze the giant tribe group instead of killing them with his frigid cold chi. Looking at the row of giant ice statues in front of him, Huang Xiaolong's hand reached out. The force from his palm pulled the frozen Zhu Meng forth and scoured through his memories. After he was done with Zhu Meng, he searched through Zhu Ha's memories, going through all of them one after another. A while later, after he finished, Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered as he pondered what he learned from their memories. At the moment, the giant tribe patriarch and several of the tribe's grand elders were currently at the extraterritorial devil battlefield, trying to break the formation of a cultivation dwelling left behind by an ancient master. It was estimated they would need 3 years to break through. This was also the reason why the giant tribe patriarch was unable to make this trip to the barbarian god sect personally. Also, Chun Hao was currently with the giant tribe patriarch. 3 years. Huang Xiaolong repeated under his breath. Huang Xiaolong then circulated his archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power, causing Zhu Meng, Zhu Ha, and the others to scream in excruciating pain in the next moment. For him, 3 years was enough time. When Chun Hao returned to the barbarian god sect 3 years later with the giant tribe patriarch, he would resolve both troubles once and for all. However, his current subordinates, counting the Berserk Lion Sect chief, only came up to 6 ancient god realm masters, which was lacking if he wanted to fight against the giant tribe. Therefore, he needed to make some preparations in these 3 years. Huang Xiaolong flicked a sliver of supreme fire element god force onto Zhu Meng and the others, erasing their traces as he and the little cow sped away. In the vast outer space outside of the Vientiane world, a colossal pitch-black mass floated in space. This colossal mass of shadows was numerous times bigger than the whole Vientiane world, emitting a constant black glow. This was the notorious extraterritorial devil battlefield. Other than the Vientiane world, the battlefield had several tens of thousands of world surfaces close to it. Some of these world surfaces were over 1,000 times bigger than the Vientiane world. Within this giant black mass were several 100,000 worlds and mainlands. Right now, on one of the mainlands located on the outer edge of the extraterritorial devil battlefield, in the depths of a cave in a wilderness mountain, the giant tribe patriarch Zhu Wufei and several of the giant tribe's grand elders were hard at work, attacking the formation in front of them. Every time they attacked the formation, sparks would fly amidst deafening blasts. All of a sudden, Zhu Wufei felt his communication talisman shake and took it out of his spatial ring. He exclaimed in anger after his divine sense swept over the message within. What? Zhu Meng's group died. Zhu Wufei's eyes were protruding out of their sockets. The first thought on his mind was, did the people below report incorrectly? He sent a message back to reconfirm, but he soon received a reply from an elder, reporting that Zhu Meng's request was refused by Lu Zhuo, and the barbarian god sect did not hand over Huang Xiaolong. Not long after Zhu Meng's group left the barbarian god sect headquarters, they were killed. A storm of killing intent erupted from Zhu Wufei's body as he looked at the communication talisman. The barbarian god sect. His low voice was bone-chillingly frigid, gnashing the words out one by one. Patriarch, you? One of the giant tribe eminent grand elder couldn't help asking when he noticed Zhu Wufei's sudden hostility. Zhu Wufei did not reply, passing the communication talisman in his hand to that eminent grand elder. In less than a second, the eminent grand elder's divine sense had already read through the message within, and he too was filled with violent killing intent. This damn barbarian god sect. I'm going to kill all of them. Annihilate this sect. Slaughter all of their disciples. It's not enough to atone for their sins, even if Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling die a million deaths. Angry voices echoed in the cave as the other giant tribe elders heard the news. But there's something odd about this. Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling don't have the guts to kill people of my giant tribe, an eminent grand elder stated with doubt. Even if Zhu Meng wasn't killed by them, they still died not long after leaving the barbarian god sect. They must take responsibility for this just the same. He had the guts to refuse our giant tribe. Refusing to hand Huang Xiaolong over to us is already a crime punishable with slaughter. Zhu Wufei stated coldly. 3 years later, after we break this cultivation dwellings formation, we'll set off to the barbarian god sect. At this time, a black shadow flickered into the cave. This shadow was none other Chen Hao, who returned after hunting some magic beasts in the vicinity. Chen Hao was alarmed when he entered, sensing the violent killing intent from the people inside the cave. Godfather, what happened with everyone? Zhu Wufei flipped the communication talisman to Chen Hao, saying, the barbarian god sect refused to hand Huang Xiaolong over. On top of that, not long after leaving the barbarian god sect headquarters, Zhu Meng's group was killed. Chen Hao caught the communication talisman in his hand and was greatly shocked after sweeping over the message with his divine sense. Then, Godfather intends to? Chen Hao cautiously inquired. 3 years later, after we've broken through this cultivation dwellings formation and obtained the treasures inside, we'll set off to the barbarian god sect, Zhu Wufei announced with roiling killing intent. Yes, Godfather. Chen Hao's heart secretly throbbed with ecstasy at Zhu Wufei's words. He was looking forward to seeing how Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling were going to protect Huang Xiaolong at that time. Huang Xiaolong, your time is running out. You should treasure these remaining 3 years of your life. I'm going to kill you personally in front of the barbarian god sect. On the other side, inside Huang Xiaolong's celestial immortal manor, there were several spatial rings hovering in front of him that once belonged to Zhu Meng's group. Huang Xiaolong checked the spatial rings one by one and wasn't shocked at the piles of shinbi, herbs, and divine pellets that were as high as a mountain. The total amount of shinbi he got from these spatial rings was well over 6 billion. The medicinal herbs inside these spatial rings were, to his disappointment, merely 10 million years old and below. However, Huang Xiaolong was happy, for he found the remaining herbs he needed for the reverse incarnation pill. He quickly transferred the dozen kinds of herbs into his azure ring for safekeeping. The divine pellets were barely passable, mostly likely refined by Zhu Meng's group themselves, barely reaching grade 3. A grade 3 divine pellet may be a precious item to others, but this grade of divine pills was rubbish in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. With the horrifying refining speed of his 3 supreme godheads, Absorbing 1,000,000 pills of this grade still wouldn't bring his cultivation to 6th order heavenly god realm. Another thing was, Zhu Meng did not bring along that grade 5 spiritual vein that he promised Lu Jua. Currently, that grade 5 spiritual vein was sealed inside the giant island's underground space. In fact, from the very beginning, the giant tribe had never planned to give a grade 5 spiritual vein to the barbarian god sect. However, in Zhu Meng's memories, there was more than one of them in the giant island's underground space. There were 3. 3! Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in an excited whisper, a feverish glint in his eyes. 3 years later, after he annihilated the giant tribe, he mustn't forget about those 3 grade 5 spiritual veins underground. The subsequent 2 months were peaceful days with sunny skies. Huang Xiaolong stayed inside his manor to cultivate in this period, falling into his previous routine of going to the library during the day to read through the divine battle art and technique manuals, while his nights were spent comprehending what he had read. Huang Xiaolong had grasped the entirety of the Golden Dragon divine art he obtained from the Golden Dragon Sacred Temple. As the number of divine battle arts and techniques he saw increased, the intention of creating his own cultivation technique and battle art grew stronger and clearer as the days went by. In the beginning, he only thought of creating his own cultivation technique without any sense of direction, but now he could see a vague skeleton of what he wished to create. Still, Huang Xiaolong felt like he needed to study more manuals so that he could build, merge, and improve further, hence he was in no hurry to start creating. In these 2 months, Lu Jua and Gu Ling came to see him more than once, advising Huang Xiaolong to cultivate well while guiding him. Huang Xiaolong couldn't bear to refuse these 2 people's kind intentions, and thanks to their guidance, his understanding of the many divine battle arts and technique manuals he studied lately had deepened. It could be said that Huang Xiaolong never had any sense of belonging to the barbarian god sect, but ever since the giant tribe incident, there was a subtle change in this aspect, making Huang Xiaolong begin to think of the barbarian god sect as his first home in the divine world. In the future, he would make every effort to protect the barbarian god sect. Another month passed in peace. Huang Xiaolong, who had been close to advancing to peak late 5th order heavenly god realm, finally advanced successfully without any suspense. Just half a step more, and he'd be able to reach 6th order heavenly god realm. The weather on this day was exceptionally good. Both the sun and wind were present. Huang Xiaolong planned to head to the Jadeite kingdom. He was looking forward to seeing what was behind the Zhenyu sect's inner treasury hall. When he first entered the Zhenyu sect's treasury, his strength was lacking, thus unable to open the steel wall to the inner hall. But now, he believed there shouldn't be any problem opening that steel wall with his significant improvement, as well as Bing Jui Xietu and Xiedu, 3 ancient god realm masters. The Zhenyu sect treasury's outer hall was already lined with close to 20 stalks of 40 million years old medicinal herbs. What kind of treasure would there be in the inner hall? Huang Xiaolong's anticipation increased. Apart from the Zhenyu sect treasury's inner hall, he also planned to go check on Yao Qi at the Lin family fort. In the blink of an eye, it had been years since they last met. Yao Qi's enchanting and alluring face appeared in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Not long after he left the barbarian god city, he ran into Chao Feng, Chun Hao's woman. Chao Feng was flying toward the barbarian god city with several Sky Dragon League female disciples. Their gazes collided in midair. Riding on the little cow, Huang Xiaolong flew past Chao Feng's group. "Stop!" Chao Feng shouted all of a sudden, appearing in front of Huang Xiaolong, blocking his way. Watching Huang Xiaolong ignore her, the hatred in her heart soared. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered in annoyance as he stared opposite him. "Huang Xiaolong, you didn't see this coming, did you? The giant tribe patriarch is accepting my hubby as his godson." Chao Feng looked at Huang Xiaolong with ridicule and complacency. "Regret must be eating you alive right now. Do you regret going against my hubby? Are you done?" Huang Xiaolong was indifferent, as he always was. "If you're done, you can scram out of my way." The complacent sneer on Chao Feng's face stiffened at Huang Xiaolong's response. Pointing a finger at his face in anger, Chao Feng's chest rose up and down. "You, Huang Xiaolong, you're still so arrogant for someone who's about to die. Let me tell you, 3 years later, the giant tribe patriarch will return from the extraterritorial devil battlefield. My hubby said it. At that time, he'll kill you with his own hands. He'll kill you with his own hands. Chao Feng roared the last sentence out with all her strength, as if she was venting the immense roiling hatred in her heart toward Huang Xiaolong. During the last incident at the Nine Heavens Palace, Huang Xiaolong caused her to wet her pants in public, shaming her in front of a crowd of disciples. Chao Feng would tear him apart and gnaw his bones into pieces if she could. However, just as she finished, a loud snort of laughter came from the little cow. His head swayed left and right. Chao Feng and her group of female disciples were dumbfounded. What was so funny about Chun Hao planning to kill Huang Xiaolong with his own hands? The little cow abruptly stopped laughing and lifted its front hoof, sending a kick at Chao Feng, whose entire body was knocked backward in the air, half buried into the rocky terrain in the distance while still screaming at the top of her lungs. The ground shook as deep fissures cracked its surface open. The group of Sky Dragon League female disciples was stupefied before their faces became ashen. Disbelief was written on their faces as they slowly turned towards the little cow. Xianxia harumphed a few times. "Little wench, a few years ago I was weaker than you, but now, packing you up only takes one kick. If you dare to utter nonsense and foul-smelling words in front of me, don't blame this cow for giving you a few more kicks, bursting your cha-chas." The female disciples retreated in fear, while Huang Xiaolong nearly choked on his saliva. The little cow's words were just too domineering, or more accurately, cow-minering. "In the future, if it's inconvenient for you to handle women like this, just leave them to this cow." The little cow's face split into a huge grin. Huang Xiaolong helplessly patted its cow head and said, "Let's go." The little cow sped away with Huang Xiaolong on its back. When it passed by the group of female disciples, the little cow widened its eyes in a fierce glare, scaring the girls so much that they scattered off in different directions like frightened birds. Xianxia chuckled mischievously and flew away while humming a little tune. Huang Xiaolong shook his head in speechlessness. He found out that this little cow was truly a tomboy with a big temper. Only after Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's figures were out of sight did the group of female disciples dare to go rescue Chao Feng, digging her out from the pit. After Chao Feng was out from the pit, they could see on Chao Feng's chest an obvious cow hoof imprint. The flesh under the hoof imprint was completely sunk in it. The group of female disciples went sickly pale at the sight of it. After they left the barbarian god sect, Huang Xiaolong released the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast from the Shumi temple. Since refining the reverse incarnation pill merely needed some of its blood, Huang Xiaolong subjugated the beast instead of killing it. This Black Flame Sea Emperor beast's strength was at peak early 10th Order Heavenly God realm. "Blackie, if we come across those kinds of clown, I'll handle the females. If they are males, I'll leave them to you." The Black Flame Sea Emperor had just regained its freedom, but the little cow was already assigning future tasks. Over time, the little cow and Blackie had gotten chummy with each other. Even though the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast was stronger and also possessed a divine beast bloodline closer to a chaos spiritual beast, in front of the little cow it resembled a docile dog. "Yes, big sis Nyo," the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast answered without hesitation in its low rumbling voice, a hint of fawning on its face. Huang Xiaolong chuckled, enjoying this strange scene. The Black Flame Sea Emperor beast's original body was several hundred zhang long, a true gargantuan beast, whereas the little cow was shorter than its legs. Yet the gargantuan beast was bowing and fawning over a little cow, calling it Big Sis Nyo. Watching the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast's fawning manner, the little cow raised its head higher, nostrils puffing out air, then said to Huang Xiaolong, "Master, I have decided. I will tame a herd of divine beasts for you, forming a mighty divine beasts army." Huang Xiaolong burst into laughter, nearly spitting saliva onto the little cow's head. "I say, Xianxia, you think divine beasts are as common as cats and dogs? Tame a herd? Form a mighty army of divine beasts." The little cow rolled its eyes at Huang Xiaolong in return. "There aren't many on Green Cloud Island, but what about the Fortune mainland, the Dark Elf mainland, and the Primal Chaos mainland? There are a lot. If there are only a few in the Vientiane world, isn't there still the outside world? Also, there are many fine beasts with excellent bloodlines in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. even chaos spiritual beasts. The extraterritorial devil battlefield even has chaos spiritual beasts? Huang Xiaolong did not expect this. This was his first time hearing it. The little cow's mouth split into a grin. Hehe, you didn't know this, right? In the deeper region of the extraterritorial devil battlefield, there's a place called Divine Beasts Mainland, and the native occupants there are all divine beasts. Divine Beasts Mainland. Huang Xiaolong committed the name to memory. That's right. The most powerful beast king on the Divine Beast Mainland is a chaos spiritual beast. The little cow nodded its head as it continued. But, even if your cultivation reached late 10th order ancient god realm, you won't make it to the deeper parts of the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Therefore, it's still too early to talk about this. Huang Xiaolong snorted. You're the one who brought it up. The little cow grinned sheepishly. It just came out of my mouth, hee. But the divine beast army that I'm going to form in the future will only accept the best divine beasts. Huang Xiaolong lost interest in conversing with the little cow, listening to its goal that was getting out of control. However, what Huang Xiaolong didn't expect was that the little cow really did build a great and mighty divine beasts army that caused the divine world's cultivators to turn pale at the mere mention of its name. Of course, this was for later. Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a rush, reaching the Jadeite kingdom half a month later. He directly passed over the city, heading directly to the Genusex transmission array under the cliff. The first time he and the little cow were here, they exhausted all of their energy to make it down to the transmission array, fighting off the frigid cold air on the way down. This time around, with both of their strength having risen significantly as well as the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast's help, the three of them easily reached the transmission array. The restriction formation left behind by Huang Xiaolong last time was still intact. Looks like no one discovered this place yet. With familiarity and ease, Huang Xiaolong started the transmission array, entering the Genusec treasury space, then used the key and opened the door. Upon entering the treasury, three figures sped straight inside. In a short few minutes, they reached the other end where the steel wall stood. Standing in front of the steel wall, Huang Xiaolong circulated his god force as he pressed his palms onto its surface. Bang! The noise echoed through the hall, but the steel wall soon stopped shaking. Seeing that he still couldn't move, the steel wall did not come as a surprise to Huang Xiaolong. Blackie, your turn. At this time, the little cow displayed its big sister bearing, ordering the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast. Yes, big sis Nyo. Without any objection, the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast went up to the steel wall, lifting its two front legs and banging on it. Immediately, a booming noise rang out and the formation on the steel wall crackled and popped as it unraveled. Spiderweb lines began spreading over the surface, more and more. In the next second, the entire steel wall crumbled to the floor. A bright resplendent light shone out from the inner hall, obscuring Huang Xiaolong's sight, while at the same time, a shocking amount of spiritual energy washed over Huang Xiaolong. This amazing spiritual energy. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up with joy. This rich spiritual energy definitely came from either a grade 4 or above spiritual vein. All of a sudden, the little cow tilted its head and whooped in ecstasy, rushing in excitedly with Huang Xiaolong on its back. Master, I smell ancient god realm godheads. The little cow squealed. Huang Xiaolong's eyes shone even brighter. Ancient god realm godheads. Huang Xiaolong's eyes looked around the bright inner hall the moment they entered, seeing the rare precious herbs placed on top of rows of jade drawers. The resplendent light filling the room came from these herbs. White phoenix fruit, metallic purple thistle, bloody golden sand. All these rare and precious medicinal herbs were all 40 million years old and above, and the ones on the 6 largest jade drawers were at least 50 million years old. There were 6 of them. Even for someone like Huang Xiaolong, who had seen a lot of good stuff, felt a strong desire for them. But he only caught a glimpse as the little cow sped shot straight to the center of the inner hall. Floating in the air above the hall center were 3 enormous godheads, each several hundred meters in diameter, emitting an alluring luster. At the same time, pulses of tremendous pressure came from the 3 enormous godheads, spreading out in the surroundings. ancient god realm godheads. Moreover, there were 3 of them. Huang Xiaolong's breathing unknowingly quickened. Never had he imagined that the inner hall of the Genusec's treasury would not only contain 6 stalks 50 million years old herbs, but also 3 ancient god realm godheads. The little cow opened its eyes so wide that its eyeballs nearly popped out. This cow's daddy? 3 ancient god realm godheads? Ah, master, we've run into super cow luck. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help laughing loudly hearing the little cow's words. In an excellent mood. Inside the inner hall, other than the precious medicinal herbs and ancient god realm godheads, there was a great hill of piled-up shinbi. Huang Xiaolong estimated there were at least 3 to 400 billion. Not to mention the dozen of spiritual veins, however, only 2 of them were low-rank grade 4, the rest were top and high-rank grade 3 spiritual veins. The 4 side walls of the inner hall were lined with bookshelves that were filled to the top with various books. Huang Xiaolong randomly picked a few books from one of the bookshelves and flipped through the pages. Most of them were historical records of the Green Cloud Island over 100,000 years ago, listing the top sects and forces, as well as their famous techniques. A small portion of the books were anecdotes of the Green Cloud Island as well as the neighboring islands. Any one of these cultivation technique and combat art manuals could fetch an exorbitant price if taken out to auction. Just the Genusec's supreme art, the imprisoning technique, was worth billions. Huang Xiaolong took a full round tour of the inner hall before walking back to the center while trying his best not to give in to the wild elation pumping in his heart. Not counting the 3 ancient god realm godheads, just the dozen over 40 million years old and 6 stalks 50 million years old herbs were sufficient for him to advance to 6th order heavenly god realm. 6th order heavenly god realm. At that time, his strength would rise by leaps and bounds to another level. When Huang Xiaolong once again returned to the hall center, the little cow raised its eyes and blinked pitifully at him. Huang Xiaolong chuckled before raising his palm. He then caused one of the ancient god realm godheads to become smaller and fall onto his palm. This is yours. With a wave of his hand, the ancient god realm godhead slowly floated toward the little cow. Looking at the godhead in front of its eyes, the little cow was moved until tears were swimming in its large eyes. Its affectionate gaze, filled with gratitude, sent goosebumps down Huang Xiaolong's neck. Although the little cow was female, it was a cow after all. Huang Xiaolong didn't have that kind of hobby. Suddenly, the little cow nudged Huang Xiaolong's thigh, its voice choked with emotion. Master, I have decided. Huang Xiaolong's heart tightened with unease. I will cultivate harder in the future and live up to your expectations, the little cow added. Huang Xiaolong secretly breathed out in relief, but he soon stared sternly at the little cow. That meant the little cow had never put in the effort to cultivate in the past? Even so, this little one's growth was already a tad too terrifying. Huang Xiaolong had 3 supreme godheads. In the entire divine world, he believed there were only a handful of people that could rival his cultivation speed, yet this lazy little cow's cultivation speed was almost comparable to his own. I say, Xianxia, you shouldn't be some great grand mist spiritual beast, right? Huang Xiaolong suddenly asked. It had been a few years since Huang Xiaolong arrived in the divine world, and as time passed, he came to know that above chaos spiritual beasts, there was still an even more powerful existence called grand mist spiritual beasts. However, it had been hundreds of billions of years since a grand mist spiritual beast appeared in the divine world. The little cow grinned widely at Huang Xiaolong at his question, harumphing proudly. Grand mist spiritual beast? Is a grand mist spiritual beast so great? How can this cow be a mere grand mist spiritual beast? Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless. Give this cow a brick and it could build a whole stage. Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to discuss this matter further. He also planned to remain in the treasury for the time being. With his current cultivation at peak late 5th order heavenly god realm, he planned to advance to 6th order heavenly god realm here before leaving. Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the dozen stalks of 40 million years old herbs. In a flicker, he was already sitting cross-legged in the air above them, sucking all of them into his mouth. Huang Xiaolong was going to refine over a dozen stalks of 40 million year old medicinal herbs at once. Not even a 10th order heavenly god realm cultivator dared to attempt this. Both the little cow and the black flame sea emperor beast were stunned agape by Huang Xiaolong's action. With more than a dozen potent 40 million years old herbs entering his body, Huang Xiaolong felt if there were oceans of violent energy playing tug-of-war inside him. His body trembled and swayed, on the verge of being torn to pieces from within. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain, pushing his three supreme godheads to the extreme to absorb the violent energies running rampant inside him. Despite his three supreme godheads' horrifying devouring abilities and his true divine dragon physique, Huang Xiaolong was barely holding onto the vast energies coming from so many potent herbs. Hence, red bloodlines appeared as his skin cracked from the overwhelming force. As time passed, more and more red bloodlines appeared on his body, faster than his true divine dragon physique could recover. Watching Huang Xiaolong being close to exploding as his flesh expanded, the little cow suddenly opened its mouth and breathed out. Numerous streaks of tiny purple lightning formed a cloud that floated towards Huang Xiaolong, stopping above his head. Purple-colored raindrops fell from the lightning cloud. Only then did the rupture of Huang Xiaolong's flesh slowed, even beginning to heal at a faster rate. The little cow was panting heavily after breathing out the puff of lightning. Seemingly, puffing out that lightning cloud drained it. Resting briefly, after little cow confirmed that Huang Xiaolong's true divine dragon physique had stopped splitting, it began to work on the ancient god realm godhead Huang Xiaolong had given it. The black flame sea emperor beast also swallowed some divine pellets and found a spot to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 2 months went by. The sphere of light enshrouding Huang Xiaolong became increasingly brighter, completely bathed in a prism of colors. Above him was a vague shadow of a coiling blue dragon. Then, loud popping noises came from Huang Xiaolong's body, and the light around him burst forward like a dazzling sun. Both the little cow and the black flame sea emperor beast were jolted out of their cultivation state by the loud popping noises coming from Huang Xiaolong's body. Gusts of turbulent wind formed around him, gathering into a frightening wind vortex, extending outward. A burst of black flames wrapped around the black flame sea emperor beast, barely shielding itself from being mutilated by the lethal wind vortex. The dangerous situation lasted for a full half an hour before the wind vortex subsided. What a freak! The little cow pouted. Huang Xiaolong had just broken through to the heavenly god realm a few years ago, and now his cultivation already reached 6th order heavenly god realm. He took less than a decade's time to get from 1st order to 6th order heavenly god realm. Even a self-proclaimed freak like the little cow couldn't help but lament that Huang Xiaolong was too much of a freak. Looks like Master's godhead is of the supreme rank, the little cow stated with certainty, a light glimmer in its eyes. The black flame sea emperor beast nodded its head in agreement, falling into deep thought. Although it only followed Huang Xiaolong for a short time, it strongly felt that the master it had followed was really terrifying and a freak to boot. Right at this moment, Huang Xiaolong's eyelids quivered and opened, revealing 2 bright pupils resembling 2 radiant celestial stars. The heaven and earth seemingly brightened for a split second when he opened his eyes. Even the little cow and the black flame sea emperor beast dared not look Huang Xiaolong in the eyes. Without a word, he opened his mouth. The 6 stalks of 50 million years old medicinal herbs flew into his body one after the other. 6 stalks of herbs aged to 50 million years immediately turned into 6 ferocious streams of energy, even more alarming than the previous batch of dozen 40 million years old herbs, impacting every corner of Huang Xiaolong's body. Low muffled rumbling rang continuously from Huang Xiaolong's internal body. Despite Huang Xiaolong's strength having increased upon advancing to 6th order heavenly god realm, causing true divine dragon physique toughness reached a new degree. His flesh began to tear in various places. The little cow was extremely speechless watching this scene. This masochist! This cultivation method was no different than gambling with one's life. Perhaps only their master dared to cultivate this way. If it was any other person, they would explode in an instant, even their godhead would shatter. Still, just in case, the little cow opened its mouth and breathed out a puff of purple lightning cloud that floated toward Huang Xiaolong, raining purple raindrops over Huang Xiaolong's head. After it was done, the little cow panted heavily with its tongue slid to the side of its mouth. This cow is seriously exhausted. With the little cow's purple lightning cloud supporting Huang Xiaolong's recovery, his torn flesh gradually mended and his blood stopped flowing, causing the surface of his skin to once again reflect a prism of radiant luster. Huang Xiaolong's aura that had just broken through to sixth-order heavenly god realm rose even higher still. At one point, an aureate sparkle appeared between Huang Xiaolong's brows, and in the next second, a golden tablet flew out from his forehead. The low-grade chaos spiritual weapon devil restraining tablet. Fine silk-like golden threads of energy grew out from the devil restraining tablet, wrapping over Huang Xiaolong. These golden threads of energy were subsequently refined and absorbed by him. Huang Xiaolong could clearly feel these golden threads contained a high amount of energy. More importantly, they actually had the added benefit of strengthening his godheads. This is the devil restraining chi? Huang Xiaolong was pleasantly surprised. This devil restraining tablet was the greatest weapon of the devil restraining sect, held in the hands of each generation's sect chief. In its tens of thousands of years of existence, it had imprisoned numerous ancient god realm devils. There were even a few high-level ancient god realm devils. The devil chi of the ancient god realm devils imprisoned within the devil restraining tablet would continuously be devoured by the tablet, then converted into devil restraining chi. In other words, this devil restraining chi was pure energy refined from ancient god realm devils' devil chi. Though Huang Xiaolong had obtained the devil restraining tablet for some time, he had yet to trigger the accumulated devil restraining chi stored within until now. Who would have thought the ferocious 50-million-year-old herb elixirs would bridge the way to the devil restraining chi within the tablet? Like a parched man on a desert, Huang Xiaolong madly devoured the devil restraining chi flowing into his body, as well as the 50-million-year-old herb elixir's energy. Due to this too abundant source of energy, Huang Xiaolong was able to consolidate his newly advanced cultivation realm. After he broke through to the sixth-order heavenly god realm, his refining speed became faster still. Despite the energy from the 6 stalks of medicinal herbs being overwhelming, it gradually lessened under Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads' frenzied absorption. Slightly over 3 months later, finally, Huang Xiaolong had completely absorbed all the 6 stalks of 50 million years old herbs' energy, and with their absence, the devil restraining tablet stopped releasing the golden threads of devil restraining chi, quietly flying back into Huang Xiaolong's forehead. The seclusion this time lasted a little over 5 months overall. At this point, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had reached the peak of early 6th order heavenly god realm, with the possibility of advancing to mid-6th order within sight. Even Huang Xiaolong himself did not expect his seclusion this time would result in such progress. After stepping into the 6th order heavenly god realm, whether it be his true divine dragon physique's defense or explosive power, they had both risen several folds. His 3 supreme godheads were now stronger than ever before. Now, about 2.5 years were left until Chun Hao and the giant tribe patriarch returned from the extraterritorial devil battlefield. He still had 2 ancient god realm godheads that he was confident he'd be able to completely refine within 2 years' time. At that time, even if Chun Hao broke through to 10th order heavenly god realm, Huang Xiaolong had no doubt he could defeat him. Huang Xiaolong let out a roar towards the sky, shaking the void. A long time later, the little cow and the black flame sea emperor beast flew toward Huang Xiaolong. "Master!" both beasts called out. Huang Xiaolong smiled. "Come one, let's go out." Hearing that they could finally go out, the little cow's face split into a happy grin. Its tail swung excitedly. Huang Xiaolong's words were music to its ears. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong collected the spiritual veins, the 2 remaining ancient god realm godheads, the several hundred billion shinbi, and the numerous books. With the 2 beasts, he exited the Zhenyu sect treasury space, appearing at the bottom of the cliff. However, he immediately felt that something wasn't right as he appeared on the transmission array. There seemed to be traces of demonic beasts in the air, a lot of them. He could sense close to 100,000 demonic beasts within 10,000 li radius. And these demonic beasts' purpose was the Jadeite royal city. What's going on? Are the Blood Phoenix Forest demonic beasts rioting? The little cow was also bewildered. "Let's take a look," Huang Xiaolong said. The three of them flew toward the Jadeite royal city. Soon, one person and two beasts reached the Jadeite royal city, and what Huang Xiaolong saw shocked him. There were tens of thousands of demonic beasts surrounding the Jadeite royal city, attacking it while the Jadeite royal city's army and heavenly god realm masters were defending against these demonic beasts' advance. Although Huang Xiaolong was still far away, the battle fluctuations were just too intense. Divine flames flared up everywhere on the battlefield. Bursts of violent energy and crumbling large boulders, tremors running through the land. These aren't demonic beasts from the Blood Phoenix forest. The little cow exclaimed, its eyes narrowed. These are sea beasts from the Endless Sea. The Endless Sea's beasts have actually come to the Green Cloud Island. Huang Xiaolong's heart tightened. He observed the demonic beasts attacking the royal city a little more. It was indeed as the little cow said, these were sea beasts. Their bodies were wrapped in a faint sphere of water mist, the unique characteristics of the Endless Sea's beasts. Huang Xiaolong's mood darkened. Although the human race ruled over the 100,000s of islands and mainlands of the Vientiane world, they weren't the sole master of the Vientiane world. The Endless Sea was far bigger than all the islands as well as the 4 big mainlands combined, with over 1 trillion sea beasts and sea tribes living in it. The sea tribes ruled over the Endless Sea, and they had a long history of banding together to attack the 4 mainlands and other islands' human cities. In fact, there were numerous deserted islands in the Vientiane world, some with dead air lingering over them. Perhaps those islands used to be like the current Green Cloud Island 100,000 years ago, where the human race prospered and countless families, sects, and forces of various sizes once lived. After being besieged by the sea beasts and sea tribes at one point, the families, sects, and forces of those islands were wiped off, annihilated, and became a full meal inside the sea beasts' bellies. Master, should we go lend a hand? The little cow inquired. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. No need. We need to hurry to the Lin family fort instead. Judging from the situation, this horde of sea beasts wouldn't get past the Jadeite kingdom's army and defenses. The matter worrying Huang Xiaolong the most was Yao Qi, who was currently at the Lin family fort. Merely these sea beasts here couldn't be considered the true force of their attack. There had to be other places on the Green Cloud Island currently under attack. Although there was Bing Xingying at Yao Qi's side, protecting her, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but worry. Sitting astride on the little cow's back, Huang Xiaolong directed Xianxia onward in the direction of the Lin family fort, while the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast followed behind them. The entire way, Huang Xiaolong met with several groups of sea beasts, small groups consisting of a dozen or so, while the bigger groups reached several thousand. In less than an hour since Huang Xiaolong left the Jadeite royal city, he came across a dozen sea beast attack. Though Huang Xiaolong easily dealt with these sea beasts, his worry toward Yao Qi's situation at the Lin family fort rose exponentially. Moreover, there hadn't been any reply to the messages he had sent to her through the communication talisman. Had something already happened to Yao Qi? Huang Xiaolong became more anxious. No longer cared for the consequences, he called out Bing Jui and had him fly over while bringing him. With Bing Jui's speed, they could reach the Lin family fort in half a day's time. As for the group of sea beasts they ran into, they were all frozen into ice statues by Bing Jui. Hence, it became quite a sight of ice statues falling from the sky. A little over an hour later, Huang Xiaolong's communication talisman suddenly shook. Huang Xiaolong swiftly took it out from his spatial ring and his divine sense swept over it. After reading the message inside, he breathed out in great relief. It was a reply from Yao Qi, saying that she was cultivating earlier and had just checked the communication talisman. Her words had a tinge of sweetness and restlessness, as if she was afraid Huang Xiaolong would be upset. Huang Xiaolong was completely speechless. However, knowing that Yao Qi was safe and sound, he doesn't feel as anxious and returned Bing Jui to the godly empty Shumi space. Unless absolutely necessary, he would rather not expose Bing Jui, Xietu, and Xiedu's existence. 3 days later, when Huang Xiaolong finally arrived at the Lin family fort, everything was calm and tranquil. Not a single sea beast in sight. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely surprised. Young lord! Knowing that Huang Xiaolong was coming, Lin Hang had been waiting, so when he saw his figure in the distance, Lin Hang swiftly flew out from the fort to welcome Huang Xiaolong. "Where's the young miss?" Huang Xiaolong asked, referring to Yao Qi. "Young miss is a little tired after cultivating. She's now soaking in the spiritual pool in the back mountain. I'll go report to the young miss that young lord is here." Lin Hang quickly offered himself for the task. Soaking in the spiritual pool at the spiritual pool palace. Huang Xiaolong's heart thumped loudly in his ears, swiftly stopping Lin Hang. "No need. No need." He waved Lin Hang away and flew toward the back mountain. At the Lin family fort back mountain, a short distance from the Lin family fort, there was a small place named Spiritual Pool Palace that had been built by the Lin family fort in the past. The source of the spiritual pool came from the underground Yangwood spring. This Yangwood spiritual energy had healing properties, from nurturing the soul to strengthening one's body, also beautifying the skin. It was no wonder Yao Qi likes to spend her time soaking at the spiritual pool at the Lin family fort back mountain. While Huang Xiaolong was flying to the back mountain, he couldn't help picturing the nose-bleeding scene of Yao Qi being fully naked in the spiritual pool. Inside the crystal-clear pool, Yao Qi's enchanting curves were vaguely showing, her voluptuous breasts, down to her flat stomach. As his imagination traveled down this path, Huang Xiaolong felt his blood quicken and his throat becoming dry. Then Huang Xiaolong snapped back to his senses and chided himself, since when had his restraint become so weak. Taking a deep breath in and exhaling, Huang Xiaolong felt his head cleared slightly. Moments later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the spiritual pool palace. Standing guard outside the palace main entrance were two maids. When the two maids saw Huang Xiaolong, they hurried forward in small steps and saluted on their knees. "On your feet." After both maids stood up, he had the little cow and the black flame sea emperor beast wait outside while he alone walked into the spiritual pool palace. The spiritual pool palace was divided into the outer and inner hall, while the pool was located in the inner hall. Upon stepping into the front hall, Huang Xiaolong could hear the splashing of water coming from the hall. Needless to guess, Yao Qi was bathing inside. At this point, Huang Xiaolong could only cough dryly several times to alert Yao Qi of his presence. Seconds elapsed, then came Yao Qi's shy yet sweet voice. "Is it Xiaolong? You can come in. Come in." Huang Xiaolong's breath was caught in his chest for a brief moment. Huang Xiaolong hesitated. Albeit less than a second later, his feet were already crossing the several meters length of the front hall and into the inner hall. Inside, he saw Yao Qi standing shyly beside the pool, clad in a soft phoenix outer robe. Her long hair fell softly on her shoulders, still a little damp. The soft phoenix robe clung to her body, accentuating her curves, especially around her décolletage. Elegant, enchanting, cute yet mature. Huang Xiaolong was dazed as he stood there. Watching Huang Xiaolong looking at her foolishly, Yao Qi chuckled softly. "It's not like you haven't seen me before." Huang Xiaolong grinned sheepishly. "That's because you're just too beautiful." Yao Qi pouted her small sexy mouth. "What about Xiaofei and Li Lu?" Huang Xiaolong choked, not knowing how to answer the question. Although the saying that might is king was true anywhere, a powerful cultivator having a few hundred, or even a few thousand women was nothing out of the ordinary. Still, Huang Xiaolong was originally from the modern Earth. Thus, when Yao Qi asked this question, it was inevitable he felt awkward. The expression on Huang Xiaolong's face did not escape Yao Qi. She stepped lightly, coming to Huang Xiaolong's side. She reached out to hold Huang Xiaolong's hand, saying, "Fool," so gentle that Huang Xiaolong's heart melted into a pile of water. They no longer spoke of the matter, holding hands as they slowly walked out from the inner hall. Even though they had kissed before, Huang Xiaolong still felt nervous holding Yao Qi's hand. After all, in the lower realm, Yao Qi was his master. Sensing Huang Xiaolong's nervousness, Yao Qi let out a peal of laughter, pretending to be offended. "I won't eat you. What are you being nervous for?" Huang Xiaolong spontaneously blurted out. "I'm afraid I'll eat you up." Yao Qi froze. Her face quickly turned red like an apple, adding to her charm. Huang Xiaolong even shocked himself. Seconds elapsed and Huang Xiaolong changed the subject, mentioning the sea beast attacks he had seen on Green Cloud Island. The Highlands Kingdom's royal city was under siege as well, But our Lin family fort is not one of the important cities. We won't be targeted by the sea beasts for now. The Highlands Kingdom wasn't far away from the Lin family fort. Huang Xiaolong went on telling Yao Qi about the progress of the reverse incarnation pill. When Yao Qi heard that Huang Xiaolong had found more than half of the medicinal herbs, including the 9 petals spiritual lightning lotus, she was overjoyed, giving Huang Xiaolong a wet kiss on impulse. When Huang Xiaolong recovered his senses and prepared to retaliate, Yao Qi had escaped, leaving her laughter ringing in the air. Huang Xiaolong chased up with a fierce expression. Giggles and shrieks rang in the back mountain. Thus, Huang Xiaolong extended his stay at the Lin family fort. During the day, he would go through the manuals and anecdotes he collected from the Zhenyu sect treasury, while at night he'd take out one of the ancient god realm godheads and cultivate as he absorbed the god force within. Even so, Huang Xiaolong would make it a point to accompany Yao Qi during the day, whether it was visiting the nearby cities or just taking a stroll around the Lin family fort. Occasionally, he would give Yao Qi some advice in regards to her cultivation. The problem was, Huang Xiaolong felt there were too many flaws in Yao Qi's fundamental cultivation technique and therefore it was inadequate. At most, Yao Qi could only practice it until she broke through to ancient god realm. Huang Xiaolong then went to the little cow and requested a cultivation technique suitable for Yao Qi. The cultivation technique taken out by Xianxia was called Goddess of the 9 Heavens Divine Art. According to the little cow, if Yao Qi could cultivate this technique to the highest realm, she would be considered a hegemon in the entire divine world, with almost no rival. Huang Xiaolong couldn't decide if the little cow was bragging or not. Still, with his own judgment, he could see that this cultivation method was quite good indeed, many times better than what he had seen in the barbarian god sect, Golden Dragon Gate, and Zhenyu sect. Even the Golden Dragon divine art he obtained from the Golden Dragon Pearl seemed second-rate compared to this Goddess of the 9 Heavens divine art. Other than a cultivation technique for Yao Qi, Huang Xiaolong also acquired another technique from the little cow, something called the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. After cultivating this technique, one could condense Grand Mist parasites with their god force, and through these parasites control other people. Huang Xiaolong had gradually noticed that his combination of ancient puppetry technique and soul mandate used to control others was too much of a hassle. Even if his cultivation was higher, it still required the other person's cooperation to voluntarily allow Huang Xiaolong to send his soul mark inside to brand their godhead. Otherwise, it was pointless. But with this Grand Mist parasitic medium, things would be much more convenient. The Grand Mist parasites condensed from Huang Xiaolong's god force could ignore the soul's protective barrier, as well as divine armor's defenses, entering the intended person's body before merging with their soul and godhead. However, according to the little cow, the Grand Mist parasite medium was a difficult technique to learn. Not only did it require the cultivator to possess a supreme rank godhead, but also a high comprehension ability. Huang Xiaolong had a supreme rank godhead, and was confident that his comprehension ability wasn't bad, until he started cultivating the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Only then had Huang Xiaolong understood what the little cow meant by hard to learn. After 1 month's worth of attempts, he barely grasped the first stage of the technique. In fact, it was no exaggeration saying that he only had 1 foot over the door. There was still a long road until he could condense a Grand Mist parasite with his god force. Not to mention that he needed to reach the second stage to do so. When Huang Xiaolong shared his miserable progress with Xianxia, it spurted out the godhead it was crunching in shock. Its eyes looked at Huang Xiaolong up and down with a strange expression. "I say, Master, do you think this Grand Mist parasitic medium is the same as the Golden Dragon divine art, or the Barbarian God divine art? That kind of garbage-level techniques? You want to master the first stage in a short 1 month? Heavens have mercy on me. Do you know how long it took the Grand Mist King that created this technique to master the first stage? Over 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years." Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened to his brows, beyond astonished. The little cow continued with a very serious expression. "That's right, over 1,000 years. Moreover, as far as I know, other than the Grand Mist King himself, there is only one other person who successfully cultivated this technique. So, if you succeed as well, you'll be the 3rd person in this whole wide world." Ripples of shock struck Huang Xiaolong's heart. In the whole world, only 2 people succeeded? Didn't you say that as long as the person has a supreme rank godhead, they can cultivate this grand mist parasitic medium? There had to be more than 2 people with supreme rank godheads in the universe. The little cow explained, "It is as I said, as long as a person has a supreme rank godhead, they can cultivate this technique, but it still depends on the person's comprehension ability." In the old days, how many experts had tried cultivating the technique for several thousand years, yet they still failed. This Grand Mist parasitic medium consists of 10 stages. Even the Grand Mist King merely reached the 9th stage, whereas the other person has only reached the 7th stage. Even so, he has no rival in the divine world. No rival in the divine world. Huang Xiaolong couldn't begin to fathom how it felt like to be almost invincible in the whole divine world. The little cow reiterated, "Even though this technique is difficult to cultivate, once you enter the 2nd stage and are able to condense the Grand Mist parasites, you'll see how terrifying it is. Especially in the latter stages, the more powerful the Grand Mist parasite will be. By the 3rd stage, you can use it to kill your enemy, while at the 4th stage, a Grand Mist parasite can attach itself to a person's body undetected, regardless of distance and time. It can even devour that person's god force and channel it to you." Huang Xiaolong's eyes were protruding from their sockets. Is such a thing possible? Wasn't that even more powerful than his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power? Right now, Huang Xiaolong's target had to be within a certain range for his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power to be able to absorb their god force, but this Grand Mist parasite could do the same while disregarding time and space constraints. Scary. Too scary. The little cow went on, "I don't know how powerful it can be when you reach the 5th stage, but I remember what the Grand Mist King once said. There is probably an 11th stage to this Grand Mist parasitic medium, even a 12th stage. However, with his ability, he was unable to further create these 2 stages. Then again, forget these 2, if you can reach the 10th stage, you'll already be invincible in this universe, with less than a handful of people that could be your rivals." Huang Xiaolong suddenly felt a strong thirst. "I say, why don't you stop cultivating that so-called heaven-splitting tenet? It is in fact quite useless, you know. Even if you manage to cultivate it to the 10th stage and subjugate that Hellion Tower from the lower realm, it is just a chaos-grade spiritual artifact." The little cow's tone turned serious. "Why don't you focus on cultivating this Grand Mist parasitic medium? Weren't you planning on creating your own technique? If you can create the last 2 stages of the Grand Mist parasitic medium, even the Grand Mist King will have to worship you as his teacher." "Who is this Grand Mist King?" Huang Xiaolong suddenly asked. The little cow was caught off guard by the question for a second, then it innocently shook its head. "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed, however. If you can reach the 7th stage of the Grand Mist parasitic medium, maybe you'll have a chance to meet the Grand Mist King." As for the identity of the 2nd person who succeeded in cultivating the Grand Mist parasitic medium, the little cow did not mention it at all. "Is there any way to increase the cultivation speed for this technique?" Huang Xiaolong asked hopefully. If the 1st stage required over 1,000 years to master, that was simply too long a time. What about the 2nd stage then? Would it take 10,000 years and above? The little cow's head slowly tilted to the right, then to the left, as it searched its memories. A while later it said, "There is, but no one ever succeeded with this method. The Grand Mist parasitic medium was created by the Grand Mist King in the Grand Mist world, so its origin is closely related to the Grand Mist aura. If you can find a source of Grand Mist aura, then absorb and comprehend it. Not only could it increase your chances of success, but also shorten the time you need to master the Grand Mist parasitic medium." Huang Xiaolong was delighted. This was a good way. Watching Huang Xiaolong's reaction, the little cow poured cold water over Huang Xiaolong's excitement. "Don't feel happy so fast. The Grand Mist aura has disappeared after the divine world was formed. No one can find it anymore. But it cannot be said to have completely disappeared from the divine world. Others might not know of it, but I do know a place that should have some Grand Mist aura." The little cow suddenly revealed. "Where is it?" This question spontaneously left Huang Xiaolong's mouth. "The extraterritorial devil battlefield." Xianxia answered. "What?" Huang Xiaolong did not expect it to be the extraterritorial devil battlefield. "There is Grand Mist aura in there?" "Yup, the extraterritorial devil battlefield." In fact, the extraterritorial devil battlefield already existed before the divine world was formed. Therefore, there should be a grand mist source there, and most likely more than one source. The little cow elaborated. Huang Xiaolong was once again stunned by what the little cow revealed. The extraterritorial devil battlefield actually existed before the divine world? Then, how many years had the extraterritorial devil battlefield been in existence? On top of that, there was a chance there was more than one source of grand mist aura there. This was enough to get Huang Xiaolong excited with anticipation. Don't be happy so fast. The extraterritorial devil battlefield has been there for countless billions of years. How many great masters went inside? Yet there has never been anyone who saw any grand mist aura. The little cow went on. Although you're someone who has abundant good fortune, it does not mean you can find the grand mist aura. There are many people who have abundant good fortune in the world. Huang Xiaolong was stumped. The spark of fire in his heart fizzled out and his senses returned. Just like the little cow had stated, there was a lot of people with abundant good fortune in the world. He was not the only one. But just because no one had ever found the grand mist aura in billions of years, did it really mean he wouldn't be able to find it either? Regardless, since there is grand mist aura in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, I still want to go and try my luck. Huang Xiaolong stated after he has calmed down slightly, his tone solemn. The little cow nodded. Even though you have Bingji, Xie and Xie, your personal battle strength is simply too low. Venturing to the extraterritorial devil battlefield with such meager strength is too risky. My advice is to wait until you have reached 10th order heavenly god realm before going there. Huang Xiaolong disagreed. That's too far away. 2 years later, Chun Hao and the giant tribe patriarch will return from the extraterritorial devil battlefield. After we've dealt with these two, we'll set off. He could search Chun Hao and the giant tribe patriarch's memories before killing them. Perhaps he might find some useful information about the extraterritorial devil battlefield. That works too. The little cow agreed. With your level of luck, even if you don't find the grand mist aura, you'll have other fortuitous encounters. The little cow sounded envious as it lamented. Frankly speaking, I really envy you at times. I've seen my share of great geniuses during the grand mist era, but even though they too had good fortune, it was far from yours. I genuinely wonder how an odd freak like you can exist. Logically speaking, the heavenly law did not allow a person with such alarming good fortune like Huang Xiaolong to exist. This point had the little cow mystified for a long time. Huang Xiaolong joked, "Because I am the son of heaven." Although it was said as a joke, the little cow was actually stunned before nodding in agreement. It is possible. Huang Xiaolong was speechless as his joke fell flat. Huang Xiaolong initially planned to stay for a longer time at the Lin family fort and spend more time with Yao Qi. But unexpectedly, about 10 days after he arrived at the Lin family fort, Huang Xiaolong received a message from the barbarian god sect chief Gu Ling, stating that the coastal cities close to the Endless Sea were under brutal attack from hordes of sea beasts. The three sect's inner and core disciples were to assist in defending those cities. Amongst them, the city enduring the heaviest attacks was South Hui City. Gu Ling instructed Huang Xiaolong to head to South Hui City and join with other disciples in killing the invading sea beasts. A faint frown appeared between Huang Xiaolong's brows. South Hui City was Green Cloud Island's most important coastal city. If it was annexed, the consequences were bound to be severe. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong must head to South Hui City to support them no matter what. The night sky was dark as ink. Huang Xiaolong was sitting in the garden, pondering many things. His parents and family in the lower realm, the Grand Mist Aura, the All Islands Great War, the Fortune Gate, etc. You're leaving tomorrow to reinforce the South Hui City? Yao Qi stepped into the garden, softly asking. Yao Qi was wearing a light robe, beneath the silvery moonlight, reflecting a quiet elegance. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in answer to Yao Qi's question. I want to go with you, Yao Qi suddenly requested. Huang Xiaolong shook his head without hesitation. No, it's too dangerous. A sweet feeling filled Yao Qi's heart, but she pouted on the surface. If you don't bring me, I'll sneak away and go by myself. Huang Xiaolong looked at Yao Qi, who was acting like a spoiled little girl, and his head began to ache. He knew very well that, with Yao Qi personality, she would truly sneak off to South Hui City by herself. He couldn't really lock her up and throw away the key, right? Then, when we reach South Hui City, you must listen to me. Huang Xiaolong helplessly relented. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong agreed to bring her along, Yao Qi rewarded him with a sweet smile. I'll listen to whatever you tell me to do. The moment these words left her lips, Yao Qi felt that they sounded ambiguous. Huang Xiaolong smiled wickedly. Whatever I say. Yao Qi threw him a flirtatious I then turned and left. Early next day, Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi set off from the Lin family fort, hurrying to South Hui City. In order to keep Bing Zhou, Xietu, and Xiedu's existence a secret, Huang Xiaolong rode on the little cow, whereas Yao Qi sat on the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast. To shorten the travel time, they rarely stopped to rest. Even the nights were spent hurrying to their destination, which was why it only took them 20-odd days to make it to South Hui City. When Huang Xiaolong's group was close to the city, from afar, they could hear resounding roars and screams from both beasts and humans. The earth continuously shook from the heavy impacts. As Huang Xiaolong's group got closer, they saw that the sea beasts were as numerous as colonies of ants, besieging South Hui City from all directions. Yao Qi was dumbfounded by the sight. The sea beast tide attacked like a never-ending wave, violent and frenzied, creating total chaos. There were several tens of millions of sea beasts, maybe even more. One couldn't begin to imagine such a scene unless they were witnessing it with their own eyes. If this mass of sea beasts flew to the sky, they could block all the sunlight from an entire city. Here, there, everywhere outside the city walls were corpses, both sea beasts and humans who died from the fierce battle still ongoing. Blood dyed the earth and the city walls red. When the sea breeze blew, it carried the thick, rusty scent of blood far into the distance. It was a catastrophe. Huang Xiaolong's killing intent soared sky high in an instant as he bellowed, "Kill!" Yao Qi, follow close. The little cow responded to Huang Xiaolong's killing intent, charging into the midst of the raging beast tide. Yao Qi's heart tightened, quickly nudging the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast under her to stick to Huang Xiaolong as close as possible. When Huang Xiaolong and the little cow broke a path into the midst of the beast tide, Huang Xiaolong leaped into the air, striking out with an unrivaled myriad dragon's move. In a split second, his god force condensed into a dozen divine dragons growling majestically and rushing toward the hundreds of sea beasts in their path. Blood and flesh rained down as hundreds of sea beasts exploded high above the ground. Watching this, the sea beasts in the proximity turned to attack Huang Xiaolong. Purple lightning shot out from little cow's golden horns, forming a crackling net of lightning that spread out. Terrifying lightning struck the sea beasts in the net's path, causing the beasts to quiver from fear, smoke rising from their burnt bodies. Yao Qi persistently swung the long sword in her hands. In an instant, sword light pierced through a dozen sea beasts. The Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast was spitting black flames from its mouth, incinerating the sea beasts coming at them. Wherever Huang Xiaolong's group passed through, they created a void in the sea of beasts. The sudden appearance of Huang Xiaolong's group immediately attracted the attention of the various sex experts observing the battle situation on the South Hui city walls. Who are those people? So fierce. They actually dared to jump into the midst of the beast tide. Looks like a barbarian god sect disciple. Due to the distance, they couldn't see Huang Xiaolong's face. However, the Elephant Genesis sect Grand Elder Li Qingyang was frowning slightly. That person gave him a familiar feeling. Facing the millions of sea beasts in front and all around them, Huang Xiaolong's group of 2 humans and 2 beasts rushed forth fearlessly, leaving a trail of mutilated beast corpses behind them. Every time Huang Xiaolong's fists punched out, over a dozen sea beasts would die. Not far behind, the little cow's lightning net and the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast's black fire swept through the sea beasts like a grim reaper's scythe. Yao Qi's sword attacks grew increasingly powerful with each slash akin to tidal waves, each new wave heavier than its predecessor. This was the result of the technique given by the little cow, the goddess of 9 heavens sword art. Similar to the goddess of the 9 heavens divine art, Both techniques were created by the chaos goddess of the nine heavens. However, Huang Xiaolong's group seemed to enrage the colonies of sea beasts even more, causing them to bombard their group with increased ferocity. The small zone devoid of sea beasts that resulted from Huang Xiaolong's killings was once again filled with frenzied sea beasts in a split second. Kill! 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 Huang Xiaolong's fists consecutively punched out several times. The Great Void Divine Fist, Myriad Steps Godly Fist, Golden Dragon Punch, the Barbarian God's Great Fist, the Zhenyu Demon King Fist. Huang Xiaolong put all the fist divine arts he had seen in recent days to good use, perfectly executing each one of them. Abundant god force surged from his three supreme godheads, and Huang Xiaolong seemed to be gaining momentum as he fought. This continued until one point when he felt that his fist moves were still too weak for his taste. Thus he took out the Zhenyu Silver Moon Blade that he got from the Zhenyu Sect treasury. This Zhenyu Silver Moon Blade was a long, broad blade weighing over 10 tons. The silver moon engraved on its surface immediately attracted attention due to the blood-red glow around it. Gripping the Zhenyu Silver Moon Blade, Huang Xiaolong leaped high into the air, channeling his supreme god force into the blade. The engraved full moon suddenly emitted a bright flash of silver light as a sinister cold atmosphere gathered into violent tempests from hell, spiraling toward the sea beasts. Huang Xiaolong bellowed, swinging the Zhenyu Silver Moon Blade down with all his might. Bursts of black blade chi surged forth like tidal waves, drowning swarm after swarm of sea beasts rushing towards Huang Xiaolong's group. Countless sea beast corpses were flipped high into the air. Following behind the black blade chi, a flood of blood-red light rushed out from the long blade's body as a silver moon appeared, malevolent and chilling. Huang Xiaolong sped onward without stopping, with a stretch of sea beasts tumbling behind him. On the city walls, experts from various forces were agape watching the figure rushing through the swarm of sea beasts like a demon. Witnessing this scene shocked them to the core. Is he even human? Even a late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm Master lacked the courage to dive into the swarm of sea beasts like this. Once they were surrounded by the seemingly endless horde of beasts, there was no way to withdraw to safety anymore, and when their god force was exhausted there would only be death. Yet that figure seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of god force. Moreover, why did it look like his momentum was rising still? It's Huang Xiaolong, the barbarian god sect's Huang Xiaolong. As Huang Xiaolong continued to kill while moving closer to Southwai City, at last, a disciple from the Elephant Genesis sect recognized him and shouted for all to hear. The instant that disciple's voice rang on the city walls, everyone stirred with anticipation. The news that Huang Xiaolong of the Barbarian God sect had a top-grade king-rank godhead, thus being one of the sect's great geniuses, had spread throughout the Green Cloud Island a while back. Hence, unbeknownst to Huang Xiaolong, he already had quite a reputation. Not only had the three prominent sect's disciples heard of him, the experts of other big and small families and forces on the Green Cloud Island knew his name. Knowing that the god of killing on the battlefield was Huang Xiaolong, all the Barbarian God sect disciples in Southwai City became excited. Senior brother Huang Xiaolong, we're cheering for you. Kill these sons o' bitches. Senior brother Huang is mighty. Several Barbarian God sect disciples were shouting in excitement. Cheers and laughter rang from their camp. The Elephant Genesis sect elder Li Qingyang did not expect that person on the battlefield to be Huang Xiaolong. Moreover, his battle prowess was actually so high. If he was not mistaken, this Huang Xiaolong's strength was comparable to the regular 8th Order, perhaps even a 9th Order Heavenly God Realm cultivator. Li Qingyang's expression darkened as he thought of this. Last time, he and his junior brother Zhao Wuya had instigated the Berserk Lion sect's Wei Chao and the three evils to kill Huang Xiaolong for the chaos spiritual herb that he was supposedly in possession of. However, the results had strayed too far from what they had pictured. Huang Xiaolong was still alive while it was his junior brother Zhao Wuya who died instead. What he couldn't understand was, how come the Berserk Lion sect's Wei Chao and the three evils returned unharmed? For this matter, Li Qingyang had once sought out Wei Chao, but he returned seething with anger. Not only had Wei Chao refused to see him, he also had him thrown out from the Berserk Lion sect branch. Li Qingyang's austere gaze followed the demonic figure slaughtering through the dense swarm of sea beasts, a vindictive light flickering in his eyes. After killing waves of sea beasts, Huang Xiaolong's group finally made it to the bottom of the city walls. Deactivate the barrier. Let senior brother Huang Xiaolong in, the barbarian god sect disciples shouted. Outside the city wall's perimeter was a protective barrier erected by the barbarian god sect, Elephant Genesis sect, and the Great Whale sect's present masters. Due to the intense attacks from the sea beasts, the protective barrier was activated. Hence, in order to let Huang Xiaolong into the city, the protective barrier had to be temporarily lowered. Wait! Li Qingyang's sullen voice rang in the air. I once heard that among the many sea tribes, there's a tribe called Illusionary Fish Tribe. This tribe's people can change their features to look like anyone they wish. Who can guarantee that this Huang Xiaolong isn't an Illusionary Fish Tribe member in disguise? Once we lower the protective barrier, the sea beast tide will flood in all at once. At that time, South Huai City's hundreds of thousands of innocent lives will be trampled. Who can bear this responsibility? The upper echelon from the Great Whale sect as well as other forces exchanged silent glances. However, the barbarian god sect's branch elder Guoxian was outraged. His eyes spat fire as he glared fiercely at Li Qingyang. Your mother's farts, that's bullshit. Are you saying the several thousands of sea beasts killed just now was merely the sea tribe putting on a show? Li Qingyang, don't think I don't know what kind of sinister plot those of you in the Elephant Genesis sect are devising. You want to use killing the sea tribe as an excuse to kill our barbarian god sect disciple. I'll say it to your face right now. If any mishap happens to Huang Xiaolong, your entire Elephant Genesis sect will be buried with him. Li Qingyang sneered at Guoxian's words. What big words? Our entire Elephant Genesis sect to be buried with him? Guoxian, unless your sect ancestor comes here and guarantees that he's the genuine Huang Xiaolong, the protective barrier shall remain as is. Guoxian's face tightened. The three sect's ancestors had just left South Huai City yesterday to enter the Endless Sea, and it would take at least 10 days to half a month until they return. During that time, Huang Xiaolong would be long dead and buried twice over. You hand over the barrier token. Guoxian could barely keep the fury raging in his heart under control. In order to lower the protective barrier, the 3 sex tokens were required. Li Qingyang snorted in disdain, paying no heed to Guoxian's demand. No longer able to hold back his fury, Guoxian unsheathed the long sword in his hand. All of a sudden, tension brewed between the barbarian god sect disciples and the Elephant Genesis sect disciples, on the verge of breaking into an all-out fight. The rest watched nervously. No one expected things would develop to this point, while the Great Whale sect elder seemed to be enjoying the show. At the bottom of the city walls, the little cow rose to the air with Huang Xiaolong on its back. Streaks of lightning glimmered around its golden horns and struck on the protective barrier, opening an enormous hole. Huang Xiaolong, Yao Qi, and the 2 beasts flew in easily. Everyone on the other side of the protective barrier was dumbfounded by the sudden change. Li Qingyang was the first to recover from his shock. He quickly pointed at Huang Xiaolong and shouted, "This punk is definitely an illusionary fish tribe member in disguise. All Elephant Genesis sect disciples hear my order. Kill this person. He mustn't enter the city." He then lunged at Huang Xiaolong after issuing this order with his sword drawn. Sword light flew out akin to a venomous dragon, arriving at Huang Xiaolong's throat in the blink of an eye. Watching the tip of Elder Li Qingyang's venomous dragon sword heading straight toward his throat, Huang Xiaolong's momentum exploded in an instant. A rumbling sound came from his body as if there was divine lightning surging within him, and before the spectating experts on the city walls, 1,000 arms emerged from Huang Xiaolong's back. Huang Xiaolong grunted. The overwhelming pressure rolling out from his body actually forced Li Qingyang's venomous dragon sword to deviate from its path. Before anyone could react, the 1,000 arms behind Huang Xiaolong moved, merging into one entity. Huang Xiaolong retaliated. One punch, merely one punch. The force from his fist tore through space as if it could punch a hole through heaven and earth. Li Qingyang's venomous dragon sword exploded into dust, but Huang Xiaolong's fist force chased after him, growing larger in his sight. In a split second, Li Qingyang executed over 10 different kinds of movement techniques to no avail. Huang Xiaolong's fist force had locked onto him. No matter how he dodged or ran, changing his directions erratically, he was unable to shake off the incoming attack. Bang! A low boom sounded as Huang Xiaolong's fist force struck Li Qingyang in the chest, causing his body to make an arch across the air while howling in pain. In midair, Li Qingyang's chest exploded, leaving mutilated flesh and a gaping hole where his chest used to be. Coincidence or not, after Li Qingyang was knocked off the city walls, his body shot through the hole in the protective barrier that the little cow made moments earlier, falling out of the protective barrier's range. Immediately, the scent of fresh blood renewed the sea beast's frenzy, driving them to pounce on Li Qingyang. Caught off guard, Li Qingyang was jolted to his senses by the burst of sharp pain coming from his arm as it was bitten and torn off from his shoulder. A blood-curdling wail ensued. "Don't come here! Scram! Save me!" Hair-raising screams continued outside South Huai City's protective barrier. Lin Qingyang was desperately trying to fend off the whelming number of sea beasts coming at him, but he was gravely injured by Huang Xiaolong's punch. He couldn't even muster 1/10 of his usual strength right now. How was he supposed to deter these sea beasts' endless attacks? Everything happened in a blink of an eye. By the time everyone standing on the city walls reacted, Li Qingyang's remaining arm was just bitten off by a sea beast. Hearing Li Qingyang's screams of pain and crying for help, the Elephant Genesis sect disciples became ashen and were at a loss as to what to do. They wanted to go down to help him, but their hair stood on end just looking at the horrible sea beast tied below. In the brief few seconds those Elephant Genesis sect disciples hesitated, Li Qingyang's figure disappeared from sight, submerged by the sea of beasts. Undulating muffled screams came from below but soon subsided. Everyone watched, horror-struck, as Li Qingyang's flesh was torn and divided by sea beasts. "Huang Xiaolong, how dare you kill an elder of our Elephant Genesis sect? You be damned. Damned!" The other Elephant Genesis sect elder Yangyun whirled around. A finger pointed at Huang Xiaolong in fury. Huang Xiaolong scoffed. "Which of your eyes saw that I killed him? Li Qingyang died in the jaws of sea beasts. Everyone here is a witness." Yangyun fumed with anger at Huang Xiaolong's retort. "Then again, even if I did kill him, what can you do?" The corners of Huang Xiaolong's lips curled into a smirk. "You want to avenge him?" Yangyun paled slightly as he suddenly remembered Huang Xiaolong's overwhelming strength. As the elder in charge of the Elephant Genesis Sex branch in South Huai City, Li Qingyang's strength was considered one of the top 3 amongst the sect's elders, at peak late 9th Order Heavenly God Realm. If a peak late 9th Order Heavenly God Realm Li Qingyang was met with defeat in Huang Xiaolong's hands, wasn't he, Yangyun, an early 9th Order Heavenly God Realm seeking death if he clamored to avenge Li Qingyang? By this point, the various forces experts were looking at Huang Xiaolong with dread in their eyes, but there was also obvious disbelief. Huang Xiaolong spent less than a decade in the Barbarian God sect. How had his strength risen so fast to this extent? Felt surreal to them. At this time, Huang Xiaolong took out a tally from his spatial ring, glittering golden and exuding an oppressive aura. The Barbarian God sect elder Guxian and all the present Barbarian God sect disciples knelt down. For the tally in Huang Xiaolong's hand was their sect ancestor Lu Zhua's, the tally that granted the highest authority in the entire Barbarian God sect. "I hold the Barbarian God sect ancestor's tally in my hand. Would anyone else from the Elephant Genesis sect, Great Whale sect, or others like to pin me as a spy from the illusionary fish tribe?" Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over the groups of Elephant Genesis sect and Great Whale sect, finally stopping on Yangyun's body. Yangyun avoided Huang Xiaolong's eyes, not daring to confront him directly. Right at this time, the sound of whistling wind sounded in the distance. A figure was seen riding on a long sword, moving towards South Huai City at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, the figure was already in front of them. When Yangyun and the Elephant Genesis sect disciples saw the person's face, joy rose to their faces. "Greetings, Great Grand Elder Hu Qing." The new arrival was none other than the Elephant Genesis sect's Great Grand Elder Hu Qing. Hu Qing nodded in response, But inwardly he was taken aback seeing the barbarian god sect disciples and elders kneeling before Huang Xiaolong. After glancing around and not seeing the person he was looking for, Hu Qing asked Yang Yun, "Where's elderly Qingyang?" Yang Yun immediately seized the chance. Pointing a finger that was trembling in anger at Huang Xiaolong, Yang Yun attacked. Replying to Great-Grand Elder Hu Qing, it was the barbarian god sect's Huang Xiaolong. He killed Elder Li Qingyang. As for Li Qingyang obstructing others from lowering the protective barrier for Huang Xiaolong, also being the first to attack, not a word of it was mentioned. What? Hu Qing felt as if a giant needle stabbed his heart, but his eyes soon narrowed with killing intent, scrutinizing Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, aren't you overestimating your position as the barbarian god sect's genius? You really think you can kill my Elephant Genesis sect's elders as you please just because your sect chief and sect ancestor are backing you? Huang Xiaolong glanced lazily at Hu Qing and didn't bother to respond. Hu Qing's rage intensified seeing that Huang Xiaolong brazenly ignored him. Huang Xiaolong, you? Good, very good. You killed my sect's elder. I'll take yours in return. A life for a life. Even if your sect ancestor was here, he couldn't argue otherwise. With that said, Hu Qing's aura broke out in full force, bearing down on Huang Xiaolong. The others backed away immediately from the suffocating pressure. Hu Qing's roar shook the air as his body shot forward with his palm slamming down above Huang Xiaolong's head. A palm imprint exuding sinister black light bore down on Huang Xiaolong swifter than the wind. The black palm imprint expanded several times its original size, but just as Huang Xiaolong was about to be bludgeoned to his death, a giant leg parried Hu Qing's attack. Rumble. Following the thunderous rumbling, Hu Qing staggered back out of balance, knocking over several Elephant Genesis sect disciples behind him before falling to the ground as he coughed up blood. No one expected this. Their eyes widened with shock looking at the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast. It was precisely the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast that parried Hu Qing's attack just now. Although Hu Qing's late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm cultivation was higher than the peak early 10th Order Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast, its bloodline was infinitely close to a Chaos Spiritual Beast and its current strength was more than enough to kick Hu Qing around as it liked. Hu Qing slowly got back up to his feet, both astonished and enraged as he eyed the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast. His expression was turning uglier by the second. That one behind Huang Xiaolong. Looks like a Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast? Looks like it. If I remember correctly, it seems that 2 years ago a Black Flame Sea Emperor appeared on the Dralian Island, but later on it went missing and no one knows why. Could this be the same one? How was it subjugated by Huang Xiaolong? In the distance, some family's experts finally recognized the Black Flame Sea Emperor and were whispering amongst themselves. 2 years ago, the Golden Dragon Gate and Berserk Lion Sect had jointly blocked all news related to Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast. Thus a lot of the present people were unaware of the full details. Everyone look. The sea beast tide is retreating. At this time, a family expert exclaimed. The others quickly turned to look, and indeed, the drove of sea beasts that surrounded South Huai City for the last half a month was moving away from the city in an orderly manner. They went further and further away, until finally not a sea beast was in sight. Doubt flitted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He was certain that the sea beast tide retreating had nothing to do with his appearance. What, then, could be the reason? Even though the sea beast tide was gone, Huang Xiaolong had an ominous feeling instead. Other experts were smiling and cheering as they watched the sea beast's retreat, feeling as if a burden was taken off their chest. Huang Xiaolong, the matter of you wantonly killing my Elephant Genesis sect's elder Li Qingyang will not end just like this. Great-Grand Elder Hu Qing warned Huang Xiaolong with a hateful glare before turning to order Yang Yun. We're leaving. He then leaped into the air and left just like that. Yang Yun hurried to catch up. Huang Xiaolong snorted audibly, making no move to stop them. South Huai City's perilous situation hadn't really been lifted. Leaving those two alive for the time being could provide some fighting power to the city. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi were led to the barbarian god sect by Elder Guxian. Due to the emergency situation, all three sects had temporarily shifted their branch command to a residence closer to the city walls. Stepping into the main hall, Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi took the main seats while Guoxian sat down in the seat lower to Huang Xiaolong's. After the three of them were seated, Huang Xiaolong asked Guoxian about the latest situation of Southwai City and the Green Cloud Island overall. Only now did Huang Xiaolong come to know that the sea beasts and sea tribes' assault this time was much more severe compared to the past. Among several hundred cities on Green Cloud Island, more than a dozen of them had been annexed by the sea beasts. What truly shocked Huang Xiaolong was that, this time, the sea beasts and sea tribes not only launched a large-scale assault on Green Cloud Island but also Dralian Island, Perennial Temple Island, Chuanxiong Island, and 10 other islands in the archipelago. The common point of these islands was that they were all occupied by humans. The situations of these islands were more or less similar, thus they wouldn't be able to send any reinforcements to Green Cloud Island. Everything would depend on Green Cloud Island's own available sects and forces. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. What was the reason for the sea beasts and sea tribes to launch such a large-scale attack on human-occupied islands? Did a conflict arise between the sea creatures of the Endless Sea and other sea territories? The subsequent few days were calm. Ever since the sea beast tide retreated that day, there were no further attacks on the city. However, Huang Xiaolong did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he had the barbarian god sect disciples increase their patrol frequency. At different times during the day, Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi would make rounds around the city on the Little Cow and Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast, whereas at night, both focused on raising their strength. As the result of absorbing god force from the ancient god realm godhead in recent days, Huang Xiaolong's strength rose significantly, so much that he was much closer to breaking through to mid-6th order heavenly god realm. Huang Xiaolong had a hunch that, within a month, he would be able to step into mid-6th order heavenly god realm. As for the Elephant Genesis sects Hu Qing and Yang Yun, they were also quiet during this time as if they were afraid of Huang Xiaolong's strength and dared not recklessly make any moves. A couple more days passed in the same manner. Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi were patrolling around the city when all of a sudden Huang Xiaolong felt somehow stifled, like there was a great mountain pressing down on his chest. In the next second, he felt the earth quake beneath his feet. It wasn't obvious at first, but the tremors soon intensified. Within seconds, the cracks on the streets had reached the buildings, causing walls to crumble and buildings to collapse. In less than a minute, it seemed like the entire Southwai City was shaking violently. Out of nowhere, a long resounding cry echoed throughout the whole city. Both Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi revealed grim expressions hearing this sound. This was the three sects' agreed signal when the sea beast tide was attacking. Alerting all the experts inside Southwai City, the sea beasts were attacking the city. Let's go! Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi did not hesitate at all as they sped towards the city entrance on the Little Cow and the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast. They were patrolling close to the city walls. Hence it didn't take Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi to reach the top of the city walls. However, when they got a view of what was coming at them, even a strong-willed person like Huang Xiaolong couldn't help looking slightly pale. On the shores in the distance, more sea beasts than the eye could see were rapidly crossing the land towards Southwai City. Not only from the shore, even the air was densely dotted with sea beasts that could fly, having giant wings on their bodies that reached 100 meters in length. That is the sea beast called Odd-Eye Giant Wings Beast, a great whale sect elder exclaimed. Odd-Eye Giant Wings Beast. When the people nearby heard him, their faces paled. This Odd-Eye Giant Wings Beast was part of one of the many sea beast tribes, quite a famous tribe as well, possessing powerful attack power, not to mention their speed and agility in the air. A third-order heavenly god realm Odd-Eye Giant Wings Beast speed was many times faster than a fourth-order heavenly god realm human cultivators. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cold air. The sea beast tide this time was at least several hundred million in number. Not only were the sea beast's numbers 10 times more than the last attack, with the addition of the Odd-Eye Giant Wings Beast, Southwai City would also be hard to defend simply just relying on the current number of human experts present within the city. A light flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Yao Qi, you wait here inside the city for me to come back. Huang Xiaolong turned and said to Yao Qi without waiting for her response. Huang Xiaolong left with the Little Cow, riding towards the swarm of sea beasts rushing toward the city. Xiaolong! Yao Qi cried out anxiously. She was about to chase after Huang Xiaolong when his voice sounded in her ears through voice transmission. Only after hearing what Huang Xiaolong said through voice transmission did she give up on chasing after him. The elephant Genesis sex Qing arrived and saw Huang Xiaolong riding straight into the swarm of sea beasts, sneering in disdain. Inwardly, he was ecstatic, thinking, "You want to become a hero? Then you'd better die trampled by these sea beasts." In Qing's eyes, Huang Xiaolong's death was certain once he was overwhelmed by the raging sea beasts. Facing a beast tide of this size, only ancient god realm masters that could teleport had a chance to survive. The other of experts had different thoughts watching Huang Xiaolong rushing headlong toward the incoming beasts. Finally, Huang Xiaolong and sea beasts collided. Huang Xiaolong was holding the Zhenyu silver moon blade, slashing out mercilessly. Black blade qi smoothly split apart the sea beasts in Huang Xiaolong's path. At the same time, a ferocious wind vortex was gathering around Huang Xiaolong. Any beast that got too close to him was swallowed up by this wind vortex. After these sea beasts were swallowed into the wind vortex, dried corpses would be thrown back out in a matter of seconds. Even though there was a long distance between Huang Xiaolong and the people standing at the top of the city walls, they clearly saw what happened. Each of them secretly sucked in a breath of cold air watching Huang Xiaolong's battle power, especially the two elephant Genesis sex Qing and Yang Yun. The little cow's weapon of choice was its trusted pair of golden horns. Purple lightning nets swept through the battlefield, burning numerous sea beasts into charcoal. One person and one cow moved onward tirelessly. Huang Xiaolong pushed his archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power to the limit. As he absorbed these sea beasts' energy, his hands did not stop swinging the Zhenyu silver moon blade, slashing out clusters of black blade qi. A few minutes later, the number of sea beasts that died to Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's attacks exceeded thousands. Although a few thousand sea beasts weren't that much, at this rate, in a day's time, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's count would be closer to 100,000. Still, the movements on Huang Xiaolong's side immediately attracted more powerful beasts. Not far away, a late 10th order heavenly god realm sea beast with 2 heads, 8 legs, and 3 eyes flew toward him. Roaring, its giant palms slammed down on Huang Xiaolong from above. This big animal had a trace of the primordial divine beast bloodline, the sea morning beast. Despite only being a late 10th order heavenly god realm, its strength was comparable to a peak late 10th order cultivator. Noticing this, Li Qingyang and Yang Yun could almost punch the air in excitement. Within seconds, the giant sea behemoth's 2 front legs arrived 10 meters away from Huang Xiaolong's head. The barbarian god sect disciples' hearts missed a beat watching this dangerous situation. Yao Qi was already deathly pale, crying loudly, "Xiaolong!" Just when everyone thought Huang Xiaolong was dead for sure, he raised his head, glancing at the giant legs trying to step on him, his expression cold. When the sea behemoth's legs were 1 meter from the crown of Huang Xiaolong's head, the giant legs actually halted in midair. Before those watching from the city walls, a layer of green ice appeared on the giant sea behemoth's legs and spread upward at a rapid rate. First, it covered the 2 front legs, then its torso, before the rest of its body was imprisoned under a thick layer of green ice, turning into a green ice statue. What is that? On the city walls, the elephant Genesis sex Qing screeched with disbelief. His voice had just sounded when a giant green iceman appeared. The green ice hail devil Bing Jui. Bing Jui stood tall in the air behind Huang Xiaolong, exuding a tyrannical divine might. Terrifying frigid qi blasted out like an angry tsunami, flooding out in all directions. With Huang Xiaolong as the center, all the sea beasts within 10,000 li radius were frozen into ice statues. The experts on the South Huai city walls were agape watching the sudden turn of events, dazed where they stood. Their gazes were fixed on the giant green figure silently floating in the air behind Huang Xiaolong. An ancient god realm master. Qing's tongue quivered as he exclaimed in shock, gulping a few times, feeling an icy coldness crawling up his hands and feet. An ancient god realm master. From the ancient green ice hail devil tribe. Sounds of people sucking in cold air could be heard all around, awe mingled with disbelief in their hearts looking at the two figures standing together. This Huang Xiaolong actually had an ancient god realm master protecting him. As this thought crossed the Elephant Genesis sect elder Yang Yu's mind, his buttocks tightened in fear. Terror seized his heart as if Judgment Day was breathing down his neck. Elder Guixian and the surrounding barbarian god sect disciples were just as astounded as the rest. Only Yao Qi had an ecstatic expression on her face. Earlier, Huang Xiaolong reassured her through voice transmission that he still had the protection of an ancient god realm green ice hail devil. And he did not lie to her. Outside the city walls, Huang Xiaolong flew up high into the air until he was standing face to face with the sea behemoth. His archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power rolled out toward the giant sea beast at a frenzied speed, as if it couldn't wait a moment longer. In a matter of moments, the sea behemoth's essence was sucked dry. Huang Xiaolong had never planned to expose Bing Jui's existence so fast, but there was no other way about it. Then again, revealing Bing Jui's existence may not necessarily be a bad thing. At the very least, it could deter those annoying small shrimps that couldn't wait to stir the pot into chaos. After absorbing the sea behemoth's essence energy, the vortex formed around him expanded once more. Combined with his darkness power, Huang Xiaolong was like a moving giant black hole, causing all the frozen sea beasts to be sucked into the vortex. As more and more sea beasts were sucked into the black hole, Huang Xiaolong's momentum rose. Kill, kill, kill. Flickers of black blade chi shot out from the Genu silver moon blade. Several hours later, behind Huang Xiaolong, in fact, all around him were dried corpses of sea beasts. Standing in the air above the sea beast tide, the devouring black hole swirling around Huang Xiaolong continued to grow bigger still, reaching an astounding few hundred li in diameter. Huang Xiaolong was the epitome of a death god that climbed out from the abyss of hell, a death god bent on the path of slaughter. On the city walls, both the Elephant Genesis sect and Great Whale sect elders and disciples had woken from their shock only to fall into a deep pit of fear. However, despite Bing Joey, Huang Xiaolong and Xianxia's continued slaughter of sea beasts, the three of them still failed to hinder the sea beasts from targeting and attacking South Hui City. Groups after groups of sea beasts still advanced dauntlessly forward, ferociously attacking the South Hui City's protective barrier. The experts on the city walls were barely holding on, fending off wave after wave of sea beasts. The city's protective barrier allowed the attacks of human experts within the city to pass through, landing on the sea beasts outside. Whereas the sea beasts' attacks would be blocked by the protective barrier, shielding everyone from harm. However, once the protective barrier was broken through, all the human race experts would have to fight head-on with these sea beasts. When that happened, it would be hard for them to defend the city. Looking at the endless tide of sea beasts persistently attacking the protective barrier, Huang Xiaolong, who was stuck killing sea beasts at another end, felt quite helpless as well. All he could do at the moment was kill more as fast as he could. 3 days passed, yet the tide did not seem to reduce at all. Even Huang Xiaolong, who had been killing sea beasts in the midst of the tide, felt horrified. After enduring 3 days of multiple attacks, South Hui City's protective barrier had weakened drastically. Huang Xiaolong grew more anxious with each passing moment, looking at the weakening barrier. "Master, we can't go on like this. We must find the leader of the sea beast tide," the little cow solemnly said. By this point, even the little cow's eyes had turned red from all the killing. Huang Xiaolong frowned. "The leader is hidden amongst all these sea beasts, and even the beasts themselves don't know where it is. How are we supposed to find the leader amongst them?" A light flickered in the little cow's eyes. "This sea beast's tide has been attacking consistently wave after wave in an orderly manner. The sea beast tide leader must be passing orders through some secret method we don't know. Let me try using an old secret method to locate that leader." With that said, the little cow closed its eyes, the lightning symbol on its forehead softly shining. A stream of energy others couldn't see shot into the void. Roughly 15 minutes later, the little cow's eyes snapped open, looking at front left of the sea beast tide. Xianxia leaped into the air with Huang Xiaolong on its back, flying towards the left, while Bing Jui followed closely behind them. Arriving at the front of the sea beast tide, The little cow's gaze fell onto two ordinary-looking metal carapace sea rhinos. These two metal carapace sea rhinos? Huang Xiaolong could hardly believe it. The little cow grinned wickedly, saying, "Don't look down on these two. They aren't ordinary at all." Ribbons of lightning crackled around the little cow's body and streaked out toward the metal carapace sea rhinos like a torrential thunderstorm. Yet, a metallic light rose from the two beasts and actually deflected the lightning attack. The aura they released was shocking. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. These two metal carapace sea rhinos had the strength of peak late 10th order heavenly god realm at the very least. The instant the two metal carapace sea rhinos blocked the little cow's attack, their bodies blurred, foggy mist spread, while the two of them escaped into the void. Huang Xiaolong was astonished. However, Bing Jingyi raised his palms toward the seaside in the distance and struck down, causing the two metal carapace sea rhinos to fall out from the void. Huang Xiaolong disappeared in a flicker, arriving in front of the two sea beasts together with the little cow. Taking a hit from Bing Jingyi's palms caused a thick layer of green ice to cover the two metal carapace sea rhinos' bodies in the blink of an eye. However, what Huang Xiaolong did not expect was for them to escape being turned into ice statues. A golden light similar to fire appeared on the surface of their skin, blocking Bing Jingyi's cold chi. These two metal carapace sea rhinos have evolved, possessing certain abilities of divine beasts of the water and metal elements, such as turning their bodies into water or metal. The little cow spoke. Huang Xiaolong nodded. No wonder these two could turn into mist and escape into the void. If it weren't for Bing Jingyi, these two little scoundrels would have fled back into the endless sea. But Huang Xiaolong did not immediately kill the two sea beasts. After all, there was bound to be some benefits in subjugating two evolved peak late 10th order heavenly god realm metal carapace sea rhinos that could manipulate the elements of water and metal. Contrary to Huang Xiaolong's wishes, the two metal carapace sea rhinos would rather die than submit. Having no alternative, Huang Xiaolong devoured the two metal carapace sea rhinos' essence energy. Before that, though, he scoured both sea beasts' memories. Half an hour later, the two metal carapace sea rhinos shriveled up into dried corpses just like the other sea beasts. A sliver of divine fire shot out from Huang Xiaolong's finger, incinerating the remains of the two sea beasts. As he did so, the little cow heard Huang Xiaolong muttered, "The clam tribe." From the two sea beasts' memories, Huang Xiaolong found out that the order to attack Green Cloud Island, Dralian Island, and the dozen human-populated islands came from one of the sea tribes, the clam tribe. This clam tribe controlled over 1,000,000 miles of the Endless Sea's territory, and the archipelago where Green Cloud Island was located fell precisely within this territory. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly astounded. This clam tribe's overall forces were so powerful, yet amongst the entire Endless Sea's numerous tribes, it wasn't even in the top 1,000. He couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying the Endless Sea's tribes were. However, one point allowed Huang Xiaolong to loosen his breath slightly. With the death of the two metal carapace sea rhino, the beast tide's rhythm had become chaotic. Followed by the aggressive retaliation of Huang Xiaolong and the experts inside South Hui City, the sea beast tide finally retreated once more. Watching the beasts retreat back to the endless sea, the cultivators of various forces erupted into a cheer. Huang Xiaolong returned to the city riding on the little cow with Bing Jingyi following behind them. Yao Qi had a brilliant smile on her face, approaching Huang Xiaolong together with the barbarian god sect elder Guoxian and the other disciples. "Yao Qi, are you all right?" Huang Xiaolong asked when he got close. Yao Qi smiled, her beautiful eyes shining as she answered, "I'm all right." Together with the rest, Huang Xiaolong went up to the city walls. All the human experts gave Huang Xiaolong wide berth, looking at him with awe and flattery. Huang Xiaolong's gaze then fell onto the elephant Genesis sects Hu Qing and Yang Yun. Feeling his cold gaze on their bodies, Hu Qing and Yang Yun's knees went weak. "Say, Senior Huang." Hu Qing forced a smile on his face. Yang Yun's teeth chattered so badly that he couldn't get a proper word out. His head lowered to his chest, not daring to meet Huang Xiaolong's gaze. Huang Xiaolong's eyes shifted away from them. Before nervous gazes from all around, he returned to the temporary barbarian god sect branch with Yao Qi, elder Guoxian, and the Barbarian God Sect disciples. Back in the Barbarian God Sect branch, Huang Xiaolong said to Yao Qi after some thinking, "In a couple of days I'll be heading to the Endless Sea. Why don't you return to the Lin family fort first?" "What? You want to go to the Endless Sea?" Yao Qi couldn't believe what she was hearing. Guoxian too was looking at Huang Xiaolong with widened eyes filled with shock. The Endless Sea was the sea tribes and sea beasts' domain. Even an ancient god realm master would think thrice before venturing in. "You don't need to worry. I'm just going into the Endless Sea to check out the situation and purchase some things. Nothing will happen," Huang Xiaolong reassured Yao Qi. He really was only going to check out the situation at the Endless Sea to find out why the clam tribe was attacking the humans. He was also planning to search for the remaining few ingredients needed to refine the reverse incarnation pill. A few days ago, the Golden Dragon Gate Chief and the Berserk Lion Sect Chief informed Huang Xiaolong that about a dozen herbs he needed could be found in the Endless Sea. Because the herbs were in the Endless Sea, it would take too long for either one of them to purchase the materials under the current circumstances. Thus Huang Xiaolong decided to make the trip to the Endless Sea himself. Yao Qi teared up when she heard that Huang Xiaolong wanted to purchase herbs needed to refine the reverse incarnation pill. Her small hands reached out to hold his hand. Huang Xiaolong looked at her. Their eyes met and everything was understood without the need for words. 2 days later, Yao Qi sent Huang Xiaolong off. He left South Hui City and entered the Endless Sea. As a precaution, he had Xiaonyou, Bingjui, Xietu, and Xiedu remain inside the Shumi Temple. Despite Xiaonyou's pitiful objection, it was overridden by Huang Xiaolong. After entering the Endless Sea, Huang Xiaolong altered his physical appearance to that of a clam tribe member and flew off in the direction of the clam tribe settlement. Close to the seabed, Huang Xiaolong accelerated forward, watching various sea creatures blur past him. Because he had altered his physical appearance, all sea creatures that saw Huang Xiaolong would scurry away in fear, for the clam tribe was the absolute sovereign within a million miles. Occasionally, he came across those from smaller tribes such as the Snakemen tribe, Waterweed tribe, Fishman tribe, Longsnout Gator tribe, and a few others. All these sea tribes were ruled by the clam tribe. However, Huang Xiaolong was feeling terribly awkward at the moment. The clam tribe carried around a big shell that resembles a turtle shell. Carrying such a large shell and moving as fast as he could underwater felt weird to Huang Xiaolong. As Huang Xiaolong moved along without any incident, he even had time to cultivate. From the accumulation several days ago after devouring numerous sea beasts' essence energy, especially the 2-peak late 10th order Heavenly God Realm metal carapace Cyrinos, Huang Xiaolong distinctively felt that his breakthrough to mid-6th order Heavenly God Realm was just around the corner. For days later, he sat cross-legged inside an undersea mountain cave. His body was enshrouded in a resplendent light that suddenly expanded, shaking the entire mountain. Huang Xiaolong did not stop there, continuing to absorb God Force from the ancient God Realm Godhead for 2 more days before he finally stopped. In a moment of laziness, Huang Xiaolong flew up and made his way out of the cave through crushing a path to the mountain top. Rocks rolled down from the undersea mountain top, scaring away the nearby creatures while Huang Xiaolong sped away. 3 days later, a huge city appeared in his line of sight, a city built on the seabed that was even larger than South Hui City. The giant city walls were built from bricks molded from the Endless Sea's golden corals, glimmering in soft golden light. According to the 2 metal carapace Cyrinos memories, this was one of the clam tribe's most important cities, called Punishing Heaven City. Punishing Heaven City. Huang Xiaolong sneered. This clam tribe was just a small tribe in comparison to the entire Endless Sea. Yet they had the face to name the city Punishing Heaven. Heaven usually referred to the Heaven's Law. Huang Xiaolong flew towards the Punishing Heaven City. Half an hour later, he stood across the city gates. The sea tribes used sea shinbi, which was different from what the humans used. In order to enter the Punishing Heaven City, he had to pay 100 sea shinbi. But fortunately, Huang Xiaolong was prepared. He cleaned off the spatial rings of some sea tribe disciples on the way here. After paying 100 sea shinbi at the gates, Huang Xiaolong strode into the city. Once inside, he was enshrouded by a faint water element qi. Master, I sensed the ancestral dragon tree's aura. At this time, The little cow's gleeful shriek sounded in Huang Xiaolong's mind. The ancestral dragon tree. Delight shone in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Yes, yes. It should be a piece of ancestral dragon tree bark. It's right inside this punishing heaven city, just up ahead. The little cow Xianxia excitedly spoke in one breath. Huang Xiaolong immediately set off following the little cow's instructions to the location where it sensed the ancestral dragon tree aura. Standing in front of a tall building, he raised his head to look at the name, For Seas Trading House. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. This Four Seas trading firm was a highly influential trading house in the Sea Tribe community. Just its branch stores were close to 10,000 in number. For a piece of ancestral dragon tree bark to be in this Four Seas trading house branch of all places. A second later, Huang Xiaolong lifted his foot and stepped inside. In the main lobby, he took a quick glance around and immediately spotted the centerpiece, placed at the most obvious spot in the room, the ancestral dragon tree bark. It was slightly over 1 meter long with irregular edges, emitting a faint but obvious green glow, looking more like a green fish rather than a tree bark from afar. However, there was an obvious layer of glimmering light enshrouding the ancestral dragon tree bark. There was clearly a formation in place. It was a strong formation, most likely erected by a mid-level or above ancient god realm master. Huang Xiaolong subconsciously frowned. He called over a trading house employee and pointed at the glowing ancestral dragon tree, asking, "What's the price for that?" A radiant smile instantly appeared on the staff's face. "Young noble wants to buy this ancestral dragon tree bark? Unfortunately, it is not for sale." Huang Xiaolong's breath was stuck in his chest for a second. He truly had not expected this Four Seas trading house to actually recognize it as the bark of the ancestral dragon tree. If they recognized it, why would they place it at the main lobby? Why put it on display if it wasn't for sale? Since it isn't for sale, why display it in the main lobby? Is there a meaning to it? Huang Xiaolong asked, baffled. Those are our vice chairman's instructions. Regardless of who it is, the person who wants this ancestral dragon tree bark must bring the nether spirit's bead in exchange. At this time, a robust old man clad in the Four Seas trading house's supervisor robe approached with a benign smile. Nether spirit's bead. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered in deep thought. Exactly, the nether spirit's bead. Our Four Seas trading firm found 4 pieces of ancestral dragon tree bark, and the other 3 pieces are much larger than this one here. The supervisor revealed, adding after a brief pause. If anyone can offer 4 nether spirit's beads, our trading house's vice chairman is willing to exchange all 4 pieces of ancestral dragon tree barks with that person. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly jumping with joy. The Four Seas trading house actually had 3 other pieces of ancestral dragon tree bark that were even bigger than the one in front of him. For nether spirit's beads. I'm not very familiar with this nether spirit's bead. Can you share some details with me? Huang Xiaolong suppressed the joy in his heart and asked. Sure. The Four Seas trading house old man supervisor told Huang Xiaolong about the nether spirit's bead. Apparently, it was a rare kind spiritual bead, formed from the accumulated soul force of Een spirits over 100 million years. This nether spirit's bead was greatly beneficial for cultivating soul force attack techniques. According to the information the Four Seas trading house had gathered over the years, there were a few nether spirit's beads in the Soul Tribe's treasury. The Soul Tribe's treasury. Huang Xiaolong couldn't resist a wry smile hearing the location. The Soul Tribe was one of the more powerful sea tribes, many times stronger than the Clam Tribe. Entering their treasury and taking away those few nether spirit's beads was easier said than done. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and decided to first gather the herbs needed to refine the reverse incarnation pill. Thus, he inquired about the remaining herbs he required. Looking at the list Huang Xiaolong gave, the supervisor said, "What a coincidence! In a few days, the Eastern Brightness Auction House will be holding an auction, and amongst the batch of herbs, several hundreds of them are on the list little brother gave me. Other than 2 or 3 of them, you should be able to purchase most of the herbs listed here." Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to find clues about the medicinal herbs he required so fast after coming to the Endless Sea. Huang Xiaolong cupped his fists to express thanks to the old man. even tipped him 10,000 Shinbi before leaving the trading house. Master, if that kid brings us the nether spirit's beads, are we really going to give him the ancestral dragon tree bark? The staff asked out of curiosity. Watching Huang Xiaolong's back, the supervisor sneered coldly. Do you think that's possible? He wants to exchange 4 pieces of the ancestral dragon tree bark with merely 4 nether spirit's beads? Is there such a good thing in this world? The ancestral dragon tree bark contains the ancestral dragon's aura. Just a tiny thread of it is extremely precious. The problem is, we don't know how to refine the aura within the ancestral dragon tree, so the vice-chairman thought of this method. The vice-chairman thinks that whoever is able to recognize the ancestral dragon tree bark and shows a high level of interest, they will very likely know the method of refining the ancestral dragon tree bark. The trading house employee's eyes lit up hearing his master's explanation. Then should we quickly capture that kid and scour his memories? The old man nonchalantly waved his hand. There's no hurry. Who knows, maybe he could really find a nether spirit's bead. If he does find one and brings it over to exchange for the ancestral dragon tree bark, it still won't be too late to kill him at that time. Our vice-chairman also needs nether spirit's beads for his cultivation. Yes, master. The staff complied. After leaving the trading house branch, Huang Xiaolong headed to the Eastern Brightness auction house that the old supervisor mentioned earlier. Master, I think something's not right about using 4 nether spirit's beads to exchange for 4 pieces of ancestral dragon tree bark. Inside the Shumi temple, the little cow reminded Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. This naturally occurred to him as well. It was more likely that the other party would rob the nether spirit's beads and kill him when the time comes. That ancestral dragon tree bark was just a lure. The corners of Huang Zilong's lips lifted in a cold sneer. If the trading house people really had such intentions, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. After arriving at the Eastern Brightness auction house, Huang Xiaolong registered for the auction taking place a few days later. This was the biggest auction house in the Punishing Heaven City, directly managed by the Clam tribe itself. Not everyone could enter one of their auctions. One must first register and receive a confirmed spot before being allowed to enter on the day of the auction. Since Huang Xiaolong had altered his appearance to resemble a Clam tribe disciple and had a strength of mid-6th order heavenly god realm, as well as paying 1,000,000 Shinbi, he successfully secured his entry on the day of the auction. On that day, he would only need to show the Eastern Brightness auction house jade token. However, Huang Xiaolong did not leave immediately after securing the entry token. He went over to the front counter and sold the Genyu Sect Treasury's Grade 3 and Grade 4 spiritual veins for 300,000,000 Shinbi and a little more. The spiritual energy of Grade 3 and 4 spiritual veins had little effect on Huang Xiaolong anymore. With over 300,000,000 Shinbi in hand, there shouldn't be any problem in purchasing the medicinal herbs he wanted during the auction. Just in case, he exchanged 1,000,000,000 Shinbi into Shinbi with a 10% loss, adding another 900,000,000 Shinbi into his spatial ring. In total, he now had 1.2 billion Shinbi. Leaving the Eastern Brightness auction house, Huang Xiaolong found an inn nearby and stayed there until the day of the auction. He also decided to make a trip to the Soul tribe after the auction ended. If he found a nether spirit's bead or 2 for exchange, the terms wouldn't be up to the 4 Seas trading firm. Huang Xiaolong sneered. The days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the auction, Huang Xiaolong arrived early at the Eastern Brightness auction house, showed his tokay, and smoothly entered. When Huang Xiaolong stepped into the auction hall, there were only a scarce 200 or 300 people scattered in different places in the enormous hall. The auction hall seatings could accommodate 20,000 people. Huang Xiaolong randomly picked an obscure corner seat and sat down. A while later, streams of people ambled into the auction hall, quickly filling up the seats. Roughly an hour later, the main door of the auction hall was closed, signaling that the auction was about to begin. Huang Xiaolong secretly spread out his divine sense to survey the situation around the auction hall. In general, those who attended the auction were low-level Heavenly God Realm cultivators and a few mid-level Heavenly God Realm cultivators, while only a small number were high-level Heavenly God Realm cultivators. Huang Xiaolong did not notice any ancient God Realm masters present. Perhaps the private rooms were arranged for the ancient God Realm masters. While Huang Xiaolong was checking his surroundings, a white-haired clam tribe old man walked up onto the stage and introduced himself to the attending guests, mentioning the auction rules at the end. The clam tribe's common surname was Bang, and this old man's name was Bang Jile. Huang Xiaolong nearly erupted into laughter hearing the name. Huang Xiaolong found out that the naming sense of the people in this world was quite interesting. For example, Chao Bishi. After a brief introduction, the auctioneer Bang Jile began presenting the first item. The first auction item was a piece of deep-sea iron called futu. The starting bid price wasn't high, set at 50,000 Shishinbi. In the end, it was bought by an illusionary fish tribe member at 200,000. The second item was a sun-moon spirit stone. This sun-moon spirit stone was an extremely peculiar object found in the endless sea. The top surface emitted the sun's burning brilliance while the bottom of part exuded the moon's cold radiance. On top of that, this sun-moon spirit stone attracted nature's rare yang and yin spiritual energy that was extremely beneficial to cultivators. Hence, when it appeared, it immediately drew fierce bidding. Despite the low starting price of 1 million, it rapidly increased to 5 million, and the price was still rising. In the end, it was sold for 6 million to an Electric Turtle Tribe disciple. Although the Electric Turtle Tribe's forces couldn't compare to the Clam Tribe, the gap was almost negligible. Not far from the Clam Tribe's territory was the territory of the Electric Turtle Tribe. Therefore, their tribe members were a common sight in the Clam Tribe's cities. Subsequently, the third item went up, then the fourth, the fifth. Soon, over 30 items had been auctioned successfully. The things being auctioned were generally rarely seen items, but Huang Xiaolong had yet to make a bid. Although these things were valuable, they weren't of much use to him. Moreover, his main purpose in this auction was to acquire the herbs for refining the reverse incarnation pill. However, the next item genuinely surprised Huang Xiaolong: a nefarious devil gold core. Next to be auctioned is this item: a nefarious devil gold core left behind by an ancient god realm nefarious devil. The pure essence energy inside is completely intact, without the slightest damage. The auctioneer Bang Jile pitched a nefarious devil gold core of a third-order ancient god realm master. I'm sure everyone present understands how precious it is. The starting bid price is 100 million. Please make your bid. 100 million. A third-order ancient god realm nefarious devil's gold core was worth far more than just 100 million. Even so, there was a brief silence in the enormous auction hall. After all, 100 million was no small sum, so a large number of small families extinguished the thought of bidding for it. Huang Xiaolong caressed the outline of his azure ring. At that time, he handed in 2 nefarious devil gold cores to the Golden Dragon Gate as proof of task completion and had used one for his own cultivation. Thus he still had 5 of them left in his azure ring. The nefarious devil gold core being auctioned was bought by the guest in private room number 1 with an exorbitant price of 800 million. Inside private room number 1, a handsome-looking young man with faintly visible blue scales at the corner of his eyes was fiddling with the nefarious devil gold core between his fingers. This young man was a disciple of the Blue Scales Fish Tribe. The Blue Scales Fish Tribe's strength was slightly higher than the Clam Tribe's, and their territory was also adjacent to the Clam Tribe's territory. Congratulations, young Master Lan Wanhong. With this nefarious devil gold core, we can refine the North Firmament Golden White Divine Pellet. Young Master Lan Wanhong will absolutely be able to break through to late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm soon. Standing behind the young man was an old man that looked like a steward. Lan Wanhong nodded his head and smiled in agreement. However, we still need some herbs to refine the North Firmament Golden White Divine Pellet. The old steward Lan Feng grinned. Those dozen kinds of herbs will soon be brought up to the stage. I guess 300 to 400 million is enough to purchase them. With young Master Lan Wanhong's wealth, purchasing those medicinal herbs won't be a problem. Lan Wanhong chuckled, looking enchanted by the nefarious devil gold core in his hand. Pity there's only one nefarious devil gold core. If there were a few more, I'm absolutely confident I would be able to break through to peak late 10th Order within 100 years. This subordinate will keep an eye out for any news about the nefarious devil gold cores. Once we have news of them, this subordinate will immediately report to young Master Lan Wanhong. Lan Feng hurried to say, "Now we will begin to auction a batch of herbs." At this time, on the stage, Bang Giles' voice reached private room number 1. Lan Wanhong's eyes lit up as he said, "It's about to begin." At the same time, Huang Xiaoling's eyes stared fixedly on the few herbs inside a crystal ball. The crystal ball was similar to a spatial ring for storing things, made from blue water crystal and space kernel stone. The herbs placed inside the crystal ball would maintain its medicinal properties. There were more than 200 kinds of herbs inside the crystal ball, including the ones Huang Xiaolong wanted. All these herbs will be auctioned together as one batch at 80 million starting price. Every increase in bidding price must not be lower than 1 million. Bang Giles introduced. 100 million. Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone was surprised and turned to look at the owner of the voice sitting at the corner. A big brawny man with a pair of wings growing out of his back. Lightning flashed between the giant wings. "Lightning Bird Tribe," someone exclaimed in a low voice. The Lightning Bird Tribe was another powerful tribe that was at par with the Clam Tribe. 200 million. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent voice sounded. The guests were shocked as their inquisitive eyes fell on Huang Xiaolong. Inside private room number 1, Lan Wanhong was frowning with displeasure. Things were getting out of his estimation. It was just starting, yet the price has shot up to 200 million. Following this pattern, 3 to 400 million may not be enough to purchase all the herbs he needed. 300 million. Lan Wanhong offered. The blue scales at the corner of his eyes flashed. 400 million. Huang Xiaolong called out without any emotion. The others watched, sucking in a breath of cold air. The Lightning Bird Tribe brawny man was also looking at Huang Xiaolong with an odd expression while shaking his head, withdrawing from the bidding. Lan Wanhong considered for a moment, then spoke. 600 million. Through the private room's crystal walls, he stared at Huang Xiaolong without blinking. A faint killing intent directed at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong remained unperturbed, though he clearly felt the killing intent directed at him. 700 million. He must obtain this batch of herbs regardless, whether it was 1 billion or 10 billion. 700 million. This price instantly turned Huang Xiaolong into the center of attention inside the auction hall. Curious gazes from all directions fell on his body. At this time, a Clam Tribe expert came to Huang Xiaolong's side, moved his head close to his ear and warned sternly. In private room 1 is the Blue Scales Fish Tribe's young master Lan Wanhong. Lan Wanhong was the current Blue Scales Fish Tribe Patriarch's 7th son, an outstanding talent with a high-grade king-rank godhead, and was extremely valued by the Blue Scales Fish Tribe. Lan Wanhong also had a high reputation among the neighboring sea tribes. In this Clam Tribe expert's eyes, offending Lan Wanhong just for these herbs was unwise. If he was a real Clam Tribe disciple, he would have tactfully withdrawn from competing with Lan Wanhong, but unfortunately he was Huang Xiaolong. Not only was he not a common Clam Tribe disciple, he wasn't even a true member of the Clam Tribe. Inside private room number 1, through the crystal walls, Lan Wanhong's expression relaxed seeing that Clam Tribe expert walking over to warn Huang Xiaolong. He made another offer, 710 million. At the same time, Lan Wanhong decided in his heart. He would teach that Clam Tribe punk a lesson he would never forget for making him buy this batch of herbs for 700 million. 800 million. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong's cold and indifferent voice rang in the auction hall once more. What? Lan Wanhong stiffened for a second. Then his fury rose to his head. A blue light gleamed in his pupils as more blue scales started appearing at the corner of his eyes. Steward Lan Feng, who was standing behind Lan Wanhong, was glaring in Huang Xiaolong's direction below with a ferocious gaze. This runt actually dares to compete for this batch of herbs with young Master Lan Wanhong. He's really tired of living. He then turned to Lan Wanhong in an inquiring tone. Young Master, should I have some tribesmen send us some sea shinbi? Coming out this time, Lan Wanhong only had 1.5 billion on him. Earlier, he had used 800 million on the nefarious Devil Gold Core, so if he wanted to compete for this batch of herbs, they could only have someone send more money. Lan Wanhong answered in a sullen tone. No need. Lan Feng was baffled. No need. He knew very well how important this batch of herbs was for young Master Lan Wanhong. Without those herbs, they wouldn't be able to refine the North Firmament Golden White Divine Pellet. If Lan Wanhong missed this batch of herbs, who knows when he would be able to gather them again. How much longer do you think that punk will be able to live? Lan Wanhong suddenly asked Lan Feng such a question. Hearing this, Lan Feng's reaction was somewhat slow. A moment later, when he understood what Lan Wanhong implied, a smile spread over his face. Yes, this subordinate is dull, young master is wise as always. In the auction hall, the clam tribe expert who came over to warn Huang Xiaolong did not expect him to still compete for the batch of herbs after the blunt warning. This made him think that Huang Xiaolong did not put him in his eyes, causing his expression to become extremely ugly. Which family are you from? Punk. Do you not know that your actions will bring a calamity to your family? The clam tribe expert scrutinized Huang Xiaolong with a piercing gaze. Faint creases appeared between Huang Xiaolong's brows, but he appeared calm as he glanced at the batch of herbs on the auction stage, saying, "If there's nothing else, you may leave." The clam tribe expert Bang Yonglin's eyes narrowed dangerously all of a sudden, even though he was grinning. "You very good." Without another word, he turned and left. In the end, at a price of 800 million, Huang Xiaolong won the medicinal herbs. No one expected it to end like this. However, many of the guests below knew by now who was sitting inside Private Room 1, the Blue Scales Fish Tribe's Lan Wanhong. Hence, there were quite a few sympathetic glances cast in Huang Xiaolong's direction. However, these sympathetic gazes had no effect on Huang Xiaolong. Instead, he was filled with joy looking at the crystal ball containing the batch of herbs he had just purchased being sent over by an auction house attendant. He finally found the herbs he needed. This brought him a step closer to gathering all the ingredients necessary for the reverse incarnation pill. Huang Xiaolong put away the crystal ball into his Azura ring. The subsequent auction item was a giant hammer that once belonged to a previous generation giant tribe patriarch and was named Descending Lightning Hammer. Forged from the divine world's lightning element iron, it was almost a chaos-grade spiritual weapon. The starting price for the Descending Lightning Hammer was 2 billion. Even though this hammer was a rare weapon, Huang Xiaolong wasn't interested at all. However, this clam tribe auction house had roused his curiosity. They could even get their hands on the divine artifact used by a previous generation giant tribe patriarch. At last, the Descending Lightning Hammer was bought by the guest in Private Room 2 at a high price of 10 billion. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help thinking about his devil restraining tablet. If a weapon like the Descending Lightning Hammer could fetch 10 billion, then wouldn't his devil restraining tablet be worth at least 100 billion? If it was a top-grade chaos weapon and above, the price could go up to 1 trillion. A few more items went up for sale before the auction ended. Leaving the auction house, Huang Xiaolong already discovered there was someone tailing him. Feigning ignorance, Huang Xiaolong returned to his yard at the inn. A day later, he left the punishing Heaven City, deciding to check out the situation at the Soul Tribe. In fact, the Soul Tribe's settlement wasn't too far from the punishing Heaven City. If Bingjui, Xiatu, and Xuedu took turns teleporting, Huang Xiaolong could arrive there in a month or less. He still had over 2 years of time until Chen Hao and the giant tribe patriarch returned from the extraterritorial devil battlefield, which was ample time. Not long after Huang Xiaolong exited the punishing Heaven City, several blurred shadows sped past and blocked his path. These people were none other than the Blue Scales Fish Tribe Lan Wanhong and his steward Lan Feng, as well as the Clam Tribe expert Bang Yonglin. All three had the strength of 10th Order Heavenly God Realm and above, especially Lan Feng, a peak late 10th Order expert that was close to stepping into the ancient God Realm. His strength was higher than any one of the Berserk Lion Sect's 3 evils. Lan Wanhong was blunt and direct. Without spouting any nonsense, he extended his palm out and demanded coldly, "Hand over that crystal ball." Huang Xiaolong nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. "And if I don't?" An evil chuckle came from Bang Yonglin, his gaze fixed on Huang Xiaolong. "Punk. That fact that you can take out several 100 million to buy those herbs shows that you might have a big background, but even our clam tribe's young lord won't dare to compete with young master for that batch of herbs. Since you're one our clam tribe members, This matter could be considered resolved if hand them over and break your arms. Huang Xiaolong summoned Bing Jui out without a word. In an instant, chilling cold qi spread, freezing the surrounding water into layers of green ice. Lan Wanhong, Lan Feng, and Bang Yonglin were dumbfounded. With their judgment, in a single glance, they knew that the green ice hail devil behind Huang Xiaolong was an ancient God Realm master. A clam tribe disciple actually had an ancient God Realm master as a bodyguard? Who could tell them what in the world was happening? Senior, I am... Lan Wanhong pushed down the waves of shock in his heart. Just as he wanted to explain, a force from Bing Jui's palms pulled all three of them in front of him. Extreme cold qi invaded their bodies, instantly reducing them to ice statues. Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother devouring their god force and blood essence, directly ordering Bing Jui to kill them. Bing Jui exerted force in his palms, and the three ice statues exploded into little fragments. Huang Xiaolong familiarly collected the three people's spatial rings. With a flick of his finger, supreme fire element god force shot out, causing the pieces of ice to melt. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong and Bing Jui disappeared from the scene. Just as Huang Xiaolong and Bing Jui disappeared from the scene, several experts clad in the Four Seas trading house robes arrived in a hurry. HM? Why is the cold qi around here so thick? One of them voiced out. Why bother with some cold qi? The most important thing is to not lose that kid. The group hastened after Huang Xiaolong. Detecting the group from the Four Seas trading house tailing him, Huang Xiaolong frowned in displeasure. Master, let me out to release a few lightning farts and kill those few sons o' bitches. The little cow who was within the Shumi temple clamored, stamping its front hooves on the floor. Huang Xiaolong was speechless, scolding softly. Little girl should be more refined when speaking. Xianxia responded with several cold harumphs and said, Who says I'm a little girl? I'm the #1 invincible super cow between this heaven and earth. Huang Xiaolong stifled. In the end, Huang Xiaolong couldn't stand the little cow's non-stop nagging and released it from the godly MT Shumi. Well, he was planning to deal with the people from the Four Seas trading house anyways. Having them buzzing around him like a group of flies was slightly inconvenient. The moment Xianxia was released, its four hooves stretched out, loosening its stiff muscles, even doing some stretching postures with a high difficulty level. After a few popping sounds and puffs of lightning qi, the little cow groaned comfortably. So nice. Master, can I discuss something with you? The little cow asked feebly. No, Huang Xiaolong bluntly refused without listening. Its eyes protruded in shock and pain. Huang Xiaolong laughed. He could guess what the little cow was plotting. What it wanted to discuss was none other than not returning to the Shumi temple. By this time, the Four Seas trading house group had caught up, but they were slightly startled when they saw that Huang Xiaolong had stopped moving. Therefore they too stopped and hid, observing from a distance. They thought Huang Xiaolong hadn't discovered them yet. They couldn't be blamed for thinking so, for their cultivation of 8th Order Heavenly God Realm was stronger than the ordinary mid-6th Order cultivator. A weaker cultivator being unable to detect their presence was matter of fact. The little cow was fuming with anger at this moment, sensing the group of mice hiding in the distance. Them thinking that Xianxia and Huang Xiaolong still hadn't noticed them intensified its anger. The little cow suddenly tilted its head upward, mouth wide opened, and roared. As its roar rippled in the water, numerous lightning streaks emerged, forming a giant lightning beam that shot straight at where the Four Seas trading house people were hiding. Great currents appeared in the sea, creating a violent whirlpool that affected an area of 10,000 li. The lightning beam was too bright and too fast that the Four Seas trading house group fell into astonishment and despair at the same time. In the next second, they were swallowed up by the lightning beam, annihilated. First, it was their defensive robe turning into fragments, followed by the explosion of their flesh and blood. Finally, their godheads were burnt into gray ash, scattered away with the current. The lightning beam continued forward even after burning through the people from the Four Seas trading house, splitting the seawater into two sides and raising great waves on the sea surface. Even the punishing Heaven City was affected, shaking slightly from the shock waves. Huang Xiaolong was flabbergasted at the little cow's lethal attack. Xianxia turned its head back and grinned at Huang Xiaolong's flabbergasted expression. This move is called Invincible Heaven-Destroying Giant Cannon. It's amazing, right? Although Xianxia's puffed-up expression triggered a temporary violent impulse in Huang Xiaolong, he still nodded, admitting that the move just now was indeed amazing. The little cow harumphed proudly. In the past, I used this trick to blow up the soul world. Huang Xiaolong looked thunderstruck. Blew up the soul's world. Hell's soul world was a higher realm, just like the divine world. Huang Xiaolong doubted that even the divine world's current most powerful cultivator would be able to blow up the soul world. When did you go to the soul world? Huang Xiaolong asked in bewilderment. Ever since Xianxia hatched from that egg, it had always been at his side, and he knew very well the extent of this little cow's current strength. Could Xianxia be the reincarnation of a grand divine beast that was now slowly recovering its past memories? That's something from a long time ago. The little cow in low voice, reminiscing the past. Let's leave this place first. Sensing quite a few strong auras rushing towards their direction from punishing Heaven City, Huang Xiaolong said to the little cow and leaped onto its back, speeding away from the scene. Moments after Huang Xiaolong and the little cow disappeared, experts from various sea tribes arrived consecutively. When they arrived and saw the colossal rift at the bottom of the sea that wasn't there before, each of them sucked in a breath of cold air. This rift was caused by the shattering effect of Xianxia's invincible heaven-destroying giant cannon scraping over the seabed. Tiny streaks of lightning crackled from the earth below. While these sea tribe experts lamented at the appalling rift created by the little cow, the two responsible for this scene were already several thousand li away. In the end, Huang Xiaolong did not send the little cow back into the Shumi temple. After all, there could be a multitude of things for which he would need to rely on this #1 invincible super cow in this heaven and earth. He couldn't make it feel depressed. The little cow knew a chaos-grade transformation technique, and even though it couldn't completely alter its physical appearance like Huang Xiaolong, looking like a sea beast wasn't a problem. Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't see any flaws. The little cow chose to disguise itself as a metal carapace sea rhino. The Soul Tribe was one of the more powerful tribes in the Endless Sea, having generations of soul force cultivators that could kill with an invisible knife. It was a tribe that other sea tribes were unwilling to provoke. However, the Soul Tribe members were physically weak compared to other sea tribes. They were also thinner and taller than the average humans, their height ranging from 2 to 3 meters. Although the Soul Tribe was one of the sea tribes, they did not live at the bottom of the Endless Sea like the rest. Instead, they built their cities on a secluded archipelago. This archipelago consisted of 20-odd islands that were almost side to side. No one knew whether it was man-made or naturally so. However, every single one of these islands was bigger than Green Cloud Island. Even a peak late 10th Order ancient god realm master would be at their wits' end trying to move these islands. These 20-odd islands formed the Soul Islands. A little over a month later, on this particular day, Huang Xiaolong and Xianxia's figures emerged from the void in the air above the Soul Islands. At this time, Huang Xiaolong had already altered his physical appearance to resemble a Soul Tribe member. He was now over 2 meters tall, abnormally thin, and had long pointed ears. Huang Xiaolong's current looks could be considered quite handsome. After they appeared, he looked at the 20-odd islands below and flew toward the centermost island. This was known as the main island, where the Soul Tribe's treasury was located. A short while later, he and Xianxia descended on a high mountain peak. As Huang Xiaolong had altered his appearance earlier on, despite coming across a few Soul Tribe experts, he was neither suspected nor questioned. The little cow looked around and said, "This should be the main island's northern shredding wind mountain. Not far from here is the Soul Tribe's main settlement." Huang Xiaolong nodded. This shredding wind mountain was extremely famous among the Soul Tribe. The reason for this was that all wind that arrived at this mountain would vanish without a trace as if it was shredded by a giant hand. No one had been able to solve this strange phenomenon. "There's something sealed inside the belly of this shredding wind mountain," the little cow said suddenly. Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow. Could this be the reason why the wind never got past this mountain? Can you go in? Huang Xiaolong asked. The little cow pondered the possibility and answered, I can, but I'll have to wait until I break through to the ancient god realm. Huang Xiaolong felt as if someone just burst his happy bubble, feeling a strong urge to beat up the little cow. What's the use of saying pointless words? Suppressing the impulse to beat up someone, Huang Xiaolong said, What if I have Bingji, Xie Tu, and Xiedu to help you? The little cow shook its head. That's the chaos grade traverse 9 heavens lightning divine formation. Only after a breakthrough to the ancient god realm can my lightning force break the formation. Forget Bing Jui and the other two, even a high-level ancient god realm master could do nothing here. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly alarmed. Not even a high-level ancient god realm master can break this formation. The little cow nodded solemnly. For those soul tribe ancestors from a few million years ago to be able to lay out this traverse 9 heavens lightning divine formation, the sealed item should be some kind of treasure of their tribe or something they obtained. The formation they arranged is coincidentally the chaos grade traverse 9 heavens lightning divine formation that my lightning can suppress. Otherwise, even if I reached peak late 10th order ancient god realm, I still wouldn't be able to break the formation. Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in surprise. But if the thing sealed below is a treasure of the soul tribe, it's impossible for them not to know. How come they haven't sent anyone to search for it? The little cow shook its head. Who knows? Maybe they think no one can break the formation here. Huang Xiaolong nodded. That was a possibility. After a brief stop, the two of them flew away from the shredding wind mountain toward the soul tribe's main island. 5 days later, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow appeared at the soul city on the main island. Huang Xiaolong found an inn and stayed in the city while searching for information related to the soul tribe's treasury. Besides that, he also absorbed the energy inside an ancient god realm godhead. After a month of inquiring, he determined that the treasury was inside the soul city's back mountain, protected by an ancient grand formation and guarded by 6 old monsters day in day out. Although Huang Xiaolong didn't know the overall strength of those 6 guardians, he estimated they should be mid-level ancient god realm and above. Therefore, his initial thoughts of barging inside relying on brute strength were unrealistic. However, Huang Xiaolong found out there were 2 keys that could open the treasury. One of the keys was in the hands of the current soul tribe chieftain, while the other was held by his son, the chieftain's son. Thus Huang Xiaolong decided his target and planned to find an opportunity to search the chieftain's son's residence. He may not carry around an important item such as the treasury key on him at all times, which meant there was a chance the key might be hidden somewhere in his residence. Of course, this was only Huang Xiaolong's guess. Then again, even if there was only a slim chance, he decided to take this risk. And it was quite a risk. The chieftain's son's residence was heavily guarded. Huang Xiaolong needed to prepare well in advance. Above the sea surface not far away from the main island, Huang Xiaolong had the little cow arrange a chaos-grade divine formation. If he was unlucky enough to be discovered by some soul tribe experts, he could borrow the power of this divine formation to momentarily delay them. When all the preparations were in place, he decided to act 3 days later. On a dark and windy night, a black shadow moved in the shadows as if it had merged with the darkness of the night, avoiding layers after layers of soul tribe guards' perception, floating into the chieftain's son's residence. Once inside the residence, Huang Xiaolong headed straight to the northern courtyard. According to his findings, the chieftain's son lived in the northern courtyard. Therefore, the treasury key was likely to be there as well. The young lord went to the extraterritorial devil battlefield some time back and found 2 ancient cloud-devouring divine beast corpses. I've heard the 2 corpses had at least 4th-order ancient god realm strength when they were alive. 4th-order ancient god realm cloud-devouring divine beast corpses? How much could they fetch in an auction? Several billion, perhaps. I heard the young lord is experimenting with some corpse controlling techniques. I think he plans to refine the 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts into undead mounts. If it is successful, the battle power of 2 4th-order ancient god realm undead mounts must be startling. Oh right, the young lord also brought back a woman, captured from the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Woman? What woman? That I do not know the details of. The point is, she's a real beauty. Some say she's a disciple of the Fortune Mainland's Fortune Gate and has quite a status. She's being held at the secret chamber in the backyard. Huang Xiaolong had just arrived at the northern courtyard when he heard the conversation of the two guards at the entrance. Fourth Order Ancient God Realm Cloud, devouring divine beast corpses. A Fortune Gate female disciple. Huang Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat hearing these words. The Soul Tribe's young lord actually found 2 Fourth Order Ancient God corpses. This was truly a piece of great news. The so-called corpse-controlling method the young lord was experimenting with was merely the lowest level of ancient puppetry techniques. Even if he succeeded in refining the 2 beast corpses, they could barely retain a fraction of their original battle power. If Huang Xiaolong used the Grand Mist Parasite medium that the little cow had given him to refine the 2 corpses, they could retain at least 60% of their strength. That was a heaven and earth gap. Calming his excited heart, Huang Xiaolong had Xiedu survey the surroundings with his divine sense to ensure there was no ancient god realm master in the vicinity before he snuck up behind the 2 guards. The 2 Soul Tribe guards were enthusiastically discussing the woman that their young lord brought back when their vision turned black as they lost consciousness. Huang Xiaolong quickly arranged a simple barrier over them. His hand then reached out and pulled one of the guards up. After a quick search through his memories, 2 slivers of fire shot out from Huang Xiaolong's fingers, burning the 2 corpses to ashes. From the 2 guards' memories, Huang Xiaolong found out that the 2 ancient God Realm beast corpses were kept in the secret chamber below the northern courtyard, where the Fortune Gate female disciple was also being held. As for Huang Xiaolong's main purpose, the treasury key, neither of the guards knew anything, but it could very well be somewhere in the underground chamber as well. However, the entire northern courtyard was covered in formations and barriers. If he accidentally stepped into any one of them, it would alert the surrounding experts. For safety's sake, Huang Xiaolong released the little cow from the Shumi temple and had it break all the formations and barriers. After the little cow came out, lightning flashed in its eyes, instantly clearing all the formations in their path as it lamented. What a guy! This courtyard has 13 divine formations covering it. 7 of them were attack formations while the remaining 6 were defensive formations. On top of that, all of them were ancient divine formations, enough to kill any reckless low-level ancient god realm master that barges in. However, with me here, they aren't a problem. With that said, tiny streaks of lightning crackled around the little cow's golden horns, causing the mysterious lightning symbols on them to fly out and form a lightning diagram. The lightning diagram expanded in midair, covering the entire courtyard. All the formations in the surroundings rippled and turned into wisps of light under the lightning diagram. Roughly 10 minutes later, the lightning diagram disappeared, leaving the little cow panting heavily. Xianxia, are you all right? Huang Xiaolong asked. The little cow shook its head. It's nothing. Huang Xiaolong nodded, knowing this wasn't the time to be wordy about this. He immediately flew into the courtyard, heading straight to the underground secret chamber. The door to the secret chamber was in the wall at the back of the courtyard. Huang Xiaolong soon stood in front of the wall. Wait! Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to touch the wall with his hands, the little cow suddenly stopped him. It then spat out a ball of lightning fire that enveloped the entire wall, causing a greenish smoke to immediately curl out from the wall, emitting a foul stench. After the disgusting foul-smelling green smoke was forced out from the wall by Xianxia, it transformed into several poisonous pythons that exuded appalling poisonous gas. In a split second, all the poisonous pythons attacked Huang Xiaolong. Their jaws stretched wide, revealing chilling sharp fangs. Huang Xiaolong's pale face tightened. Pushing his holy dragon supreme godhead to the limit, supreme fire element god force rushed out from his body. The attacking poisonous pythons screeched loudly the moment they came in contact with Huang Xiaolong's supreme fire element god force. A brief struggle later, all of them were burned to ashes. Watching this scene, cold sweat dampened Huang Xiaolong's back. What poison is that? So terrifying. Huang Xiaolong's throat felt scratchy and dry. It's one of the more malicious poisons of the ancient times, called venomous corpse python. Just a little bit is enough to make the body of a high-level ancient god realm master collapse in half an hour. Without an antidote, they would rot to their death. Even their bones would rot into a puddle of stinky water. The little cow went on. You have a supreme godhead, so there's no need to fear this poison. However, it'll still be troublesome if you're contaminated. I didn't expect this soul tribe young lord to possess such poison like this venomous corpse python. Huang Xiaolong grumbled. He found it at the extraterritorial devil battlefield. It wouldn't be surprising for him to find things like this in that place. The little cow commented. Huang Xiaolong nodded, then approached the wall again and pressed his palms against it. His god force spread over the wall surface as he paid attention to the changes within the wall. A few minutes later, Huang Xiaolong stood at a corner of the wall, where his palm lightly slapped its surface. A section of the wall dented in and subsequently revealed a 4-meter-tall and 2-meter-wide stone door. After confirming there were no more formations or any poison, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow quickly entered. Once they were inside, Huang Xiaolong saw a short stone staircase about 30 to 40 steps long that extended downwards, leading to an enormous square where 2 large beast corpses lay. Just laying there, the 2 enormous beast corpses were over 10 zhang tall, and there were 2 horns on their head. Unlike Xianxua's 2 golden horns, the horns on these 2 beast corpses looked more like a dragon's, short and wide. The beast's fur exuded a faint red light as if they were still alive. These were the 2 fourth-order ancient god realm cloud-devouring divine beasts. Despite the 2 beast corpses having lost their vitality for a long time, Huang Xiaolong still felt pressure when he got close. These 2 must have swallowed some kind of precious treasure, causing their bodies to be much stronger than the average cloud-devouring divine beast. The little cow added. In general, the cloud-devouring divine beasts are only high bloodline divine beasts, but these 2 beasts' bodies aren't weaker than a top bloodline divine beasts. Listening to the little cow's words, a smile spread over Huang Xiaolong's face. He knew that the little cow's judgment had always been very accurate, and since it had said so, it should right. But it seems like the Soul Tribe young lord arranged a formation around these 2 corpses. Although I can break it, the moment I do, the Soul Tribe young lord will immediately know, the little cow said. Huang Xiaolong pondered the problem, asking, is there a way to take away these 2 beast corpses without breaking the formation? The little cow's head tilted to the side in thought before answering. Let me try something, it may work. Fine streaks of lightning shrouded its body as it aimed its horns at the 2 cloud-devouring divine beast corpses, causing 2 lightning bolts to fall on them. The 2 lightning bolts turned into chains that hooked onto the 2 beast corpses. Following that, the lightning chains moved, reeling the 2 beast corpses up. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up, immediately opening a channel to the godly MT Shumi. Finally, under the little cow's lightning chains, the 2 cloud-devouring divine beast corpses were dragged into the Shumi temple. Huang Xiaolong breathed out in relief. But this little feat had tired out the little cow, leaving it breathing heavily with its tongue out, muttering. His fairy godmother, I really don't want to move anymore. Kid, you must compensate me with a few ancient god realm godheads. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly, but promised without hesitation, not a problem. Then again, he did not state when he would do so. Huang Xiaolong looked around the underground chamber, which was now empty. There was nothing in sight, but Huang Xiaolong still spread his divine sense, covering the entire chamber. After he was sure there was really nothing, he and the little cow went down to the secret chamber on a lower floor. There were 2 floors to the underground secret chamber, and the captured Fortune Gate female disciple was held on the lower floor. Did it mean this Fortune Gate female disciple was more important than the 2 cloud-devouring divine beast corpses in the eyes of that Soul Tribe young lord? The lower floor of the underground chamber was smaller than the upper floor by half, a small square with 10 or so dungeon cells. When Huang Xiaolong's divine sense swept all corners of the floor, other than the Fortune Gate female disciple, he only saw another bone-thin old man that seemed to be hanging by a breath. There wasn't a hint of god force in his body, as if he was just a mortal. This baffled Huang Xiaolong. Who was this old man exactly for the Soul Tribe young lord to lock him in here? The Soul Tribe had their own dungeon, and the common sinners would be imprisoned there instead of the Soul Tribe Young Lord's secret chamber. However, Huang Xiaolong did not think too much about the old man. The more urgent matter right now was finding the treasury key. His divine sense carefully searched every nook and cranny of the chamber. Even the little cow's eyes were flickering with purple lightning, using a secret art to search. The little cow trotted over to a corner of the chamber, staring at one of the cells. Huang Xiaolong was bemused watching the little cow's action, looking at an empty cell. Could the treasury key be inside that cell? He watched the little cow open its mouth and breathe out a streak of purple lightning, instantly burning a hole through the formation around the cell. Huang Xiaolong and Xianxia both stepped into the cell. Once they were inside, the little cow raised its front hoof and stamped hard on the floor, causing it to shake and shine brightly. A crystal box rose up from the floor, inside of which a key that resembled an ancient sword. Huang Xiaolong exclaimed lowly in delight, "The treasury key!" The Soul Tribe Young Lord actually hid the treasury key under a cell floor in his underground chamber. If it wasn't for Xianxia, he would probably have missed it. A force from Huang Xiaolong's hand wrapped over the crystal box and put it away into his azure ring before he said to the little cow, "Wait until we enter the Soul Tribe treasury. If there are ancient God Realm godheads, we'll divide them equally." The little cow harumphed, "That's more like it." The two stepped out from the chamber that used to hold the key and came to the dungeon cell imprisoning the Fortune Gate female disciple. That female disciple was chained to a jade bed inside the cell made from unknown materials, with her legs spread apart. The curves of her breasts were obvious underneath her thin dress. As if she already noticed the noises made by Huang Xiaolong and the little cow, the female disciple struggled on the bed while crying, "Save me!" Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow. In response, Xianxia breathed lightning onto the cell, breaking a hole through both the formation and the door. Following this, the two of them stepped into the cell holding the female disciple. Catching sight of a black-haired young man walking into her cell together with a cow, the Fortune Gate female disciple struggled even more, causing her dress to stretch close to tearing point. Huang Xiaolong felt his blood quicken at the sight, thus promptly shifted his gaze onto the chains binding her. He circulated his god force before his hand grabbed a chain and twisted, attempting to break it, but to his surprise, the thumb-sized thick chain remained as it was. This iron is famous for its hardness in the divine world, something called obsidian iron. Even low-level ancient god realm masters aren't capable of breaking it with their bare hands, much less you. The little cow snickered, adding, "Unless you use your unique divine fire." Huang Xiaolong understood that Xianxia was referring to his supreme fire god force, but with an outsider around, the little cow was deliberately vague. Immediately, he circulated some fire element god force from his holy dragon supreme godhead, causing a metallic white flame to streak out from his finger and fall onto the obsidian iron chain. Indeed, as the little cow said, the black chain slowly melted and broke apart under his supreme fire. The Fortune Gate female disciple was greatly disappointed seeing that Huang Xiaolong couldn't break the chain the first time. But now that his divine fire succeeded in melting one of the chains, hope burned in her eyes again. Huang Xiaolong first burned the chains binding her legs before working on her hands. One by one, the black chains restricting the Fortune Gate female disciple fell off. Fortune Gate disciple Chang Susu thanks young noble for your saving grace. The female disciple was filled with emotion as she thanked Huang Xiaolong, curtsying slightly. Her fair décolletage bedazzled Huang Xiaolong when she bowed. Huang Xiaolong shifted his gaze away, waving his hand while smiling. "Don't mention it. Let's get out of here first." However, he had to admit this Chang Susu was quite a beauty with big beautiful eyes that contained a spirited with a mischievous light, lovely and charming at the same time. Huang Xiaolong's group of three quickly made their way out of the dungeon cell and approached the nameless old man's chamber. Since he was already here, he might as well bring the old man out. After all, a person that could be imprisoned here by the Soul Tribe Young Lord probably had some background. Repeating the same steps, the little cow breathed out a streak of lightning to break the dungeon cell's formation. However, just as Huang Xiaolong and the little cow stepped into the cell, a stench drilled into their noses. His mother. It smells worse than cow dung in here. Xianxia protested dramatically. Huang Xiaolong was once again rendered speechless. The half-dying old man propped his body up to a sitting position with much difficulty when Huang Xiaolong and the little cow appeared in his dungeon cell. But even that simple action had him wheezing heavily. The old man's blank gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong, who only saw dead eyes. It was as if Huang Xiaolong could see a hell filled with hills of white bones through the old man's eyes. The whelming, chilling aura coming from the old man's body only appeared for a split second. In a sitting position, the old man scrutinized the black-haired young man, sounding a little surprised. "You actually broke past all the formations outside and reached this place? Say, little guy, you're poisoned by the primordial specter insect venom, right?" Out of nowhere, the little cow suddenly uttered such a sentence. The old man's calm expression revealed shock. "You can tell that the poison in my body comes from the primordial specter insect's venom? Not even the old monsters of this Vientiane world's fortune gate could tell that the poison in his body came from the primordial specter insect. Yet the cow in front of him had just said it. The little cow's mouth split into a wide grin. Merely a primordial specter insect venom. Even the universe's 5 most toxic poisons can't escape my eyes. The universe's 5 poisons. The old man was beyond shocked. His eyes were wide as he stared at the little cow with disbelief. Then, "Can you cure the poison in my body?" the old man cautiously inquired. There was anxiety, doubt, unease, and rekindled hope in his eyes. "Naturally," the little cow announced, tilting its chin up proudly. Indescribable joy rose to the old man's face. "But why should I help you?" the little cow questioned in return, a little dissatisfied. The old man stiffened. All of a sudden, the overwhelming aura of a death god from the abyss of hell burst out from his body. A pair bloodthirsty red eyes fixed on the little cow. Barely a second after the old man released his pressure, the little cow reacted swiftly. Opening its mouth, it spat out a lightning ball that shot straight at the old man, instantly rendering him unconscious. "Damn! Who do you think you are? You dare to frighten me? Even the divine world overlord dares not try to intimidate me." The little cow snorted. Huang Xiaolong wanted to hide inside a hole, while Chung Susu was completely dumbfounded. However, on second thought, Huang Xiaolong decided to bring the old man out. He transferred him into the Shumi temple before he made his way out of the secret underground chamber with the little cow and Chung Susu. Just as the last person stepped out from the stone wall door, a voice thundered in the night sky as a figure flew towards them at high speed. "Who dares to trespass into my residence?" The voice jarred all three's consciousness like a furious thunder, causing a sharp pain to pierce their minds as the sound continued to reverberate inside their heads. Huang Xiaolong was bleeding from his ears, nostrils, and eyes. Even the little cow was swaying left and right with blood gushing out from its nose. "It's Hun Dishan. Hurry, run!" The Fortune Gate female disciple Chung Susu cried, her delicate face deathly pale. But her condition was slightly better than Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. The Soul Tribe's young lord, Hun Dishan. Huang Xiaolong's mind regained some clarity due to Chung Susu's cry. Although he had found some information about the Soul Tribe's young lord, it did not include his cultivation strength. Who would have thought this Hun Dishan had entered the ancient god realm? Moreover, he was a mid-third order, maybe even late third order ancient god realm master. Even though they were still quite a distance away, Huang Xiaolong distinctively felt that Hun Dishan's aura was more powerful than the nefarious devil Xiaodu's. If it wasn't because of the fact that the distance between them was far enough and that he had supreme godheads, he would have probably burst to his death by just now. "Run quickly!" Huang Xiaolong, Xianxia, and Chung Susu no longer dallied and leaped into the air. However, just as they were about to speed away, a shadow loomed over them from above. The other side was a three-eyed young man clad in an ink-black robe with black flames dancing around him, exuding the full pressure of his cultivation onto Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and Chung Susu. The young man's aura was so overwhelming that the three of them felt powerless to resist. "Whoever trespasses into my residence, die!" Hun Dishan descended, lifting a finger before pointing at Huang Xiaolong and the little cow across space. Space cracked from the overbearing destructive force of that simple point, as if a space tunnel opened, directly channeling the destructive force onto Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. In that instant, both Huang Xiaolong and the little cow felt death wrap over them. Right at this time, nefarious energy roiled and waves of cold qi rushed out in all directions as 6 large arms appeared. These 6 large arms blocked in front of Huang Xiaolong's group, striking the horrifying space tunnel. An ear-splitting explosion rang in the air. Xie Tu, and Bing Jui had appeared. In imminent peril, Huang Xiaolong didn't have the luxury of thinking about the 3 puppets. In that collision, Xie Tu, and Bing Jinyu were knocked back, while Hun Dishan staggered again and again. In the same instant the explosion took place, the Soul Tribe experts around Hun Dishan's residence released their auras, all flying as fast as possible to this location. The loud movements had alerted many Soul Tribe experts, including some ancient God Realm masters. Huang Xiaolong's face paled. He gathered his strength and shouted lowly as his hands grabbed the little cow and the Fortune Gate female disciple Chang Susu, escaping in a whiz. If they didn't run now, only death would be waiting for them when other Soul Tribe experts arrived. Although he was someone with 3 supreme godheads, considered almost immortal, that didn't mean he couldn't actually die. Run, run, run. Huang Xiaolong circulated his god force to the extreme as their lives depended on it. There was only one thought in his mind: run. The Soul Tribe young Lord Hun Dishan was shocked that his attack was blocked by Xie Tu, and Bing Jui. He looked up only to find Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 attempting to flee, causing him to roar in fury, "Go to hell!" Soul Cave Light Wave. Rolling black clouds gathered above Hun Dishan's head. In the next moment, his eyes glowed akin to primordial divine lamps that light up the dark sky, causing 2 beams of horrifying light shot out. Right behind the 2 beams of light was an enormous black hole that destroyed all in its path, devouring everything. Blasts thundered endlessly in the night. When a Soul Tribe member's cultivation reached the ancient God Realm, their soul force attack would evolve into a corporeal entity that also increased their attack power. The horrifying black hole chased after Huang Xiaolong with unimaginable speed, closing in on his fleeing group in the blink of an eye. Hun Dishan watched this scene with a chilling expression, exuding killing intent. That black-haired young man actually went to the lower floor of his secret chamber and rescued that Fortune Gate female disciple. Then, was the treasury key hidden in the lower floor also stolen by that bastard? Therefore, no matter what, he had to die. However, just as the horrifying black hole closed in on Huang Xiaolong, Xie Du, and Bing Jui appeared again out of nowhere. Roaring to the sky, their bodies expanded as 6 giant palms struck the black hole. A heaven-shaking explosion lit up the night sky in a huge fireball. Xie Tu, and Bing Jui's figures were knocked out from the fireball. Though the 3 of them joined up against Hun Dishan, he was still a mid-3rd order ancient God Realm master. The gap between them was too big. Then again, Hun Dishan still staggered several steps back. Although Xie Tu, and Bing Jui managed to block that horrifying black hole, the shockwave energy still swept out toward Huang Xiaolong's group. Their backs were struck, knocking them far off into the distance. Blood gushed up their throats, trickling down the corners of their mouths. But there was no time to wipe off the blood. It was more important to run as far as possible. Chang Susu fared better, after all. She had the strength of a late 2nd order ancient God Realm. Even though she suffered some injuries during the time she was imprisoned by Hun Dishan, her situation was still better than Huang Xiaolong and the little cows. The space around Chang Susu suddenly warped as a bright light burst out from her body, shrouding Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. In an instant, the 3 of them teleported. This was one of the Fortune Gate's high-grade techniques, enabling the user to teleport with a small group of people at one time. The downside was that it depleted a lot of god force. Chang Susu, Huang Xiaolong, and the little cow teleported 6 consecutive times, finally stopping somewhere above the sea. 6 times was Chang Susu's limit. Her face was completely white from exhaustion. However, they could hear the sound of whistling wind behind them, followed by an overbearing aura that locked onto them like a noose around their necks. Hun Dishan had caught up. Chung Susu fell into despair. She did not think Hun Dishan would still catch up to them in such a short time after 6 consecutive teleportations. Were they really going to die here? Regret washed over her. She shouldn't have defied her master's words and ran to the extraterritorial devil battlefield alone. Caught off guard, Chung Susu was pulled along by Huang Xiaolong as he continued to fly. Watching Hun Dishan closing in on them with his fist swinging, Chung Susu suddenly felt her body lighten, as if she had entered another space. Hun Dishan's fist fell on empty air. What's going on? Chung Susu felt uneasy as she looked around and saw Huang Xiaolong and the little cow was panting heavily at the side. There was a pentagon-shaped light barrier shielding them. It was also this barrier that blocked Hun Dishan's attack earlier. This is an ancient divine formation? Sensing the ripples of power from the pentagon-shaped light barrier, Chung Susu was shocked yet happy at the same time. This ancient divine formation was no doubt arranged by Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. Humph, this is the ancient 5-corner illusion annihilation formation? Hun Dishan's eyes narrowed. Waves of shock was hitting his heart. He didn't expect the trespassers to know how to lay out an ancient divine formation. Not even their soul tribe's ancestor knew how to lay out this particular formation. Punk, I've changed my mind. I will capture you first and get the method to use this formation before slowly killing you. Hun Dishan stood in front of the light barrier in a flicker and landed a punch on the barrier surface. I want to see how many attacks this 5-corner illusion annihilation formation can take. Just as Hun Dishan's fist force landed, the light barrier suddenly expanded. A frightening suction force pulled Hun Dishan inside. Following that, bright lights flickered above the sea surface as it swallowed Hun Dishan. Whereas Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Chung Susu appeared outside the barrier. Looking at Hun Dishan, who was trapped inside the 5-corner illusion annihilation formation, the little cow snorted coldly. Who told you this is the ancient 5-corner annihilation formation? Would something this great cow arranged be told at garbage prices? Hun Dishan was completely alarmed. His fists attacked the surrounding light barrier. Xiedu, Xietu, and Bing Jiui appeared behind Huang Xiaolong. How long can we keep this person here? Huang Xiaolong asked. The little cow thought for a moment. If Xiedu's group of 3 can remain to feed energy to the formation, probably 3 hours. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath, meaning to say he only had 3 hours. His main aim was to enter the Soul Tribe and find the Nether Spirit Bead. Without delay, Huang Xiaolong turned and flew back to the Soul Islands, while the little cow and Chung Susu would wait for Huang Xiaolong up ahead. When 3 hours were up, whether Huang Xiaolong found the Nether Spirit Bead or not, he needed to rush back. He then left in a streak of light. Xiedu, Xietu, and Bing Jiui had entered the pentagon-shaped light barrier, which disappeared from the water in the next second. This area of the sea regained its calmness and outsiders wouldn't be able to guess that Hun Dishan was captured. When the Soul Tribe experts flew past this area, none of them was able to discover the formation. Slightly over an hour later, Huang Xiaolong made his way to the headquarters. He also altered his appearance to resemble Hun Dishan. After cultivating a breathing technique, Huang Xiaolong perfectly concealed his aura. Only Hun Dishan knew that the treasury key was stolen by Huang Xiaolong, and he did not share the information. Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Soul Tribe treasury at the back mountain, standing in front of the entrance. He took out the treasury key while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. The good news was that the 6 old monsters detected his presence, but none attacked him. Huang Xiaolong inserted the key into the keyhole and twisted. The Soul Tribe's treasury had finally opened. As the Soul Tribe's treasury opened, bursts of spiritual energy rushed out, inundating Huang Xiaolong. Before the watchful eyes of the 6 Soul Tribe old monsters, Huang Xiaolong calmly walked through the door. Once inside, Huang Xiaolong was bedazzled by the undulating hills filled with various medicinal herbs. These herbs were planted on top of high hills that were fixed in the air using space techniques. Most of these herbs were 10 million years old and above. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply to calm his racing heart. His purpose for coming to the Soul Tribe were the nether spirit beads. Not to mention he didn't have the luxury of time to collect these herbs. Thus he flew past these hills as if they did not exist. As Huang Xiaolong went further in, the spiritual energy coming from the hills of herbs became richer and their age even higher. 20 million years old, 30 million years old, 40 million years old. Close to the end, Huang Xiaolong even saw 50 million years old herbs. An entire hill of 50 million years old medicinal herbs. Huang Xiaolong felt giddy and surreal. A moment later, he threw all caution to the wind. His three supreme godheads rotated at high speed as he directed his palm at that hill, causing it to quiver before slowly flying towards Huang Xiaolong. He planned to take away the entire hill of 50 million years old herbs. However, this herb hill was too heavy, even for Huang Xiaolong's current mid-sixth order heavenly god realm strength. It was 20 minutes later when he finally sent the hill into the godly empty Shumi space. In the end, Huang Xiaolong was gasping for air, looking pale. Moving the entire hill into the godly empty Shumi had caused his injuries from earlier to reopen. However, just the thought of the Soul Tribe being angered until they vomited blood when they found out the 50-million-year-old herb hill was gone made Huang Xiaolong extremely comfortable. The little herb hill would suffice as interest for now. Huang Xiaolong quickly swallowed several healing pellets and accelerated forward. Soon, a sea of godheads that were as big as boulders came into view. Ancient God Realm godheads. Looking at the sea glittering ancient God Realm godheads that were as many as the endless stars in the sky, it was hard not to be tempted even for someone usually calm like Huang Xiaolong. How many godheads were there exactly? Huang Xiaolong took several deep breaths. But he soon noticed that some of the godheads were only fragmented pieces and most of the god force inside had dissipated, while some were mixed with other energies. Although he couldn't understand why the Soul Tribe would place so many defect godheads into the treasury, he was not in the mind to figure this out at the moment. His divine sense spread over the sea of godheads, searching for intact ones. Every time Huang Xiaolong found an intact godhead, he would break the binding formation and move it into the godly empty Shumi. However, it still took him a lot of time to break the binding formation around each ancient god realm godhead. Half an hour passed and he merely collected 12 godheads. Due to the time constraints, Huang Xiaolong could only give up on getting more godheads, hurrying forward in search for the nether spirit beads. After the sea of ancient god realm godheads were rivers of spiritual veins, with the lowest grade among them being grade 3. Close to the end, Huang Xiaolong actually saw grade 5 spiritual veins. Each of these spiritual veins was also fixed with binding formations, so he could only give up on them. If he delayed any more inside here, it would probably be his death once the Soul Tribe young lord escaped from the five-corner illusion annihilation formation. After searching around, Huang Xiaolong finally found several nether spirit beads in a deep corner of the treasury. These nether spirit beads were as big as an adult's fist, spewing puffs of black qi, agile and chilling cold. This black qi was heaven and earth-ine energy. There were more than a dozen nether spirit beads floating in front of him, but Huang Xiaolong did not take away all of them. Breaking the formation binding the group of nether spirit beads, Huang Xiaolong took away 4 nether spirit beads and put them into his azure ring. When all this was done, he did not linger around, flying back the way he came all the way to the treasury door. Removing the key from the door, Huang Xiaolong safely walked away under the gazes of those 6 Soul Tribe old monsters. A short while later, he was out from the Soul Islands, heading straight to the agreed meeting point, an uninhabited island where the little cow and the Fortune Gate female disciple were waiting for him. The anxious little cow and Chang Susu let out a breath of relief when they saw Huang Xiaolong's return. "Master, how was it? Did you find any ancient god realm godheads?" The little cow trotted towards Huang Xiaolong, asking urgently. The ancient god realm godhead Huang Xiaolong gave it the last time was eaten long ago. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly, feeling that the little cow was more concerned about the godhead and not him. "I did find a few," Huang Xiaolong answered, rolling his eyes at the little cow. The little cow ignored Huang Xiaolong's expression, shining eyes and drooling. It asked, "For real?" "It's a lie." Huang Xiaolong deliberately answered. Chang Susu giggled watching from the side. This comedic pair was quite interesting. Briefly after Huang Xiaolong returned, they quickly left the island, flying as fast as possible out the Soul Tribe's territory. When Huang Xiaolong deemed it was safe, he summoned Xia Tu, and Bing Jui back to his side. Not long after the three puppets returned to Huang Xiaolong's side, the five-corner illusion annihilation formation trapping the Soul Tribe young Lord Hun Dishan quivered violently before exploding. Hun Dishan escaped from the entrapment, his figure soaring up to the sky. Having escaped from entrapment, Hun Dishan searched his surroundings. Seeing nothing, he roared in anger. "Punk! You can't escape. I'm going to refine all of you into my undead slaves. The lowest and most odious of undead slaves." Hun Dishan's figure streaked across the air, chasing after Huang Xiaolong's group. When Xia Du, and Bing Jui returned to Huang Xiaolong's side, he had then take turn teleporting while bringing him, the little cow, and Chang Susu. 10 days later, after ensuring there was no danger, Huang Xiaolong's group finally stopped to rest on a small island. Everyone had the feeling of surviving an ordeal. Looking at the darkening sky, Huang Xiaolong suggested, "Let's rest here tonight. We can continue onward tomorrow." Soon, they were sitting around a bonfire, roasting meat and drinking wine. Xia Du, and Bing Jui were sitting slightly further away, healing after eating the divine pellets Huang Xiaolong gave them. The three of them had borne most of Hun Dishan's attack, leaving some injuries on their bodies. Looking at Chang Susu's delicate face illuminated by the flickering bonfire, Huang Xiaolong suddenly said, "Susu, I want to inquire about someone from you." After these days of going through life and death together, Huang Xiaolong and Chang Susu had grown into good friends that could talk about anything. "Who? A woman?" Chang Susu asked casually, blinking her big spirited eyes at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded, a little embarrassed. "I want to inquire about a young woman named Li Lu. Do you know her?" "Li Lu? You mean Li Lu?" Chang Susu's eyes widened in shock. "You know her?" Watching Chang Susu's reaction, Huang Xiaolong was surprised. Could it be that Chang Susu really knew Li Lu? "You know Li Lu?" Huang Xiaolong was happy seeing Chang Susu's reaction, asking in return. Chang Susu gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "If the Li Lu you're asking about is the same Li Lu in my mind, I dare say not a single person in the whole Fortune Gate doesn't know of her. I know her, but she doesn't know me." Huang Xiaolong was stumped. He then described Li Lu's features to Chang Susu, surprising her. The two of them finally confirmed that they were referring to the same person. When Huang Xiaolong inquired about Li Lu's situation, complicated feelings flashed across Chang Susu's face as she spoke enviously. "More than 10 years ago, she came to our sect and said that she is the personal disciple of the lower realm's Fortune Gate ancestor and has a top emperor rank godhead. Not only had her appearance alerted our Fortune Gate chief, but also several old ancestors that had been in seclusion for a few thousand years." Chang Susu paused slightly before continuing with obvious jealousy. In the end, both Myriad Flame's ancestor and Profound Ice ancestor accepted her as their personal disciple. To be chosen by one ancestor was something that no Fortune Gate disciple dared to imagine. Yet Li Lu was chosen by two of them at the same time. As a Fortune Gate disciple, it would be a straight-up lie if Chang Susu said she wasn't jealous of Li Lu. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Li Lu's godhead was the Yin-Yang godhead. It was granted she would catch the eye of two Fortune Gate ancestors. "What's her strength now?" Huang Xiaolong asked as an afterthought. Chang Susu shook her head. "I'm not clear about this. After she was accepted by the Myriad Flames ancestor and Profound Ice ancestor, she has been cultivating in the All Spirits land and rarely appears in public. It is said the two ancestors discovered that her cultivation level was simply unmentionable, so they resorted to a supreme technique in order to channel their god force into her, causing her strength to rise overnight." Hearing that they were treating Li Lu well, Huang Xiaolong inwardly heaved in relief. All these years he had been worried that she would experience something like Yao Qi did, falling into unfavorable circumstances. However, Now that he heard she was accepted as a personal disciple by 2 Fortune Gate ancestors and was valued by the Fortune Gate as a whole, Huang Xiaolong finally let go of his worries. You know Li Lu? You also ascended from the lower realm. Chang Susu suddenly asked Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded, admitting openly, yes, I ascended from the lower realm. Chang Susu's big eyes widened up to her eyebrows as she looked at Huang Xiaolong. In the lower realm, was the relationship between you two very good? Do you like her? But I have to tell you, Li Lu is extremely popular among our Fortune Gate male disciples. Even our sect's young lord is the same. Our chief disciple, eldest senior brother Wang Wei, also likes Li Lu. Huang Xiaolong subconsciously frowned. He already knew Li Lu was a catch, so her popularity in the Fortune Gate was nothing out of the ordinary. But when he heard Chang Susu say that the Fortune Gate young lord and the chief disciple Wang Wei had feelings for Li Lu, his heart felt uncomfortable. Chang Susu continued, although eldest senior brother Wang Wei's godhead isn't as good as Li Lu's, it is still a high-grade emperor rank godhead. Before she appeared, eldest senior brother Wang Wei was the #1 genius of our sect. But then again, our young lord's talent is quite high as well, a low emperor rank godhead. As she was saying this, a mischievous twinkle flitted across Chang Susu's eyes. If you want to woo Li Lu, the obstacles are many. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly. Chang Susu probably thought his quality was far from Wang Wei and that Fortune Gate young lord's level. Then again, this wasn't without reason. Emperor rank godheads weren't something everyone could possess. Thus Huang Xiaolong felt it was only normal for Chang Susu to think he might be inferior compared to Wang Wei and the Fortune Gate young lord. Chang Susu suddenly patted her chest magnanimously. How about this? If you want to enter the Fortune Gate, I can ask my master to introduce you. With my master's word and your talent, you entering our sect wouldn't be difficult. Although Chang Susu did not directly say who her master was, Huang Xiaolong easily guessed that it would be either an influential elder or a grand elder. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, refusing gently. No need. I will be participating in the All Islands Great War. He hadn't reached the point of requiring a woman's help to enter the Fortune Gate. Chang Susu was surprised by his answer. The All Islands Great War? But there are close to 100,000 disciples participating, and only the top 1,000 disciples are qualified to enter the Fortune Gate. Are you sure you want to take this route? Also, there's only a decade's time until the next All Islands Great War. With your current strength, forget top 1,000. Even top 10,000 would be difficult. Chang Susu shook her head at the end, disagreeing. It wasn't her intention to give Huang Xiaolong's confidence a severe blow, only speaking from the standpoint of a friend. Huang Xiaolong was only a mid-6th order heavenly god currently. At most he might be able to break through to 7th order in a mere decade's time, or mid-7th order heavenly god realm. In the past All Islands Great Wars, in order to enter the top 1,000, one needed to have 10th order heavenly god realm strength at the very least. She could naturally see that Huang Xiaolong's battle prowess wasn't ordinary, but no matter how extraordinary it was, Chang Susu couldn't imagine how he could enter the top 1,000 with just a decade of effort. Understanding that Chang Susu said those words out of concern, Huang Xiaolong smiled. If I fail to enter the top 1,000 in the coming All Islands Great War, then I will participate in the next one. I'll definitely succeed somehow. Chang Susu shook her head at his stubbornness. Even if you succeed in grabbing a spot in the top 1,000 in the next All Islands Great War and enter our Fortune Gate, you won't catch any Grand Elder's fancy unless you're within the top 10. You might successfully enter the sect, but with your common disciple status, there would be no chance in the world that you'll be able to meet Li Lu. Huang Xiaolong didn't know how to reply, smiling silently. The night soon passed. When morning came, Chang Susu stood up and bid farewell to Huang Xiaolong. You're leaving now? Huang Xiaolong was stumped. This place is still within the Sea Tribe's territory, going alone? Chang Susu shook her head. It's all right. We've left the Soul Tribe's territory. I have a way to safely return to the Fortune Gate. Chang Susu took out a communication talisman and gave it to Huang Xiaolong, saying, If you come to the Fortune mainland for the next All Islands Great War, look for me. She blinked mischievously at Huang Xiaolong. For your Li Lu, You must strive 100 times harder. Huang Xiaolong accepted her communication talisman, helpless at her teasing. I will. Having said their farewells, Huang Xiaolong watched her figure disappear above the endless sea. Are we returning to the punishing heaven city now? The little cow asked Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong looked at Xie Tu, and Bing Jui's injuries, shaking his head. There's no hurry. The three puppets' injuries had yet to completely heal. Moreover, he planned to first refine the two fourth-order ancient god realm cloud devouring divine beast corpses into puppets. It wouldn't be too late to head to the punishing heaven city at that time. With that, Huang Xiaolong stayed on the small island. At one of the cliffs on the island, Huang Xiaolong dug a tunnel that went straight into the belly of the hill and smashed out a big cave. He had the little cow lay out several formations at the entrance before taking out the two cloud-devouring divine beast corpses. Looking at the two corpses, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged on the ground as he began circulating the grand mist parasite medium. His concentration was solely focused, entering the first cloud-devouring divine beast's mind. However, when his soul force had just entered the beast corpse's mind, a brutal and savage force slammed against Huang Xiaolong's soul force. Feeling the savage pressure pressing down on him, Huang Xiaolong's heart tightened, knowing he was facing the cloud-devouring divine beast's remnant will. In general, if an ancient god realm master's godhead remained intact after their death, their godseed would retain a portion of their will. However, this cloud-devouring divine beast's remnant will was far more powerful than Huang Xiaolong had expected. The resistance he faced when refining the early third-order heavenly god realm Xiedu's remnant will paled in comparison to this cloud-devouring divine beast. Was this the difference between a third-order and a fourth-order ancient god realm master? In the split second after this thought crossed Huang Xiaolong's mind, the cloud-devouring divine beast's remnant will crashed heavily like a great mountain against his soul force, rattling his mind. The jarring impact nearly broke Huang Xiaolong's soul force that was condensed through the grand mist puppetry technique. Huang Xiaolong pulled himself together, swiftly drawing power from his three supreme godheads to amplify his soul force. At the same time, Xie Tu, and Bing Joey appeared at his side, attacking with their soul force in order to help Huang Xiaolong suppress the cloud-devouring divine beast's remnant will. However, despite the three ancient god realm puppets' help, the cloud-devouring divine beast's remnant will still held the upper hand, overwhelming Huang Xiaolong until he could hardly do anything else but defend. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days went by. Huang Xiaolong endured with gritted teeth, pushing himself to the limit. After continuous collisions over a long period with the cloud-devouring divine beast's remnant will, Huang Xiaolong's condensed soul force was on the verge of collapse. If that happened, the rebound from the grand mist puppetry technique failure would cause great damage to his soul. Recovering would be difficult and troublesome. On the 4th day, the battle between the cloud-devouring divine beast's remnant will and Huang Xiaolong's soul force remained intense. Huang Xiaolong's soul force withered to the point of endangering his life, causing bursts of sharp pain to shoot through his soul repeatedly, shaving down his will. Standing on the side, Xianxia was extremely anxious at Huang Xiaolong's condition, but it had no way to help at all. At the crucial point when Huang Xiaolong's soul force was on the brink of collapsing, an aureate light burst out from his forehead as a golden tablet flew out. It was the Chaos-grade spiritual artifact Devil Restraining Tablet. The moment the Devil Restraining Tablet appeared, it stopped above the cloud-devouring divine beast's head, raining aureate light over them. Enshrouded by the Devil Restraining Tablet's golden light, the cloud-devouring divine beast's remnant will actually quiver as if it was fearful. A glimmer of hope appeared in the depth of Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He didn't expect this Devil Restraining Tablet to actually take the initiative to protect him. Moreover, being able to restrain the cloud-devouring divine beast's remnant will. With the Devil Restraining Tablet's heavyweight support, the pressure on Huang Xiaolong immediately reduced greatly. Adding Xie Tu, and Bing Jui, Huang Xiaolong began to retaliate. Even so, it was no easy task to devastate the cloud-devouring divine beast's remnant will. Like an immovable giant mountain, Huang Xiaolong's every attack only chipped off a small part. Soon 1/2 a month went by. Huang Xiaolong had lost count of how many times he had collided with the giant mountain. Still, he grew more spirited, for he noticed that under his persistent attack, his soul force and will had become more tenacious and powerful. Now, his attacks dealt twice as much damage to the cloud-devouring divine beast's remnant soul compared to half a month ago. 1 month later, Huang Xiaolong's will and soul force had sharpened further. A little over 2 months later, at one point when his soul force once again attacked, the cloud-devouring divine beast's remnant will finally exploded. Joy rose to Huang Xiaolong's face watching this. Huang Xiaolong's soul force quickly wrapped over the cloud-devouring divine beast's godhead, completely integrating with it, and lastly took over its recondensed remnant will. When the integration was successful, Huang Xiaolong was astonished. The cloud-devouring divine beast was not a 4th order but an early 5th order ancient god realm master. An early 5th order ancient god realm cloud-devouring divine beast Despite retaining only 60% of its strength after being refined into a puppet, it could easily toy with a peak late 4th order ancient god realm human master as it liked. This was really a big pleasant surprise to Huang Xiaolong. No wonder its remnant will was so strong even after death. Recalling the danger earlier, cold sweat trickled down his face. If it wasn't for the devil restraining tablet, the consequences. At this time, the cloud-devouring divine beast slowly got up into a kneeling position, saluting Huang Xiaolong, its master. Huang Xiaolong was full of smiles as he observed the cloud-devouring divine beast in front of him. If this beast was an early 5th order ancient god realm master, then the other one shouldn't be too far off. Huang Xiaolong immediately calmed himself, employing the grand mist puppetry technique once again to refine the other cloud-devouring divine beast corpse. After he had refined the first one, the second became easier. Not only was his soul force and will much stronger, but now that he had the help of the first cloud-devouring divine beast, danger was practically non-existent. Still, it took Huang Xiaolong 1 month to successfully refine the second cloud-devouring divine beast corpse. Another pleasant surprise was the fact that the second cloud-devouring divine beast corpse was actually stronger than the first one, a peak early 5th order ancient god realm master. The two beasts were brothers when they were alive. The little cow was also delighted seeing Huang Xiaolong succeed in refining both beast corpses. This meant there would be 2 more ancient god realm little brothers at Huang Xiaolong's side. Come, we're heading back to punishing Heaven City. Huang Xiaolong stood up, smiling from ear to ear. With the additional 2 5th order ancient god realm masters, Huang Xiaolong was much more confident. Although the strength of his group was still insufficient to deal with the 4 Seas Trading House behemoth, handling a little 4 Seas Trading House punishing Heaven City branch was more than sufficient. Having decided, Huang Xiaolong transferred the 2 cloud-devouring divine beast, Xiadu, Xiatu, and Bing Jui into the Shumi Temple before leaping onto the little cow and speeding away from the small island toward punishing Heaven City. Roughly a month later, Huang Xiaolong once again appeared in the punishing Heaven City, walking toward the 4 Seas Trading House. At the same time, in the 4 Seas Trading House branch's back hall, the branch supervisor was calculating the profits from the last 2 months, when one of his disciples walked in and reported, "Master, that kid who wanted to exchange nether spirit beads for the ancestral dragon tree bark half a year ago has returned. He's outside in the lobby right now." A cold gleam flickered in the supervisor's eyes. This kid has the guts to appear here again. Half a year ago he sent several experts to follow him, but they were soon killed. This incident was definitely related to this kid. "Master, how about I go out and capture the kid?" his disciple suggested. The supervisor asked solemnly, "He came alone?" "Yes," his disciple answered, nodding his head. Suspicious, he instructed, "Go invite the 2 guardians over." His disciple was shocked. "Master, is there a need? Just to handle a brat? Is it necessary to trouble the 2 guardians?" Both guardians were early 4th order ancient god realm masters. The supervisor snapped, "Go do as I say." His disciple complied fearfully. A short while later, the 2 guardians arrived and walked to the lobby with the branch supervisor. There, they spotted Huang Xiaolong standing in front of the ancestral dragon tree bark, observing it. Sneering inwardly, they approached Huang Xiaolong with a standard benign smile. Young master is here again. Perhaps you have found the nether spirit bead? Huang Xiaolong smiled sweetly as he looked at the Four Seas Trading House branch supervisor. That's right. Huang Xiaolong's straightforward answer stunned the supervisor. You mean you found a nether spirit bead? It was merely a perfunctory question, as he had never held expectations that Huang Xiaolong would truly be able to find a nether spirit bead. Instead of answering, a black light flickered in Huang Xiaolong's palm as a fist-sized black bead appeared. The Four Seas Trading House group of people were dazed for a second, followed by a surge of ecstasy. The supervisor's hand reached out, wanting to take the nether spirit bead off Huang Xiaolong's palm. However, Huang Xiaolong was quicker. With a turn of his wrist, the nether spirit bead was sent back in his spatial ring. The supervisor was enraged his action. You! The nether spirit bead, I found it. What about your piece of ancestral dragon tree bark? Huang Xiaolong was aloof. A finger pointed at the big piece of bark at the side. The supervisor forced a smile on his face, saying, If brother did not remind me, it would have slipped my mind. After making an excuse, his hands moved, forming several seals to deactivate the formation around the ancestral dragon tree bark. Huang Xiaolong was sneering in his heart, watching the supervisor's performance. It did not slip your mind. You just never planned on giving me the ancestral dragon tree bark in the first place. A few seconds after deactivating the formation around the ancestral dragon tree bark, the supervisor said to Huang Xiaolong while holding it in his hand, Brother, let's discuss this in the back hall. It was busy at the lobby right now, with various Sea Tribes disciples purchasing items. There were too many eyes watching. This was also the reason why they hadn't made any move earlier. After all, it would damage the reputation of their Four Seas Trading House. Not so fast. Huang Xiaolong stopped them. The Four Seas Trading House group's footsteps halted. This time, I found a total of 4 nether spirit beads. I remember Supervisor Zhang mentioned last time that your Four Seas Trading House has 4 pieces of ancestral dragon tree bark. Huang Xiaolong said slowly. What? The group of people opposite Huang Xiaolong exclaimed. Is it true? Supervisor Zhang could barely stop himself from smiling ear to ear. Even his voice was shaking slightly from excitement. Huang Xiaolong took out all 4 nether spirit beads and no longer went tit for tat with Supervisor Zhang, saying, I want to see the other 3 pieces of ancestral dragon tree bark before trading. Supervisor Zhang laughed. Of course. His eyes signaled his disciple while saying, Go bring the other 3 ancestral dragon tree bark pieces here. Yes, master. The disciple immediately complied. A while later, the other 3 pieces were sent over, stored in a crystal ball. Through the transparent crystal ball, Huang Xiaolong could see that the other 3 ancestral dragon tree bark pieces were indeed larger than the first one, which delighted him. Brother, this way please. Holding the other 3 pieces of ancestral dragon tree bark his hand, Supervisor Zhang gestured. Huang Xiaolong stepped toward the back hall without pressure. The 2 Four Seas Trading House guardians followed closely behind Huang Xiaolong, blocking his escape path. Huang Xiaolong pretended not to notice their intention, walking calmly into the back hall with them. After secretly activating the back hall's formation, completely blocking the hall from the outside world, Supervisor Zhang chuckled evilly. Punk! Hand over the 4 nether spirit beads. He wasn't in the mood to continue acting. But Huang Xiaolong extended his palm and demanded as if he did not see through their intentions. Sure, we'll exchange now. The 4 paisea of ancestral dragon tree bark. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, the Four Seas Trading House people erupted in laughter. Punk, are you an idiot or a fool? At this time you're still dreaming about the 4 ancestral dragon tree bark pieces? Did you really think we would give them to you? You think 4 little nether spirit beads can be exchanged for the ancestral dragon tree bark pieces? Supervisor Zhang sneered coldly, adding, Although the punishing Heaven City belongs to the Clam tribe, and you're one of their clan members, they won't be able to find the culprits even if we kill you. Contrary to his expectations, Huang Xiaolong did not show panic or fear, instead asking, That means even if I kill all of you, no one will know? The Four Seas Trading House Group was stumped. Before they could react, overwhelming pressure flooded the entire hall like a tsunami. A two-horned divine beast with a glimmering red body and a powerful thick tail appeared before everyone. Supervisor Zhang and his disciple, as well as the two guardians, were gripped by fear looking at the divine beast that appeared out of nowhere. Cloud devouring divine beast. Terrified shrieks rang in the hall. Moreover, it was a fifth-order ancient god realm beast. You how? Supervisor Zhang shouted at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. He wanted to ask how could a mere mid-sixth-order heavenly god realm like him subjugate an ancient god realm cloud-devouring divine beast. However, right at this time, another ferocious aura swirled in the hall, even more powerful than the first. Another cloud-devouring divine beast appeared in front of them. Their eyes widened with astonishment, staring at the two cloud-devouring divine beasts. Huang Xiaolong decided to end the play pretend, directly ordering the two beasts to attack. In a flicker, the two cloud-devouring divine beasts loomed over the Four Seas Trading House Group, their giant paws as big as a hill slamming down. As the two cloud-devouring divine beasts' paws slammed down, roiling clouds of fog entangled the four people as if they had fallen into quicksand, unable to break free no matter how they struggled. This was one of the cloud-devouring divine beast's abilities, controlling fog. It wasn't only to attack, but also to bind and even imprison the enemy in a cloud of fog that was like an independent space, cut off from the outside world. In the split second after they were bound, the two cloud-devouring divine beasts' paws slammed down on their bodies. The floor shook violently in a booming quake, revealing a few human pancakes when the two giant beasts removed their paws. Supervisor Zhang's disciple completely exploded from the impact, including his godhead. But Huang Xiaolong did not have the two cloud-devouring divine beasts kill the two Four Seas Trading House Guardians and the branch supervisor, merely giving them heavy injuries. Standing in front of them, Huang Xiaolong took away the 4 pieces of ancestral dragon tree bark and their spatial rings, putting them into his azure ring before proceeding to scour their memories. After he searched through all 3 people's memories, Huang Xiaolong ordered the two cloud-devouring divine beasts to finish them off. Initially, he wanted to find out where the Four Seas Trading House found the ancestral dragon tree bark, but unfortunately he was sorely disappointed. It was the Four Seas Trading House's vice-chairman Li Dongyang who found these 4 pieces, and he alone knew the location. Huang Xiaolong could only find some time in the future to get the secret from Li Dongyang. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong didn't forget to take away the 3 people's godheads. 2 fourth-order ancient god realm godheads from the Guardians, while the branch supervisors was a third-order ancient god realm godhead. 2 weeks later, Huang Xiaolong appeared on an uninhabited small island about the size of a small city from Earth. He decided to refine the 4 ancestral dragon tree bark pieces here in order to break through to 7th-order heavenly god realm before returning to the barbarian god set. At that time, Chun Hao and the giant tribe patriarch should be back from the extraterritorial devil battlefield. When he finished digging an underground chamber, Huang Xiaolong sat down cross-legged and took out the smallest of the 4 pieces from his azure ring. Focused on the ancestral dragon tree bark hovering in front of him, Huang Xiaolong steadily circulated his archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power. Faint green spiritual energy flowed out from the piece of bark. This seemingly faint green spiritual energy contained a terrifying amount of power, turning into fierce giant waves the moment it entered Huang Xiaolong's body before rushing to every inch of his body. Huang Xiaolong noticed the presence of divine dragon qi within the green spiritual energy, the strongest divine dragon qi he had come across so far. He understood very well the ancestral dragon aura within the tree bark, for even a strand as fine as a hair would bring unimaginable benefits to him. As Huang Xiaolong continued to refine the wood element spiritual energy within the ancestral dragon tree bark, a green light enshrouded his body, causing a layer of green dragon scales to gradually emerge over Huang Xiaolong's skin. At the same time, a primordial blue divine dragon hovered above his head. While Huang Xiaolong was cultivating, the little cow found a comfortable spot, took out an ancient god realm godhead and started crunching. Huang Xiaolong took away 12 ancient god realm godheads from the Soul Tribe treasury. Adding another 3 godheads he acquired from the Four Seas Trading House Guardians and Branch Supervisor. He now had 15 ancient god realm godheads, enough to feed the little cow for a period of time. Even though Xianxua's strength had improved over the years, its size remained much the same. When it stood up, it looked similar to a common warhorse. However, Xianxua's golden horns and tail nearly doubled in length, dotted with dense lightning symbols that gave off a dangerous feeling. Bingjui, Xiatu, Xiadu, and the 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts were also cultivating after consuming the divine pellet Huang Xiaolong gave them. During the time Bingjui, Xiadu, and Xiatu followed Huang Xiaolong, they had been diligent in raising their cultivation. Despite the fact that their speed couldn't be compared to Huang Xiaolong and the little cows, their strength had risen a significant degree. Time flowed by, in the blink of an eye half a year was gone. Huang Xiaolong had long finished refining the first piece of ancestral dragon tree bark. Right now, he was close to fully refining the second piece. Compared to half a year ago, Huang Xiaolong's aura had risen considerably. Just a few days ago, he had advanced to late 6th order heavenly god realm. Ever since he started absorbing the ancestral dragon aura, the primordial blue divine dragon hovering behind Huang Xiaolong exuded a vast dragon might, causing its blue scales to shine brilliantly. His holy dragon supreme godhead's radiance lit up his god sea as if the godhead itself came to life in the form of a chaos ancestral dragon. Within his holy dragon's supreme godhead, the abundant dragon chi gave birth to a kingdom of dragons. Huang Xiaolong refining speed became increasingly faster as time went on. The days and seasons on the small island passed in a blur. After Huang Xiaolong refined all 4 pieces of ancestral dragon tree bark, he finally broke through to 7th order heavenly god realm, much earlier than he had expected. Hence, he still had ample time until Chun Hao's return in the estimated 3 years. Following this, Huang Xiaolong took out the hill herb filled with 50 million years old herbs that he picked up from the Soul Tribe's treasury and started refining the herbs on it. Even though he had already broken through to the 7th order and his true divine dragon physique was beyond monstrous, he dared not swallow all the herbs on the hill in one go. Last time he was at the Zhenyu Sect treasury, he had swallowed 16 stalks of 50 million years old herbs at once, nearly causing himself to explode. If it wasn't for Xianxua's purple lightning liquid, he could imagine the consequences. On this hill herb, there were roughly 400 to 500 stalks of herbs. Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth and sucked 20 stalks into his body. However, this number was enough to terrify Xianxia until all 4 of its legs were shaking. Even a first-order ancient god realm master would explode to death after consuming 20 stalks of 50 million-year-old herbs at once, while Huang Xiaolong was just a 7th-order heavenly god realm cultivator. Xianxia looked extremely sullen. His mother, "I'm being forced to do hard labor again." As expected, as soon as all 20 stalks entered Huang Xiaolong's body, his flesh ruptured. Loud crackling noises sounded from his body akin to firecrackers. Seeing this situation, Xianxia quickly opened its mouth and spat out a purple lightning cloud toward Huang Xiaolong. Hovering above his head, golden raindrops fell from the purple lightning cloud over Huang Xiaolong. Only then did his flesh stop rupturing and slowly mended. His mother, "I've seen people risking their lives, but I've never seen such insanity." Exhausted, Xianxia laid sprawled on the ground, grumbling to itself. Watching the way Huang Xiaolong cultivated, Xianxia confirmed that he was using his life in exchange for strength. What Xianxia did not know was that, although Huang Xiaolong took great risks, he had confidence which stemmed from his 3 supreme godheads. Huang Xiaolong's breakthrough to 7th order heavenly god realm was consolidated by the time he completely absorbed all 50 million years old herbs. While he was busy refining those herbs, inside a cave on a desolate mainland at the edge of the extraterritorial devil battlefield, the giant tribe patriarch Zhu Wufei was laughing with exhilaration. After several years of tireless attacks, they had finally broken the formation to the cultivation dwelling inside this cave. The several giant tribe elders, together with Chun Hao, were also grinning from ear to ear. Zhu Wufei and the rest rushed inside immediately like a whirlwind, turning the entire cultivation dwelling upside down. To Zhu Wufei Group's delight, this ancient cultivation dwelling not only had a large number of divine pellets refined by powerful ancient god realm masters, but also 30 and 40 million years old herbs and several grade 4 spiritual veins. Our years of effort have not been in vain. Zhu Wufei laughed heartily. Godfather, should we return now? Chun Hao inquired. Zhu Wufei nodded with a big smile. Anxious? Don't worry, that Huang Xiaolong can't escape. We'll rest for half a day. Then I will accompany you to the barbarian god sect. I don't believe Lu Zhua and Gu Ling will dare to protect that Huang Xiaolong anymore. Chun Hao's heart was screaming with joy. Thank you, Godfather. Half a day later, Zhu Wufei, Chun Hao, and several eminent grand elders of the giant tribe left the extraterritorial devil battlefield, making their way back to the Vientiane world. Roughly 2 months later, a group of people appeared in the air above Green Cloud Island. Godfather, the barbarian god sect is right ahead. In the air, Chun Hao pointed at the mountain range in front of them, informing Zhu Wufei. Zhu Wufei looked at the mountain range in front, chuckling softly before he flew forward together with the accompanying eminent grand elders and Chun Hao. As they got closer to the barbarian god sect, Chun Hao's fists clenched tightly as the desire for battle flickered in his eyes. These years in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, after days of arduous training, he had finally broken through to 10th Order Heavenly God Realm. Coming back, he wanted nothing more than to abuse Huang Xiaolong, brutally abuse him to death. At this time in the barbarian god sect's back mountain, Lu Zhua and Gu Ling were discussing some sect matters when, all of a sudden, one of Lu Zhua's servant boys rushed into the hall in a panic, panting heavily. Ancestor, sect chief, the giant tribe patriarch and eldest senior brother Chun Hao. They're here. The giant tribe patriarch. Lu Zhua and Gu Ling's faces tightened. The thing they worried about the most in recent years had happened. Ancestor, what do we do now? Gu Ling looked troubled as he turned to Lu Zhua. Lu Zhua furrowed his brows, his heart heavy as he said to Gu Ling, "Come on, we'll go welcome them." Nevertheless, the other party was the giant tribe patriarch, both his status and identity higher than theirs. Before both sides completely faced off, it was customary for Lu Zhua to welcome Zhu Wufei. When Lu Zhua, Gu Ling, and a group of barbarian god sect grand elders gathered outside the sect, Zhu Wufei's group was standing high above the mountain range with their hands behind their back, releasing faint pressure from their bodies. Before this faint pressure, the faces of the barbarian god sect disciples below became ashen. Their eyes filled with fear as if they were facing the end of the world. Even Lu Zhua and Gu Ling's breath was stuck in their chest as if there was a great mountain pressing down on them. Chun Hao smugly stood beside the giant tribe patriarch, facing Lu Zhua and Gu Ling without even stepping forward to salute them as a barbarian god sect disciple. Lu Zhua and Gu Ling steadied their minds and braced themselves, approaching the group in front of them. Lu Zhua, Gu Ling welcomes Patriarch Zhu Wufei and the several giant tribe elders. Lu Zhua and Gu Ling both cupped their fists at Zhu Wufei. Zhu Wufei answered with a curt amen and went on condescendingly, "Lu Zhua, you know my intention coming here. Where's Huang Xiaolong? I'm giving you face. Hand him over and let me enter the barbarian god sect treasury to pick a few things. Then the matter before will be forgiven." "What?" Lu Zhua's expressions immediately turned ugly. Gu Ling and the present grand elders were enraged by Zhu Wufei's outrageous demand, and it showed on their faces. This Zhu Wufei not only wanted them to hand over Huang Xiaolong, he also wished to enter their sect's treasury and pick treasures as he liked. "Ancestor," Gu Ling looked at Lu Zhua. Lu Zhua silently inhaled a deep breath to calm the fury in his heart. Looking at Zhu Wufei, he said, "Patriarch Zhu, Huang Xiaolong is a disciple of our barbarian god sect. As far as I know, he did nothing to offend or provoke anyone from the giant tribe. It cannot be that our sect has to hand over Huang Xiaolong to be dealt with by you without rhyme or reason just because you say so. Isn't that right? Also, to tell you honestly, he isn't in the sect at this moment. As for you entering my barbarian god sect's treasury, that's simply ridiculous. According to our sect's rules, only the ancestor and sect chief are allowed inside." Hearing Lu Zhua's answer, A cold light glinted in Zhu Wufei's eyes, causing the pressure from his body to surge out like an angry flood. Under this pressure, Lu Zhua, Gu Ling, and the Grand Elder's consciousness was jarred and blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. Lu Zhua and Gu Ling paled. Zhu Wufei's cultivation was significantly higher than they had estimated. Lu Zhua himself was a peak mid-second order ancient god realm. Generally, a third order ancient god realm wouldn't be able to injure his spirit just by releasing their aura. That was unless Zhu Wufei was a peak late third order ancient god realm master. Zhu Wufei sneered coldly. Lu Zhua, since that's your decision, I've changed my mind. Instead of just picking a few things, I'll be taking away your entire treasury. Other than that, the barbarian god sect is to submit to my giant tribe, becoming one of our branches. Otherwise, I'll be forced to commit a massacre today, killing a few barbarian god sect disciples to accompany my disciple Zhu Meng. The barbarian god sect experts were furious by Zhu Wufei's nonchalant tone when speaking those words. Activate the Grand Formation, Lu Zhua roared. The present barbarian god sect grand elders affirmed with sonorous voices before swiftly forming activation seals for the Grand Defense Formation. Immediately, colorful lights soared to the sky from the mountain below as waves of energy spread out, forming a great light barrier protecting the barbarian god sect mountain range. Zhu Wufei didn't mind these actions at all, snickering as he looked at Lu Zhua. Lu Zhua, do you think your little sect defense formation can block my attacks? Right at this time, Chen Hao stepped forward, directing his words to Lu Zhua. Lu Zhua, why go so far, Huang Xiaolong? Is there a need to push the entire barbarian god sect into damnation? Is Huang Xiaolong such an important disciple, more important than the whole sect? Lu Zhua glared furiously at Chen Hao, saying, Chen Hao, from today onwards, you are no longer a disciple of our barbarian god sect. Everyone pay attention. I hereby rescind Chen Hao's barbarian god sect disciple identity. Chen Hao's face warped in anger, but not a single barbarian god sect elder opposed Lu Zhua's decision, including the grand elders who supported Chen Hao in the past. Chao Feng, Chen Hao's woman, paled watching things transpiring from a distance. Fine, old man. Remember your words. Chen Hao snarled at Lu Zhua. You think I care about being a barbarian god sect disciple? I'll let you know, once my godfather break this rubbish grand formation. I won't be a barbarian god sect disciple even if you beg me on your knees. Zhu Wufei laughed. Don't worry, Hauer. By the end of the day, I'll make you the young lord of the barbarian god sect. After you break through to the ancient god realm, you can take the helm as the sect chief. Thank you, godfather. Chen Hao was overjoyed. Zhu Wufei nodded at Chen Hao, then said to the several giant tribe eminent grand elders, we'll arrange the heavenly snake sword formation to break the barbarian god sect's defense formation. The several giant tribe eminent grand elders nodded and answered, yes. In the flicker, Zhu Wufei and the eminent grand elders leaped forward, their auras rising to the peak as a great sword appeared in each of their hands. The swords looked the same, with a dark green blade curved like a real snake, down to the grotesque python head on the hilt. The devilish heavenly snake sword, Lu Zhua shouted upon seeing the swords in these people's hands. 6 devilish heavenly snake swords formed a complete set, the ultimate treasure of the heavenly snake evil cult from millions of years ago. When the 6 swords merged as one, they formed the heavenly snake sword formation that could destroy everything in its path. There was a time when the heavenly snake evil cult conquered several thousand islands forces relying on these 6 swords, elevating their status to a hegemon force. In the end, it was the Fortune Gate chief and a big group of grand elders that took action, destroying the heavenly snake evil cult. After the heavenly snake evil cult was annihilated, the 6 swords went missing for a few million years. Who would have thought they actually fell into the hands of the giant tribe? Lu Zhua did not recognize the devilish heavenly snake swords at first, but hearing Zhu Wufei mention the heavenly snake sword formation reminded him. At this time, the devilish heavenly snake swords in Zhu Wufei and 5 other giant tribe eminent grand elders' hands flew out, spinning at a rapid pace. 6 swords doubled to 12 swords, then 24, 44. The number continued to double, surpassing 10,000 devilish heavenly snake swords. Over 10,000 swords formed an enormous formation, attacking ferociously at the barbarian god sect's grand formation. Rumble. A part of the barbarian god sect's formation dented in, as if it could collapse at any moment due to the impact, causing the violent shockwaves to ripple down to other parts of the formation. The Grand Elders supporting the Grand Defense formation shook violently, coughing up blood. Zhu Wufei snickered and once again directed the Heavenly Snake Sword formation to attack the protective screen around the barbarian god sect. Another booming collision rumbled in the air. The barbarian god sect Grand Elders coughed up more blood. Lu Zhua and Gu Ling were extremely anxious as they continued to support and strengthen the Grand Formation. However, enduring consecutive hits from the Heavenly Snake Sword formation caused the Grand Formation barrier to shatter in a short half an hour. The barbarian god sect disciples were completely exposed before Zhu Wufei and the giant tribe eminent Grand Elder's eyes. Zhu Wufei's lips curled into a sinister sneer, his gaze fixed on Lu Zhua and Gu Ling, as well as the barbarian god sect disciples on the ground below. These disciples were like little lambs stripped off their protective shells. All of a sudden, Zhu Wufei attacked. His palms struck out, sending 2 giant palm imprints whizzing through the air. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhua and Gu Ling were hurled back without any power to resist. Thunderous rumbles shook the air as Lu Zhua and Gu Ling's bodies smashed into the mountain peaks below. Ancestor! Sect Chief! The Grand Elders, and disciples all shouted. Several Grand Elders chased after their figures, rescuing them from the collapsed earth. Zhu Wufei watched playfully without moving to stop them. Lu Zhua, Gu Ling, why are you being so stubborn when you already knew this is how things would end? Had you agreed to hand over Huang Xiaolong and let us into the barbarian god sect treasury, you wouldn't have fallen to such a miserable state. Zhu Wufei smiled coldly and went on. I'm giving you one last chance. Have the barbarian god sect disciples submit to my giant tribe and give us Huang Xiaolong. Then I'll spare your lives. Out of everyone's expectation, Lu Zhua merely laughed hearing this. His disdainful gaze fell on Zhu Wufei's group, but he spoke no further. Watching this, Zhu Wufei snorted before he raised his index finger and pointed at Lu Zhua and Gu Ling, sending the 2 of them flying back once again. On each of their chests was a large bloody hole that burned with dark green flames. Lu Zhua and Gu Ling's faces were deathly pale, their bodies twitching from pain. This is my green flame's purgatory finger. Whoever is struck by it will feel extreme pain as the fire poison rushes their heart, gnawing at their soul. It is said that even Hell's Azuras cannot withstand this pain. Let me see how long you 2 can last. Zhu Wufei said emotionlessly before turning to the group of barbarian god sect Grand Elders. From now on, Chan Hao is the barbarian god sect's young lord. You have 10 minutes to consider. After 10 minutes, those who are adamant to stand on Lu Zhua and Gu Ling's side, I'll kill all of you. The group of barbarian god sect Grand Elders became ashen at Zhu Wufei's ultimatum. The instant his voice fell, Chao Feng was the first to rush out to Chan Hao's side and immediately whined, recounting in great detail how Huang Xiaolong humiliated her. Chan Hao's eyes turned scarlet listening to her. Killing intent swirled out from his body like a raging tempest. Don't worry. I'll have Huang Xiaolong kneel before you begging for his life. At that time, you can cut and slice him as you like. Chao Feng added, I heard that Huang Xiaolong's woman, Yao Qi, is still at South Hui City. A cold light glinted in Chan Hao's eyes. His voice was just as cold. Yao Qi? As I suspected. Grand Elder Chao Yang and the others were killed by Huang Xiaolong. In a few days, I'll personally make a trip to South Hui City and capture that little wench Yao Qi humph. I'll strip her naked and hang her at the city gates, so that every man in South Hui City can appreciate Huang Xiaolong's woman. Chao Feng suggested, That's going easy on Yao Qi, that slut. My grandfather and big brother were killed by Huang Xiaolong because of her. I think we can set up a martial competition stage. Whoever wins 3 rounds and is willing to swear loyalty to you, they can have fun with her for 1 hour. Chan Hao's eyes sparkled, laughing evilly. This idea is not bad. His gaze then swept over the Sky Dragon League members amongst the barbarian god sect disciples. He snapped, I'm now the barbarian god sect's young lord. Why are you all not coming over here? As Chun Hao was the one who created the Sky Dragon League, in the minds of the Sky Dragon League members, he was the highest authority. The instant he snapped, they immediately flew over by conditioned reflex, showing their loyalty. Chun Hao's gaze then fell on Zixuan, Qiu Bihu, and the other Grand Elders who were his supporters, saying, Zixuan, Qiu Bihu, and all present Grand Elders, when I take over the position of Barbarian God Sect Chief, I won't ill-treat you all. And Zixuan and Qiu Bihu exchanged a glance, hesitating. A few minutes later, Zixuan flew up to Zhu Wufei, swearing loyalty. Watching this, Qiu Bihu and several other Grand Elders followed suit. Zhu Wufei inwardly nodded in appreciation. Looks like Chun Hao had some degree of prestige in the sect. He didn't accept this godson in vain. Otherwise, it would take him a lot more effort to take over the barbarian god sect. The elders and personal disciples brought up by Zixuan, Qiu Bihu, and others quickly followed, moving over to the giant tribe side. In a short 10 minutes, almost half of the barbarian god sect Grand Elders, core disciples, and inner disciples had gone over to the giant tribe's side. Zhu Wufei sneered as his gaze swept over the Grand Elders, and disciples still on the opposite side. His palm reached out and grasped at the air, causing the bodies of several hundred barbarian god sect disciples to explode, painting the ground red with blood. The rest of the disciples retreated in fear despite knowing it was of no use. A burst of sonorous laughter rang in the air as Zhu Wufei announced, "From now on, if you do not submit, I will kill 500 disciples every 5 minutes. Kill 500 disciples every 5 minutes." Numerous disciples became ashen due to fear. Immediately, another group of disciples went over to the giant tribe side. Watching this, Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling were furious, yet helpless. Lu Zhuo, Gu Ling, how do you feel now? More than half of your barbarian god sect disciples have chosen to submit to me. Zhu Wufei snickered. How's the taste of being abandoned? Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling glared daggers at Zhu Wufei. As more and more barbarian god sect disciples went over to the giant tribe side, the Great Whale sect and Elephant Genesis sect received the barbarian god sect's request for reinforcements. Both sects' ancestors, Zhu Huan and Reincarnated, were discussing the Sea Tribe's attacks against the Green Cloud Island when they received a report about the giant tribe attacking the barbarian god sect, shocking them. Although the three sects were always competing with each other, they had always stood united when their survival was in question. However, the other party was the giant tribe, which made Zhu Huan and Reincarnated hesitate. They both knew the giant tribe's strength, as well as Zhu Wufei's power. Even with the three sects banding together, their situation was akin to hitting a stone with an egg. The Elephant Genesis sect and Great Whale sect would most likely be dragged down too. The Great Whale sect's ancestor Zhu Huan spoke solemnly. In truth, it's a good thing if the giant tribe annihilates the barbarian god sect. Once their sect is annihilated, we can seize the chance to divide their territories, not to mention that Huang Xiaolong's talent is too monstrous. If he grows up, he'll be too big a threat to us. We won't have to worry about this anymore if he dies. The Elephant Genesis sect ancestor Reincarnated frowned. The problem is, after the giant tribe annihilates the barbarian god sect, will they point their sword at us next? Zhu Huan laughed. The giant tribe may have such an appetite but not the stomach. I've quite a good relationship with the perennial temple's ancestor. Hearing this, Reincarnated's face brightened. This was the perennial island's biggest super force, and although it wasn't on par with the giant tribe, the gap was negligible. If the perennial temple's ancestor came forward, they naturally need not fear the giant tribe. Reincarnated could finally laugh with ease. Lu Zhuo thought he picked up a treasure because of Huang Xiaolong's monstrous talent, but this disciple has brought a calamity onto the barbarian god sect instead. Lu Zhuo, you didn't imagine there would be such a day. Zhu Huan was grinning from ear to ear. We should have our disciples prepare. Once the barbarian god sect is annihilated, we must quickly seize their territories. While the Great Whale sect and Elephant Genesis sect awaited the fall of the barbarian god sect so they could start to divvy up their territories, The group of people still standing on the barbarian god sect side were caught between fury and unprecedented fear. Zhu Wufei looked at Lu Zhuo, Gu Ling, and the disciples standing behind them. He estimated the time and grinned, saying, "All right, 5 minutes are up. Since you all would rather die than submit, then I shall fulfill your wish." Zhu Wufei raised both of his palms. Just as his fingers were about to squeeze several hundred disciples to death, out of nowhere, boundless black flames descended from the sky, engulfing Zhu Wufei in the blink of an eye. Alarmed, Zhu Wufei's palms struck forward, dissipating the boundless black flames surrounding him. It happened so quickly that everyone only reacted a second later, looking in the direction where the flames came from. 2 people appeared in their line of sight. Senior brother Huang Xiaolong. It's senior brother Huang Xiaolong. The barbarian god sect disciples shouted with joy. The 2 people were Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi. For a moment, Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling's eyes lit up, but they dimmed almost immediately, shaking their heads in despair. Initially, they still harbored hope in their hearts. If Huang Xiaolong survived this time and became stronger in the future, there was a chance he could avenge them. But now, this was akin to diving head first into the net. There was only death waiting at the end. If Huang Xiaolong died, their last hope would die with him. "Huang Xiaolong, quickly run!" Lu Zhuo mustered all his strength to bellow these few words. His voice rumbled like thunder. Hearing Lu Zhuo's bellow, the barbarian god sect disciples at his side reacted, each of them shouting as loud as they could, "Senior brother, run quick!" Zhu Wufei chuckled maliciously. "Since he's already here, do you really think he has a chance to escape?" The several giant tribe eminent grand elders teleported in a flicker, appearing behind Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi, completely blocking their escape path. Seeing this, Lu Zhuo, Gu Ling, and all the barbarian god sect disciples despaired. Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi continued to fly forward while riding on the little cow and the black flame sea emperor beast as if they did not see the giant tribe eminent grand elders behind them, until they were 300 meters away from Zhu Wufei, Chen Hao, and Chao Feng. Chen Hao looked at Huang Xiaolong before shifting his gaze onto Yao Qi, a nasty grin on his face as he taunted, "Huang Xiaolong, here I was thinking you were too afraid to come out. Who would have thought you would send yourself to death's door? I know you have a second-order ancient god realm green ice hail devil at your side, but do you think you can rescue Lu Zhuo and the others merely relying on him?" Once again looking at Yao Qi, Chen Hao added, "This is your woman, Yao Qi? Oh, my mistake. She should be the Chao family young lord's woman, while you're just someone picking up broken goods. Then again, she's got a beautiful face, causing even me to be a little bit tempted." Chen Hao went on with a smile on his face. "In fact, I was thinking of going to South Hui City personally to capture this Yao Qi if you hadn't shown up today. We would have held a little competition, and whoever won 3 rounds and submitted to me could have some fun with this Yao Qi for 1 hour. However, since she is here now, my Sky Dragon League brothers can have the first taste." The eyes of the Sky Dragon League members shone brightly at Chen Hao's words. "Thank you, League Leader. Thank you, eldest senior brother Chen Hao." All the Sky Dragon League members rubbed their palms, laughing with excitement. Chao Feng interjected, looking triumphant. "Huang Xiaolong, back then, I already told you that my husband will squash you to death like an ant when he returns. However, before that, I'll make you wish you were dead. The humiliation you gave me, I'll return it 1,000 times, 10,000 times." Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed, cold air surging from his body, seeing Yao Qi's face turn blue before reassuring her. "Yao Qi, don't worry. Before killing them, I will cut off their tongues first." Huang Xiaolong had no room for mercy toward Chen Hao. "Kill us!" Chen Hao, Chao Feng, and Sky Dragon League members exploded into laughter. Even in Zaichuan, Qiu Bihu, and the other grand elders who betrayed the barbarian god sect shook their heads with a faint, helpless smile. Chen Hao turned to Zhu Wufei, requesting for permission. "Godfather, I wish to kill this Huang Xiaolong personally. Please allow Godson to do so." Zhu Wufei nodded, saying, "Go. There's something strange about this. Do not be careless. Go all out and end this quickly." Huang Xiaolong's calmness from the moment he appeared roused Zhu Wufei's suspicion. However, considering his strength and the present giant tribe eminent grand elders, Zhu Wufei did not think too much into it. Amongst the forces of the closest 100 islands, there was only a handful of ancient god realm masters, especially mid-level and above, and they were all old monsters of high esteem. In Zhu Wufei's opinion, it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to invite one of those old monsters to help him. Though Chen Hao was bemused when Zhu Wufei told him to end the battle quickly, he still respectfully complied, "Yes, Godfather." With that, he flew toward Huang Xiaolong. People on both sides watched Chen Hao and Huang Xiaolong as they stood opposite each other. Stopping a few meters from Huang Xiaolong, Chen Hao's aura rose to the peak without reserve. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth shook, strong winds blew and clouds roiled. Energy gathered above Chen Hao's head, forming a metallic ice cloud representing the unique element of Chen Hao's god force. Huang Xiaolong, it didn't occur to you that I've already broken through to 10th order heavenly god realm, right? This is the fruit of my training at the extraterritorial devil battlefield all these years. Chen Hao's gaze turned icy as he recounted. I trained like a madman, desperate to improve my strength. All the bitter hardship is for today, to kill you in front of the barbarian god sect disciples. I want Lu Zhua and Gu Ling to open their eyes wide and see who the true greatest genius of the barbarian god sect actually is. Huang Xiaolong, accept your death. Chen Hao suddenly accelerated forward with his fist aimed at Huang Xiaolong, causing the air in front of his right fist to freeze into golden ice shards. Penetrating cold air swept out, akin to an unsheathed sword. The group of barbarian god sect disciples behind Lu Zhua and Gu Ling retreated further in apprehension. When everyone thought Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to dodge Chen Hao's fist, a powerful force rushed out from his body as he punched out to meet Chen Hao's attack, fist to fist. 7th order heavenly god realm. This Huang Xiaolong has actually broken through to 7th order heavenly god realm, and Zixuan, Qiu Bihu, and the others were flabbergasted. How long had it been? He actually reached 7th order heavenly god realm. Even Chen Hao was taken aback for a moment, filled with disbelief. In the next moment, the killing intent in his eyes was laced with madness. His face distorted as his god force rose further. This Huang Xiaolong must die here. In Chen Hao's eyes, even if Huang Xiaolong broke through to 7th order heavenly god realm, there was still a gap of 3 orders between them. No matter how extraordinary Huang Xiaolong's battle prowess was, flattening him was nothing difficult. Bang! The world seemingly shook as their fists collided, akin to 2 flying divine mountains ramming into each other. The barbarian god sect disciples' hearts nearly jumped out of their chests when Chen Hao and Huang Xiaolong's attacks collided. In an instant, Chen Hao's expression changed, fear and denial intermingled on his face. At this point, and Zixuan, Qiu Bihu, and the experts present noticed that something wasn't right. When Chen Hao and Huang Xiaolong's fists collided, unlike their imagined scene of Huang Xiaolong being knocked back, he stood firmly like an immovable mountain, whereas Chen Hao's situation completely blew their mind. His right fist contorted, causing jagged bones to pierce out from shredded flesh as if they were sliced off by an invisible blade. Starting from his 5 fingers, Chen Hao's wrist and his whole arm were like a dry tree branch, snapped broken in several places before exploding into smithereens. Bits of flesh and blood bloomed as Chen Hao's body rolled and tumbled backward in the air, just like a wheel, smashing into the group of Sky Dragon League members behind him. The disciples who were too slow to dodge were sent flying in various directions, every bone in their bodies broken. Boom! Chen Hao smashed into the earth below, creating a deep pit, and Zixuan, Qiu Bihu, Chao Feng, and all the Sky Dragon League members were dumbfounded. Even Lu Zhua and Gu Ling on the other side were shocked stiff on the spot. A green glint shone in the depths of Zhu Wufei's eyes, his gaze that was fixed on Huang Xiaolong, resembling a poisonous snake about to attack its prey. Inwardly, great waves of shock hit his heart. A 7th order heavenly god realm kid actually knocked a 10th order expert back. How strong was this Huang Xiaolong's battle prowess? As the giant tribe patriarch, Zhu Wufei had seen numerous geniuses of the Vientiane world, but this was his first time seeing such a level of monstrous talent. A chilling coldness spread out from Zhu Wufei's body like a terrifying gale, blowing away the ominous black clouds above. Just when in Zishuan, Qiu Bihu, and the others thought he was going to suppress Huang Xiaolong, Zhu Wufei spoke. Huang Xiaolong, I want to accept you as my godson. As long as you agree and vow to serve the giant tribe in the future, I can promise you unlimited power. After you advance to the ancient god realm, your status and authority would be second only to my own. What the? Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets from shock. Zhu Wufei wanted to accept Huang Xiaolong as his godson? He was even willing to give Huang Xiaolong unlimited power. Zhu Wufei was extremely calm while looking at Huang Xiaolong. His initial intention was to kill this barbarian god sect disciple. But now Huang Xiaolong's talent changed his mind. After all, killing such a talent was too wasteful. The corner of Huang Xiaolong's mouth rose in a faint, cold smile as he looked at Chen Hao. Accept me as your godson? What about him? Nothing but a waste. As long as you agree to be my godson and submit to my giant tribe, I can kill him on the spot. Chen Hao swayed unsteadily as he struggled to his feet from the pit when he heard Zhu Wufei's words. His pale face turned several shades whiter due to fear and unease, anxiously pleading to Zhu Wufei. Godfather, don't believe Huang Xiaolong's skullduggery. He is treacherous at the core. He cannot be trusted. And Zishuan, Qiu Bihu, and the others had a complicated expression on their faces. Never had they imagined that Zhu Wufei would be willing to kill Chen Hao for Huang Xiaolong. Chao Feng felt blood drain from her body. Her limbs grew cold with fear as her feet unconsciously stepped back. Zhu Wufei raised his palm to the side without looking, striking Chao Feng. Her body made an arch across the air as her shrill scream reverberated through the area. Numerous rays of sword chi pierced through her body like long spikes, killing Chao Feng before she even hit the ground. Unwillingness and disbelief were etched on her face. The move Zhu Wufei used was the giant tribe's giant sword palm. Dense sword chi was compressed into the strike of a palm, causing the person struck by this technique to die, while feeling the pain of thousands of swords piercing through their body. And Zishuan, Qiu Bihu, and all the Sky Dragon League were ghastly pale, while Chen Hao was terrified. Zhu Wufei didn't even spare a glance at Chao Feng's corpse, his gaze never leaving Huang Xiaolong. What do you think? Earlier, this woman insulted you, and now I have killed her on your behalf. I will not restrict your freedom after becoming my godson. You can go wherever you please. On top of that, I will nurture you with the entire giant tribe's available resources, so you can break through to the ancient god realm within 200 years. Nurture you with all the giant tribe's available resources. Just this condition made it hard for anyone to refuse. All eyes were fixed on Huang Xiaolong, including Lu Zhua and Gu Ling. Before these gazes, Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhu Wufei, shaking his head as a smile emerged while saying, After I kill you, all the giant tribe's resources would be mine just the same. Another thing is, do you think I need 200 years to break through to the ancient god realm? However, if you submit to me and became my slave, I can consider sparing your life. Jaws dropped to the ground hearing Huang Xiaolong's brazen words. Chen Hao included. Zhu Wufei threw his head back and laughed, whereas the several giant tribe eminent grand elders were glaring at Huang Xiaolong, their thick murderous auras solidifying the air around them. Zhu Wufei shook his head. Since you don't know how to treasure the chance I gave you, I'm left with no choice but to kill you personally. As for your woman, Chen Hao can do as he sees fit. Chen Hao beamed with joy. Many thanks, Godfather. Zhu Wufei stepped toward Huang Xiaolong, saying, Aren't you going to call out that second-order ancient god realm green ice hail devil? Since you're unyielding, I guess you must have invited other ancient god realm asters to help you. Might as well tell them to come out as well. Huang Xiaolong nodded, extremely accommodating. It seems to me you really want to meet them. It's my pleasure to introduce you. The instant Huang Xiaolong's finished speaking, a green frigid cold chi encroached the air as Bing Joey appeared behind Huang Xiaolong. Lu Zhua, Gu Ling, and the disciples standing on the barbarian god sect side were astounded at Bing Joey's existence. It was no longer a secret that Huang Xiaolong had a second-order ancient god realm green ice hail devil protecting him since he appeared several years ago when South Hui City was under sea beasts' attack. Still, this was the first time Lu Zhua and Gu Ling saw Bing Jui with their own eyes. In the next second, roiling nefarious energy soared to the sky behind Huang Xiaolong as a tall figure appeared. A nefarious devil master! Shouts were heard from both sides at Xietu's appearance. Though surprised, Zhu Wufei did not see Bing Jui and Xietu as a threat. He smiled at Huang Xiaolong. As I expected, you really invited another ancient god realm master. But I didn't expect it to be from the nefarious devil tribe, a late second-order ancient god realm at that. Zhu Wufei continued approaching Huang Xiaolong in large strides. Right at this time, behind Huang Xiaolong, another tall figure appeared, exuding an even more powerful nefarious devil chi. People on both sides were once again dumbfounded. An early third-order ancient god realm nefarious devil master. Finally, Zhu Wufei's calm face cracked a little. The nefarious devil tribe naturally possessed high battle prowess, and an early third-order ancient god realm had strength comparable to a mid-third-order ancient god realm, maybe even peak mid-third-order human cultivator. Zhu Wufei's cultivation was just at late third-order ancient god realm, close to reaching peak late third-order ancient god realm. Huang Xiaolong, you really gave me a big surprise. You actually managed to invite a third-order ancient god realm nefarious devil to help you. But you still have to die today. Zhu Wufei's expression turned frosty and gloomy, leaping forward with his palms striking at Huang Xiaolong. It was the giant sword palm again. Palm force sliced forward and sword chi weaved in the air. At the same time, the several giant tribe eminent grand elders also acted, but their targets were Xietu, Xiedu, and Bing Jui. Facing the giant tribe eminent grand elders' attack, Bing Jui, Xiedu, and Xietu wouldn't be able to help Huang Xiaolong. Zhu Wufei grinned, watching his attack loom over Huang Xiaolong. Lu Zhua and Gu Ling ignored the injuries on their bodies and were about to rush out to help Huang Xiaolong when a giant beast head silently emerged from the void behind him. The beast's head was the size of a small mountain, its blood-red eyes resembling two big lakes. Its appearance caused a savage, primitive aura to descend on the barbarian god sect mountain range. Just this beast's aura actually slowed down Zhu Wufei's attack. All around, terrified eyes stared at the enormous beast head stretching out from the void behind Huang Xiaolong. This is an ancient cloud-devouring divine beast? One of the giant tribe's eminent grand elders trembled, screaming in fear as if he had just seen a ghost. An ancient cloud-devouring divine beast. Gasps resounded all around. Apprehension gripped Zhu Wufei's heart. From the pressure exuded by this cloud-devouring divine beast, he estimated that its strength had at least reached fourth-order ancient god realm. No, not fourth order. If it was merely a fourth-order ancient god realm beast, it was impossible to force his attack to slow down relying purely on the pressure of its cultivation. Most likely, this cloud-devouring divine beast was... Zhu Wufei dared not let his thoughts travel further down this path. He then looked at Huang Xiaolong. Had this late fourth-order ancient god realm cloud-devouring divine beast also been invited by Huang Xiaolong? How was that even possible? How was he capable of inviting a late fourth-order ancient god realm cloud-devouring divine beast to help? Another thing was, how did Huang Xiaolong come across an ancient divine beast? A divine beast like the one before them had never appeared in millions of years. While Zhu Wufei and others present were feeling apprehension, awe, and suspicion, the giant cloud-devouring divine beast extended a leg from the void and lightly lowered its paw. Just this simple action immediately extinguished Zhu Wufei's palm attack, akin to pouring water over tiny flames. The cloud-devouring divine beast continued to lower its paw that was right above Zhu Wufei. Space cracked, causing fissures to spread like a spiderweb. Zhu Wufei was horrified as he looked at the enormous beast paw falling on him. The pressure was equivalent to 100 mountains slamming onto his back. Zhu Wufei roared all of a sudden, circulating his god force to the limit before punching upward at the beast paw. At the same time, a metallic light enshrouded Zhu Wufei as his hair fluttered in the air. The devilish heavenly snake sword appeared in his hand, slashing at the cloud-devouring divine beast's head. Countless rays of sword chi shot forward, turning into a swarm of heavenly snakes, their sharp fangs aimed at the cloud-devouring divine beast's eyes. However, Zhu Wufei's resistance was futile. His powerful punch did nothing to stop the cloud-devouring divine beast's paw, and the pressure falling on him multiplied instead. The rays of sword chi were shattered by a burst of sharp light from the beast's eyes. Watching both of his attacks fail, the terror in Zhu Wufei's eyes intensified, and it was already too late for him to dodge. His surroundings darkened as he was struck by the cloud-devouring divine beast's paw in the next second. Like a meteorite, his body smashed heavily into the earth. When Zhu Wufei's body hit the ground, causing a booming explosion to echo and the mountain to quake violently, everyone's hearts jumped watching this scene. The giant tribe patriarch, a late Third Order ancient god realm master that was close to reaching peak late Third Order, a person with a resounding reputation that lasted for several thousand years, was actually struck to the ground with one strike, just like that. Patriarch! The several giant tribe eminent grand elders shouted anxiously and couldn't be bothered with attacking Bing Jui, Xiatu, and Xiadu as they hurried to Zhu Wufei's side, helping him up from the ground. One of them sent a handful of divine pellets into Zhu Wufei's mouth. Huang Xiaolong merely watched, not preventing these people from healing Zhu Wufei. At this time, the early Fifth Order ancient god realm cloud-devouring divine beast had completely emerged from the void, standing firm behind Huang Xiaolong like a 100-zhang tall mountain. Bing Jui, as the green ice hail devil ancestor, was almost 10 zhang tall, but beside the cloud-devouring divine beast was akin to an anthill next to a hill. Eyes widened in horror as they stared unblinkingly at the behemoth standing behind Huang Xiaolong. Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling were both apprehensive and amazed, but above all, they were ecstatic. At this time, Qian Hao's eyes were filled with death and despair, looking bloodlessly pale as his heart beat erratically. A short while later, after swallowing a handful of divine pellets, Zhu Wufei's injuries slightly stabilized. He then slowly stood up. Senior cloud-devouring divine beast, this one is the giant tribe patriarch Zhu Wufei. May I inquire what conditions Huang Xiaolong promised that Senior is willing to help him? We're willing to double it. Zhu Wufei cautiously and respectfully inquired from the cloud-devouring divine beast. In his opinion, since this beast had been invited by Huang Xiaolong, as long as he could come up with the appropriate terms, he would not be refused. PFF. Yao Qi couldn't help laughing hearing Zhu Wufei's words, just like a blooming flower. Her laughter attracted everyone's attention, including Zhu Wufei's fierce glare. Inwardly, he decided that once Senior Cloud-Devouring Divine Beast agreed with his terms, he was going to play this woman to death. The Cloud-Devouring Divine Beast turned to Huang Xiaolong saying, "Master, this man wants me to rebel against you? What should I do?" Its tone was filled with provocation toward Zhu Wufei. "Master." The way that Cloud-Devouring Divine Beast addressed Huang Xiaolong stupefied everyone. When Zhu Wufei and the others regained their senses, the incredulous expressions on their faces were a sight to behold. Could it be this cloud-devouring divine beast wasn't invited by Huang Xiaolong? Otherwise, how could it be here? Zhu Wufei's gaze fell onto Bing Jui, Xiatu, and Xiadu. These people were also not invited by Huang Xiaolong? The giant tribe side felt they were losing their minds. A mere 7th Order Heavenly God Realm punk was the master of a bunch of ancient God Realm old monsters. Huang Xiaolong smiled at Zhu Wufei. "Zhu Wufei, what kind of terms are you offering to have Senior Cloud-Devouring Divine Beast attack me? Let me hear you out. If the terms are really good, maybe I'd be tempted enough to have Tun Zakeo attack me." Tun Zakeo was this Cloud-Devouring Divine Beast's name when it was still alive. Zhu Wufei's expression was as ugly as it could be. How could he not hear the ridicule in Huang Xiaolong's voice? At this time, he finally realized why Yao Qi laughed when he offered to double the price. "Go!" Zhu Wufei bellowed. His body turned into a streak of sword light as if he and the devilish heavenly snake sword were a single body, speeding away from the barbarian god sect. The giant tribe eminent grand elders also followed, turning into streaks of sword light, accelerating quickly. However, before they could get too far, an enormous beast head blocked their path, causing an even more powerful pressure to lock onto them. Two giant beast paws swept over Zhu Wufei's group, sending them back toward the barbarian god sect. Another cloud-devouring divine beast emerged from the void, but more importantly, this second one was even stronger than the first. Seeing this, Chun Hao lost his self-control and wet himself. A large number of the Sky Dragon League members' pants were wet while in Zixuan, Qiu Bihu, and other Grand Elders and Elders felt their knees go weak. Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling looked at the two cloud-devouring divine beasts at Huang Xiaolong's side, as well as Bing Jui, Xia Tu, and Xia Du. Their minds completely blank. The sky seemed bluer than usual, the clouds floating merrily. Were they daydreaming? Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling tacitly moved. Their index fingers pointed to the back of Zixuan and Qiu Bihu, causing two powerful rays of finger force to pierce straight at their butts. And Zixuan and Qiu Bihu jumped in the air while clutching their butts as they grunted in pain. Fury burned in their eyes, screaming, "Who was it?" When they turned around and saw that it was Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling, their fury turned to unease and apprehension. "It really isn't a dream," Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling blurted in unison, watching Zixuan and Qiu Bihu's painful reaction. In the distance, Huang Xiaolong helplessly shook his head, watching Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling's actions. Only now did he realize that these two elders were quite sprightly. Even if they wanted to confirm whether they were dreaming or not, must they poke other people in that place? Huang Xiaolong looked away, flying toward Zhu Wufei. At this time, Zhu Wufei and the giant tribe eminent grand elders were lying in deep pits. Just that palm sweep from the second cloud-devouring divine beast had rendered them unable to escape. Lying inside the deep pit, Zhu Wufei could barely raise his eyelids. But when he managed to do so, Huang Xiaolong's figure entered his sight. Huang Xiaolong signaled the two cloud-devouring divine beasts, who responded enthusiastically, each of them slamming a paw on the land below. Zhu Wufei, as well as the group of giant tribe eminent grand elders, were engulfed by darkness. Resounding booms rang in their ears, and in the next second, all of them lost consciousness. The two beasts continued to hammer the earth with their paws, again and again, causing the entire mountain range to quake in protest. Chun Hao and the barbarian god sect disciples who had gone over to the giant tribe's side felt their limbs go cold, watching the two giant beasts thumping their paws repeatedly onto the giant tribe patriarch and eminent grand elders, not stopping even when all of them had turned into unrecognizable pieces of meat. A while later, when the two cloud-devouring divine beasts finally stopped, no one could distinguish which was Zhu Wufei's face or an eminent grand elder's limbs, all of them ingrained into the soil, deader than dead. With a wave of his hand, 6 ancient god realm godheads fell onto Huang Xiaolong's palm, together with 6 spatial rings. He then kept all of them into his Azura ring, too lazy to check what was inside, for there was one more person to deal with: Chun Hao. When Chun Hao saw Huang Xiaolong looking at him, he immediately fell to his knees, crying and begging, "Senior Huang Xiaolong, spare me. Just think of me as a cheap stray dog. Let me go. I was wrong. Don't kill me." By the end, Chun Hao was babbling unintelligible words, repeatedly knocking his head until the ground was stained with blood. Huang Xiaolong watched this scene without any emotion, gripping the mulberry sword in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, blood spurted from Chun Hao's mouth. A second later, a piece of his tongue fell down. Huang Xiaolong promised Yao Qi that he would cut off Chun Hao's tongue, when the latter said he was planning to let the Sky Dragon League members humiliate Yao Qi. Other than this, Huang Xiaolong had lost interest in torturing Chun Hao. With a simple thrust of the mulberry sword, a sharp light disappeared between Chun Hao's brows. Chun Hao tumbled face down into a puddle of his own blood, lifeless. The Sky Dragon League members, and Zixuan, Qiu Bihu, and the others on the giant tribe's side plopped weakly to their knees, endless cries of mercy ringing above the barbarian god sect's mountain range. Ignoring these people, Huang Xiaolong approached Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling. The two of them were extremely nervous watching Huang Xiaolong come closer, not knowing what to do with their hands and feet. When Huang Xiaolong was a few meters away, they greeted him, "Senior Huang." Huang Xiaolong smiled, saying, "Ancestor, Sect Chief. I'm still a barbarian god sect disciple. Just call me Xiaolong as usual. Huang Xiaolong felt awkward all over having the barbarian god sect ancestor and sect chief calling him senior. Lu Zhua and Gu Ling exchanged a glance in silence. That, Xiaolong, what do we do with them? Lu Zhua was cautious and apprehensive as he asked Huang Xiaolong's opinion, pointing at the Sky Dragon League members and those who had betrayed the barbarian god sect such as Zaichuan and Xiu Bihu. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over Zaichuan and the others before he replied to Lu Zhua. Ancestor and sect chief can handle it according to the sect rules. No need to ask me. Yes. Lu Zhua and Gu Ling answered respectfully, just like a disciple receiving instructions. The corners of Huang Xiaolong's mouth curved into a wry smile. Xiaolong, at the beginning when the giant tribe started attacking, we had sent a request for help to the Great Whale sect and Elephant Genesis sect, but until now, neither of them sent any reinforcements. Lu Zhua hesitated but decided to tell Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded. I shall head over to the Great Whale sect and the Elephant Genesis sect. He might as well take this chance to integrate both sects into the barbarian god sect. If the three sects became one, it would make it easier for him to act in the future. A while later, Huang Xiaolong, Yao Qi, the two cloud-devouring divine beast brothers, Xietu, and the rest disappeared into the void above the barbarian god sect. He decided to head to the Great Whale sect first. While Huang Xiaolong was on his way, in the Great Whale sect's Great Hall, Zhu Huan and Reincarnated were waiting with anticipation for news of the barbarian god sect's annihilation. Strange. So long has passed. Why aren't there any news yet? Zhu Huan muttered, his brow furrowed. Reincarnated laughed. Brother Zhu, don't be so anxious. There's no way the barbarian god sect can survive the giant tribe's attack. They have no choice but to be annihilated. What we should do now is have a drink. Don't think of other things. I've spent some effort to get this Blue Scales wine from the Blue Scales fish tribe. It's truly one of the pleasures of life. Reincarnated took out several small jugs of wine as he spoke. The wine jugs glimmered with a soft, dreamy sapphire glow. Although the jug mouth was sealed with a thin layer of honey, the aromatic wine fragrance somehow floated out, making one drunk on its fragrance before even taking a sip. The Blue Scales fish tribe's Blue Scales wine. Zhu Huan's eyes lit up. Where did you get it? This wine was brewed with rare herbs found in the Endless Sea, and was also one of 10 famous wines of the Endless Sea. Reincarnated grinned smugly as he explained, a few days ago, I bribed a few Sea Tribe's disciples. This wine did not come easy. The two of them grabbed a sapphire wine jug and wiped off the layer of honey sealing the mouth, causing a waft of fragrance to fill the great hall. Just as Zhu Huan and Reincarnated brought the wine jug in their hands to their mouths, the flustered Great Whale sect chief Wuxia barged into the great hall, reporting to Zhu Huan, Ancestor, news came from the barbarian god sect's side. Zhu Huan and Reincarnated sat up straight in excitement. How is it? Has the giant tribe destroyed the barbarian god sect? Zhu Huan urged. Excitement seeped into his voice. Wuxia stammered, shaking his head. And no. The smiles on Zhu Huan and Reincarnated's face stiffened. You are saying that the giant tribe did not annihilate the barbarian god sect? Zhu Huan asked Wuxia in disbelief. Wuxia nodded. Why? The question flew out of Reincarnated's mouth. Why? Why hadn't the giant tribe destroyed the barbarian god sect? I know why. A voice interjected their conversation. The three people in the great hall were stunned, turning their necks to look at the source of the sound. Huang Xiaolong, Zhu Huan, Reincarnated, and Wuxia exclaimed in unison. Huang Xiaolong slowly stepped toward the three at the other end of the hall when his nose caught the aromatic wine fragrance in the air. At a glance, he spotted the several sapphire wine jugs on the table. Blue Scales wine? It seems you're in a good mood. Zhu Huan's face sank. Huang Xiaolong, trespassing as you please into my great whale sect. Is it because you think I dare not kill you? He knew that Huang Xiaolong had a second-order ancient god realm green ice hail devil at his side. Hence, Zhu Huan wasn't surprised that he could appear in the great hall without alerting anyone. However, Zhu Huan did not notice Wuyue's fearful expression the moment he saw Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell on Zhu Huan, shaking his head with obvious nonchalance, saying, "I know you dare to kill me, but I don't think you have the ability." "Don't have the ability." Zhu Huan's face darkened. As the great whale sect's ancestor, his status and authority were among the highest on Green Cloud Island, yet a mere barbarian god sect disciple dared to mock him in front of others, saying that he, Zhu Huan, didn't have the ability to kill him. "Very good. I want to see if that green ice hail devil can prevent me from killing you." Zhu Huan laughed in anger as he stood up from his seat. A purplish-blue fire danced on the surface of his skin. The purplish-blue flames were formed by a type of natural divine fire with significant destructive power. Zhu Huan decided to use his busy fire in advance, well aware that the green ice hail devil's frigid cold chi was extremely invasive. His fire was one of the things that could suppress a green ice hail devil's frigid cold chi. Just as he was about to make a move, Wuyue, who had been silent for a while, suddenly threw himself at Zhu Huan's legs, wailing like a madman, "Ancestor, don't!" Zhu Huan and Reincarnated were dumbfounded by Wuyue's inexplicable action. "Wuyue, have you gone mad?" Zhu Huan bellowed. "Scram! I and Brother Ren together will kill this Huang Xiaolong. Then deal with that green ice hail devil." Wuyue continued to tightly hug Zhu Huan's thigh, looking fearfully at Huang Xiaolong as he pleaded, "Senior Huang, I beg you, spare my great whale sect. Spare us." Our ancestor was confused for a moment. "Please have mercy on our great whale sect." Zhu Huan and Reincarnated stared dazedly at Wuyue, unable to believe what they had just heard. "Senior Huang." Did Wuyue call Huang Xiaolong Senior just now? Zhu Huan and Reincarnated's gazes held surprise when looking at Huang Xiaolong this time, and Zhu Huan was no longer roaring at Wuyue. Huang Xiaolong's eyes fell on the pleading Wuyue. There was no need to ask. It was obvious that he had already found out about the death of the giant tribes Zhu Wufei and several eminent grand elders. "Sure, I can spare you," Huang Xiaolong spoke. "As long as the Great Whale Set and the Elephant Genesis sect submit to me, I won't kill you all." "What did say?" Zhu Huan and Reincarnated, who were still surprised at Wuyue's action, shouted angrily after hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. Killing intent swept out from their bodies, letting out a wrathful laugh. "Huang Xiaolong, are you looking for a beating? You want our great whale sect to submit to you? Go eat shit." Zhu Huan couldn't help swearing with the raging fury and killing intent in his heart. Reincarnated smiled coldly. "Huang Xiaolong, you want the Elephant Genesis sect to surrender to you? It's not impossible. The way is you kneel and bark like a dog for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, I will consider it." The Divine World's 10th Order Heavenly God Realm Cultivator's maximum lifespan was 10,000 years. Therefore, Reincarnated suggesting Huang Xiaolong bark like a dog for 10,000 years was something impossible in their eyes, for a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm like Huang Xiaolong won't be able to live that long. Wuyue turned a shade paler with each mocking word that came out of Zhu Huan and Reincarnated's mouth. Huang Xiaolong was just as indifferent, looking at Zhu Huan and Reincarnated, offering, "You two wanted to know why the giant tribe did not annihilate the barbarian god sect, right? I just came over from there." Zhu Huan and Reincarnated did not expect this. Huang Xiaolong came over from the barbarian god sect. Zhu Wufei is dead. The giant tribe's several eminent grand elders are also dead. Huang Xiaolong added without any emotion. "They were all killed by me." Although they had actually been killed by the two cloud-devouring divine beasts, indirectly speaking, they could be considered as having been killed by Huang Xiaolong. However, Zhu Huan and Reincarnated exploded into laughter, clutching their stomachs. The giant tribe patriarch Zhu Wufei. The owner of this name was one of the most powerful experts of the surrounding islands for several thousand years. Yet this Huang Xiaolong came to them claiming that Zhu Wufei was dead. On top of that, he had died in the hands of a barbarian god sect disciple. Not only Zhu Huan and Reincarnated, but any other person would think such claim was ridiculous. As Zhu Huan and Reincarnated bent over laughing, two overwhelming, savage pressures filled every inch of the great hall. Under this pressure, Zhu Huan and Reincarnated felt as if billions of caddies of weight were pushing down on their backs. so heavy that they couldn't even stand up straight. Within their limited line of sight, they saw two mountain-sized beasts appear behind Huang Xiaolong. The two cloud-devouring divine beasts' crimson-red large eyes were fixed coldly on Zhu Huan and Reincarnated. Their knees buckled, nearly kneeling in front of Huang Xiaolong. Two ancient cloud-devouring divine beasts. Zhu Huan's tongue was quivering in his mouth, his eyes wide with fear. Wuxia's reaction was no different than Zhu Huan and Reincarnated, despite knowing in advance that Zhu Wufei's group was killed by Huang Xiaolong's two beasts. Still, this was his first time seeing two fifth-order ancient god realm cloud-devouring divine beasts, not to mention at such a close distance. Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhu Huan and Reincarnated. You two think it's funny? Zhu Huan and Reincarnated wanted to smile good-naturedly at Huang Xiaolong, but neither of them could smile at this moment. Say, Senior Huang. Zhu Huan was the first to speak. Huang Xiaolong cut him off. I'll give you 3 minutes to consider whether to submit to me or die like Zhu Wufei. Huang Xiaolong spoke lightly, but Zhu Huan and Reincarnated looked like they were already dead. 3 minutes later, both of them chose to submit. Since Zhu Huan and Reincarnated were ancient god realm masters, their soul force and will were stronger than the current Huang Xiaolong, a seventh-order heavenly god realm. He was unable to directly control them, therefore Zhu Huan, Reincarnated, as well as Wuxia made a blood oath. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong had Reincarnated summon Panju, the Elephant Genesis sect chief, to make the same blood oath. As for the two sects' grand elders and elders, Huang Xiaolong did not bother with them. After all, the two sects' highest authorities, Zhu Huan, Reincarnated, Wuxia, and Panju, would know how to control those subordinates. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong ordered Zhu Huan and Reincarnated to kneel in the Great Hall for 1 year. Only after 1 year could they stand up. This was considered a small punishment for suggesting him to kneel for 10,000 years. From the Great Whale sect, Huang Xiaolong did not return to the Barbarian God sect, heading straight to the island where the giant tribe lived. He did not forget about the 3 Grade 5 spiritual veins sealed in Giant Island's underground space. Now was the right time to go collect them. Even though Zhu Wufei and those several eminent grand elders were dead, the remaining giant tribe's strength was not to be underestimated. If he could subjugate them, it would be something to be happy about. If not, then he would directly wipe off their few remaining eminent grand elders. With the two cloud-devouring divine beasts' speed, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the giant island 2 weeks later. A few days later, he and Yao Qi left the giant island. When Huang Xiaolong left, there were 3 additional Grade 5 spiritual veins inside his godly MT Shumi. Fortunately, the remaining giant tribe eminent grand elders led the tribe to submit to Huang Xiaolong. This was the only reason he did not take the giant tribe's entire treasury away. Back at the Barbarian God sect, Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi stayed at the Celestial Immortal Manor, cultivating and occasionally sightseeing outside. Although Huang Xiaolong was anxious to head to the extraterritorial devil battlefield to search for the Grand Mist Aura, so he could cultivate the Grand Mist Parasite medium, he wanted to spend some time with Yao Qi before departing. Huang Xiaolong would be separated from Yao Qi once he set off to the extraterritorial devil battlefield. He had decided to spend the next 10 years there, returning before the All-Islands Great War began. 10 years. During these 10 years at the extraterritorial devil battlefield, Huang Xiaolong would strive to break through to 10th Order Heavenly God Realm. Though anyone would refute on the spot that attempting to break through from 7th Order to 10th Order Heavenly God Realm in a mere 10 years was impossible and ludicrous, Huang Xiaolong was confident in himself. He was certain that he could gain a spot within the top 10 once he advanced to 10th Order Heavenly God Realm. Top 10. To rise above 100,000 disciples from other islands, entering the top 10 could be considered quite a feat. Still, Huang Xiaolong was not arrogant enough to think he could obtain the first place even if he broke through. The geniuses of the divine world were as numerous as the stars in the sky, but most of all, his cultivation time was simply too short compared to others. Moreover, there were sure to be ancient God realm masters amongst the participating genius disciples. There might even be freaks who had reached late First Order, even peak late First Order ancient God realm. These monstrous geniuses were likely to have outstanding battle prowess as well. A late First Order ancient God realm disciple could have strength rivaling a Second Order ancient God realm disciple. Thus, Huang Xiaolong had no confidence he could snatch the first place even if he advanced to early 10th order heavenly god realm. Unknowingly, half a year went by. During this half a year, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation rose steadily as he absorbed the spiritual energy from a grade 5 spiritual vein every night. Currently, he was very close to advancing to mid-7th order. He also gave Yao Qi one of the grade 5 spiritual veins, and with Xianxua's help, her strength increased by leaps and bounds in this half a year. Not long ago, Yao Qi had broken through to 6th order heavenly god realm. As for the barbarian god sect, due to the giant tribe's attack, the sect's grand defense formation had been broken, resulting in the death of a large number of disciples, and its overall strength dwindled by half. Huang Xiaolong contributed countless divine pellets, 10-million-year-old herbs, and a couple of grade 4 spiritual veins, finally stabilizing the barbarian god sect's situation. Apart from that, Huang Xiaolong had ordered the barbarian god sect, great whale sect, elephant genesis sect, and the giant tribe to press the matter down. Hence, the forces outside did not know that Zhu Wufei's death was related to him, completely ignorant of the two cloud-devouring divine beasts, Xiedu and Xietu's existence. The outside world merely knew that the three sects had allied with the giant tribe. As for who was the head of the alliance, they could only guess. Under the boundless night sky littered with sparkling stars, at the barbarian god's sect back mountain, Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi sat next to each other. In front of them was the sea. The water surface reflected the silvery moonlight, adding serenity to the night. Neither of them spoke. Huang Xiaolong held Yao Qi's right hand, which was similar to Shi Xiaofei and Li Lu's hand, soft and smooth. As the scent of the person sitting beside him teases his nostrils, Huang Xiaolong felt a heat gather at his navel. As if knowing the reason for Huang Xiaolong's physical discomfort, Yao Qi's cheeks blushed red, slightly hot. Even her breathing grew heavier. She then moved her lips close to Huang Xiaolong's ear, whispering, "You still haven't found all the herbs." Yao Qi's hot breath tickled Huang Xiaolong's ears, but her words doused him like an icy rain, extinguishing the heat wreaking havoc inside his body. A bitter smile rose to his face. Looks like he had to restrain himself for a while longer. Although he had the barbarian god sect, great whale sect, elephant genesis sect, the giant tribe, golden dragon gate, and berserk lion sect searching for the materials to refine the reverse incarnation pill for Yao Qi during this period, they still lacked a few. Among the 5 essential chaos spiritual herbs, other than the 9-petal spiritual lightning lotus, there was no news of the other 4. Watching Huang Xiaolong's expression suddenly turn solemn, Yao Qi giggled softly before pressed her lips against his cheek. "All right, don't pull a face." Her tone changed, saying, "Luge was said that the extraterritorial devil battlefield is filled with danger at every corner, and even an ancient god realm master could lose their life just loitering on the mainlands and planets at the edge. Must you go there?" Yesterday, Huang Xiaolong told Yao Qi that he would depart to the extraterritorial devil battlefield in a few days. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "I must go," his tone determined. The adversities he experienced until this point had honed his determination in his cultivation path. The Grand Mist Parasite Medium. If he could successfully cultivate this technique and reach the 4th stage, it would enhance his cultivation speed to a horrifying degree. However, in order to successfully cultivate it, he had to find Grand Mist Aura. Knowing there might be Grand Mist Aura in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, this was a trip Huang Xiaolong had to make. Seeing the determination on his face, Yao Qi understood that it was futile to persuade him further. Nothing she could say would change Huang Xiaolong's decision, which made her silently sigh in her heart. "Don't worry. I still have the 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts with me. As long as I don't venture too far in, there shouldn't be any problem as long as I'm in only staying on the edge of the extraterritorial devil battlefield." Huang Xiaolong turned his head slightly, reassuring Yao Qi. "Your cultivation should keep up. When I return to participate in the All-Islands Great War, you're coming with me to the Fortune mainland." Yao Qi nodded obediently. "I will. Although my talent is far from Xiaofei and Li Lu, these 2 younger sisters, I will cultivate diligently and strive to break through to the ancient god realm." Her hand tightened around Huang Xiaolong's hand as if reassuring him. While Huang Xiaolong decided to leave for the extraterritorial devil battlefield, on the Soul Islands at a corner of the Endless Sea, The Soul Tribe's young Lord Hun Dishan was roaring at a group of elders. A useless bunch. You lot can't even find a person. Get out and continue to search. The group of Soul Tribe elders quivered as they swiftly left. Watching the quivering group of elders, Hun Dishan felt even more irritated. He bellowed, causing the sound wave to sweep over the hall and pulverize all the furniture. Some time ago, when his treasury key was stolen, 4 nether spirit beads went missing from the Soul Tribe treasury. Not only that, but also 12 ancient God realm godheads and an entire hill of 50-million-year-old herbs. Because of this matter, his father, the Soul Tribe patriarch, locked him in the dungeon, where he suffered the pain of being roasted by the geocentric flames for a whole year. If it wasn't for his outstanding talent, as well as his contributions to the Soul Tribe all these years, which made his father value him, he would have been put to death on the spot. Hun Dishan's killing intent soared thinking of that punk who stole his treasury key and the 2 cloud-devouring divine beast corpses. Punk! One day I'll find you and torture you until you wish for death, Hun Dishan screamed. A long time later, his emotions finally calmed down. Looks like I have to go to the extraterritorial devil battlefield again, Hun Dishan muttered under his breath. There was some progress in his experiment with the corpse controlling technique, therefore he wanted to make another trip to the extraterritorial devil battlefield to try his luck and see if he could find a few corpses of ancient divine beasts, or better yet, ancient God realm divine beast corpses. Young Lord, the Patriarch wants to see you. A Soul Tribe deacon walked into the hall and relayed the message. Father wants to see me? Do you know what it's about? Hun Dishan asked. The deacon shook his head before leading Hun Dishan to the Soul Tribe's main hall. Inside the hall was a tall, middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back, exuding a regal air that raised a palpable feeling of awe in others. This middle-aged man was none other than the Soul Tribe patriarch, Hun Yang. Father! Hun Dishan stopped a few feet from his father and respectfully greeted. Hun Yang had his back to Hun Dishan. Nodding once, "You're here." His calm and majestic voice sounded as he turned around. His eyes resembled the timeless stars, so bright that no one dared to look at them directly. Hun Dishan lowered his head. I have a task for you. You need to head to the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Hun Yang spoke of the matter directly. The extraterritorial devil battlefield? Hun Dishan was caught off guard for a second. Hun Yang went on. I received news that someone saw 2 Azura Kings on the Lightning Lagoon mainland at the edge of extraterritorial devil battlefield. 2 Azura Kings. Hun Dishan was surprised at the news. Within the Azura clan, once their members' cultivation reached the ancient god realm, they were titled as Azura Kings. However, the Azura clan experts rarely appeared in the divine world. This was the reason why Hun Dishan was surprised when he heard that 2 Azura Kings had appeared in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. These 2 Azura Kings' strength isn't high, somewhere around 4th order ancient god realm. I want you to head over to the Lightning Lagoon mainland, find these 2 Azura Kings and bring them back. Hun Yang solemnly continued. I suspect there's something on the Lightning Lagoon mainland that attracted those 2. It made no sense for 2 Azura Kings to risk coming to the divine world for no reason. Yes, father, I understand. Hun Dishan nodded. Hun Yang added, Grand Elders Hun Xing, Hun Chang, Hun Biwu, and Hun Xian will be going with you. Remember, there must be no mistakes this time. Immediately bring the 2 Azura Kings back once you found them. Do not dally. Hun Xing, Hun Chang, Hun Biwu, and Hun Xian were the Soul Tribe's 4 great Grand Elders. All 4 at 7th order ancient god realm. Hun Yang felt that having these 4 people support his son, coupled with the fact that their destination was only at the edge of the extraterritorial devil battlefield, there was no doubt they would bring back the 2 Azura Kings. Hun Dishan respectfully complied. 2 days later, Hun Dishan took his leave after bidding farewell to his father, flying out from the Soul Islands with the 4 Grand Elders. Roughly 1 month later, they appeared in the vast space outside of the Vientiane world. Hun Dishan looked at the humongous black mass floating in the vast space, then at the 4 Grand Elders. Without a word, the 5 of them teleported continuously, getting closer to the black mass with each teleportation. Despite executing continuous teleportation, it still took the 5 of them 2 months before reaching the border, even though the Vientiane world was one of the closest world surfaces to the extraterritorial devil battlefield. It would take an ancient god realm master from other world surfaces that were further away at least half a year to reach its border. It was common for cultivators from far distant world surfaces to travel for 1 year, or even 2 years to reach the extraterritorial devil battlefield's border. Just as Hun Dishan was hurrying over from the Vientiane world, tens of thousands of ancient god realm cultivators from various sects and forces belonging to other world surfaces close to the extraterritorial devil battlefield were also hurrying over, including a few experts above the ancient god realm. Every year, countless ancient god realm cultivators ventured into the extraterritorial devil battlefield, but their deaths were countless as well. Not long after Hun Dishan and the 4 Soul Tribe Grand Elders tore through the natural barrier and flew inside the extraterritorial devil battlefield, there was another group coming from the direction of the Vientiane world, with Huang Xiaolong among them. Huang Xiaolong was sitting atop a cloud-devouring divine beast as it whizzed through space, whereas the little cow Xianxia was on the other beast. However, the picture of a cow perched atop an ancient divine beast was simply incongruous. Huang Xiaolong had a hard time holding back his laughter. The little cow suddenly turned its head to the side, looking at him. "Master, you're almost purple from holding back. You can laugh if you want to." Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong burst out laughing without restraint. With the little cow accompanying him, the long journey didn't feel dull at all. Half a month after Hun Dishan's group arrived, Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and the 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts appeared at the border of extraterritorial devil battlefield. On the other side of the barrier, dense black-colored qi roiled like sea waves. From time to time, gray death qi and purple nefarious qi appeared on the surface. The barrier itself was a kind of energy that exuded a faint dark glow. Only cultivators with ancient god realm cultivation and above could tear the barrier and enter. Then again, this wasn't a problem for Huang Xiaolong and Xianxia, who had the 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts. In a few seconds, the 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts tore a hole in the barrier and entered the extraterritorial devil battlefield with Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. The instant they passed through the barrier, roiling devil qi engulfed them. It was as if they had fallen into an ocean of devil qi. This devil qi's corrosive nature forced most ancient god realm cultivators to circulate their god force to resist, but Huang Xiaolong's archdevil supreme godhead started rotating on its own. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the surrounding devil qi, death qi, and purple nefarious qi rushed into him, completely absorbed by his archdevil supreme godhead. The little cow's eyes nearly fell out from their sockets, staring in horror at Huang Xiaolong. It had lived for thousands of millennia, but this was the first time witnessing someone who could absorb all 3 types of qi flowing inside the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Being able to absorb the devil qi here was not rare. However, Huang Xiaolong's godhead could actually absorb the death qi and nefarious qi as well. Xianxia sensed Huang Xiaolong's aura slowly but steadily rose as he absorbed the 3 types of qi. Although the changes were negligible, it was clear as day to Xianxia. "What are you looking at? Let's go. Someone's coming." Huang Xiaolong reminded the little cow and fly forward on the cloud-devouring divine beasts. The little cow and the cloud-devouring divine beast it was riding hurried after them. Where do the devil qi, death qi, and nefarious qi here come from? Huang Xiaolong suddenly looked at the little cow and asked. The little cow explained, "At the heart of the extraterritorial devil battlefield is the sealed path to the devil world. The devil qi here seeps out from the sealed entrance, even though the seal prevents devils from crossing over, whereas the death qi and nefarious qi have accumulated through the years as more and more cultivators died here." The devil world. Huang Xiaolong did not expect that. At the heart of this extraterritorial devil battlefield was the path to the devil world. Just like the divine world and hell, the devil world too was a higher realm. Devils existed in the numerous world surfaces, but their birthplace was the devil world. "You think it's strange?" The little cow snickered, watching Huang Xiaolong's reaction. "What's strange about it? Why do you think it's called the extraterritorial devil battlefield? Whenever the seal's power is at its weakest, those devils would assemble a great army to invade the divine world. At that time, the Divine World's army would fight them here, right in this extraterritorial devil battlefield. This was how the extraterritorial devil battlefield got its name. Huang Xiaolong finally connected the dots after hearing the little cow's explanation. Since there is a sealed entrance leading to the devil world at the heart of this extraterritorial devil battlefield, does that mean we can enter the devil world that way as well? Huang Xiaolong asked, the first thought that crossed his mind. The little cow snickered naughtily, exposing Huang Xiaolong's little scheme. I know what you are thinking. You want to go to the devil world, right? We'll talk about it after you can go to the deepest part of the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Huang Xiaolong shook his head while laughing at himself. It was as the little cow said. Even ancient god realm masters weren't capable of entering the deeper parts of the extraterritorial devil battlefield, while he, a mere heavenly god realm cultivator, was dreaming of going to the devil world through the sealed entrance. Sitting atop the two cloud-devouring divine beasts, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow continued flying forward. The further in they went, the heavier the surrounding devil chi, death chi, and nefarious chi became. To ancient god realm cultivators, these three types of chi were troublesome hindrances, but to Huang Xiaolong, they were precious supplements. His archdevil supreme godhead devoured everything at a frenzied speed, becoming increasingly radiant. Huang Xiaolong could feel its excitement as it devoured. As they continued to fly further in, a barrier made from purple lightning appeared around Xianxia. When the surroundings devil chi drew close, it was purified by the purple lightning before being absorbed by the little cow, whereas the death chi and nefarious chi were incinerated the instant they came in contact with the lightning. From the two cloud-devouring divine beasts' fragmented memories, the Soul Tribe young lord had found them on one of the mainlands in the periphery of the extraterritorial devil battlefield, a place called Yongblood Mainland. That was also Huang Xiaolong's current destination. The vastness of the extraterritorial devil battlefield was astounding. Just on its edge were over 20,000 continents and planets. A 10th-order ancient god realm cultivator probably wouldn't be able to see all of them even in 10,000 years. The Bloodyong mainland Huang Xiaolong was headed to would take a 3 to 4 months journey based on the speed of the 5th-order ancient god realm cloud-devouring divine beast. This extraterritorial devil battlefield is really troublesome without transmission arrays. Huang Xiaolong complained dully. The little cow replied, there were some, but those old transmission arrays were destroyed during the God and Devil War. Moreover, building a transmission array in the extraterritorial devil battlefield is extremely difficult. The little cow then shook its head, adding, there are magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits everywhere in this place. Not even a hegemon force such as the Fortune Gate is capable of building transmission arrays here. Huang Xiaolong nodded. There were indeed a lot of magic beasts roaming around. Although these magic beasts were also demonic beasts, there was a difference compared to the demonic beasts outside of the extraterritorial devil battlefield. The magic beasts here cultivated by absorbing devil chi. Thus their nature was closer to a devil's. Due to absorbing the devil chi here, their physical bodies were far more powerful and faster compared to the demonic beasts outside. There were also just as many ghouls and evil spirits around. The evil spirits were souls of ancient god realm masters who died here through the millions of millennia, while ghouls were the accumulation of dense death chi over a long period. Despite both of them possessing weak offensive abilities, they were hard to kill due to their lack of a physical body. Right at this time, several black shadows lunged at Huang Xiaolong and the little cow from the front. These scary black shadows were evil spirits roaming around the extraterritorial devil battlefield, and this group's strength was between first-order and second-order ancient god realm. Within the extraterritorial devil battlefield, even in the less dangerous periphery, most of the magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits possessed ancient god realm strength. Only a small portion had heavenly god realm strength. This group of evil spirits was meters away from Huang Xiaolong and the little cow when they burst into smoke under the two cloud-devouring divine beasts' paws. Huang Xiaolong's archdevil supreme godhead roared to life in an instant, absorbing the exploded energy into his body. Radiant rays of light burst out from his archdevil supreme godhead, causing his strength to soar. To Huang Xiaolong's delight, He noticed that these evil spirits' energy was of higher quality compared to the extraterritorial devil battlefield's devil chi, a precious supplement for him. To him, this place was an ideal cultivation holy land. The little cow also used the lightning force from its 2 golden horns to purify the evil spirit's energy before absorbing it. Half a month later, after a second-order ancient god realm ghoul enshrouded by death chi was ended by one of the cloud-devouring divine beasts, with the wave of a paw, Huang Xiaolong was quick to absorb all of its energy. All of a sudden, popping noises sounded from his body. His aura rose to early 7th-order heavenly god realm. Huang Xiaolong suddenly punched at the air. Fist force whistled through space, clearing a path several hundred li in length through the dense devil chi in front of them. The devil chi was the biggest hindrance in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. A 10th-order ancient god realm cultivator's all-out desperate punch could barely travel 100 li through a cloud of devil chi. By this point, the little cow had grown numb watching Huang Xiaolong's cultivating speed, not showing the slightest surprise at his breakthrough. "Master, there's a valley up ahead. Why don't we take a rest there?" the little cow suggested to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his fist, looking at the darkened surroundings. He then nodded in agreement. All right. Although there was no sunlight, there was also night and day in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, which were judged based on the visibility level through the dense devil chi. The surroundings were darker when night fell and became extremely cold, as if they had fallen into an eternal ice cave. But one thing baffling Huang Xiaolong was that, while the stars were visible in the extraterritorial devil battlefield's night sky, there was no moon. A few minutes later, Huang Xiaolong's group descended on the said valley. The valley fairly small, nestled between several mountain peaks, however, the death chi in the valley was so dense that it felt solid. Both Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were shocked by this phenomenon. A brief moment of hesitation later, Huang Xiaolong decided to check it out. As they ventured deeper inside, all they could see was incomplete bones and corpses, from human bones to magic beasts, even some belonging to ancient races such as the giant tribe, Buddhist demon clan, and even corpses of sea tribe experts. One thing in common was none of these bones and corpses were complete. Holes and crack lines ran across the valley walls, clearly caused by a powerful impact. Even the little cow frowned looking at the environment. Huang Xiaolong and Xianxia passed through the pile of bones, arriving at the other end of the valley where they found a giant magic beast's corpse, almost as big the cloud-devouring divine beasts. Crouching on the ground, the magic beast corpse exuded a powerful devil chi. "Good lord! This is a chaos spiritual beast, black baboon," the little cow exclaimed. The black baboon is a treasure from head to toe, especially its eyes which contain an innate metal spiritual fire. "Looks like the humans and magic beasts we saw earlier were killed by it." Huang Xiaolong nodded. The humans, magic beasts, and sea tribe members they saw were probably hunting this black baboon. After killing all the pursuers, this black baboon also died here. However, they were still at the edge of the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Why would a chaos spiritual beast appear here? "There's something underneath this black baboon corpse," Xianxia suddenly said. Huang Xiaolong turned to look below it in surprise. Lying on the ground, the black baboon's enormous body covered most of the valley ground, so Huang Xiaolong couldn't see anything underneath it. But, since the little cow said so, there must be something noteworthy under this giant corpse. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath and extended his palm toward the black baboon, sending over a force that slowly lifted the corpse. The mountain-sized black baboon corpse slowly floated up into the air before being transferred into the Azura ring. After asking the cloud-devouring divine beast, Huang Xiaolong estimated that this chaos spiritual beast was likely a 7th-order ancient god realm. Therefore, he dared not attempt to refine it into a puppet at the moment, deciding to do so after advancing to 8th-order heavenly god realm. After the black baboon corpse was put away into Huang Xiaolong's Azura ring, the area became empty, exposing a divine formation on the ground it was lying on. This ancient divine formation was 6 meters in diameter, comprising of profound symbols. Each stroke contained unimaginable power. On top of that, it could also affect one's soul. One glance and Huang Xiaolong's heart tightened. feeling like his soul was nearly sucked into a quagmire of endless darkness. Suddenly, his three supreme godheads released resplendent light, jolting Huang Xiaolong to his senses. Even though it was only for a split second, his back was damp from cold sweat. The two cloud-devouring divine beasts were puppets. Thus, they weren't affected by the formation diagram. At the time, the little cow's astonished voice rang in Huang Xiaolong's ears. This is the great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation? Great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation. Watching the little cow's astonished expression, Huang Xiaolong asked, "Is this great formation very powerful?" After being together with the little cow for so long, he rarely saw it reveal such an astonished expression. The little cow nodded its head with a serious expression. The most powerful ancient divine formation on the Vientiane world barely has a fraction on this great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation's power. What do you think? Huang Xiaolong was agape in shock. This great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation has a terrifying soul-enticing power, causing the souls of those with godheads below the supreme rank to fall into endless darkness. The little cow's eyes glimmered as it said, "If it wasn't for your supreme godhead, you would have been swallowed into the boundless devil abyss. Even peak late 10th order ancient god realm masters would never wake up again?" Huang Xiaolong asked curiously. "That's right." The little cow nodded. "This is the most terrifying point of this formation. It differentiates by godhead ranks and not cultivation strength. In the Chaos era, an archdevil laid out this great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation, slaughtering half of the divine world's population. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a cold breath listening to the little cow. Half of the divine world's population. It was still somewhat vague when the little cow stated that the Vientiane world's most powerful ancient divine formation barely had a fraction of the great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation's power. But now Huang Xiaolong finally understood the extent of this formation's terror. The little cow added, "Of course, the formation that the archdevil laid out was of a grander scale. The one in front of us is just peanut size, but even so, its power is still scary. However, how did this great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation appear in this valley? And what is its ceiling underneath?" Huang Xiaolong blurted out, "You're saying that it's sealing something below?" Xianxia nodded with certainty. "Definitely so. And I suspect that the chaos spiritual beast as well as those dead experts outside are connected to this great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation." Creases appeared on Huang Xiaolong's forehead as he frowned, asking, "Do you have any way to break this formation?" "If I had my previous strength, I naturally could, but I still cannot do it at this time." The little cow shook its head. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but feel disappointed. "However, although I can't break this formation, I can use my purple lightning force to send you inside for 3 hours," the little cow added. In a split second, Huang Xiaolong's crestfallen face brightened with joy. "But remember, if anything happens to you while you are inside and fail to return within the stipulated time, it is likely that you will be forever trapped inside, never to come out again," the little cow stressed. "And I, manipulating the formation from outside, if anything happens to me, I too will be trapped inside for eternity." Huang Xiaolong hesitated, his face cloudy as he pondered. For such a powerful formation to be here, the thing sealed below was definitely not simple. It might even be that archdevil's cultivation dwelling. If he could get the things inside that archdevil's cultivation dwelling, it would bring unimaginable benefits to his future cultivation path. But if he failed to get out within 3 hours, or if something happened to him or the little cow, he would likely be forever trapped inside. Huang Xiaolong's thoughts suddenly wandered off and thought of the Grand Mist Aura. Prompted by this thought, he asked, "Xianxia, do you think it's possible that the thing sealed below is the Grand Mist Aura?" The little cow was dazed for a moment by Huang Xiaolong's question. Seconds later, it shook its head. "I cannot say for sure. I don't think so, but now that you've mentioned it, there seems to be such a possibility." Huang Xiaolong gritted his teeth, determination shining in his eyes as he shouted, "Send me in!" He would risk it. Despite knowing there was a chance to be trapped inside the great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation, unable to come out, he wanted to give it a try. Otherwise, he would be living in regret. I'll send you in now. But remember, you only have 3 hours. The little cow gravely reminded Huang Xiaolong. Following that, streaks of purple lightning surged up from the little cow's golden horns, entering the great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation in a flash. Purple lightning continued to accumulate, actually forming a replica of the formation. Even its size was exactly the same. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. The little cow actually has this kind of heaven-defying ability, being able to replicate the complex and powerful great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation. The formation made from purple lightning rotated, flickering brightly, resonating with the formation on the ground. Huang Xiaolong reached the great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation in a large stride. In the next instant, the scenery before his eyes changed as he appeared in another space. In front of Huang Xiaolong was a huge temple that resembled Earth's ancient Greece architecture. The surroundings were dark, silent, and cold. It was as if time in this space had been frozen. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath and carefully stepped toward the temple doors. With a push, the large doors slowly swung open. He stepped inside and looked around the spacious hall. There were 4 main stone pillars, each of them having chains forged from unknown materials hanging down, chaining for strange creatures to the stone pillars. These 4 strange creatures were huge, each of them reaching 1,000 zhang in height and bore some similarities to the black baboon. Yet all 4 creatures were different. The first creature had the tail of a dragon, while the second one had fiery plumes covering its entire body, resembling a phoenix. The third creature shared a body with 2 nether serpents, and the last one had 4 arms that resembled the legs of a qilin. Huang Xiaolong was bewildered. What origin did these 4 creatures have that someone would use the great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation to seal them here? The 4 slumbering creatures awakened after sensing a new presence in the hall. 4 pairs of crimson eyes opened and fell on Huang Xiaolong, causing an overwhelming savage aura to instantly shake the earth. Huang Xiaolong froze on the spot, overwhelmed. Fortunately, these 4 creatures weren't in peak condition. Their strength was seemingly restricted by the chains, including their soul force. Otherwise, in that instant when the 4 pairs for eyes fell on Huang Xiaolong, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the pressure. Seeing Huang Xiaolong, the 4 creatures struggled and roared, but the harder they struggled, the brighter the symbols on the chains shined. As the symbols shone, the 4 creatures howled in pain and soon quieted down. Certain that the 4 creatures couldn't break free from the chains, Huang Xiaolong breathed in relief, turning his attention to the surroundings. However, the hall was empty except for the 4 stone pillars, the 4 strange creatures, and an archway at the opposite end of the hall. The archway probably led to the inner hall. Without hesitation, Huang Xiaolong walked toward the archway. Standing in front of it, he couldn't see anything but darkness on the other side. Neither his divine sense nor the eye of hell could see through it. The unknown made Huang Xiaolong hesitate a little, but he still entered a while later. As his body disappeared into the archway, Huang Xiaolong was swallowed by the endless darkness. The terrifying power of darkness rushed toward him like never-ending high tides, many times more vigorous than the extraterritorial devil battlefield's devil qi, especially its deadly corrosive power. Alarmed, Huang Xiaolong swiftly resorted to his Archdevil Supreme Godhead and Innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead at the same time, one to devour and the other to purify. Even so, parts of his true divine dragon physique were still corroded. His body healed very fast, but the darkness corrosion was even faster. Huang Xiaolong bent over as his body endured the repeated burning and healing, but the thought of withdrawing did not cross his mind. Gritting his teeth, he endured excruciating pain again and again. As time passed, Huang Xiaolong gradually noticed that his cultivation was rising steadily as his Archdevil Supreme Godhead swallowed the surrounding darkness. This force was, at its core, heaven and earth's darkness spiritual energy. Huang Xiaolong placed one foot in front of the other, moving forward. However, being hindered by the darkness force, his progress was extremely slow. Half an hour later, he heard the burbling sounds of a river. Yes, Huang Xiaolong was sure it was a river. There's actually a river inside this temple. Huang Xiaolong was amazed. Following the direction of the sound, he moved closer to the river. Roughly 10 minutes later, Huang Xiaolong saw a 100-zhang-wide river that looked like a galaxy. The water of unknown depth sparkled with glittering starlight. It was a mystery where the river began and where it flowed to. Huang Xiaolong was bewildered and amazed at the same time. How did this river come to be? Was it moved here by someone using unimaginable might, or was it here from the very beginning? As Huang Xiaolong came closer to the riverbank, the spiritual energy floating out from the water was even more shocking. A while later, he finally reached the riverbank. Rippling water distorted the scattered sparkling stars below, tranquil yet mysterious. But this tranquil scene gave Huang Xiaolong an unmistakable sense of apprehension. However, he soon discovered that there was a difference between the starlight within the river after observing for a while. Amongst the countless stars inside the river, there was one light that shone brighter than the rest, bewitching anyone that looked at it. This light was emitted by something on the riverbed. Huang Xiaolong thought for a moment before trying to suck the item out of the water with his palm. But to his surprise, the suction force from his palm that could lift a great ancient mountain failed to remove that shining thing from the riverbed. This stoked Huang Xiaolong's curiosity. Employing God force from his 3 supreme godheads, he tried again. This time, the item at the riverbed rose slowly to the surface and flew into Huang Xiaolong's palm. Huang Xiaolong's arm sunk in the air when the item dropped onto his palm. The star sand half the size of his little finger actually had such high density, even though Huang Xiaolong wondered what this star sand actually was. With his experienced eye, he naturally knew it was something extraordinary. He then kept it in his azure ring before continuing the search. Half an hour later, he found 6 similar grains of star sands. He wanted to continue searching, but after calculating the time he had spent so far, he had to give up and return the way he came. A while later, he was back in the outer hall, where the 4 strange creatures were still chained to the stone pillars. Their eyes were closed, as if in slumber. Huang Xiaolong opened his eye of hell, searching every inch of the hall to ensure that he did not miss anything. Being certain there was nothing in the outer hall, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help feeling disappointed. He had harbored high hopes before entering this great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation, hoping that the sealed item would be the Grand Mist Aura. Then again, the Grand Mist Aura existed before the divine world came into being, a mystical existence. How could it be sealed here by someone? Huang Xiaolong exited the temple, stepping out of its boundary. Soon he was back at the valley. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong managed to return safely, the little cow was greatly relieved. It then trotted up to him, asking, "Master, how was it?" Huang Xiaolong shook his head, briefly recounting what happened after he went in, then took out a grain of star sand. "This is chaos star sand," the little cow shrieked. "Chaos star sand?" Huang Xiaolong added, "What is it used for?" The little cow laughed, its eyes sparkling. "This is good stuff, Adding this chaos star sand when forging chaos-grade spiritual artifacts can increase the artifact's power by 1/10, which is only the lowest estimation. If you auction this grain in your hand, it would be worth over 100 billion. Huang Xiaolong looked disappointed despite the little cow's words. He did not lack money now. What he lacked were precious treasures that could help his cultivation advance at the fastest speed. According to your description, those 4 strange creatures chained below should that archdevil's subordinates, the 4 unlikes. The little cow continued solemnly. And that river you came upon could actually birth chaos star sands. It is likely the legendary Galaxy River. The 4 unlikes, Galaxy River. Huang Xiaolong repeated to himself. The little cow explained. The 4 unlikes were renowned characters during the Chaos Era, extremely powerful. The number of world surfaces destroyed by them is no less than 100,000. The Galaxy River is a mystical existence born of the universe, and there are various kinds of them. Some galaxy rivers give birth to chaos star sand, while some give birth to spiritual herbs. Galaxy rivers also vary in size. from thousands of li wide down to several meters.